On July 13th, 2044, at 7 o'clock in the evening, a rainstorm swept the world. At that time, everyone thought it was just a simple rain. But 3 days later, the rain showed no sign of stopping, and drainage systems around the world were completely paralyzed. 5 days later, 10% of the world's land was flooded. People began to panic and rioted on a large scale. Robbing, pillaging, escaping, everyone is struggling to stay alive. 15 days later, 30% of the world's land was flooded. The social order completely collapsed. People are trapped in a primitive society, where whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. The price of a bottle of fresh water has been driven up to be more expensive than the same weight of gold. 30 days later, 60% of the world's land was flooded. Humanity has fallen into despair, with less than 10% of the world's total population surviving. Faith becomes the only strength for everyone at this moment. 49 days passed. All land in the world was completely submerged. My name is Huyu. On the day when the rain stopped, my girlfriend and I were searching for food. Unexpectedly, my girlfriend betrayed me and made me into bacon on a kayak. When I opened my eyes again, I was reborn 7 days before the rainstorm. A growth system has also been activated. For every day I survive in the apocalypse, I will gain 1 experience point. More functions will be unlocked after the system is upgraded. I also obtained a system space. The space backpack has unlimited size. Any non-biological items can be stored in the space backpack. All items will be stored separately, and will not undergo qualitative changes due to any factors. More importantly, all items within 1 meter of its own range can be directly put into the space backpack. I secretly swore that in this life, I would not only live, but also live in the best possible way. In the bedroom, after a quick wash, I decisively did the first big thing after my Rebirth order takeout. Hamburgers, fried chicken, milk tea, cola, a whole table of fast food lined up like a battlefield. I buried my head in the food, gobbling it up so fast that even the live streamers would be ashamed of themselves. It wasn't until the last sip of milk tea slid down my throat into my stomach that I burped with satisfaction. This kind of dual enjoyment of the taste buds and the soul was a luxury that I couldn't even imagine in the hard days before my rebirth. But after the feast comes the reality. The countdown to the apocalypse is 7 days. If I don't start to prepare supplies, I won't be able to become the overlord of the wasteland, and I won't even be able to survive until the first day of the apocalypse. I immediately opened the shopping website, swiped my fingers across the screen, and made a doomsday survival checklist: instant noodles, self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot, drinks and snacks, all starting at 10 boxes, and an order of 100 barrels of 5L mineral water. Payment method? Of course, it's a full set of operations that open up your imagination: Huabei, Hey Tiao, by Tiao of a certain group, and all the online loans that can be taken. Anyway, the end of the world has come, and no one will take care of the bills. In just 1 hour, my account was already in debt of $500,000, but the fruits of victory were in sight. My hut was filled with supplies, like a miniature supermarket. However, I knew very well that these were far from enough. The test of the end of the world is not as simple as eating and drinking. Medical care, weapons, protection, and even entertainment and recreation all need to be considered. More importantly, people. How long can I survive fighting alone? Teamwork is the best way, and teammates must be carefully selected. They must not be like my ex-girlfriend Yuanchio, who only drags us down. Only teammates who are reliable, beautiful, kind, and have good skills can hold us together to the end. And the boat, I've always thought about it. Before I was reborn, I saw with my own eyes a wealthy man taking his cruise ship to the sea for refuge on the 20th day of a rainstorm. The payment method for the boat ticket is extremely outrageous. Either you take out supplies that are 20 times your body weight, or you pay with your own money. Yes, those top-notch goddesses with perfect figures and beautiful looks can get on board for free and become the private property of the rich. Yuanchio wanted to try her luck, but was rejected. To be honest, with her level of beauty, even a rich man would think it was a waste of time to take a second look at her. Unfortunately, a cruise like that is just an unattainable fantasy for me. I am an ordinary college student who has just graduated for 2 years, and my family background is as thin as a piece of paper. Apart from the small house left by my parents, the resources I can use are very limited. My savings are not enough to buy me a yacht, let alone a decent speedboat. As for stealing? Although I had this idea, I was afraid that I would be beaten to a pulp before I could even get home on the yacht, thinking that my space backpack could only hold a few small items and I was weak. The end of the world is approaching, and to survive, one has no choice but to take risks. The gray area in the criminal code now seems to be a bright path to survival. After Rebirth, I have the ability of space. This skill is really amazing, but the problem is that banks and gold shops have surveillance, and if you take things from the air accidentally, you will become famous. Forget it, for the sake of safety, I'd better choose a less conspicuous target. After thinking about it, I thought about it: loan companies. I will rob them of their wealth and help my poor. These companies like to store cash in safe deposit boxes. As long as I find these treasure maps, my resource library will be settled. But now I don't even have the startup capital. What should I do? So I started running around like crazy, taking my property certificate to various major banks with only one goal: a mortgage. However, every time I was halfway through the process, I would pick up the property certificate and retreat in disgrace with a smile. Needless to say, this abnormal operation quickly caught a big fish. A few days later, a young man in a black shirt and sunglasses came over with a smile and said, "Hey buddy, are you short of money?" "Yes." I was immediately possessed by the actor, and my acting skills were comparable to the actor's. "Do you have any connections?" He narrowed his eyes and smiled, motioning to follow. I hid the property deed under my armpit and asked in a low voice, "Is it true?" "Of course." He led me into a tea house mysteriously. The first floor sells tea, but the second floor is an underground treasure. Sitting at the wooden table was an elegant middle-aged man who called himself Boss Tian. Under the guise of drinking tea, he clearly marked the price. "Borrow 2,400,000 interest a month, buy my new tea first, 10,000 a box, 40 boxes. Interest rates are so high that they kill people. But I can only play dumb and pretend to be a nobody who is in urgent need of money and has no choice but to compromise." Finally, he handed over 2 heavy handbags, looked up and asked me, "Little brother, what are you going to do with the money?" I leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Insider information, you can make a lot of money when the stock market opens." He nodded with satisfaction, saw me out with a smile, and wished me good luck with wealth. I was carrying my handbag, but there was only one thing on my mind: now that I had the money, where was the safe in the tea house? When I left the tea house, my cell phone rang. It was Yi Wancho calling. "Who you? Where are you? We had an appointment to see a movie, but you haven't arrived yet." On the other end of the phone, she spoke in a coquettish tone. Sorry, I just went to prepare a surprise. I'll be there soon." After hanging up the phone, I sneered and turned into the Van Cleef Arpels counter. I swiped my credit card to buy the 4-leaf clover necklace that she had been dreaming about in her last life. It cost more than 20,000 yuan without blinking an eye. Is it worth it? It is. In this life, she will never use this necklace to fool me again. When I arrived at the cinema, I saw her sitting in the waiting area with her legs crossed, her face full of impatience. As the elevator door opened, the crisp sound of high heels attracted countless eyes. Someone next to him whispered, "So late? This guy is definitely doomed." I adjusted my breathing, pretended to be calm, and walked over to her, handing her the gift bag. She took a look at the logo, and her anger instantly dissipated. "A surprise for you," I said with a smile. "Humph. You want to compensate me by buying me gifts?" She said this, but her eyes couldn't stop shining. "How about opening it and taking a look?" She opened the necklace box, her eyes lit up. "You are thoughtful. I have been eyeing this for a long time." Then she handed over the box and raised her chin proudly. "Come on, put it on me." I picked up the necklace and slowly passed it through her neck, tightening the chain slightly with my hand, feeling the warmth of her neck. If I applied a little more force, this woman would be able to see God. Forget it. I loosened my grip on the necklace, looked at Yi Wancho's confident expression, and sneered in my heart. I didn't plan to touch this kind of woman before the end of the world. She was too cheap. After the end of the world, I have plenty of time to let her slowly experience it. Under the gaze of people around me, I slowly put the necklace on her. Yi Wancho smiled slightly, and stroked her collarbone with her slender fingers, looking very proud. "How is it? Doesn't it look good?" "She looks good." I nodded and had to admit that she was indeed pretty, especially with her exquisite makeup, which earned her tens of thousands of fans on social media platforms. But once the end of the world comes, these so-called advantages will become her death warrant. If I hadn't protected her at all costs in her previous life, she would have become a meal for the walking dead during the rainstorm. Thinking of this, a hint of coldness appeared on the corners of my mouth, and I shook off those unbearable memories. "The movie has started, forget it, let's go eat directly." "Okay." Yuanchio smiled and took my arm, not noticing the coldness coming from me. "Where are you going?" "Yutan Bar." I casually said the name. Her eyes lit up. Sure enough, this restaurant with the highest standards in the city brought back her memories. She had been with a rich man before and showed off about it on her WeChat moments, for 3 whole days. Really? She couldn't wait to take out her phone to order food without even asking where I got the money. Yutan Restaurant. As soon as I stepped into the door, the waiter immediately came to greet me. "Excuse me, are you Miss Yi?" "Yes." Yuanchio held her head high, her posture as noble as a queen. In the number 9 private room, she waved her hand and began to order dishes. She selected the top dishes on the menu one by one: large yellow croaker, king crab, sea cucumber with millet, roast duck with white truffle, soft boiled abalone. The price of each one was staggering. "Baby, are you okay?" she called sweetly, with false concern on her face and temptation in her eyes. "No problem," I responded with a smile, hiding my disgust. She continued to order food happily for a full 15 minutes. In the end, the number on the bill jumped to 88,880. She picked up the red wine glass and smiled brightly. "Dear, come on, cheers." "Cheers." I raised my glass and drank the red wine in one gulp. At the same time, I pressed the record button on my phone to record the whole scene from beginning to end. Dishes were served one after another. She ate calmly and elegantly, while I tried to appear to be eating voraciously. 2 hours later, this luxurious feast finally came to an end. "Pay the bill," she nonchalantly instructed the waiter. The bill was handed to me, and I pushed it back with a chuckle. "What for? You ordered the meal, you ordered the dishes, and you also ordered the payment. Why are you giving me the bill?" The waiter was stunned for a moment, and quickly handed the bill to Yuanchio. "Who you? What do you mean?" Her face changed and she slammed the table, her sharp voice almost cutting through the air. I pretended to be surprised and opened my phone to play the video of her ordering food. "Look, you gave me this with your own mouth." Yuanchio's face turned from red to pale, and her lips trembled. "At worst, we can split the bill." "No." I pulled up the video in a panic and pointed at the screen. "You're the one who treated me to this. The evidence is irrefutable." She was so angry that she was shaking all over. I stood up, took the necklace from her neck with my space backpack, and walked out of the room. Before leaving, I gave her a thumbs up. "Ms. Yi, you are really generous." I heard her scream from behind. "Necklace? Where's my necklace?" I sneered. This stinky woman, she ate and drank my food in her last life, and finally made me lose my life. In this life, this is just interest. As night falls, the city lights up brilliantly, and people are immersed in the hustle and bustle of nightlife, completely unaware that 7 days later the whole world will be turned upside down. And I have already entered working hours. Boss Tian's tea house had just closed. I changed into black clothes, took out tools from my space backpack, and quietly opened the door. Upstairs, I turned on the flashlight and quickly found the half-person high safe. With a thought, the safe door disappeared silently, and the items inside were revealed. The first floor was filled with cash, at least 5 million. The second layer is filled with neatly arranged gold bars, each weighing 500 grams, and there are hundreds of them. The third layer is a thick layer of contract documents. When I opened the fourth layer, my pupils suddenly shrank. It was a gun. Looking at the contents of the safe, I swept them into my space backpack without hesitation. A black pistol, unknown model, and a box of bullets next to it. Those contracts on the third floor? Although they are useless to me, they can be used to confuse people. After packing up, I left the scene without any further delay and headed straight home. Boss Tian even managed to get a gun, This guy has a very deep hidden card. However, now that I have all my equipment, money and weapons, the next step is to consider how to cash in the 500-gram gold bars safely. At the gold price of 600 per gram, this batch of gold bars is enough for me to buy a luxury yacht. But trading gold bars in the city? Boss Tian will find out sooner or later. As I ran, I quickly thought, go home to pack up, and then fly directly to Australia Island. For that city where gambling is like dirt, this little money is just a drop in the bucket. Moreover, Australia Island has the resources I urgently need. Arriving at the community, my heart was pounding and I took the elevator directly. Although I had experienced the end of the world, this exciting, illegal operation still made me nervous. Ding! The elevator door opened. I stepped out, and the moment I saw the door of my home, I froze. 10 burly men blocked the door, their arms full of tattoos and their flesh piled up like fierce and evil men. The bald man in the lead was Li Mang. I recognized him. I had heard in my previous life that he was Yi Wanchio's loyal licker, and was well known in the underworld. Are you Hu Yu? Li Mang confirmed in a low and dangerous voice. Yes, it's me, I responded calmly, walking towards the door at an unhurried pace. If it was before, I might be afraid of them. But now, the fear only comes from the lack of firepower, and I happen to have a gun in my hand. Li Mang sneered and said, Miss Yi asked me to tell you. What did she let me know? Before he could finish his words, I had already pulled out my gun, pointing the black muzzle steadily at his forehead, with a kind smile on my face. The cold touch of the gun muzzle made Li Mang freeze. He was sure that this was a real gun. Hey, big brother, let's talk it over. Can you put this thing away first? Li Mang immediately put on a flattering smile. I didn't move, but tapped his face lightly with the muzzle of the gun. Whatever she asked you to do to me today, you will go back and do it to her. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. Li Mang nodded repeatedly and ran into the elevator with his brothers in shame. Back in the house, I quickly packed my things and stuffed my daily clothes and necessities into my space backpack. It was a pity that the equipment I bought online had not arrived yet, otherwise I could have brought everything with me at once. When I was just going downstairs, I heard a noise and the elevator stopped on the 3rd floor. I glanced over and saw Li Mang and Yi Wanchio standing next to the police car. Li Mang had a few more scratches on his face, but Yi Wanchio still looked innocent. As expected, this woman is never easy to deal with. I ignored them, walked out of the community, and took a taxi to the airport. Charter a plane, customize business class, and fly directly to Australia Island in 3 hours. $200,000? For me, money is just a tool, as long as it can be used. When I arrived at the airport gate, a beautiful stewardess in uniform greeted me with a sign that read, Welcome, Mr. Hu Yu. I recognized her at a glance. Mu Lingxiu, my neighbor who lived downstairs in my previous life. At that time, she had taken in many low-income residents, but in the end, she was used as a bargaining chip by them because of her kindness. Are you in charge of reception? I asked her. Yes. She was slightly stunned, as if she didn't expect that a charter customer would come by online taxi and didn't even bring a bodyguard. Then lead the way. I waved my hand. Mu Lingxiu led the way silently. I boarded the plane, and in just 20 minutes the soft sofa in the business class had become my bed. The whole day was too tense, and I couldn't relax. I poured a glass of red wine, drank it in one gulp, and then fell asleep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving a day. The system has been upgraded. Unlock new function panel. Note: you can view detailed information of any object, including animals, plants, etc. Time until next upgrade, January 3rd. Animals? Humans are also a kind of animals, right? I raised my head slightly and looked at Mu Lingxiu standing beside me. The system panel popped up. Name: Mu Lingxiu. Gender: female. Age: 21. Skills: proficient in service, proficient in first aid, proficient in nursing, basic firefighting, proficient in dancing. Personality: Madonna, compassionate, flattering. Favorability: 20. Purity: 98, full value 100, -1 for each negative distance relationship with the opposite sex. With the system, it is now convenient. Talent recruitment has become efficient and accurate. In the end times, fighting alone will never go far. To survive, you need not only a ship, but also a loyal and reliable team: doctors, chefs, security guards, all of which must be carefully selected. In my previous life, I witnessed brothers betraying each other. In this life, I only believe in the numbers on the panel. Mr. Hu, is there anything you need? Mu Lingxiu's voice was gentle, interrupting my thoughts. She stood not far away, slightly bent over, with a polite look on her face. Not yet. I glanced at the dark night outside the window and said calmly, How long will it take to land? Half an hour. The airport has arranged exclusive services. She added with a smile. What is the next itinerary? Itinerary? I frowned. I had just booked the flight but forgot about the hotel. But I could take my time sleeping. The most important thing right now was to get a boat. I want to buy a large yacht, I said bluntly. Can you find a seller? Mu Lingxiu paused for a moment and then left. Not long after, she came back in high heels with a tablet in her hands. Mr. Hu, the top management just contacted a wealthy man in Hong Kong. He has a yacht for sale. Please review the information. The flat screen shows detailed information about a giant yacht, length 155 meters. Displacement 5,517 tons. Maximum speed 19 knots. Equipped with a helicopter landing pad, landing craft, motorboat, can accommodate 50 people for work, and has 30 suites. At the end, I frowned at the price, 2.1 billion, 50% down payment, that is 1.05 billion. I only have 40 million, which is far from enough. Steal? Unrealistic. Such a big ship, even with the system blessing, can't be silent. Right now, the best solution is to rely on money. Take a gamble. At 1 o'clock in the morning, I stood in front of the casino table, exchanging a gold bar for 300,000 chips. The 3 dice in the dice cup are clearly visible on the system panel. Dice 322. With perspective, this is simply cheating. I bet on small, without hesitation, and it really won. I doubled my chips in one round after another. At 5 in the morning, I finally walked out of the casino with a bearer check that said 2.1 billion. Not only that, I also won an extra 900 million, which I had transferred to my bank card, just in time to purchase doomsday supplies. When I left the casino, I immediately looked for the security team. It was not safe to carry 3 billion in cash. With the introduction of the casino manager, I arrived at a top security company in Macau at 7 o'clock. It provides services to casinos across the island and its professionalism is unquestionable. I want the best, the sooner the better, I said coldly. Within half an hour, 12 muscular bodyguards stood in front of me. The system panels popped up one by one, the favorability was all 0, and the skills were focused on firearms, fighting and first aid. Just then, a man sweeping the floor caught my attention. Name, Qinshan. Gender, male. Age 29. Skills, perfect survival, perfect fighting, perfect assassination, proficient driving, proficient firearms, proficient first aid, proficient swimming, proficient cooking. Personality, daughter slave, loyalty, pride, and loyalty. Favorability 0. There are 3 perfect skills, 6 proficient skills, and the character also has 2 keywords, loyalty and loyalty. He is just a cleaner sweeping the floor? It's you. I walked straight to him. Sensing something, Qinshan slowly raised his head and looked at me. His eyes were calm, but with an edge. After saying this, the whole place fell into an eerie silence. Instead of choosing a top bodyguard, he chose a cleaning lady who sweeps the floor. The expressions of all the bodyguards were different. William's face was ashen and he swore. This is an insult. An insult to us. That's right. James echoed in broken Chinese. You don't understand the meaning of a top bodyguard at all. Tanaka Ichiro even sneered and said sarcastically, Choose a loser to clean up. It's just grandstanding. They were so angry that they almost overturned this unreasonable decision on the spot. But the boss of the security company, Boss He, quickly stepped forward and stopped Tanaka from shouting. Tanaka, don't be rude to your customers. Customer? Tanaka snorted coldly, with disdain on his face. This is an insult to our professionalism. Boss He, I want to terminate the cooperation. His words were sharp and harsh, attracting the attention of the audience. At this moment, Shinshan suddenly said, "You want to hire me?" I nodded, my eyes steady. "Long-term employment, the conditions are up to you." Shinshan glanced at me and said calmly, "I have a daughter and I want to live in the same city with her." "Good. An annual salary of 3 million. Good. A 2-bedroom house. Good. An off-road vehicle with good performance. Good. I won't do anything other than bodyguard duties. Good." He finally nodded. "No problem. Bite." Shinshan's favorability plus 10, now 10. The string of conditions vomited shocked everyone. Especially Tanaka. The expression on his face changed from anger to sarcasm, and finally to flattery. He came over with a smile on his face. "Boss, I am the most suitable bodyguard for you." "He can't." Before I could speak, Shinshan raised his hand to stop me and calmly uttered 2 words. "Back off." Tanaka was so angry that he slashed his palm towards the head of Shinshan. However, the next second, there was a muffled sound in the hall, and Tianzhong fell to the ground, unconscious. Shinshan had no expression on his face and stood in front of me. The gap between exquisiteness and perfection is so huge. I looked around at everyone and said calmly, "I didn't say I would only hire one person. Whoever can surpass him and come to me will receive the same treatment and an annual salary of 3 million. The 11 bodyguards looked at each other and took action without hesitation. The annual salary of 3 million is enough for them to work hard, but their opponent is Shinshan. During the siege, Shinshan's figure was as agile as the wind, and his shots were extremely accurate. The punches and kicks seemed random, but they knocked down the opponent instantly. He even deliberately avoided the fatal parts. If the attack landed on the throat, heart, or brain, there would probably be corpses on the ground. "Boss," he was stunned and murmured, "Our company actually hides such a great master." He immediately came up and said with a flattering smile, "Boss, congratulations on finding the bodyguard you like. The annual salary of 3 million, including commission, only costs 4.5 million per year." I looked at Shinshan. "Should I sign the contract with you or with him?" "Sign with him." Shinshan's tone remained calm. "When I was desperate, he gave me a job." These words made me admire him even more. Shinshan, a man who promises a lot of money. Bite. Shinshan's favorability plus 10, now 20. It was 9 o'clock in the morning when the contract was signed. After changing his clothes, Shinshan stood behind me and asked, "Boss, is the next step going to Ao Island or somewhere else?" I said in a deep voice, "Leave Ao Island in the afternoon and go back to the mainland. A heavy rain is coming, and a tsunami will hit us 3 days later. Instead of looking for another place, we might as well go back to our hometown and ride out the heavy rain. Then I have to pick up my daughter first and take care of some personal matters." "Okay." I handed him my contact information. "It will be done before 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Do you need any money?" "No, your payment has been received." Watching Shinshan leave, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next, it's time to purchase weapons. However, as soon as the thought came to his mind, his stomach growled in protest. I turned to look at the casino manager, Manager Yang. "I heard that Ao Island has a lot of delicious food, why don't you take me around?" Manager Yang immediately smiled and said, "Mr. Hu, please come this way." In the morning, I had a quick breakfast and then took Manager Yang to the largest electronics city in Macau Island to start a luxurious shopping spree. This shopping spree was crazy. They packed up the latest game consoles such as PS5, Switch 2, and Xbox, starting with 10 sets of each model. They also packed in photography equipment, headphones, speakers, VR equipment, and massage chairs, as if they were loading the future of entertainment history into the truck and taking it away. Especially computers, I ordered 10 top-of-the-line machines at once, 5090 graphics cards, 15th generation i9 processors, and high-end peripherals. I bought them not to use them, but to collect the pride of the pinnacle of the industry. Manager Yang couldn't help but sigh. "Mr. Hu, you have a great vision. These devices are absolutely the pinnacle of technology." When checking out, the cashier's hands were shaking. Obviously, he hasn't recovered from the shock. Manager Yang asked in a low voice, "Mr. Hu, do you need to go through customs formalities in advance?" Customs? I glanced at the loading truck and said calmly. No, just follow us. Efficiency is the most important thing. What are tariffs? Time is life. And these goods will eventually go into my space backpack, and the transportation problem does not exist at all. When all the equipment was loaded, it was already noon. Manager Yang graciously invited me to his 3-star Michelin restaurant, Chongtian Restaurant. Free? Of course you're welcome. As soon as he got into the stretch Lincoln and went to the restaurant, the phone rang. It was Qinshan. Boss, my matter has been taken care of. Where can I meet you? Chongtian Restaurant, we'll be there in half an hour. After hanging up the phone, I looked at Manager Yang. Meal for 3, okay? Of course. He smiled slightly and handed over a glass of champagne. Everything is as you wish. The champagne was cold and smooth, and I couldn't help but sigh. If there hadn't been that rain, how wonderful life would have been. Unfortunately, the end of the world has come. Even so, I secretly swore even if the world is destroyed, I will live a life of luxury. How much is a bottle of this champagne? I asked casually. 18,000. If you like, Mr. Hu, we can give you a box. Manager Yang said respectfully. 1 box? I smiled. I'll take it. Also, give me a truckload. Manager Yang's expression froze slightly. You mean the whole truck? Yeah, like those pickup trucks out back. Understood. He forced himself to remain calm. I'll prepare it for you this afternoon. I then added, add 1 cart of red wine, 1 cart of whiskey, and 1 cart of white wine. The higher the quality, the better. Manager Yang responded fluently and hurriedly wrote it down. When the car stopped in front of the restaurant, I saw Qinshan holding a little girl standing on the roadside from a distance. The sun shines on the face of the little girl. She is sitting in a wheelchair and looks as delicate as a doll. I got off the car and Qinshan pushed the little girl forward and said, Bubu, call someone. Hello, brother. Bubu's voice was clear. I squatted down and asked with a smile. Are you Bubu? How old are you this year? 7 years old. Where is my brother? She blinked her big eyes. 24, but you have to call me uncle. I joked. Dad said that people without beards are called brother. You are so handsome, you must be brother. Bubu retorted seriously. Then who is the uncle? I asked with a smile. Bubu pointed at Manager Yang. He is the uncle who has wrinkles on his face. Manager Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he obviously had a good impression of this little girl. This girl of yours is so adorable. I turned to Qinshan and said. As long as the boss likes it. Qinshan's eyes fell on Bubu, full of tenderness. Entering the restaurant, I flipped through the menu and asked Bubu. What do you want to eat? Brother, please treat me. Egg tarts, pineapple buns, ice cream, and chocolate. Bubu listed excitedly. Okay, I'll bring you a whole car. I said casually. Mr. Hu? Manager Yang was slightly startled. Egg tarts are not easy to store. Will 1 cart be 2? Huh? I looked up at him. Understood. Make arrangements immediately. Manager Yang quickly changed his words. But Qinshan couldn't help but frown. Boss, how can a child eat so much? It's okay, it will be useful in the future. I smiled mysteriously. During the meal, Bubu showed that he was sensible beyond his years, insisting on eating by himself. Qinshan, on the other hand, carefully inspected each dish before letting me use my chopsticks. The little girl is indeed lovable. After I fed her a bite of steak, the system actually prompted that my favorability level increased. Qinshan's favorability plus 10, now 39. Shinbubu's favorability plus 11, now 30. After the meal, the phone rang again. It was Mu Lingxiu. Mr. Hu, the ship owner has been contacted. Do you want to see if the itinerary can be adjusted? No change. I wiped the corners of my mouth and said calmly. We'll go there right away. It was still the stretched Lincoln, but with Qinshan and Bubu in the car, and the queue of small trucks behind also increased from 1 to 10, making the scene quite spectacular. Bubu's eyes widened and she was stunned. Especially when she heard that 5 of the trucks were filled with her favorite snacks. She couldn't recover for a long time. Qinshan was also stunned for a moment, and then sighed in a low voice. Good guy, do rich people buy things by the truck rate? Bubba turned to look at me, his eyes full of admiration, and his favorability score seemed to have soared to 40. But Qinshan frowned, showing a hint of suspicion, and his favorability dropped back to 29. He seemed to be wondering, what am I trying to do? At this time, Manager Yang's voice in the front row interrupted my thoughts. Mr. Hu, the port has arrived. I got out of the car, stretched out my hands towards Byabu, and said in a gentle tone, Byabu, can you please come down, brother? Byabu did not agree directly, but looked at Qinshan obediently, obviously waiting for his permission. Qinshan got out of the car immediately, hugged Byabu into his arms, and said firmly, Boss, you don't need to worry about such a small thing. I smiled, understanding Qinshan's caution. We have only known each other for a day, so naturally he would not let me get close to Byabu easily. But it doesn't matter, time is still long, Byabu is so cute, she will either be my goddaughter or my daughter-in-law in the future. Turning around, I said to Manager Yang, who was sorting out the accounts, You don't need to accompany me the rest of the way. Just settle the payment. Manager Yang handed over the POS machine with a respectful attitude. 4 carts of drinks and other supplies total 26.88 million. Snacks and desserts are just a small token of our appreciation. Okay. I swiped my card without hesitation. After seeing off Manager Yang, I took Byabu and Qinshan towards the dock. Just halfway through, he saw Mu Lingxiu coming towards him with a middle-aged man in a suit. Mr. Hu! Mu Lingxiu smiled sweetly. Qinshan immediately stood in front of Byabu and me, his eyes full of vigilance. I waved my hand to indicate it was okay, then looked at the middle-aged man, nodded and asked, Manager Li? Hello, Mr. Hu, I am Li Wei from Wanji Airlines. I will be in charge of the reception for this trip. Li Wei had a humble attitude and pointed to the depths of the pier after speaking. The cellar is already waiting, please come with me. Walking along the pier, I finally saw the protagonist of this transaction sand piece. It can be called a behemoth. The 155-meter-long giant yacht is far more shocking than the photos. Byabu's little face was filled with wonder. Wow! What a big boat! I couldn't help but open the panel of the yacht. Name, St. Pius, overall rating, A+, facilities, audio-visual room, concert hall, bar, swimming pool, luxury suites. Li Wei motioned for me to board the electric gangway. I tried my best to suppress my excitement and remain calm. As soon as we boarded the ship, 2 slim stewards came up to us. They smiled and bent over. Welcome to the San Pius, we are at your service at any time. I glanced at them without changing my expression, but I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Rich people really enjoy it. Li Wei reminded. Mr. Hu, the captain is waiting for you in the deck reception room. There was no sign of the captain in the reception room. Just as he was wondering, he suddenly heard a sound of water coming from behind him, and a blond man jumped out of the swimming pool. Qinshan reacted quickly and directly covered Byabu's eyes. Children can't watch. Byabu closed his eyes obediently and whispered, Oh. The blond man laughed and walked towards Li Wei. Li! We meet again! Billy! Li Wei shook his head helplessly. Your deal isn't over yet. Billy turned to look at me, looked up and down, and said in a provocative tone, You are the one who wants to buy my St. Pius? How much? I said coldly. 2.1 billion, no bargaining. He grinned, as if waiting to see me shrinking. I directly handed out a cashier's check and said simply, I'll give you the money, and the boat will be mine. Billy was stunned for a moment, then with a smile on his face, he quickly signed the contract and put the check in his arms. Boss, I wish you a happy use. After watching Billy leave, I stood on the deck and my eyes inadvertently fell on the 4 stewards dressed in cool clothes. They noticed it almost at the same time, their eyes lit up, and they walked towards me with sweet smiles. I was careless and couldn't get out of the way. I could only pray silently in my heart that Qinshan would stop them. However, Qinshan stood as steady as a mountain, covering Byabu's eyes with one hand, not moving at all. Brother Shin! Help! I sent out the last signal for help, but it was too late. 4 flight attendants had already rushed towards me, their flaming red lips bombarding me like raindrops. I tried my best to protect my set of short-sleeved shorts with 79 free shipping. My heart almost collapsed, and I almost cried. Finally, Qinshan reacted. He easily picked up the flight attendants one by one and threw them aside. Next time someone pounces on you, you must stop them in advance. I slumped on the sofa, my tone full of resentment. Shinshan looked innocent. I thought you were enjoying it, boss. I helplessly held my forehead, thinking that it would be in vain to argue with this piece of wood. After calming down, I called a meeting with the entire crew. When I saw the list, I was so shocked that I almost dropped my chair. There were 42 people on the entire yacht. 12 of them were responsible for driving the yacht, and the remaining 30 people were all stewards. This is indeed a world of rich people. After checking the personnel panel, I decisively decided to streamline the team and fired all the redundant flight attendants. I also gave them generous severance packages, and everyone left with a smile. Even Mu Lingxiu and Li Wei were politely sent away by me on the grounds of mission accomplished. At this moment, only me, Shinshan, and Bubu were left on the yacht. Brother Shin. I walked up to Shinshan, who was checking the yacht equipment. Why didn't you stop them just now? I thought you had no objection, he replied seriously. Next time, no matter who attacks, stop him first, do you hear me? I gritted my teeth. Understood, boss. Shinshan nodded like garlic. I sighed helplessly and glanced at his panel. The favorability level is still stuck at 29, and progress is maddeningly slow. But time was running out, and I had to speed up my plans. When I walked to the bow of the boat, I squatted down and rubbed Byobu's little head. Byobu, do you want to see your brother do magic? I want to see. What will my brother change? I can definitely guess it. Byobu's eyes were filled with anticipation. Then you have to watch carefully. I smiled and patted the hull of the yacht. 3, 2. As I snapped my fingers, the 100-meter-long sand piece disappeared from the dock in an instant without a trace. Byobu's eyes widened, filled with little stars, while Shishan was stunned. Obviously this scene was beyond his understanding. Isn't it awesome? I looked at them proudly. Brother is so awesome! Byobu clapped excitedly, his little face full of admiration. How did you do this? Magic! I pretended to be mysterious and made a hush gesture. It won't work if I tell you the secret. Oh, brother, tell Byobu. Byobu pulled my sleeves coquettishly. No. I smiled and shook my head. I'll show you the change next time. Next, I used the same technique to put all 10 small trucks into the space backpack. Byobu was dumbfounded and clapped non-stop, while Shinshan, although he didn't speak, was obviously deeply shocked. I didn't bother to explain, I just watched quietly as to how long he would hold it in. Let's go, time is running out. I pushed Byobu and took Shishan away from the pier and went straight to the airport. The disappearance of the yacht will definitely attract attention, and we must leave Australia as soon as possible. At 1:30 in the afternoon, we boarded the charter flight back to Jinling. During the 2-hour flight, I contacted the top-floor residents of the community and bought the entire floor at a price that was 30% higher than the market price. Although it's expensive, to me, it's just the price of a few truckloads of drinks. After the plane landed, I quickly took Shishan through the real estate transfer procedures and gave the 2 luxury houses to him and Byobu respectively. This is what I promised and must be fulfilled. Although the end of the world is approaching, these things will eventually become nothing but clouds, but now they are actually worth a lot of money. Chinshan's favorability +1, now 30. Seeing this prompt, a smile appeared on my lips. Sure enough, fulfilling your promises is a good way to increase your favorability. To strike while the iron was hot, I went to the 4S store again and paid the full price for a Brabus G800, which was registered directly in Shinshan's name. This car is definitely a rare weapon in the last 2 days of the apocalypse. I was busy until 7 p.m., and there were still 144 hours before the rainstorm came. We had dinner at a high-end restaurant, and I took away all the top-quality ingredients in the store. During the dinner, Byobu made me do another little magic trick, and my smile was brighter than the lights in the restaurant. When he got home, Byobu was so tired that he fell asleep. Shinshan silently followed me into the room. Brother Shin, sit down and have a drink. I took out the wine prepared by Manager Yang and found that it was Feitian Mutai from 20 years ago. After pouring 2 glasses, I raised my glass and said, If you want to ask anything, just ask. I'll give you 3 chances. Shinshan pondered for a moment, and drank it all in one gulp. Boss, who are you? As you can see, he's an ordinary man. I smiled and took a bite of the egg tart. You're wasting a question. He frowned for a moment and then asked, What do you want me to do? Protect my safety, I answered calmly. In exchange, I will also protect you and Byabu. The last question he asked was extremely serious. What is your purpose? I raised my glass and said in a low and firm tone, Live. Live better than everyone else in the coming apocalypse. Qin Shan's pupils suddenly tightened, and there was disbelief in his eyes. The end of the world? I stared at him calmly, with a calm and firm tone. On July 13th, at 7 o'clock in the evening, heavy rains poured down across the world, lasting for 49 days. After 49 days, the entire Orus Mountains, and even all land, may be flooded with rain, swallowed by the sea. After a pause, I added softly, And I just want to live. Qin Shan frowned, shook his head after a moment, and said, Boss, are you drunk? I smiled slightly and didn't argue anymore. With a wave of my hand, the items taken out of the space fell on the table one after another: red wine, gold, a pistol, and even a plate of egg tarts. These are prepared for the end of the world, including you and Byabu. I looked up at him, my voice low but full of power. If you think I'm crazy, you can leave. If you want to stay, dash. I picked up the wine glass, filled it with white wine, and handed it to him. From now on, we will be brothers. If I have a bite to eat, you and Byabu will be indispensable. Qin Shan was silent for a long time and took the wine glass but did not drink it. He solemnly put down the wine glass and said in a firm tone, Drink this glass of wine in 5 days. There are still 5 days on July 13th. During this period, I will help you with anything you need. If the heavy rain really falls, I will toast you again. If not, I will still fulfill the contract to protect you for 1 year. He looked at me with bright eyes and finally added, I have to be responsible for Byabu. Okay. I nodded and put down the glass. Drink again in 5 days. Qin Shan's favorability +9, now 39. Although it is still far from a perfect score, I am very satisfied with the progress this time. I put the wine glass into the space, sat back down, and cleared the table, leaving only the pistol. I pushed the gun in front of Qin Shan. Brother Shen, can I get more of this kind of stuff? Qin Shan glanced at it, and confirmed that it was a real guy. He nodded and said, Yes, but it depends on how much you need. I counted on my fingers. 1 for me, 1 for you, 1 for Byabu, a few for the captain and the medical team, and more. 8 is enough. Qin Shan thought for a moment and nodded. The problem is not big, but we need some funds. Gold or cash? I asked. Gold is better, cash is also fine, Qin Shan replied decisively. I took out 100 gold bars from the space and took a picture of a bank card. Take all the gold bars. There are 100 million in the card. You can spend it as you like. The money will be useless in a few days anyway. Qin Shan looked at the pile of gold bars, obviously used to my arrogance, and nodded. Don't worry, boss. But the quantity is so large that I may not be able to move it back by myself, so you have to go to the border to pick it up. No problem. I waved my hand, got up and walked towards the bedroom. The gun belt on the table is for self-defense. Qin Shan waved his hand. You need it more. I shrugged, said no more, threw myself on the bed, and fell asleep tiredly. The recent running around has left me as tired as a dead dog. The next morning, July 8th, there were still 132 hours before the end of the world. The alarm clock rings on time. I reached out to turn off the alarm clock in a daze, and suddenly realized I don't have to go to work today. It's finally time to put it on display. In my excitement, I decisively blocked all work groups with one click. Just as I was about to go back to sleep, there was a gentle knock on the door. Brother, are you awake? A soft voice sounded. It's Byabu. I had no sleep at all, and stood up and dressed with my aunt's smile on my face. Wake up. Byabu, is something okay? Brother, can you help Byabu? Byabu, can't open the door. Byabu's voice was anxious. I quickly opened the door and saw her sitting in a wheelchair, her face flushed, trying to reach the door handle of the toilet. Her arms were too short to reach. I'll do it. I quickly stepped forward to help her open the toilet door, and then asked cautiously, Bubu, can I go find an ant for you to help you? Bubu turned around and smiled sweetly. No need, brother, Bubu can do it himself. Watching her skillfully maneuver the wheelchair and pull out a catheter from behind, I felt bad. This girl is so sensible. I looked around and found that Shinshan was not there, and there was a note on the table. Boss, I'm going to do some work first. I'll ask you to take care of Bubu for the day. She is very sensible. If you are in an emergency, you can leave her alone at home. See you tomorrow morning? Depend on. This guy Shinshan actually just turned his back on him. I was just thinking about settling the score with him, when the toilet door opened, and Bubu's little face was full of apology. Brother, I'm sorry, can you help me flush the toilet? I can't reach it. I smiled helplessly and rubbed her head. Big brother can help you with little things. After cleaning up, I squatted in front of her and said seriously, Bubu, your leg, my brother wants to take you to the hospital for a checkup. Maybe it can be cured. Bubu lowered his head and whispered, Dad took me to see many doctors, and they all said that Bubu's legs are difficult to treat. It's hard, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. I looked directly into her eyes. Are you willing to try again? She hesitated for a moment and nodded gently. As long as Dad doesn't cry anymore, Bubu is willing to try anything. This girl is so sensible. I took out my cell phone and called the manager of Wanji Airlines. Charter a plane to Yujing today, and the cost is not a problem. No matter how much it costs, I must cure Bubu's leg before the end of the world. And by the way, I will build a medical team. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the atmosphere in Sheha Hospital was particularly tense. At this moment I have the cash power in my hands and a firm belief that everything has to have an explanation. A promise to donate to build a new inpatient building was enough to mobilize the resources of the entire hospital. Chief physicians from orthopedics, neurology, and traditional Chinese medicine gathered together to hold a high-level seminar for Bubu. The conclusion was straightforward and powerful: it can be cured. When I heard these two words, I took action immediately. Experts are abroad? Charter a plane to bring them back. Equipment is out of town. Charter a plane to ship it here. All difficulties are nothing to be afraid of in the face of money. However, at the critical moment when the treatment plan was finalized, a cold voice broke the calm. I object. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young female doctor standing out. She was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and her figure was particularly conspicuous among the old professors in the room. Even with her large black-framed glasses, she could not hide her natural beauty. Her tone was calm but unquestionable. The patient is too young. This treatment plan is extremely risky. Not only may it fail, it may also cause serious sequelae. Even if it succeeds, there will be hidden dangers as the body develops. The orthopedic director frowned and retorted, But this is the fastest way. The family members have clearly requested that the operation must be completed within 5 days so that the child can stand up. Why? She looked straight at me, her eyes sharp. Why? Bubu's time can wait, but my world can't. The end of the world is imminent, and I need a solution that can maintain health for a long time under the limited resources on the ship. This is my request. If this method doesn't work, think of something else. I tried my best to suppress my anxiety and answered calmly. The dean turned to look at her. Xiao, do you have any other ideas? There is an ancient recipe, she said calmly. Acupuncture combined with Chinese medicine for internal and external application can stimulate nerve recovery, and perhaps it will help her stand up slowly. How long will it take? I asked bluntly. Not sure. Maybe 3 to 5 years, maybe longer. 3 to 5 years? Who in the apocalypse can afford to spend so much time? I stared at her, trying to find a more direct answer from her expression. Suddenly, a familiar interface appeared in front of me. Name, Xiao Zissou. Skills, perfect consultation, perfect massage, perfect pharmacology, perfect acupuncture. Personality, kind-hearted, dark, curious, and a bit of a middle school student. Favorability 0. I was stunned. 6 perfect skills, a maxed-out skill tree. If I could bring her on board, wouldn't that be like having a top-notch medical team? Mr. Hu, she said, I know you may not believe in Chinese medicine. I believe it. I interrupted her immediately. I'll use your plan and ask Dr. Xiao for help. Xiao Zis's favorability +5, now 5. The dean nodded. Then leave it to Xiao Xiao, and the others can go back and deal with their own affairs first. Soon, Xiao Zisu and I were the only ones left in the room. Dr. Xiao, how does this plan work? Acupuncture and massage every day, combined with Chinese medicine treatment. It's best to do it once in the morning and once in the evening. Do you have to come every day? It's best if it's me. Once they learn the technique, others can do it too. There was a hint of casual confidence in her tone. Then it's you. I nodded and smiled. Dr. Xiao, can you come to my house for treatment? She raised her head slightly, with a slight smile on her lips. Mr. Hu, you really know how to make requests. But I heard that you just donated a building? Yes. Add the words traditional Chinese medicine. No problem. That's fine with me. She agreed readily, stood up and packed her things. Let's go. I followed her and couldn't help asking. Is it that simple? No other requirements? What are you standing there for? She turned around and smiled. I'll tell you more later. I'll go check on your family first. We walked all the way to the hospital parking lot. She drove me to a warehouse in the suburbs, and the moment she opened the door, I was stunned. In front of me is a room full of Chinese medicinal materials. Dozens of antique medicine cabinets are neatly lined up, and the ground is filled with medicinal wine jars, like a small Chinese medicine museum. How much are these herbs? I couldn't help but test. I won't sell them no matter how much money you pay. She shook her head. These are passed down from my family. Some of them have long been out of print. What if we move to Jinling? I can build a bigger traditional Chinese medicine building. Xiao Zis's favorability +5, now 10. That depends on what my dad thinks. She paused. But he's on an exchange trip to Japan, so I'm afraid he won't be able to come back in the short term. Wajima? With the apocalyptic tsunami coming, it would be strange if he could come back. Can we let him come back early? No. He must take this opportunity to bring back some lost ancient recipes. It doesn't matter, let's take Xiao Zisu on board first. She skillfully selected a bunch of medicinal herbs and carried them out of the warehouse. Not long after, a pink Kian stopped in front of me. The window rolled down and the person in the driver's seat raised an eyebrow at me. Get in. Shiso? I was stunned. She had changed into a JK uniform, and her professional look was totally different from before. Call me Zisu outside. She smiled calmly, turned to Bubu and said, Bubu, I will be your doctor from now on. Thank you, Sister Zisu, Bubu replied sweetly. At this moment, my goal is clear, not only Xiao Zisu, but also her family, her medicinal materials, and her experience, all must be brought on board. In the end times, such a hexagonal all-round nanny is simply a magical existence. Chapter 12 Weapons done. While Xiao Zisu was moving the herbs into the car, Huyu volunteered to close the warehouse door for her. I ran around the warehouse as fast as I could, and when I went out to close the door, there were only a few spider webs left in the warehouse. In the car, Huyu contacted a charter flight back to Jinling. I don't know if it was a deliberate arrangement by the airline or a coincidence, but Mu Lingxiu was among the flight attendants on these charter flights. She is the one who takes care of Bubu on the plane every time. Isn't Xiao Zisu looking for a nurse? Mu Lingxiu also happens to be proficient in nursing skills, so... Huyu sat on the sofa and looked at Mu Lingxiu, who was teasing Bubu with a small toy. Ms. Mu. Mr. Hu? Mu Lingxiu immediately stood up, with a smile on her face, and responded respectfully. Excuse me, what do you need? I wonder if you would consider changing jobs? Huyu extended an olive branch to her, and another flight attendant next to him immediately showed an envious look when he heard it. If you work for a young wealthy man of this level and seize the opportunity, you may very likely become a phoenix. If it were her, she would be happy even to be a cleaner. Mu Lingxiu did not agree directly, but asked, What do you plan to hire me for? Take care of Bubu. Huyu did not hide it. You have seen it, Bubu needs a personal nanny. If you agree, you can set any conditions. Here it is again. Xiao Zisu, who was lying on another sofa, glanced at Huyu. Could this guy be some nouveau riche? Nanny. Mu Lingxiu was a little hesitant. Putting aside the salary and other things, if she was just a nanny, it would be difficult to get her to give up the job of flight attendant. You can think about it and give me an answer before tonight. Okay, thank you Mr. Hu for your appreciation. Yu doesn't necessarily have to choose her, but for the sake of the warm baby, he gives her a chance to choose. Our Lady? This personality trait is not good, but when it comes to taking care of Byobu, there is nothing more suitable than this. The plane landed at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yu took the airport car directly back to the community gate. Because it was an old neighborhood, Xiao Zissou just took a look and her expression was dull. He lives right here? Those who take the plane are all chartered. Let alone a detached villa, they should at least have a large flat, right? Isn't this community too old? Could it be that this nouveau riche hasn't had time to purchase a property? Xiao Zissou's mind was full of curiosity about Yu, so she helped him carry Byobu down from the car, and the two of them walked towards the community. As the three of them walked into the community, they heard a discussion in the distance. I saw 3 middle-aged ladies sitting in the pavilion in the community, eating melon seeds and chatting. Hey, have you heard? The guy on the 28th floor seems to have made a fortune and bought all 28 floors in one go. What do you mean by getting rich? Didn't I hear that she was kept by someone? And it was a man who kept her. That's right, you can do anything else at such a young age. Why do you have to do this? Shh! Stop talking, someone is coming! These 3 ants have quite a loud voice. Yuk heard everything that was just said. But he ignored it. However, Xiao Zissou's eyes lit up. There's Melon. Her gossiping soul was burning, and she wished she could join this group of ants right now, holding some melon seeds. Just as she was about to move forward, Yu turned his head and looked at her. Dr. Xiao, can Byobu's medicine be ready tonight? That's right. I still have to make medicine. Let's talk about gossip next time. Xiao Zissou turned around and followed. No problem, you can trust me to do the job. That's good. Yu replied and continued forward. In the previous life, this group of ants caused a lot of trouble. They all have a naughty kid in their family, and when they get together, they are a complete group of devils. When the rainstorm first started, we were just making noise at home. But as supplies were consumed, the ants formed a group and morally blackmailed everyone in the building, wanting them to provide nutritious food for their children. Under the pretext that they are still children. Only a very few people paid any attention to them. Around the 20th day, they made trouble again, and no one had any food to give them. The children's crying and hunger swept through their brains, and they finally made the same decision. Exchange children for food. Yu recalled the scene and immediately shook his head, focusing his attention elsewhere, not even looking at the group of ants. He pushed Byobu and walked straight towards the unit door. Just as he was about to push the door open, a brightly dressed figure walked out. You Yuanchio. It really proves the saying that enemies often meet again. Ms. Yi. Yu took a step forward, protected Byobu behind him, looked her up and down, and found another identical necklace around her neck. In addition, there were some bruises under the sunglasses. It was probably Li Meng who did it. He couldn't help but laugh as he thought. I haven't seen you for a few days. How come you've become a panda? Yuanchio was instantly enraged. She raised her finger and pointed at Yu, and her eyes fell on Xiao Zissou behind him. With just one glance, she could tell that the clothes Xiao Zissou was wearing were all famous brands. Although they were old models, they were still expensive. Hey, this is the rich woman you found, right? No wonder she was able to buy the entire floor. Sister, don't blame me for not reminding you, this guy is just a scumbag who is just pretending to be rich. If you are with him, be careful not to be deceived by him. There's another melon. Xiao Zissou immediately stepped forward and took Yu's arm. Really? Tell me in detail. Yuanchio didn't say anything, but looked at Yu, threatening him with her eyes. It's as if to say, if you don't give in, I will expose your affairs now. Yu rolled his eyes. Are you going out or not? If she hadn't been occupying the aisle and Byobu's wheelchair couldn't fit in, he would have gotten into the elevator long ago. Why would he need to stand here and waste time with her? Snort! Yuanchio snorted coldly, as if she had something to do. Without further ado, she walked sideways out of the unit door. But when he passed by Xiao Zissou, he said earnestly, "Sister, be careful. The most terrifying thing is not the specific case, but the unknown. If Xiao Zissou really has something to do with Huyu, this one sentence is worth more than 1,000 words." The curiosity in Xiao Zissou's eyes became even stronger. Huyu had no intention of answering. He took Xiao Zissou and Biubu into the unit door and went upstairs to go home. As for Yi Wanqiu, she looked at the backs of the three of them, took out her phone and dialed. "Hello? Brother Tian? It's me, Wanqiu. The person you are looking for is back. Yes, he is at his house. He probably won't be leaving for a while. Then my account. Okay. Thank you, Brother Tian." It's 7 o'clock in the evening, and there are still 120 hours before the heavy rain falls. Huyu arranged for Xiao Zissou to stay in 2801 and ordered Yuten's takeout to be delivered to his home. After the three of them had a simple dinner, they watched Xiao Zissou give Biubu a set of acupuncture therapy. While she was doing the massage, the phone rang. Huyu turned on the screen and took a look. "Shinshan. Got it so quickly?" He answered the phone, and Shinshan's voice immediately came from the other end. "Boss, everything is done. I'll wait for you at Wanan Mountain in Jinjiao." "Good," Huyu replied, and the other party immediately hung up. It seems the situation is urgent. Golden Horn is a country in the south of China. It borders China, but it has been in a state of chaos among warlords all year round. It turns out that he went there to find a gun. He immediately contacted Wanji Airlines, and then looked at Xiao Zissou. "That Zissou, please look after Biubu tonight and tomorrow. I will definitely find a personal nanny for her tomorrow." Yes, but... Xiao Zissou flatly refused, but her hands never stopped. "You promised me that except for treatment time, I can freely control the rest of the time. Unless you can satisfy my curiosity." What do you mean?" "It's very simple." Xiao Zissou's eyes seemed to smile, and she looked up at Huyu. "Just answer 3 questions for me." Huyu was helpless. "What do you want to ask?" "No hurry." Xiao Zissou lowered her head and continued to massage Biubu. "Don't you have something else to do? Let's talk about it when you come back." "Good," Huyu replied and went downstairs immediately. He got a taxi as soon as he arrived downstairs of the community. But just as he was driving towards the airport, a Mercedes-Benz also stopped outside the community. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses got out of the car, followed by a bald man. The two of them looked at one of the buildings at the same time. The lights on the top floor of that building were on at this moment. Chapter 13 enough? I've really had enough. Airport. Huyu looked at Mu Lingxiu, who was receiving him, and suddenly felt helpless. "So, you guys don't get off work?" "There's nothing I can do." Mu Lingxiu smiled helplessly and said, "You are a big customer. Employees like us can only wait for your orders." "Okay, stop being so joking and help me with the paperwork." With the experience from previous times, Huyu was quite familiar with the process. It takes about 3 hours to get from Jinling to Jinjiao. Huyu was not idle during this period. He called Manager Yang of the casino. The purpose is certainly not to set up a gambling game, but to find someone. "Hello? Manager Yang? I'm Huyu." "Mr. Hu." Manager Yang was very surprised. "Are you planning to make an appointment for gambling? I will arrange it for you right away. When will you arrive in Ao Island? I will pick you up." "There's no rush for gambling." Huyu sighed. "I haven't been feeling well lately. Do you know any reliable Chinese medicine practitioners?" "Traditional Chinese medicine?" "Yes, I heard from my friend that there is a Mr. Xiao who has superb Chinese medicine skills. It's a pity that he is now in Hua Island. If you can ask him to come to Jinling to treat me, I think I will return to Ao Island soon." "Is he a Chinese medicine doctor named Xiao?" Manager Yang immediately grasped the key words when he heard it. "Don't worry, Mr. Hu, I will contact my colleagues in Wadao for you right away. If you need it, we can also find a professional doctor to come to Jinling to treat you." "No need, I just want to find this Dr. Xiao." Huyu decisively refused. "Money is not a problem." "Okay, I'll let you know as soon as I have any news." "Wait for your news." Yu hung up the phone and looked at the plane about to take off. For some reason, he felt panicky and subconsciously wanted to call Biubu. Mr. Hu? Mu Lingxiu stepped forward and gently reminded him. Please turn off your cell phone. If necessary, we will provide you with a satellite phone after the plane takes off. No. Yu turned on the airplane mode of his phone and put it aside. What do you think of my proposal this afternoon? Well? Mu Lingxiu was speechless for a while, and finally rolled her eyes and whispered. Mr. Hu, you should be back later, right? Well, what's wrong? I will ask for leave later. If you still see me on the plane, I will go with you after the plane lands. If not, I can only apologize. Good. Yu replied helplessly. Thank you for your understanding. Mu Lingxiu's favorability plus 10, now 30. Yu didn't say anything more. He felt the turbulence of the plane, and gradually closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the plane had landed at the airport. Mr. Hu, are you awake? Mu Lingxiu came forward and asked, handing over a hot towel at the right time. Hu Youjie took the towel and wiped his face. What time is it? It's 11 o'clock at night. We have landed at Golden Horn Airport for 10 minutes. Mu Lingxiu smiled and responded. We saw that you were too tired, so we didn't wake you up. Will it delay your work? Fine. It's only 10 minutes, the delay won't waste any time. Yu handed the towel back, stood up and picked up the phone. Can your car deliver here? Yes. Mu Lingxiu immediately responded. Where are you going? Wannan Mountain. Yu said this as he walked out of the plane and turned off the flight mode. Before he stepped onto the jet bridge, a text message popped up. The sender is unknown and there is a picture in the message. Just one glance and Yu stopped immediately. In the dim space, two women were tied to two chairs, one large and one small. Although their eyes were covered with black cloth, Yu could still recognize them at a glance. Xiao Zisu, Buba. Buzz. The bell is ringing. Yu immediately answered the phone. Hello? Who are you? TSK, you finally answered the phone? A voice that was obviously processed by a voice changer sounded. Mr. Hu, you are really hard to find. Yu did not answer, but was thinking. The other party kidnapped Zisu and Biabu, and called him frantically, so their target must not be them, but him. Who did I offend in Jinling? Li Mang? He probably wouldn't dare. Then there is only one person. Boss Tian. Maybe he discovered something. Boss Tian, the repayment date hasn't arrived yet, right? Mr. Hu is very smart. He should know that I am not after the 2 million, but something else. Boss Tian did not deny his identity, but came straight to the point. My brother told me that some of my things are in your hands. Brother? Li Mang? Yu only thought of this possibility. He had planned everything, but he could not have expected that Li Mang and Boss Tian knew each other. There are tens of millions of people in Jinling. What a coincidence. I can return your things, but I'm out of town right now and it'll take me some time to come back. Good. Boss Tian immediately replied. You disappeared for 3 hours, so I will give you 3 hours. Not enough. Yu immediately turned around and looked at Mu Lingxiu behind him. There are no more flights back to Jinling now. The earliest flight back to Jinling is 2 hours later. Mu Lingxiu immediately replied in a low voice. In 2 hours. I need 7 hours. In 7 hours I will bring you everything you want. Yu knew that he was no match for Boss Tian. Even if you want to go back, you have to take Shinshan back with you, otherwise you can only deliver food. 6 hours. Boss Tian's voice sounded. This is my bottom line. If you don't come, I can't guarantee what will happen to them. Jianghe Manufacturing Factory, I'm waiting for you. Good. Yu hung up the phone and ran directly outside the covered bridge. Quick! Arrange a car for me. Okay. Mu Lingxiu didn't know what happened to Yu, but she hurriedly contacted the shuttle bus as soon as possible. Yu immediately called Shinshan. Hey boss. It's me. Yu said hurriedly. I need your specific location now, and something happened to Biabu. What happened to Biabu? Shinshan's voice was obviously anxious. Yu immediately told Boss Tian's deal and how he took away Boss Tian's wealth and life. Of course, because they were still on the shuttle bus and Mu Lingxiu was still on the side, Yu didn't say the specific method. Favorability from Qinshan -20, now 19. It's all my fault. I didn't expect that guy surnamed Tian to react so quickly and leave Boo in Oris Hill like this. Now is not the time to talk about that. Qinshan did not express his attitude towards Yu, but said quickly, "How long until you arrive? Let me take a look." Yu looked at the address and imported it into the navigation system. A route appeared and the estimated time appeared. The fastest is 1.5 hours, and the round trip will take 3 hours. Too late. It's too late. Before Qinshan could speak, a crazy idea came into Yu's mind. Parking! Yu said to Qinshan. I'll find a way to come over. You wait for me where you are. He hung up the phone and looked at Mu Lingxiu, who was also on the shuttle bus. Is there a helicopter rental at this airport? I asked you if you had any. Yes. Yes. Mu Lingxiu nodded one after another. I rented it. Yu took advantage of the situation and sent the location on his mobile phone to Mu Lingxiu's mobile phone. No matter how much it costs, send me to this location now. Good. Mu Lingxiu responded, then helplessly replied. But even if I send you to this position, you can't get down. Who says there's nothing we can do? 10 minutes later. The sound of the helicopter echoed in Qinshan's ears. He looked up at the sky and saw a helicopter flying slowly. It hovered not far ahead before long, and then its altitude continued to decrease. Finally, it lowered to a height of only 20 meters above the ground, hovered in the air, and dropped a series of rope ladders, etc. Could it be? I saw a figure coming to the side of the cabin and climbing down the rope ladder. It's really him. The anger in Qinshan's heart was diluted a lot. He knew in his heart that this incident was too coincidental. Although it was related to Yu, it was not his intention. No wonder, it's not his fault. And for him, a rich man, to dare to take such a risk and come here is already showing the utmost sincerity. Favorability from Qinshan +10, now 29. 5 minutes later. Yu finally climbed down from the rope ladder and immediately called Qinshan. Hey, brother Shin, I've arrived at Wanan Mountain. Where are you? I see you. Brother Shin's tone became much calmer. Go east and you'll see me soon. Good. Yu didn't say much and immediately ran to the east. Soon I saw Qinshan. He stood in front of a bush, wearing camouflage and using a flashlight to guide Yu. His expression was very serious and indifferent, and his eyes seemed to be able to kill people. Yu didn't hesitate and ran all the way to Qinshan. Brother Shin, I'm sorry for you. Now is not the time to talk about that. Qinshan's tone was still indifferent. He raised his hand and landed on Yu's shoulder. Go and collect the goods first. It's too late for us to rush back now. Good. Hearing what Qinshan said, Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Qinshan up and down for a while, but couldn't see where the gun was. Brother Shin, where is the stuff you mentioned? Later. Qinshan said and swept the flashlight back. Under the bushes, 8 trucks were lined up in a row. Yu. 8 loads of munitions. Didn't I just want 8 guns? What are you doing standing still? Qinshan urged anxiously. Hurry up and receive the goods. Ouch. Yu replied, but still couldn't help but be curious, and stepped forward to open the container of a truck. A bunch of AKs were lined up in the carriage, and boxes after boxes of bullets were piled in the center of the carriage. It was visually estimated that there were at least hundreds of AKs and thousands of boxes of bullets. The pungent smell of gunpowder swept over him, making Yu tremble with fear. This car is a rifle. Qinshan stepped forward and explained. The other vehicles are pistols, sniper rifles, RPGs, and various tactical grenades. I have very few pistols and RPGs, only one vehicle, and the others are all vehicles. Is this enough? Enough? I've had enough. These 8 carts of munitions are enough to arm 8 companies. Yu swallowed, not daring to put these things outside. He immediately put them into his space backpack and made the 8 gesture to him again. Brother Shin, didn't I say we would get 8 guns? Ah? Shinshan was stunned and made the 8 gesture. 8 handfuls? I thought you bought things by the truck. This 8 doesn't mean 8 cars? Who is a good person who wants to buy 8 trucks of arms? Huyu complained helplessly, but he had done everything, and the focus now was not on arms, but on Byobu and Zisu. He shook his head and immediately ran out of the bushes. Forget it, let's go back first. With these things, we can save Byobu. No! Not enough! Shinshan started running as he said this. When he passed by Huyu, he picked him up by the waist, carried him behind his back, and rushed towards the helicopter at a faster speed. Boss, I remember you wouldn't mind hiring more bodyguards, right? Let me confirm first, your so-called sum aren't calculated by car again, are they? Chapter 14 Assemble. On the plane back to Jinling. It was already 11:30 in the evening. There are still 5.5 hours left before the time agreed with Boss Tian. Once on the plane, Huyu saw Mu Lingxiu again. But now he was in no mood to discuss the personal nanny with her. He just watched Shinshan holding the satellite phone and calling people one after another. The method is also very concise, with only 3 sentences per phone call. The first 4 phone calls were all, "It's me. Something happened to Byobu. Jinling, meet at the airport within 5 hours." After speaking, the other party will immediately hang up the phone. As for the 5th call, Shinshan thought for a long time before dialing it. The first 2 sentences are the same, only the 3rd sentence is different. Jinling, Jianghe Manufacturing Factory. Everyone on the other end of the phone seemed to know Byobu. Huyu sat across from him and watched. Until the last call was hung up, he did not ask Shinshan what he meant. All right. Shinshan put down the phone and looked at Huyu. Before he could speak, he took the initiative to explain. Actually, Byobu is not my biological daughter. Huyu was stunned. Is it so exciting from the beginning? To be precise, she is the child of my comrade in arms. Shinshan's eyes scanned the table, seeming to be looking for something. Huyu immediately understood. Here comes a bottle of wine, is there any white one? Yes, Mr. Hu. Mu Lingxiu responded respectfully, and immediately brought a bottle of Maotai to the table. The quality of this bottle of Maotai is naturally not as good as the one prepared by Manager Yang, but it is still okay to drink casually. She poured the 2 of them a drink and walked towards the cab in a sensible manner, not intending to listen to the gossip. Shinshan picked up the wine glass and drank it down, then continued. There are 7 people in our team. During an overseas mission, the captain died trying to protect us. Byobu is his only relative. I can't go into details about the specific mission. In short, after that mission, other members of our team were also punished and everyone was expelled from the military. In order to cause some unnecessary trouble, I took Byobu and hid on Ao Island. I thought that with my own skills I could make money to help her get back on her feet. I didn't expect. Shinshan drank another glass of wine. Huyu also knew what happened next. Shinshan was not popular in the bodyguard company. Perhaps he had offended some senior management, which caused him to keep doing cleaning work. And because he had to maintain Byobu's daily expenses, he had no way to resign and had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue working. As for the so-called unnecessary trouble, Huyu still remembered the diagnosis Xiao Zisi gave Byobu at that time. The bullet hit the spine and left and right leg bones. It was quite a troublesome thing. It was probably related to the overseas mission. Boss. Shinshan's eyes were red. He picked up the wine glass and looked at Huyu. I haven't finished speaking, but you should be able to understand what I mean. If you think we, father and daughter, are too troublesome, you can still regret it now. I will find a way to repay you the money and favors. Trouble? What kind of trouble can there be when the apocalypse comes? Brother Shin. Huyu picked up the wine glass and touched it with Shinshan. I call you Brother Shin. Byobu is my niece. It's a family matter. It's no trouble to talk about it. Come on, drink. Good. Favorability from Shinshan plus 20, now 49. The 2 clinked glasses and drank the last glass. I have business to do later, so it's not advisable to drink too much. By the way, Brother Shin, there is something I have to say first. Yu put down his wine glass and looked at Shin-chan seriously. You say. Your comrades may be good soldiers, but that doesn't mean they can be good bodyguards. Whether they stay or not is a mutual choice between the two of us. So you understand, right? Certainly. Shin-chan nodded. Boss, you are very good at giving them this opportunity. That's good. After saying that, Yu closed his eyes and rested his mind, waiting for the arrival of 12 o'clock. Tomorrow is the third day. The system will be upgraded again. I don't know if there will be any surprises. Half an hour passed quickly, and a crisp sound sounded at the right time. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving for 3 days and system upgrade. Unlock new features, survival blind box. Note, you will get a blind box every day. After the blind box is opened, you will get random items, creatures, and skill books to help you survive better. Until next upgrade, March 10th. Survival blind box. Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he felt that there was an extra black egg in the space backpack. Just crack the egg open to get random items. It's a pity that I'm still on the plane, so I can't use my spatial abilities at will, so I can only watch it after I get off the plane. 3 hours later. The plane landed at Jinling Airport. Yu asked Mulingxiu to go home and wait for news. He still had business to do and would come to her in the morning to discuss the specific work content and salary. When he and Shin-chan came out of the airport, they saw 2 muscular men far apart, standing on both sides of the airport gate. At this point, there are no flights landing except for their charter flights. I think these 2 should be Brother Shin's comrades in arms. 2 panels popped up in front of you almost at the same time. Name, Li Ji. Gender, male. Age, 28. Skills, perfect driving, perfect cooking, proficient in survival, proficient in first aid, proficient in fighting, proficient in firearms, proficient in off-roading, proficient in assassination, proficient in swimming. Personality, loyal, kind, stubborn, protective. Favorability, 0. Name, Su Zilong. Gender, male. Age, 27. Skills, epic firearms, perfect combat, perfect assassination, proficient in survival, proficient in off-roading, proficient in driving, proficient in first aid, proficient in electronics, proficient in swimming. Personality, loyal, impulsive, decisive, defensive, arrogant. Favorability, 0. Yu rubbed his eyes and looked at Su Zilong's skill column again. Epic skills. Beyond perfection, there is actually a level. In other words, this person's firearms level is 1 level higher than Shin-chan. No matter what, this person must be accepted. Personality and stuff. It doesn't matter. As long as he is loyal enough and obeys orders, being impulsive is nothing more than a minor problem. Brother Shan! When Li Ji saw Shin-chan, he immediately came up to him and complained. Why did you bring this guy here? If I don't come, will it be up to you to save Byoba? Su Zilong also stepped forward at the same time. His tone was extremely cold. Apparently, there was a conflict between the two. This conflict should not include Shin-chan. Okay, now is not the time to argue. Let's talk business first. Shin-chan took a step back and introduced Yu, who stood up. This is my boss, and I am now his bodyguard. In addition to Byobu, the person kidnapped this time is also a female friend of his. The favorability degree from Su Zilong is -10, now it is -10. Oh? Su Zilong snorted softly and looked at Yu with dissatisfaction in his eyes. So, Byoba's kidnapping this time has something to do with you. A chill suddenly came over me. Under the scorching heat, Yu shivered. Zilong! Shin-chan frowned and stood in front of Yu. We have some things to discuss later. Let's go rescue Byoba first. Snort. Su Zilong snorted coldly and said directly. It's enough for me to go to the address. Since you want to be someone's bodyguard, it would be better for Byoba to be taken care of by me. Just you? Another voice sounded from the gate outside the airport. I saw a pair of twin brothers walking slowly, and the leader sneered. You are not afraid of raising Byoba to be autistic. Autism? Brother, leave it to him to raise him. It's not sure whether Bubu can live to adulthood. Huyu looked at the two people at the door, and two more panels popped up. Name, Zhao Zhong. Gender, male. Age, 28. Skills, perfect first aid, perfect survival, proficient off-road, proficient fighting, proficient cooking, proficient firearms, proficient assassination, proficient swimming, proficient survival. Personality, loyal, heroic, protective, gossipy. Favorability, 0. Name, Zhaoyi. Gender, male. Age, 28. Skills, perfect firearms, perfect fighting, proficient assassination, proficient driving, proficient cooking, proficient first aid, proficient off-roading, proficient swimming, proficient survival. Personality, loyal, heroic, protective, superstitious. Favorability, 0. There are also 9 skills. These 4 people, like Shinshan, possess the same 9 skills. The only difference is the perfect skills they have mastered. Li Ji is mainly responsible for driving and cooking. Zhao Zhong is mainly responsible for first aid and survival. Zhao Yi is mainly responsible for firearms and fighting. As for Su Zilong, not to mention the epic firearms skills, combat and assassination are also at a perfect level. This is definitely a big killer. Huyu suddenly wanted to win over others. If these 4 people could all be brought under his command and cooperated with the 8 carts of arms, they would be able to go sideways. Everyone is here. Shinshan glanced at the 4 people and immediately ordered. Perform the mission first, and then talk about other things. Yes. Even if the 4 people were not united, they all responded in unison at this moment. They immediately lined up in a line and waited for Shinshan's next instructions. Li Ji, Zhao Zhong, Zhao Yi, ride with me. Zilong, drive behind me. Yes. Set off. Shinshan immediately ran towards the parking lot. Everyone else can keep up, but Huyu? He is just a hard worker. Not to mention how long it has been since I exercised. Even if my body is at its peak, it is impossible to keep up with their pace. Li Ji, help! Yes. Li Ji replied, immediately ran back, carried Huyu behind his back, and followed him again. Sorry for the trouble, Huyu said with a blushing face. Li Ji replied without any emotion. It's okay. No. Strengthening physical fitness has to be put on the agenda. It would be embarrassing if I had to rely on these good brothers to carry me when I ran for my life in the future. Everyone gets on the bus. Li Ji threw Huyu to the passenger seat and got into the driver's seat. Position. Huyu immediately replied. Jianghe Manufacturing Factory. Sit down. After Li Ji said that, he stepped on the accelerator. A pushing feeling hit his back, and Big G rushed directly to the suburbs. The speed exceeds 130 per hour. The off-road vehicle driven by Su Zilong behind him kept biting at the back, as if it was racing. That's not right. Didn't Brother Shin make 5 phone calls? Why are there only 4 people here? Huyu turned to look at Shinshan in the back seat, and couldn't help but ask. Brother Shin, isn't there another person? He has already gone. What? There was an exclamation in the car. Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi spoke at the same time, and even Li Ji, who was driving, was no exception. Brother Shan, did you find that person? Zhao Zhong asked with a trembling voice. What else? Shinshan shook his head helplessly. He is in Jinling. He is the only one who can rush there as soon as possible. Then are we still going? Li Ji asked doubtfully. Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi also looked at Shinshan at the same time. Go, maybe we haven't gotten together for a long time, so it's time to get together. For a moment, the other 3 stopped talking. Even Li Ji's car slowed down a lot and returned to normal speed, as if he was deliberately avoiding something. The 5th person. Who exactly is this person? Chapter 15, Returning a Green World. Outside the Jianghe manufacturing plant. When everyone arrived, it was already 3:30 in the morning. There is still an hour and a half left before the time agreed with Boss Tian. The Jianghe manufacturing plant is brightly lit at this moment. After Li Ji parked the car, Su Zilong rushed in without waiting for everyone to get out. When almost approaching the gate, a figure stopped at the door. Dust and smoke rolled up. Su Zilong jumped out of the car and walked into the factory with a tang sword in his hand. "Reckless man!" Li Ji cursed through gritted teeth. "That is," Zhao Zhong also echoed. "If Biabu is still being held hostage, just rush in like this, haha." "Continue." Chen Shan frowned and said, "How dare you scold him when you see him later?" As he spoke, he opened the car door and walked toward the manufacturing plant. Li Ji and others looked at each other and did not dare to refute, so they could only follow Chen Shan and walk inside. Hu Yu is now more and more curious about the last person. As he walked through the dust and smoke and walked into the manufacturing plant, the sight in front of him made him stunned. Su Zilong knelt down. Su Zilong, who possessed perfect fighting and perfect assassination, was half kneeling on the ground, with a woman wearing a red vest behind him. She had her hair tied in a high ponytail and had a very slim figure. She looked to be about 1.7 meters tall, but her weight might be less than 100 kilograms. That thigh is not even as thick as Hu Yu's arm. But such a woman was enough to pin Su Zilong to the ground, making him unable to even stand up. And behind them, a group of people led by Boss Tian were tied up and thrown together, and everyone's eyes, mouths, and ears were stuffed tightly. But Xiao Zissou and Biabu were also among them. They were not rescued, but they were out of danger. The panel pops up instantly. Name: Ancienner. Gender: female. Age: 25. Skills: epic combat, epic assassination, epic firearms, epic off-road, epic disguise. Personality: loyal, cute, heroic, defensive, few words, afraid of strangers. Purity: 100. 5 skills. 5 epics. If they were placed in a card-drawing game, and Qin Shan and Su Zilong were considered SRs, then Lingxian would be a proper SSR. This woman, could she be the last member of Qin Shan's team? Sienna. Qin Shan stepped forward and said, "Let Zilong go first." "Oh." And Sienna immediately let go and took a step back. "And Sienna!" Su Zilong stood up helplessly and rubbed the shoulder that had just been pressed. "You did it on purpose, right? You knew it was me and you still took action?" And Sienna turned to look at Su Zilong and said in a very calm tone, "You may not be here to save Biabu." "I forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you." Su Zilong didn't dare to lose his temper with her and went straight to Biabu. "I'll take Biabu away now. Do whatever you like," etc. As soon as Qin Shan finished speaking, Ancienner stood in front of Su Zilong in a flash. It seemed that if he just said, "Kill him," Ancienner would take action without hesitation. "Zilong, calm down first." "I'm calm now." Su Zilong turned to look at Qin Shan. "If you can't protect Biabu, then let me do it. I will never let her suffer this kind of injustice." Qin Shan was speechless for a while. He had no choice but to turn his head and look at Hu Yu. "Boss, please take care of Biabu first. I have something I want to talk to them about first." "Good." After saying that, Qin Shan turned around and walked out of the warehouse. Several other people followed along. Hu Yu quickly walked up to Biabu and reached out to take off her earplugs. This action made her body tremble, but she didn't make any sound or movement. He continued to remove the cotton stuffed in Biabu's mouth and the blindfold on her head. "Biabu, it's me." Biabu felt relieved instantly, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. "Brother Hu Yu! Hurry! Sister Zissa was also kidnapped with me." "Be good, it's okay." Hu Yu rubbed her head. "Don't be afraid, Biabu, you and Sister Zissa are safe." Biabu responded, his little bun-like face full of determination. "Brother, I'm fine, you go save Sister Zissa first." "Okay, Biabu is the best." Hu Yu praised him and untied the rope on Biabu, then came to the side and took off Xiao Zissa's blindfold. The first time she saw Hu Yu, she was not timid or weak, but just asked 2 words. "Where are the people?" "Who?" Hu Yu squatted down and untied the ropes on her. "Are you talking about Biabu?" "No, I mean the people who kidnapped us." Xiao Zissa replied, stood up from the chair and moved her wrists. Her eyes instantly fell on the people who were tied up, and she was obviously shocked. Did you do all this?" "Of course not." Hu Yu didn't mean to take credit. He raised his hand and pointed outside the manufacturing plant. The person who saved you is having a meeting outside. I will introduce him to you later. There's no rush yet. Xiao Zissa looked at Boss Tian in the crowd, moved her wrist and walked towards him. You dared to kidnap me, you are really impatient to live. Hey, what are you doing? Hu Yu hurriedly followed. It's not that he's worried about Boss Tian's safety, the main reason is that it's not the end of the world yet, and it's a society governed by law. If he goes out of his way, he won't be able to explain it to Shinshan and the others. Don't worry, I won't kill him, lest I get my hands dirty. Xiao Zissa pulled out 3 slender golden needles from her hair. But death penalty can be avoided, but living crime cannot be avoided. She took a step forward and quickly inserted 3 golden needles into 3 acupuncture points on Boss Tian's body. Ah! A scream sounded. Shinshan and others outside the manufacturing plant immediately filed in, and happened to see Xiao Zissa behind Boss Tian. No one knew him before. The woman named Anciener has rushed over at this moment. Anciener, no! When Shinshan's voice fell, Anciener stopped. A strong gust of wind came. Her calf was about to fall on Xiao Zissa's face. Don't be impulsive! Hu Yu immediately stood between the 2 women. We are all our own people. If you have anything to say, please speak it up. Anciena lowered her legs slowly, but her eyes were still fixed on Xiao Zissu, who took advantage of the situation and pulled out 3 golden needles from Boss Tian's body. You just saved us, right? Xiao Zissu took a step forward, inserted the golden needle into her hair again, and stretched out her right hand towards Anciena. Hello, my name is Xiao Zissu. Anciena didn't respond and turned her gaze to Hu Yu again. You said the end of the world is coming? Hu Yu looked at Shinshan, who nodded silently. It seems that Brother Shin told them about that matter. Also, except for that situation, there is no way this group of people can get together. The end of the world? Xiao Zissa also turned to look at Hu Yu, his eyes full of curiosity. Boss Hu, what on earth is going on? The eyes of the rest of the people were also full of doubts, and they were all waiting for his answer. Let's go home first and then talk about it. Hu Yu looked at Boss Tian and others who were still tied to the ground. What should we do with these people? Let me go! Xiao Zissu immediately volunteered, saying that she was going to pull the needle out of her hair again. Give me 15 minutes, and the world will be green again. Green? Hu Yu was stunned. Vegetative people, aren't they just green? Good guy, is this the effect of plus being evil? Hu Yu looked at Shinshan and found that everyone, including him, had already walked towards the door. Hey, the weather is nice today. We can even see the stars. Yeah, Brother Shan, do you think it will be sunny tomorrow? I don't know. Sienna, come out and take a look too. Oh. As they were talking, the group of people all left the factory. Li Ji even ran back and took Bubu out with him. Xiao Zissa jumped and started planting trees, while Hu Yu squatted in front of Boss Tian, took out a luggage bag from his space backpack and put it on his back, and took off his blindfold. Hello, Mr. Tian. Ah. A wailing sound was heard. Boss Tian began to sweat coldly, but he still managed to reply. Mr. Hu? Mr. Hu? Hu Yu looked down at the time and said, It's about an hour before the time we agreed to meet. You don't mind, do you? No, I won't. Ah. Another howl. Boss Tian's legs trembled slightly. He didn't understand how he had offended this great god. Mr. Hu, I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. I'm sorry for offending you. Please don't take it as a fault. No, don't you want something? I'll find it and give it back to you. Hu Yu opened the luggage bag and started taking things out. Bang! An AK was lying on the ground. Is this it? Boss Tian was stunned on the spot and didn't even have the chance to shake his head before Hu Yu took out another Desert Eagle. Is this it? No. No. Boss Tian's lips trembled slightly. Hu Yu took out another 98K. Is that this? Not really. It can't be this, can it? Hu Yu said this and simply put the rocket launcher on the ground. Boss Tian, what did you lose? Just tell me directly. How would I know if you don't tell me? Right? Mr. Hu. Boss Tian was completely scared. He didn't know who this person was and how he could come up with these things. Those things are my honor to you. Please let me go. Oh. Hu sneered. There is a saying in your loan bank, what is it called? 9 out and 13 back, right? You kidnapped 2 of my men, and now I'm here to collect the debt from you. Is this how you plan to treat me? Among the contracts he took away, there were also a large number of photos, all of which were of women holding IOUs and wearing scantily clad clothes. Just one person had over a dozen loan contracts. From 5,000 yuan to 150,000 yuan, he still hadn't paid it back. Based on this alone, leaving him half paralyzed would be the lightest punishment, not to mention the kidnapping of Biabu. Then you tell me. As long as it's something that I, Tian Laolu, can do, I will definitely do it for you without any further ado. First, Hu asked in a deep voice. How did you know the things were with me? He had some guesses about this matter in his mind, but he still needed to confirm it. After all, he did not see Li Meng among these people. When he went there before, he specifically looked at the tea room. There are no surveillance cameras installed in the entire tea house, so the problem cannot be with the surveillance cameras. It's Li Meng. Yes, and Yi Wanqiu. Tian Lao immediately replied. Didn't you use that thing to scare Li Meng? Later, Li Meng found me, and I found Yi Wanqiu, and finally we confirmed that the thing was in your possession. Hu frowned slightly. And what about that woman? It was Yi Wanqiu who called me today and told me that you were back, so I took action. Okay, second thing. Hu interrupted Tian Laolu and continued. From today on, you will live next to Yi Wanqiu's house, watch over her, and don't let her leave this city. You should be able to do this little thing, right? Yes. Of course. Tian Laolu replied quickly. That's good. Hu stood up and looked down at Tian Laolu on the ground. Your body will feel a little uncomfortable after this. If you are obedient, I may help you recover after a month when I am in a good mood. Shiso, let's go. Okay. Xiao Zizi responded and inserted the needle into her hair. The two walked out of the manufacturing plant, Xiao Zizi's eyes full of curiosity. Yi Wanqiu? Is she the woman we saw yesterday? Hu responded. You don't want to tie her up and make her paralyzed, right? That's what I originally wanted to do. Xiao Zizi looked at Hu as if he was looking at someone of the same kind. But I don't want to think about it now. How? I believe you must have a better way to diagnose and treat her. I want to see it. Chapter 16 Get 100 million. 5 o'clock in the morning. After everyone returned home and put Bubu to sleep, they found an empty room for a meeting. Hu briefly recounted what he had told Shinshan, demonstrated the capabilities of the space backpack, and stated his purpose. After that, everyone introduced each other. After knowing that Xiao Zizi was the doctor Hu paid a lot of money to hire, everyone's favorability towards him, including in Sienna, increased by 10 points. Oops! Xiao Zizi exclaimed immediately. If I had known earlier, I should have brought all the herbs with me. You believe it? Li Ji immediately asked back. Don't you think this is nonsense? What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Zizi retorted. Haven't you seen so many similar articles on Huzhu? Existence is reasonable, and this kind of thing is possible. No, Boss Hu, you have to accompany me home tomorrow. No. Hu helplessly spread his hands and casually put out a Chinese medicine cabinet. When I closed the warehouse for you, I took it away. What a smooth move. Xiao Zizi complained helplessly. I don't care, you have to pay me for all these. Become. Hu said and took out a pile of gold bars from the space. These were unused items from the arms purchased by Qinshan. They had been placed in the truck and put into the space backpack before he discovered them. There is now about half of the pile of gold bars left, which is gold with a market value of 15 million. Everyone. Hu looked at everyone. I, Hu, never force others to do anything. We are friends when we meet each other. Whether you believe me or not, you can take and divide this pile of gold. It's not that I want to bribe you, but that I admire you personally. Brother Shen has told me not much about you, but I understand one thing. We can't have the peaceful and prosperous age we are now without your efforts. If you believe in me, use this money to stock up on supplies. If you don't believe me, you can use it to improve your life. Of course, it would be best if you could stay. I still say that in the end times, as long as you, have something to eat, I will never let you go hungry. This promise may seem cheesy, but everyone knows that if the end of the world really comes, this sentence is worth a lot of money. Su Zilong glanced at the gold, said nothing, sneered, and left on the spot. He was already giving Biubu face by sitting here and listening to Huyu finish his words. As for the rest, I'm in. Xiao Zisu was the first to speak. She yawned and walked towards 2801. I'm going to catch up on some sleep first. If the world really ends, I have to stock up on supplies tomorrow. Boss Hu, let's settle the money together when we stock up tomorrow. Good. Huyu didn't expect Xiao Zisu to accept it so smoothly. Yes, after all, she is a middle-aged otaku, so her receptive ability is definitely not weak. As for everyone else, brothers Li Ji, Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi both looked at Qinshan. Don't look at me, Qinshan said calmly. Boss Hu and I made an agreement that if the rain falls at 7 o'clock in the evening on July 13th, I will be in the same boat with him. The heavy rain has not fallen, and I will continue to protect him for another year. Brother Shan said so count me in. Li Ji volunteered on the spot. We'll wait until July 13th to see if there will be heavy rain. Same for both of us. Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi looked at each other, and Zhao Zhong spoke. He looked at Huyu and said, Boss Hu, right? This is for Bubu's sake. If the rainstorm doesn't fall and our two brothers turn around and leave, don't blame us for being unloyal. That's natural. Huyu replied and turned to look at Xianer. Xianer, how did you decide? Qinshan asked proactively. Can you eat enough? Absolutely. Huyu responded immediately and took out a large amount of high-end ingredients bought from Yuten and spread them all over the table. But now you still need to cook it yourself? Who of you will cook? Don't eat it yet. Qinshan stood up slowly. Everyone is tired today, why not rest first and talk about it tomorrow? By the way, boss, if there is anything else you need to stock up on, let our brothers handle it. It really does. Huyu immediately started counting. The first thing is food. We don't know how long the ocean will last. Naturally, the more food, the better. The second thing is medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine is far from enough. We also need some emergency Western medicine. Seeds of vegetables and fruits, these things will become absolutely rare items in the end of the world. There are also fuel and fresh water resources. The more of these too, the better. The last thing is power generation equipment, either solar or diesel. If there is anything else you need to add, you can speak up. Everyone looked at each other and heard Huyu reporting these things in succession, and understood how much he had prepared for that day. Leave the food to me. Qinshan spoke first. Li Ji followed closely. Then I'll get the fuel and fresh water. Leave the medicine to me. Zhao Zhong looked at Zhao Yi as he spoke. Leave the vegetables and fruit seeds to Xiao Yi. And Sienna raised her hand and pointed at herself. Me? Power generation equipment? No, you are responsible for other more important things. Qinshan shook his head. I will take care of the power generation equipment. Sienna, you are responsible for protecting the safety of the boss and Bubu. Oh. And Sienna responded calmly. Boss. Qinshan looked at Huyu. How many will we do this time? Or one car? No. Huyu slapped his bank card on the table. Get 100 million! Everyone was startled at first, but before they could speak, Huyu's voice continued to sound. 100 million per person! After arranging the tasks, Huyu finally returned to his little bed. It is now July 9th, 6 in the morning. There are still 109 hours until the end of the world. Huyu finally had time to take out the black egg he had obtained today. He knocked it open and a blue light suddenly burst out. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill book, Mastery of Tasting Food. Note: after using the skill book, your physical fitness and physical quality will automatically increase to the level of mastering the skill. The good news is, it's a skill book. The bad news: it seems to be of no use. It's the end of the world. Who has the mood to taste food? Even if they can taste it, so what? Can they live broadcast it to the world and let them watch me eat? Hu Yu's mouth twitched twice, but he still chose to use it. It's a free skill book, why not waste it? A burst of blue light suddenly came. Hu Yu didn't feel any changes, so he didn't think much about it and just fell asleep. I don't know how long it took, but a fragrance came to my nose. Meaty aroma, herbal aroma, and a strange aroma that I can't describe. This should be a medicinal meal made with high-quality pork bone soup, stewed with various Chinese herbs such as angelica, codonopsis, and wolfberry. As for that strange fragrance, it seemed to be right in front of me, but I couldn't smell what it was. Hu Yu moved closer and sniffed twice, but still couldn't smell it, so he could only raise his eyelids helplessly. Just one glance, and he jumped back in fright. Chapter 17. People have to bow their heads under the golden needle. A cool and beautiful face is right in front of me. Ancienne. Her eyes and eyebrows are just like Lin Dayu in the world, and just one look at them makes people feel pity for her. Of course, the premise is that you have never seen her take action. Why are you here? Brother Sean asked me to watch you. But you don't have to look at it like that. Hu Yu hurriedly covered himself with the quilt. He has a bit of a quirk. No matter how cold the weather is, he likes to sleep naked. Last night was no exception. No matter how tired I am, I force myself to resist the urge to sleep and take off all my clothes before going to bed. Oh. Unlingxian responded, and took out a pair of sunglasses from somewhere and put them on. Is this okay? Hu Yu. What the hell? Do you think that adding a black filter will not make it pornographic content? Hu Yu rolled his eyes helplessly, not daring to say anything more. Turn around first, I'll put on my clothes first. Good. And Lingxian turned around. Hu Yu put on his clothes as quickly as possible and looked at the time. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He put on his slippers and walked outside, and asked Ancienne, You won't stay up all night to watch over me, right? Asleep. That's good. Hu Yu subconsciously opened the door and found that he had locked it. He was subconsciously surprised how Ancienne got in. But thinking about her perfect assassination, it was just a matter of opening an ordinary wooden bedroom door. Isn't that easy? He didn't think much about it and said subconsciously, Let's go and eat first. The two walked out of the bedroom. Bubel was the first to react and immediately greeted them. Brother Hu Yu, Sister Ancienne. You are awake. Hey, are you awake? Xiao Zissa was busy in the kitchen and looked at the two curiously. How was your time last night? Were you happy? Don't make dirty jokes, the child is still here. Hu Yu yawned, walked to the dining table and sat down. Ancienne is here to protect us, don't tease her. I know. Xiao Zissa said as she placed a pot of broth on the table, along with 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks. I discovered earlier that this girl might be mentally impaired, but her bones and muscles are perfect. She must be born to practice martial arts. Aren't you a Chinese medicine practitioner? Hu Yu stood up and added more rice to Buba's plate. Do you also know about martial arts? The ultimate goal of traditional Chinese medicine is to maintain health, and the ultimate goal of martial arts training is also to maintain health. They are different paths to the same end. Xiao Zissa also added a bowl of rice to Ancienne. But it seems that there is no cure for this disease. I only heard some things from my grandfather. Grandfather? Hu Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Is he still alive? Invite him to come to Jinling to play for a while. Don't think about it, my grandfather has passed away. Xiao Zissa said unhappily. Today I heard from my dad that a boss named Hu asked him to come to Jinling to see a doctor and wanted me to go see him. Is he talking about you? Why doesn't this count? Hu Yu smiled helplessly and said, Isn't this also for your family reunion? Thank you. Xiao Zissa complained. Then may I ask, how are you going to explain to them the news of the coming of the end of the world? Then we can't just leave them alone, right? It's simple. Xiao Zissa sat down with a smile, added a piece of meat to Biubu, and also picked up a piece for Hu Yu. Boss who has so much money, why don't you build a hotel with a higher floor for them, and then sail a boat to pick them up when the end of the world comes? The room here is actually quite empty, how about? Ding. A golden needle fell on the table. Oops. Xiao Zisa picked up the golden needle and put it back into her hair. I accidentally dropped it. Boss Hu, please continue. What else do you want? Nothing. Hu Yu withdrew a message. He didn't know what Xiao Zisa's intention was, but when you are under the golden needle, you have to bow your head. We can't let Anciana take action, right? That's good. Xiao Zisa smiled like a flower. Let's eat, and then accompany me to stock up some things later. Good. Hu Yu looked at Anciana, who was standing beside him. She had been standing behind him without moving. She only spoke after Hu Yu made eye contact with her. Is it time to eat? Eat. Oh. Anciana sat down and began to eat with relish. After dinner, Hu Yu called Mu Lingxiu, confirmed the nanny arrangements, and asked her to come upstairs to see him directly. Mu Lingxiu was stunned at first, but after going upstairs and seeing Anciana and Xiao Zisu, she suddenly accepted this setting for some reason. It's just that look in the name, it always makes people feel a little weird. No matter what Hu Yu said, she decided not to call Hu Yu boss, but master. Bubu is also called Miss. Only the addresses for Xiao Zisu and Anciana seemed slightly normal. One is called Dr. Xiao, and the other is called Missin. The tone is just like that of an old maid in a novel about a domineering CEO. Hu Yu really didn't have time to find a second reliable nanny, so he had to leave her alone. He also did not tell her the news that the end of the world was approaching, in order to prevent this saintly woman from spreading the news and causing unnecessary trouble. After signing the employment contract, Hu Yu hired Mu Lingxiu with a monthly salary of 180,000 yuan, and asked her to take care of Bubu 24 hours a day starting from today. I first gave her a year's salary so that she could buy more things for the family. In the afternoon, he took 4 beauties, 3 big and 1 small, out to the street. I drove the Brabus G800 I bought all the way to the Old Street entrance. When they arrived at Kid Square at the entrance of Jinling Old Street, Hu Yu finally understood what Xiao Zisu was planning to stockpile. We strolled from the afternoon until the sun set. Xiao Zisu came as if she was here to purchase goods, and she said only 3 sentences when she entered a counter. It's all included. Send it here. Sometimes, before the salesgirl could react, she handed over a card and said the 3rd sentence. Swipe the card. Soon her bank card was maxed out, but luckily Hu Yu still had another card on her. It was a black card he applied for when he left the casino, commonly known as the Centurion Black Gold Card. The credit card limit is 1 billion. 7 o'clock in the evening. There are 96 hours left until the end of the world. Everyone was sitting in the hot pot restaurant. Xiao Zisu took out a small notebook and crossed out the last line on the shopping list. The down jacket and quilt are also taken care of. Xiao Zisu looked at Hu Yu and patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work today, Boss Hu. Ah? Still alive, everything is fine. Hu Yu was so tired that he was almost in a trance. He slumped down on the table, not even wanting to raise his head. If he wasn't afraid of embarrassment, he might have let Anciana carry him around. Oh, I'm just prepared for any eventuality. Xiao Zisu smiled with satisfaction. The cosmetics, clothes, and bags she stockpiled today will probably be enough for her to use for the next 800 lifetimes. Don't say that we don't have to talk about these things because the end of the world is coming. If conditions permit, every woman wants to be the most beautiful every day. It's okay. Since I promise you, then I will consider it as my sacrifice to accompany you. Hu Yu said nothing, waved his hand, and started showing off the hot pot. By the way, has the schedule for Uncle and Aunt been decided? It's already been decided. We'll arrive early on the 13th. Do you need me to charter a plane? Don't bother. Xiao Zisu picked up a meatball and put it in her mouth. Because then they will think that I am hooking up with some rich man. You don't have to go pick them up when they arrive. When the day comes, you can go over and explain things. Well, could it be that they picked up this leaky little cotton jacket? Is this how you treat your own parents? Hu Yu was speechless for a while. Okay, I'll listen to you. Mu Lingxiu was holding Bubu and listening at the side, her face full of confusion. What day? Meet the parents? Or are these two planning to get married? What you are waiting for is probably the physical examination report. Then should I be called Dr. Xiao or Madam from now on? Chapter 18. If a car with a B logo is a Mercedes-Benz? 9 o'clock that night. After everyone finished eating the hot pot and went home, they had not received any news from Shinshan and others. Thinking about it, this material worth 100 million is not so easy to get. But today, all the things Xiao Zisa purchased have arrived. Small trucks transporting valuable goods were parked at the gate of the community one after another. In front of each truck, there was an extremely professional shopping guide. The charming figure is in sharp contrast to the huge truck. Many people in the community gathered together to watch the excitement and guess what kind of goods were in the truck. Since they were in the mainland, Huyu did not make it too ostentatious. Instead, he asked them to move the goods upstairs one by one and store them in the empty room 2804. When the empty room is full, he puts them all into the space backpack and asks another brand to continue moving the goods. But no matter how low-key he was, he still attracted a lot of people to watch in the underground parking lot. Have you heard? Someone in our neighborhood won a big prize. They shipped several truckloads of luxury goods. Hey! I know. Isn't he the guy on the 28th floor? I heard that he's being kept by a rough guy. What do you mean by being kept? It's obvious that he is keeping someone else. There are 3 people who look like female celebrities. I saw them all. Yes, people are coming, isn't that it? Huyu happened to be taking Xiao Zissou and Enciener downstairs, while Mu Lingxiu stayed upstairs to take care of Biabu. These are the last 4 boxes left. Unlike other goods, the last 4 boxes contained various utensils and jewelry purchased from the jade shop. The utensils were what Huyu wanted to buy, and the jewelry was purchased as a side item. He had always liked jade and other things before, but unfortunately he didn't have the money, so the most he could do was buy a small piece of Hetian jade to wear. Now that I have the funds, I saw it while shopping and simply cleared out the stock from a dozen nearby stores. Of course, he doesn't want just any rubbish. Only high-quality items could catch his eye, with unit prices ranging from 6 figures upwards. He also bought a lot of jewelry. There are women on the boat too. They look good in the clothes and it's a treat for their eyes. Of the billions spent today, more than half was spent on this. The other goods were fine, they were just transported back by a small truck and moved upstairs. But there were a few things that the jade shop didn't dare to give away, and they were directly given to Huyu to carry with him. A set of imperial green jewelry, including a crown, necklace, earrings, pendant and bracelet. A set of coxcomb red jadeite is also made into a 5-piece set. There is also a set of mutton fat white jade and a set of top-grade Hetian jasper. In addition to the same 5-piece sets, the 2 sets of jade also include bracelets and jade pendants, a total of 7 pieces. Each of these sets costs well into the 8 digits. Among them, the bracelet and jade pendant made of mutton fat white jade are already worn by Huyu. It is said that jade can nourish people. Since we want to have a healthy life, we also need to maintain our health. Huyu ignored the discussion of the crowd and took Xiao Zissou to the underground parking lot. Come on, I said this car is theirs. Brabus G800, the ultimate G version. This thing is not cheap. What do you think was specially installed on this car? Seeing everyone discussing the car, a little boy jumped out of the crowd, pointed at the Brabus logo, and shouted to the crowd. Grandma, I want this car. Buy it for me. Buy it for me. My dear grandson. An old lady immediately exclaimed and squeezed out of the crowd. Okay, Grandma will buy it for you right away. Hey! Xiao Hu, what kind of car is this? I want to buy one too. Where did you buy it? Huyu turned his head and glanced at the man, his eyes full of disgust. Aunt Wang. One of the 3 aunts who were gossiping last time. Relying on the fact that his son works for a big company and earns nearly 1,000,000 yuan a year, he always feels that he is superior to others. In addition, he also works in the so-called neighborhood committee, so he has to get involved in everything. To put it nicely, this is called being kind-hearted. To put it bluntly, this is called the Pacific Police. In the previous life, she was the one who took the lead in organizing everyone to give priority to providing food to the elderly and children. No one, including Huyu, expected the rainstorm to last so long, so they distributed some of the food. But unexpectedly, the elderly people in the building didn't get a single grain of rice, as all the food was given to the mischievous devils from these 3 families. Not only did they eat the leftovers, some people even saw them throwing away a lot of leftovers. In this life, who you will not let her succeed. Mercedes-Benz 4S store, go ask them. Huyu replied calmly, carrying the box and preparing to go upstairs. Even if we need to settle the score, it's not now. Benz? Aunt Wang was stunned. She looked left and right, but couldn't see how this car looked like a Mercedes-Benz. The car logos are different. Huyu didn't intend to explain too much. Just as he was about to close the trunk, the child jumped up and rolled around in the trunk. I don't care! This is my car! Grandmother! The little devil looked at Aunt Wang and said, I want this car! I want it now! The harsh sound echoed in my ears. Okay, Grandma will buy it for you. Aunt Wang looked at Huyu and said, Xiao Hu, don't lie to me. Does a car with AB logo mean it's a Mercedes-Benz? My grandson likes your off-brand car. Give me a price. Is 200,000 enough? The extra money can be regarded as the compensation for lost work. Give me the car keys first. I will come to you tomorrow to handle the transfer and give you the money then. A no-name car? 200,000? It's not even enough to pay the tax on this car. Huyu did not answer, but Xiao Zisi next to him came over holding one of the boxes. Auntie, you'd better take your grandson out of the car quickly. 200,000 is not enough to buy a wheel for this car. That's just nonsense. Aunt Wang rolled her eyes at the two of them and said, Even if you want to rip me off, you shouldn't do it this way. Huyu rolled his eyes and didn't bother to explain. Sienna, take the person out of the car. Hey, let me do it! Xiao Zisi was afraid that Sienna would hurt the child, so she took the initiative to step forward and tried to take the little devil away. As she put the box in the trunk, the little devil immediately began to struggle. I don't want it! I don't want it! With one kick, he kicked the box directly out of the trunk. Fortunately, Sienna was quick-witted. He hooked the box with his instep immediately to avoid serious consequences. Hey! Xiao Zisi got angry instantly. You little brat, get down quickly and don't force me to use force! Maybe it was because of the built-in Dr. Buff. As soon as she got angry, the little devil burst into tears instantly. Woo woo woo! Grandma, they beat me! Ouch! Aunt Wang immediately shouted. Come and have a look! Someone is bullying us, the grandparents and grandchildren. You are taking advantage of your youth to do whatever you want. This is really too much. Suddenly, more and more people gathered here. Fortunately, someone watched the show from beginning to end and gave a brief explanation. No one intended to step forward to help the evildoer, and just watched the show from the sidelines. Ha! Huyu yawned. After walking around for the whole day, he felt a little sleepy. Sienna, leave them here. I really don't have the mood to fight with them. Oh. And Sienna responded, picked up the little devil by the scruff of his neck and threw him on the ground. Of course, the force was controlled so skillfully that the guy was not injured. But as soon as his buttocks touched the ground, he immediately started crying and wailing, as if a piece of his flesh had been cut off. Upon seeing this, Aunt Wang immediately stepped forward to respond and sang a duet with her grandparents. The art form of this grandparents and grandchildren was too advanced, and he really didn't want to pay attention to it. He just closed the car door, carried the box and walked into the apartment building, followed closely by Sienna and Xiao Zisi. Perhaps because they saw that the real culprit had left, the Wang family's grandparents and grandchildren stopped crying and wailing, but stood there cursing. I don't know where the little brat found a stone from, but he started painting on the car body. There were some people watching nearby, but no one reminded them. After all, this little devil has been bullying others for a long time. It's a good time to teach him a lesson. A sharp voice rang in my ears. Huyu, who had just walked into the elevator, simply put down the box. You two go up first, I'll go take care of it. Seeing Huyu walking out of the elevator, Aunt Wang not only did not hide, but even stood in front of the car with her arms folded and took the initiative to speak. What? Have you thought it through? Let me tell you, the paint on your car will be ruined if it's scratched. I don't care about the money. The maximum I can give you for this car is 150,000. It's up to you to sell it or not. TSK, you really are just wiping your butt with gauze. You showed me your skills. Hu Yu laughed and shook his head, not bothering to explain to her, and just made the phone call. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Less than 3 minutes. Tian Lao came downstairs in a wheelchair, followed by 2 younger brothers. Looks like he's very obedient. Now I live next to Yuanqiu. Hey boss Hu, what do you want? Simple. Hu Yu took out the payment receipt for the car and pointed at Aunt Wang and her grandchildren behind him. These 2 people scratched my car, you take care of it. Hey! Okay. Tian Lao responded immediately and looked at the Wang family's grandparents and grandchildren with the look of a jackal seeing its prey. I think it's civil or martial, so I can have an idea. Chapter 19. Receive the goods. Hu Yu didn't answer, patted Tian Lao on the shoulder, turned around and walked into the elevator. Civil or military? Does this matter? All he wanted was for these 2 guys to get to know each other so that it would be easier for them to speak up when there was a fight between the 2. Listening to the roar coming from behind him, Hu Yu smiled with satisfaction. Go upstairs and go to bed. After returning to the room, Hu Yu immediately arranged a room for Ancienne. I thought I couldn't let her stare at me anymore. But this woman refused to sleep. She went wherever Hu Yu went. Even if he went to the toilet, she would wait at the door. Hu Yu thought about calling Laoshan and asking him to help persuade her. But when you call, it turns out that the user you are calling is out of service area. God knows where he went to get supplies. Hu Yu had no choice but to admit it. After accompanying Biobu to finish the physical therapy, he fell asleep under Ancienne's gaze. Maybe it was because he was too tired, even though he was a little unaccustomed to it, he fell asleep very quickly and fell asleep soon after his head touched the pillow. July 10th, 7 a.m. There are 84 hours left until the end of the world. The alarm clock rang. Hu Yu opened his eyes and found Ancienne still standing beside him. He had no choice but to go into the bathroom and take out the second black egg that had been refreshed. Raise your hand and knock, white light comes on. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 ordinary senzu bean. Name, senzu bean ordinary. Type, food. Effect, after taking it, you will feel full and continuously replenish the various energies needed within a month. Note, although senzu beans are good, don't be greedy. Can you still open this thing? Hu Yu had no intention of trying, so he stuffed the fairy beans into his backpack, washed briefly and walked out of the toilet. He called Shinshan again, and this time, someone answered. Hello? Hey, Brother Shin, how's your progress going? It went very well. We should be able to arrive in Jinling tonight. I see you called me last night. Is there anything that happened? It's Sienna's business. Hu Yu briefly explained the confusion caused by Sienna. There's nothing I can do about it. Shinshan smiled helplessly. Sienna only listens to the orders of 1.5 people. I can only count half of them. I asked her to protect you and Bioba's safety, but there is no way to interfere with her specific actions. Who is the other person? Hu Yu asked curiously. Bioba's father. Shinshan's tone suddenly became heavy. It's a pity that he has already died. Feel sorry. There's nothing to be sorry for. I'll drive first. I'll tell you about Brother and when I have time. Good. As soon as Hu Yu hung up the phone, there was a knock on the door. Who's knocking on the door so early? Xiao Zissou and Mu Lingxiu have keys and can come in directly. Tian Laolu cannot rush upstairs. Could it be that the Wang family came to apologize? Hu Yu walked to the door, looked outside the door close to the cat's eyes, and was suddenly startled. It's him. Su Zilong. What is he here for? Sienner! Come and protect me! Hu Yu didn't care about anything else. The most important thing was to save his life first. And Sienner flashed and appeared behind Hu Yu. Only then did he feel at ease to open the door. Su Zilong looked up, and the first thing he did not look at was Hu Yu, but at Sienner behind him. With just one glance, Sienner was ready to take action. Etc. Su Zilong immediately took a step back. I'm not here to fight. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Su Zilong was thrown over the shoulder by Sienner, falling to the ground, and then punched him in the eye. In a flash, Sienner's whole set of movements happened smoothly. After the fight, Sienna took a step back and stood behind Huyu, before Su Zilong slowly uttered the next two words. Set up. Then what are you doing here? Huyu asked immediately. Let me ask you a few questions. Su Zilong stood up like a carp, as if he was used to being greeted like this. He looked at Huyu. How did you win so much money? Are you investigating me? Huyu's eyes drooped slightly. He could tell the secret of the space backpack, but the secret of the system, that was his trump card. No matter if it is Shinshan, Bubu, or anyone else, he will never reveal any information. That's right. Su Zilong did not deny it. Boss Hu, your identity is too mysterious. Before July 6th, you were just an ordinary office worker. Besides working, my only hobby is being a dog licker. Hey! You can talk as you like, but don't attack me personally. Huyu exploded on the spot. If he could control Sienna, he would definitely choose to convince others with reason. The principles of physics. But after July 6th, you acted like a completely different person, and it's hard not to be suspicious. Su Zilong ignored Huyu's protest and continued. I need an explanation now. Explain shit. Huyu smiled and looked at Su Zilong. He knew that after investigation, this guy believed his previous doomsday remarks and wanted to join them. However, given his arrogant personality, it would be impossible for him to join directly, so he needed a step. Now, he was waiting for Huyu to pass the step to him. But it's not that easy to build stairs. Sorry, I can't explain it at all. Huyu looked at Su Zilong with smiling eyes. We are not related at all, why should I explain to you? Sienna, see the guest off. Etc. Seeing Sienna about to step forward again, Su Zilong immediately shouted. If the end of the world is really coming, you are not safe here. Hearing this, Huyu immediately became interested. He stopped Sienna, who was about to step forward. What do you mean? Monitor and protect. Su Zilong said calmly. The most difficult thing in the end times is the human heart. You bought a ship but chose to return to Jinling, which means that before the end of the world comes, or even before the end of the world, you will live here. In this environment, it's easy to avoid an open attack but hard to guard against an attack from the dark. If you want to ensure your own safety, you need to install surveillance cameras throughout the building or even the entire community. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will be prepared for any eventuality. Also, your room is too simple. If a heavy rainstorm really comes, the temperature will inevitably drop sharply. At that time, air conditioning alone will be far from enough. I am responsible for installing the 5 constant systems for the entire floor: constant temperature, constant humidity, constant oxygen, constant cleanliness, and constant purity. These words really touched Huyu's heart. Can you do that? 3 days. Su Zilong raised 3 fingers and said, Before the 13th, I will install the surveillance system of the entire building and the 5 constant system of this floor for you as a prerequisite for our cooperation. Cooperation? Huyu asked puzzledly. Right. Su Zilong nodded. We are not in an employment relationship, but a cooperative relationship. The specific conditions will be discussed at 7 o'clock on the evening of the 13th. Good. Huyu smiled and said nothing more. Just do as you say. Make a deal. By the way, let me remind you that 7 days after the rainstorm, the entire world will be disconnected from the internet. By then, surveillance may not be useful. It's just a disconnection. I can handle it. Su Zilong said this and turned and left. For the next whole day, Huyu stayed at home, playing various online games to pass the time. This is the last carnival. By the 7th day of the heavy rain, the global network will be completely paralyzed. By then, there will be no online games, no short videos, no TV movies, no online novels. Everything related to the internet will disappear. Even if we store some resources in advance, it won't be enough. Well, Huyu sighed and suddenly thought of something. Now everything on the internet, including but not limited to games, short videos, novels, etc., are stored in the databases of major companies. If we could get their hands on their database, we would be able to read all the short videos and novels we have accumulated in a lifetime. But the problem is money. This thing can be said to be the lifeblood of every internet company. Unless the entire company is acquired, it will not be possible at all. Even if Huyu could win tens of billions in gambling and had enough funds, he would not have enough time left to go through the process. Forget it, these things can only be submerged in the sea. At 7 o'clock that night. There are still 72 hours until the rainstorm hits. Xinshan's call arrived. They all delivered the goods to the suburbs of Jinling and waited for Huyu to receive the goods. Huyu then left the computer and took in Sienna to the underground parking lot. Seeing the brand new babos, he secretly praised Tian Lao for his speed. However, he also knew that keeping such a person around would be a nuisance, and when the end of the world came, he would be held responsible sooner or later. Come to the suburbs. Huyu just took a look and was stunned for a moment. Car. The entire wasteland was filled with densely packed large trucks. A rough estimate is that there are at least thousands of large trucks. Huyu's heart trembled. So much. If I take them all away by myself, I might cause unnecessary trouble. Xinshan came over just in time. He seemed to know what Huyu was worried about and explained. Don't worry, boss, these goods are all scattered, and we are the only people who know about it, so it took so much time. The driver is also trustworthy. Just collect the goods and leave the car here. That's good. Huyu breathed a sigh of relief, stepped forward and began to put those things into his space backpack, while Xinshan's report came to his ears. In terms of food, in order to ensure the diversity of food, in addition to seafood, I bought some of each. As long as it is an edible ingredient on Blue Star, I bought a cart of each. Meat, eggs, and milk are more. Everyday meat, eggs, and milk are all grown in about 5 carts. The various reserves combined are enough to feed 20 people for 50 years. I also bought a cart of various vegetables, fruit seeds, and common special medicines. Xiaozhong also obtained some common medical equipment. Western medicine will also be used normally on the ship. The power generation equipment is also the most advanced, with a truckload of fuel and photovoltaic equipment. As for fuel and fresh water, Xinshan's voice paused, and Huyu also stopped and turned to look behind him. There won't be any problems with these two, right? Fresh water resources aside, fuel is a standard strategic material. When buying in bulk, problems can easily arise. A little bit, but not much. Xinshan smiled bitterly and replied. There are 2,000 tons of fresh water resources in total, all of which are packed in water tankers. If you save some, it will be enough. There is more fuel, about 3,000 tons. Huyu frowned slightly. Not enough water and oil. He checked online and found that based on each person drinking 1.5 L of water per day and consuming 2 tons of water per month, an adult needs to consume 25 tons of water per year. 2,000 tons is only enough for 8 people to live for 10 years. And that ship needs at least 30 tons of fuel to sail for a day, and 3,000 tons is only 100 days of sailing consumption. No. Xinshan frowned and said, As for water, Xiaozhong and Xiaoyi have already contacted the mineral water factory. Their inventory output is about 20,000 tons, and they are already in contact with the shipment. As for oil, Li Ji went to northern Russia, which can provide about 100,000 tons, 8,000 tons per ton, and needs to be settled in cash. Good guy, this is 800 million. Now Huyu only has about 500 million left. If he wants to buy it, he can only buy 40,000 tons. If you save it, it should be enough, right? Order 40,000 tons of goods. I will go there then. Good. Xinshan dialed Li Ji's phone number and explained the situation here. Huyu has also been busy receiving the goods. He received the last car along the way and suddenly heard something moving inside. Huyu turned to look at Xinshan. What's going on? As he spoke, Xinshan stepped forward and opened the car door. Oh, I bought some small things. With just one glance, Huyu's eyes suddenly darkened. What a little thing! Chapter 20. Get out of the community, you beast! Pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks. The small truck was filled with poultry and livestock other than fish. Each type has 8 heads. Moreover, they are all alive. Brother, what are you doing with these things? Huyu was speechless for a while and tried to collect it into the space backpack. Pity. The space backpack only collects the truck, and all the little things in the truck escape. Hu Yu immediately put the car out again. Of course it's breeding. Fortunately, Shinshan has quick eyes and quick hands. He replied casually, while busy loading those guys back into the car. I've seen it, there are still a lot of free spaces on the ship, which can be used to breed these. If we find land, we don't have to worry about sitting on nothing. I have to say that Shinshan is quite forward-looking. No matter how much stuff you stock up, it's just a ration. If these things can be well cultivated at sea, there is no need to worry about the future. You win. Hu Yu gave a helpless thumbs up. But before the end of the world comes, how do we deal with these things? It's simple. Shinshan seemed to have been prepared. Ms. Xiao lives in 2801, you live in 2802, and Bubu and I live in 2803. Isn't there still an empty room? It will take a few days to recover, and it will be fine. Good guys, where do Li Ji and the others live? Shinshan seemed to think of something and rolled his eyes. These things have to be fed, don't you think, boss? It's still you who are ruthless. Just average. Taking advantage of the darkness, Shinshan drove back to the community and drove all the pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, and ducks into the room. Fortunately, the things he bought were all small, not too big, and could barely fit into a room. 10 p.m. Shinshan tried several times, but still couldn't take Sienna away from Hu Yu. He didn't know what was going on with Sienna, but he seemed to recognize Hu Yu and kept following him. Since no one could understand her brain circuit, she had to let her do it. This time, Hu Yu had to count tens of thousands of sheep before he managed to fall asleep. July 11th, early morning. Hu Yu got up early and had a simple breakfast with everyone. He was just about to fly to northern Russia with Shinshan to solve the fuel problem. Buba suddenly asked out of curiosity, Dad, when will Buba go to school? Go to school. As soon as the two words came out, everyone except Mu Lingxiu and Sienna looked at each other. How could I forget this? Shall I get the teaching materials? Xiao Zisu asked tentatively. Need not. Hu Yu took out his phone and called Manager Yang of the casino. He would soon receive a call from the manager of Jinling Huaxing bookstore. Purchase. Get a copy of all books, regardless of category or nationality. As the saying goes, books are the ladder of human progress. There is such a big space, and the ladder has to be moved in. If you encounter any technical difficulties, then you might as well just read the book, right? When the bookstore manager heard this, he was a big customer. The price is 80 million, and it will be delivered to your door tomorrow. After finalizing the delivery location, Hu Yu and Shinshan got on the plane together, and Sienna also followed. When we arrived in northern Russia, we paid with one hand and delivered the goods with the other hand. Hu Yushan took 40,000 tons of fuel and ran away in a hurry. He was afraid that people from northern Russia would discover some clues and be caught growing potatoes in Siberia. When he came back, Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi also came back with 20,000 tons of mineral water. What is the concept of 20,000 tons? A bottle of normal mineral water is 0.5 L, 1 ton is 2,000 bottles, and 20,000 tons is 40 million bottles of mineral water. Nearly 700 semi-trailers were parked outside Jinling City. The sight was even more shocking than the truck convoy yesterday. It was not until 7 o'clock in the evening that Hu Yu packed these goods into the space backpack. There are still 48 hours until the end of the world. Fuel and fresh water, all taken care of. Once I buy the books tomorrow, I will have almost everything I need to stock up. Hu Yu collapsed on the bed, completely relaxed, and gradually got used to the feeling of Sienna watching him. Just when he was about to go and chat with Zhou Gong, a noise suddenly came from downstairs. It's shameful to disturb the residents. Oppose the urban pig pen. Get the beasts out of the community. It's shameful to disturb the people. We oppose urban pig pens. One noise after another rang out. Hu Yu frowned and went to the windowsill to look down. I saw a group of old men and women gathered together, holding red banners. They stopped dancing in the square and kept shouting downstairs with a big loudspeaker. If it was really shameful to disturb people, these guys would probably have a mouth full of dentures. Bang bang. There was a knock on the door, and Shinshan's voice sounded outside. Boss, it's me. Please come in. Shinshan pushed the door open and obviously heard the noise below. Boss, do you need to deal with it below? Need not. Yu conveniently closed the window, turned on the air conditioner, and enjoyed the cold wind of 23 degrees Celsius. On this hot day, it's okay for adults and ants to move around more. By the way, didn't you make some ham? Well, there are about 1,000 in total. What's wrong? Pick out 50. Yu glanced at the crowd making trouble below. Go down and tell them that at this time tomorrow, everyone can receive half of the ham, which will be regarded as our hush money. By the way, give the leader a break and tell them we will move out in a few days. Hush money? This is ham. This is not the kind of ham sold in supermarkets. Not only does it contain sufficient salt, but it is also meat that can be stored for a long time. Once the end of the world comes, the price of 1 gram of ham can even be higher than 10 grams of gold. The boss is really kind-hearted. Favorability from Qinshan +1, now 50. Okay boss, you are quite a nice person. Qinshan responded, turned around and started to go. Huyus tilted his head, not being able to understand. Good person? Does this word have anything to do with me? Yes, it is true that the various values of ham are very high. But the prerequisite is that they can use it. If the hams were sent privately, it would indeed help them survive in the apocalypse, but if they were sent in a big way, everyone would only be given half a ham. Once the end of the world comes, the first supplies everyone thinks of will be the ham in other people's hands. As long as you give the ham away, you can distract other people's attention and achieve the purpose of killing someone with a borrowed knife. Is it cruel? It's quite cruel. However, in the end times, if you are not cruel to others, you would be cruel to yourself. Yu looked out the window again and vaguely saw a few familiar figures. Even though they were 28 floors apart, he could still recognize these guys. There are many acquaintances from the previous life here. The reason why he and Yu Wanchio took a kayak to get through the rainstorm was because on the 22nd day of the rainstorm, a group of people jointly occupied the entire 28th floor, including Huyu's house and all the supplies in the house. Among them is Aunt Wang. It is called respecting the elderly and loving the young. They should be given priority to live in high floors. What? Rebellion? Yu wanted to resist, but he couldn't resist the other person who got an electric saw from somewhere. That thing, once the sound comes out, your sanity instantly increases by 300%, and all impulses are strangled in the cradle. Fortunately, Yu Wanchio got a kayak from somewhere and took Huyu out of the 28th floor first. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have to connect heart to heart, and they might just become flesh and blood in the pot. At that time, Huyu thought Yu Wanchio had good intentions and was very touched. Later, he found out that she was using him as a reserve food. Thinking of this, Huyu couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, you don't have to worry about it this time. Qinshan was very efficient in his work. Within 10 minutes, there was no sound from below. He went upstairs with the list. He needed to prepare a total of 40 hams. In addition to the aunts and uncles in this building, there were also other aunts and uncles in the community. The leader was naturally the trio headed by Aunt Wang. Huyu happily took out the ham and asked Qinshan to deliver it tomorrow, and then fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already 10 o'clock the next day. A man skillfully went into the toilet, shook off Sienna, and took out the refreshed black egg from the space backpack. Just knock. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exquisite sweet spring *1. Name: Lichuan Fine. Type: food. Effect: it can heal some external injuries after taking it. The specific effect depends on the injury and will not conflict with any medicine. Note: it's a little cold when you drink it, so be careful not to get stuck in your teeth. Good stuff. Huyu took out the Lichuan directly. It was a bottle of light blue liquid that had no smell, just like mineral water. He found an excuse to hand the Lichuan to Bubu and asked her to drink it as a drink. After breakfast, Huyu and others first went to the library and put hundreds of thousands of books into space backpacks. After finishing my work, it was already noon. Instead of eating out today, Li Ji used the ingredients in his space backpack to cook himself. It has to be said that this perfect cooking is different. The level of cooking with the same ingredients is even better than that of Jade's sandalwood. Everyone had a very satisfying meal. As soon as they put away the dishes, there was a knock on the door. I'll go take a look. Qinshan took the initiative to step forward and open the door. Su Zilong was at the door. Before the two of them could speak, and Sienna ducked to the door like a cat that smelled fishy smell. Su Zilong's pupils trembled. Wait, I'm here. Bang! There was another muffled sound, and it was at the same location. Even the postures were exactly the same. Su Zilong was knocked down instantly, and then Sienna punched him in the eye again. Finished, call it a day. She returned to her seat and drank her soup quietly. What a crazy woman! Su Zilong cursed in a low voice and wiped off the dust on his body in embarrassment. I'm here to hand over something. Where's the young boss? Something? What? Huyu just stuffed an egg tart into his mouth, stood up and walked to the door. Have you installed all the surveillance cameras? Su Zilong nodded and said, We will start installing the Hoarding system today. Workers will come to your house when the time comes. I need your cooperation and payment. Also, in case of a network outage, I brought you something. With this, you can monitor the movements of the entire building even if there is no network. Oh? Huyu suddenly became interested. What is it? You'll know when you go downstairs. Chapter 21, 50 minutes left. Huyu followed Su Zilong downstairs. For some reason, and Sienna didn't follow this time, but Qinshan accompanied her instead. The three of them walked all the way to the outside of the community, and another truck stopped at the door. I said. Huyu raised his hand and pointed at the truck. The thing you want to show me is not in here, right? What else? Su Zilong asked as a matter of course. Don't you like to use this to load goods? Rumors. They are all rumors. But it's too late to explain now. Huyu walked to the car door and opened it with ease, but he was stunned after just one glance. Server. A full half-truckload of servers. The other half of the car is full of drones, of various models. Su Zilong took a computer from the car and handed it to Huyu. I will put the other things in their proper places. Take this. Not to mention monitoring a building, even if you want to monitor the entire community, it will be no problem. Good fellow. Huyu held up a notebook and said, You and that guy who can tear up the whole neighborhood with a pack of instant noodles must be from the same school. I don't know what you said. Su Zilong turned around and walked towards the community. You accept the things first. I will install the last batch of monitors tomorrow, and you can use them directly. But he had only taken 2 steps when a figure suddenly appeared. Back throw, punch. Done in one go. After Sienna finished the fight, he walked slowly to Huyu's side, as if nothing had happened. Su Zilong stood up and glanced at her fiercely, but said nothing and continued to work. So, what's going on between the two of them? Huyu couldn't help but ask Qinshan beside him. Historical issues. Qinshan helplessly replied. Do you still remember the captain I told you? What's wrong? Actually, in a sense, the captain's death has something to do with Zilong, and Sienna was the captain's adopted daughter, so after his death, Sienna made an oath. As long as I see Zilong once, I will beat him once. Qinshan smiled bitterly. Fortunately, the captain said before that we are all relatives and cannot kill each other. Otherwise, Zilong would have gone down to see the captain long ago. I see. Only then did Huyu understand. No wonder Sienna refused to follow him just now because he wanted to beat Su Zilong one more time. Put away the servers and drones. Everyone went upstairs, and the construction team had already arrived. 20 construction teams, each with 5 people, each responsible for 5 square meters, began to renovate the entire floor. It's 9 o'clock in the evening. There are 22 hours left until the end of the world. The Hoarding system has been completed, and the server responsible for monitoring the entire building has also been set up. Including the Hoarding system, the total cost was 1.2 million. Huyu confirmed the itinerary of Zhao's father and mother with Wanji Airlines and confirmed that they could arrive in Jinling tonight. That night, he did not sleep all night and sat there under Sienna's gaze. If the heavy rain comes as expected tomorrow, then today will be the last Christmas Eve for mankind. In 24 hours, everything in the existing world will be turned upside down. Morality? Order? All of this will make way for survival. There are now 12 people on board. According to the existing resources in the space backpack, it is enough for them to live a life of abundance for at least 70 years. That ship is also large enough to support their living space above the vast ocean. But this is far from enough. The ocean is, after all, the ocean. No matter how good the ship is, it is still just drifting for those who have always lived on land. What if you could hoard a piece of land? It is naturally difficult to hoard pure soil. There is no point in having tall buildings or anything like that. But what if it's a mountain? If we accumulate enough mountains and find a suitable location, maybe we can actually build a city. But even if the space backpack is not online, there are more or less living creatures, or humans, on the mountain. It is simply impossible to collect the entire mountain. Unless it rains hard. Most humans will go down the mountain, and as for animals, since I can take away the trucks carrying the animals, can the mountain also be considered a larger truck? An idea suddenly popped up in Hu Yu's mind. Jinling seems to have quite a few mountains. However, this idea can only be implemented after the heavy rain really falls. July 13th, 7 a.m. There are still 12 hours until the end of the world. The alarm clock rang and Hu Yu got up on time. He opened the curtains and saw that Jinling was covered by thick clouds this morning, and there was no sunlight at all. In the hot July, the temperature dropped instead of rising, to just over 20 degrees. This is exactly the same as the situation in the previous life. Call! Hu Yu let out a breath, turned around and opened the door. There was no smell of medicinal food coming from the room. There was only the sound of Mu Lingxiu sitting at the dining table, teaching Biubu to read and write. Where are the Shiso people? Master, Dr. Xiao has gone to pick me up at the airport. Mu Lingxiu replied. Breakfast for you and Miss Biubu is ready. I'll just heat it up. A hot breakfast would be nice. Hu Yu said as he walked towards the door. I still have some things to prepare. Okay, sir. Today's lunch. Leave it to Li Ji. Yes. Brother Hu Yu. Biubu suddenly spoke up, and before Hu Yu left, he shouted. The drink you gave me yesterday was delicious. Do you have any more? Not for now. When facing Biubu, Hu Yu's tone became stiff. He walked up to Biubu and squatted down. Biubu, be good. If I find this kind of drink next time, I'll bring it to you again, okay? Okay. Thank you, brother Hu Yu. You're welcome. Hu Yu rubbed Biubu's head. This time he did not go out immediately, but turned and went into the bathroom. Open the eggs first. See what treasures are waiting for you today. Hu Yu took out the black egg and knocked it with his hand. A hazy purple light suddenly lit up, and a square transparent solid appeared in his hand. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the perfect waterproof coating *1. Name: waterproof coating perfect. Type: equipment. Effect: after use, it can be attached to any appliance, providing perfect waterproof performance, non-detachable and non-replaceable. Note: please use it on the correct item and do not try to replace a certain rubber product. Perfect level. This is the first time that Hu Yu has opened a perfect item. This is the note. Too much. Hey. It's a pity that Li Qian was not opened. Hu Yu put away the waterproof coating and prepared to use it on Babos later. He walked out of the toilet, said hello to Biubu and Mu Lingxiu, and pushed out the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Qinshan and Su Zilong standing at the elevator entrance. A strong gust of wind came from behind. Before Hu Yu had time to react, Su Zilong was pushed down again. This time he didn't even resist. Zilong is here to hand over a mission. Qinshan smiled bitterly and did not stop him. He has already installed the surveillance system. You can watch it when your computer is connected to the server. Hu Yu looked at Su Zilong with a little pity. I want to go out, Zilong. Why don't you come with me? Good. Although he was very unhappy, Su Zilong nodded on the spot in order not to get beaten one more time. The four came to the underground parking lot. Qinshan got into the driving position. Boss, where are we going? Bohemia Mountain. Qinshan started the vehicle and asked with some confusion. What else can be stored there? You'll know once you go there. Hu Yu didn't explain too much, just took out his mobile phone and checked the latest news. There is no news of rainfall globally. 10 o'clock in the morning. There are still 9 hours until the end of the world. The four of them arrived at the foot of Bauhinia Mountain. Because it was Saturday, there were many people visiting Bauhinia Mountain, most of them with their children or pets. There are too many people. Even if a heavy rain falls, there are many shelter places on the mountain, and they may not go down the mountain immediately. But it's not impossible. Brother Shin, go buy umbrellas. The more the better, the bigger the better. Umbrella? Shin Shan was stunned. Should we buy according to the old rules? Well, one car is enough. Huyu responded. According to this flow of people, a truckload of umbrellas can only be regarded as barely enough. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Shinshan drove his truck back and bought a parasol. Just right. Although the weather is not sunny, there is absolutely no sign of rain. A normal umbrella would be bad. Huyu immediately spent money to hire 30 college students who passed by. 500 yuan per person. There is only one job selling umbrellas. You don't need to scan any QR code, you can buy an umbrella for only $1, provided you pick up a water bottle or a can on the road as a symbol of protecting the environment. Limit one purchase per person. These 30 college students had just arrived in Zijing Mountain when another 170 college students came later. These are all classmates of the group of college students just now. A high salary of 500 yuan is obviously a rare job for them. Huyu gave the same orders. 200 college students, each carrying 100 umbrellas, went up the mountain. Huyu and his friends were also not idle, they were busy distributing umbrellas at the foot of the mountain. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. College students came down the mountain one after another, and including those distributed at the foot of the mountain, more than 30,000 umbrellas were distributed. That's only half the size of a truck. And half a car. Brother Shin, when you go to Qixia Mountain, follow this method and send out an umbrella. The faster, the better. Good. Shinshan responded and immediately drove to Qixia Mountain. There are still 3 hours until the end of the world. Huyu raised his head and looked at the sky, which was gradually becoming gloomy. Almost instantly, the poem came into his mind. Black clouds are pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. Only this time it was not just the city that was destroyed, but also the entire human race. Due to the weather, more and more people choose to go down the mountain. Huyu was not idle either, and by the way, he wiped out all the duck blood vermicelli soup, steamed buns, pan-fried buns, salted duck, etc. within a 2-kilometer radius. Although Qingshan collected a truckload of snacks from all over the country, Huyu still felt that there was not enough. If you can stock up on more, just stock up on it. There's no harm in it anyway. 6 p.m. There is still an hour until the end of the world. The umbrellas at Qixia Mountain have also been distributed. Huyu finally took some time off and stood on land, enjoying the feeling of being down to earth for the last time. The cell phone rings. He lowered his head and saw that it was Sienna calling. Hello? Hey, you're not at home? Isn't it going to rain soon? Why are you running out? There are still some things to stock up on. Huyu explained helplessly. How are your parents doing? Everything has been settled. They have enough food and drink to last them for half a month. We also gave them guns. This was arranged by Huyu. Last night he specially found 2 pistols and asked Xiao Zisi to find time to give them to Zhao's father and mother. He didn't want his 2 elders to be killed by human nature before he could even pick them up. What didn't they ask? What can I ask? Xiao Zisi chuckled. I stuffed the gun into the innermost part of the suitcase. The instructions and explanations are also inside. They will only find it when the end of the world comes and they finish eating the things in the suitcase. 6. Huyu helplessly replied. Have you ever thought that if the 2 elders are robbed, will the gun fall into the hands of others? Hey! That's right! Xiao Zisi suddenly realized. Let's not talk about it for now. I will call them as soon as the rain falls. Good. Huyu hung up the phone and continued to look up at the sky. Also, 50 minutes. Chapter 22 Live. The streets were full of people. On the mountain, there is laughter and laughter. Huyu stood quietly at the foot of the mountain, watching all this for the last time. 50 minutes is very long, long enough to hold a class, but also very short, so short that Huyu doesn't even notice, and the time has flown by. 6:30. Qinshan rushed back. He did not disturb Huyu, but stood aside silently, looking towards the sky from time to time. The alarm sounded at 6:59. Huyu didn't hesitate, closed the umbrella and got into the car. Let's go, get in the car. Qinshan and Sienna followed closely behind. Only Su Zilong didn't get on the bus. He raised his head, as if waiting for the next proof. 30 seconds. Qinshan sat in the driver's seat and dialed Bubu's phone number. Hey Bubu, are you taking the medicine obediently? Yes, when will Dad come back? It's time for dinner. Right away, Dad and brother Huyu have things to do, so they will be back soon. 10 seconds. Huyu sat in the car, rolled down the window, and looked out the window. Dark clouds gradually gathered. There were bursts of thunder, and the dull sound was like the wrath of a god, exploding in the air. 5 seconds. It's thundering. It's going to rain. Go home and collect your clothes. Go, go! Luckily someone gave me an umbrella, otherwise I would have been soaked to the skin today. 3, 2, 1. Boom! Heavy rain suddenly fell. Thumb-sized raindrops formed a water curtain in the air and fell to the ground without warning, splashing water all over the ground. The rain still fell. Huyu sighed and looked at Su Zilong outside the car. The two looked at each other. Su Zilong sat in the passenger seat without any hesitation. Boss Hu, ah! He had just uttered 3 words when Sienna came up and punched him. I didn't get on the bus just now, but now I'm on the bus, it's one side again. I'm really. Su Zilong uttered 3 words and felt his teeth itching looking at Sienna, but he was still helpless. He looked at Huyu and said again, Boss Hu, I will have a pleasant cooperation with you in the future. Huyu made a nasal noise. He's not in the mood for relationships right now. This was supposed to come, but it came. Under the heavy rain, people ran away from the mountains with umbrellas. He sat in the car and used the waterproof coating he had just obtained on the car. He took out his cell phone and started a group chat. 7 people, Qinshan, Xiao Zisu, Li Ji, Zhao Zhong, Zhao Yi, Su Zilong, and Sienna were all included in the group chat. He thought about it and finally pulled Mu Lingxiu in. A small group of 9 people. Huyu sent a message inside. Close the doors and windows, turn on the Wuheng system, and connect it directly to the generator. We will be back in 3 hours at most. There is no need to wait for us to eat. Several people, headed by Qinshan, immediately replied, received, in the group. Xiao Zisa asked in the group, Aren't you ready to come back? The water will flood your car in 3 hours. It's okay, it can't be flooded. Huyu replied and didn't look at the phone again. Half an hour later. Rainwater has destroyed the entire city's drainage system, and water has begun to accumulate on the surface. Global news is reporting on this strange rain. But so far, no one has discovered or announced this horrible fact. It's raining all over the world. Almost everyone thought that the rain might stop soon. At the same time, it also includes people on the mountain. Most people have already gone down the mountain. Only a very small number of people huddled on the mountain, holding umbrellas in their hands, and refused to go down the mountain. They believed that the heavy rain would stop soon. Huyu also knew it, so he didn't move. Another half hour passed. Not only did the rainstorm not stop, it became heavier and heavier, even forming rain fog. The visibility at this time is less than 1 meter. The original accumulated water was almost 10 centimeters deep. Su Zilong couldn't wait any longer. He looked at Huyu. Boss Hu, what are you waiting for? Why don't you go back quickly? Almost. Huyu replied. No cars had come down the mountain for half an hour. An hour has passed at this time, and those who have not come down yet can no longer come down. Heavy rains can cause cable cars to malfunction, the soil is soft and visibility is reduced to less than a meter. If we go down the mountain now, it would be like a blind person trying to get down the mountain without any help. This is simply impossible. There is only one outcome they face. Starve. Huyu pushed the door and got out of the car. The heavy rain was accompanied by strong winds, making him somewhat unsteady on his feet, and he could only half lean on the car body. "Boss!" Shinshan didn't know what he wanted to do, so he could only shout. "What do you want to do? Get in the car!" Huyu didn't answer, just squatted down. Hands put on the ground. "Close your eyes and think." Huyu stood up. There was still a hazy mist in front of his eyes, but he could clearly feel that there was nothing in front of him. Bauhinia Mountain was put into his bag. Just as he was about to get in the car, there was suddenly a lot of noise in front of him. "What's going on? Aren't we hiding from the rain? What about the pavilion? Hey! Don't squeeze! Mom! These sounds are people who are still on the mountain. It seems that after collecting the mountain, the creatures on the mountain will appear in front of you." The noise grew louder and louder. Huyu ignored it and got on the bus immediately. Without wiping the rain off his body, he looked at Shinshan. "Let's go to Chisha Mountain." "Good." Shinshan seemed to have thought of something and immediately replied. "Drive and follow the navigation route all the way towards Chisha Mountain." Fortunately, current navigation can prompt traffic lights and can use onboard radar to detect whether there is a car ahead. Even with this visibility, Shinshan was confident that he would not crash. "Etc." Su Zilong vaguely guessed it, and he turned to look at Huyu. You took over the Bauhinia Mountain, right? Could those voices just come from those people?" "Uh-huh," Huyu replied. "The whole mountain is gone." Su Zilong's expression was extremely shocked. "How much can you pack in? Can even Blue Star be packed in?" "I don't know either." Huyu shook his head and looked tentatively out of the car window. "If I weren't afraid that everyone on Blue Star would die in the vacuum, I would want to try it." As soon as these words came out, Shinshan and Su Zilong couldn't help but shudder. This ability is too outrageous. An hour later, Chisha Mountain has arrived. Since this is a paid scenic spot, many people received a notice from the scenic spot and went down the mountain directly after the heavy rain fell. The staff at the scenic spot are also off work. Huyu didn't hesitate and got out of the car. The water level has now risen to 30 centimeters. He put his hand out of the rain and took away the entire Chisha Mountain according to the process just now. "Get back in the car." Before Huyu could speak, Shinshan frowned and said, "Boss, the car may not be able to drive back. We still have 2 hours to go back, but in 1 hour at most, the water level will reach 60 centimeters, and the car will not be able to drive. It can be opened." Huyu completely believed in the system. "Just drive it, and nothing will happen." "Good," Shinshan replied and started the vehicle. As the rain got heavier, more and more cars started to stop working. 9 p.m. The water level reached 60 centimeters. What is the concept? It is equivalent to the height of 2 mineral water bottles stacked together. Even if you are 1.8 meters tall, the rain can still reach your thighs. There were no pedestrians on the road, only a few vehicles were driving slowly at the risk of being scrapped. There is only one outlier. The car seemed to ignore the accumulated water. Its speed did not slow down at all, and it even continued to speed through the water. At 9:30 in the evening, we arrived at the underground garage. At this time, the water level in the underground garage was almost 80 centimeters. Not to mention the chassis, even the tires of this car are still dry. Before the crowd had time to be shocked, they hurriedly went into the stairs and started climbing. Elevator? That thing is definitely not usable anymore. Isn't it the 28th floor? Climb. Shinshan didn't wait for Huyu to speak, and directly carried him behind him and started climbing with a heavy load. In less than 6 minutes, we arrived at the 28th floor. Huyu opened the door and saw the people gathered together. The moment I saw him coming in, a warm breeze hit me. Except for Boo, everyone stood up and paid attention. They know. If it weren't for Huyu, they would have been caught off guard by this rain. Survive, it is possible to survive. But life. Naturally, it won't be the same as before. What are you doing? Sit down, sit down. Huyu walked into the room and could see that everyone hadn't eaten yet. I'm going to take a shower, brotherly. Help me get some food, we'll have a good meal later. Good. Huyu went into the bathroom and took a hot bath. Once the water plant stops functioning, within 3 days at most, wastewater will flow back into the plant and water will become a scarce resource. If I want to take a shower in the future, I'm afraid I can only wipe it, or I will have to modify the water heater. Cleaning completed. Huyu came out of the bathroom and just heard the sound from the TV. It is reported that large-scale rainfall has begun around the world, and rainfall in many places has broken world records. Please do not worry too much. Some experts say that this rainfall is the result of research on meteorological weapons. The heavy rain will stop in 3 days at most. No country has acknowledged this yet. Please stay at home for the time being and do not go out unless necessary. 3 days? 3 days later is 3 days, 3 days, 3 days, and another 3 days. Only nowadays there are still people who believe in this kind of words. No one spoke. I just watched Huyu walk out and come to the dining table. Instead of sitting down, he took out the white wine that night, poured a glass for everyone except Byabu, and placed it in front of them with his own hands. Everyone. Huyu raised his glass of wine and said, "From today on, we will be a family. I won't say anything else, just one sentence. Drink this glass of wine, and let's live together." Everyone raised their glasses together. Stay alive! Chapter 23. Do you have any sympathy? After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Huyu was not idle either. He first asked Su Zilong to contact the operators of several large internet companies and quote prices. Prepared to use 20 boxes of instant noodles to acquire their database. Of course, at this moment, they will just think that the person who posted this message is a lunatic. Wait another half a month. They know the significance of this price. By the time we finished dinner, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. The water level has risen to 1 meter and 1 meter. At this time, most people have fallen asleep, ready to wake up tomorrow to enjoy the rare holiday. Except the people on the ground floor. At this time, the surveillance cameras and residence group were in an uproar. Room 103, Building 3, is there any kind-hearted person who can take me in? My house is almost completely flooded. Room 104, Building 3, my family is the same. There are 2 elderly people at home. We are willing to pay 1,000 yuan per room per day, please help us. In surveillance. In the corridor from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor. 2 families, 6 people standing together, all wearing short-sleeved shirts, their bags filled with gold, silver and other valuables, nothing else. In July, even if there is a rainstorm, the temperature is still above 20 degrees, so there is no need for any warm clothes. If I remember correctly, there are only these 2 families on this floor. Room 103 is occupied by a brother and sister who came to the city from other places to work. The sister is lame and the brother usually works on a construction site. Room 104 is occupied by a family of 4, a couple and the man's parents. No one took in number 104, who was in trouble, so the whole family lived on the stairwell. In the end, only 1 man survived. As for the 2 siblings in number 103, Huyu turned and looked at Mu Lingxiu, who was also sitting at the table. In the previous life, she was the one who took in 2 siblings, and her ending was so tragic. "Master, why are you looking at me?" Mu Lingxiu asked with a blink. "Fine." Huyu asked curiously. "Those 2 siblings look so pitiful, do you think we should save them?" "Everything is up to you, master. If you agree, you can put them in my room." Huyu exclaimed in surprise. It seems that Mu Lingxiu's Madonna syndrome can be cured. Then forget it. Huyu shook his head and tentatively took out the ice cream from the space. Just as he was about to put it into his mouth, he was discovered by Xiao Zisu beside him. "Stop!" As soon as she finished speaking, she flashed to Huyu's side and snatched the ice cream from his hand. "Dashukan, what are you doing? You just got caught in the rain, and now you want to eat something ice cold? Confiscated." As she said that, she took the ice cream away, sat next to Huyu and started licking it, looking completely natural. The corner of Huyu's mouth twitched. Before he could come to his senses, Mu Lingxiu added with an aunt's smile. "Miss really cares about the master." A chill came over me. Huyu shuddered, looked at Mu Lingxiu and said earnestly, "Chinibu is also a disease, don't give up on treatment." As soon as I finished speaking, there was movement in the group. Since Mu Lingxiu did not show any kindness this time, Aunt Wang spoke up immediately. Building 3, room 2602. I remember that Xiao Hu on the 28th floor bought a lot of houses. Let him give one away so that the neighbors can take shelter first. Room 103, building 3, is that really possible? Mr. Hu, don't worry, we brothers and sisters will definitely not cause you any trouble. Building 3, room 104, are there any extra rooms? We only need 2. Please, Mr. Hu. In an instant, all the pressure was on Huiyu. Even though he didn't say anything, people in the group had already started at ing him. Huiyu smiled and shook his head, then replied in the group. Room 2802, building 3, oh, my space is limited. I remember that there are only 2 people in your family, Aunt Wang? How about you take in the siblings from room 103, and I will take care of the neighbors from room 104. Room 2602, building 3, that won't work. My house doesn't like people coming over. Why don't you take them in together and let them live in the living room? Room 2802, building 3, what about the pets I have at home? How about sending them to your house? Room 2602, building 3, it's already this late, and you're still caring about your little pet. Do you have any sympathy? Building 3, 2802, no. Huiyu simply replied, and found it funny to see Aunt Wang's itchy expression on the surveillance camera. Moral kidnapping? Sorry, as long as I have no morals, you can't kidnap me. Building 3, room 2602, Xiao Hu, you forced me to do this. I am now requisitioning your house, rooms 103 and 104, in the name of the neighborhood committee. You listen to me and go upstairs. I don't believe this guy dares not to open the door for you. There was no response from 103 and 104. At this time, they still felt a little embarrassed. Requisition? How funny. Since you like conscription so much, then use your room. Huiyu turned to look at Su Zilong and gave him a look. The other party immediately understood, and soon a message popped up in the owner's group. Building 3, room 2602, if you really can't make it, just come to my house and I'll open the door for you. Room 103, building 3, really? That's great. Thank you, Auntie Wang. Room 104, building 3, Sister Wang, I won't say much, thank you. Building 3, room 2802, wow, Auntie Wang is so generous. She is indeed from the neighborhood committee. At the same time, at Aunt Wang's house, she looked at her phone, finding it hard to believe that this was the message she had sent. She kept pressing the message box with her sturdy fingers, trying to withdraw it. But I only received one reminder. Network error, please reset. No matter how she sent a message, she could only see a small circle that kept spinning. Forget it. I don't bother to pay attention to them. Aunt Wang simply threw away her phone. Anyway, I am using the best electronic anti-theft lock. As long as I don't open the door, they can't get in. And that guy with the surname who is so hateful. Less than 10 minutes. There was a knock at the door. Aunt Wang didn't want to pay attention, but the little devil, who had just fallen asleep, was woken up, and an impatient voice sounded from the room. Grandma, what's that noise? It's okay, dear grandson, go back to sleep, Grandma is here. Oh. Aunt Wang stood up and walked to the door, just about to open her mouth to persuade everyone to leave. In the next moment, click. The door is open. The so-called electronic anti-theft locks had long been conquered by Su Zilong. As long as he wanted, he could open all the electronic door locks in the entire building at any time. Oh, Aunt Wang! The male owner of room 104 immediately stepped forward and shook Aunt Wang's hand. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for helping us. As he said that, he took out his mobile phone and prepared to scan the code. Auntie Wang, I will pay you 3 days' rent first, 6,000 yuan. No matter when the rain stops, the money is yours. 6,000 yuan. Aunt Wang's eyes turned green. She simply took a step back, put away the annoyed look on her face, and took out her mobile phone. We are all neighbors, what's the point of talking about money? Come on, just scan this. Okay. The man scanned 6,000 yuan and was welcomed into the house by Aunt Wang with a smile. We have 1 room left in our house, and we might need you 2 to stay in the living room. Aunt Wang said immediately after receiving the money. $6,000 and still living in the living room. Just as the hostess was about to speak, she was stopped by the host. Okay, we're fine. That? The brother and sister immediately came forward. Can we live in the living room too? You. Aunt Wang looked up and down for a while. Do you have money? Have. Without waiting for the two siblings to reply, a voice sounded from behind them. I saw a figure walking out of the stairwell. Shinshan walked towards the crowd holding a stack of cash, totaling 20,000. He handed the money to the two brothers and sisters and said with a smile, Mr. Hu on the 28th floor knows that Ms. Wang is kind-hearted and is willing to take you in. Please give Ms. Wang the rent specially sent to her. How is this so embarrassing? Brother Nadang looked embarrassed, but he still walked up to Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, look. If you have money, you can only live in the living room. Aunt Wang took away 20,000 yuan, turned around and walked into the room. Hey! How can 4 people live in this living room? The hostess of that house immediately said. Our 6,000 yuan is enough for 2 rooms. Then I don't care. Aunt Wang had already collected the money and walked towards her vacant room. Don't make any noise. I'll disturb my grandson when he sleeps. I'm going to kick you out. The two families looked at each other and stopped talking. People have to bow their heads under the eaves, which is vividly expressed in this sentence. They were about to go to Shinshan and ask Mr. Hu if he could provide a room, but they found that Shinshan had already left. No matter what, as long as we can evacuate for the time being. Heavy rain continued to fall. By 7 o'clock on July 14th, the water level had risen to 2.7 meters. This rainfall rate can be said to be extremely terrifying. But for some people, as long as the water doesn't reach their feet, it's no big deal. Of course, this does not include Tian Laolu, who lives next door to Yi Wanxiu. As soon as Huyu's alarm rang, a private message popped up. Building 3, Room 303, Boss Hu, I want to join you. Chapter 24. If you want to live, follow me. Tian Laolu. This guy is able to make a name for himself in the Jiling circle, so he must be a smart person. Huyu frowned slightly as he looked at the message, probably because he had guessed something. Thinking about what I had been doing recently, I was afraid that I couldn't hide it from him. He definitely wouldn't want someone who does things without any bottom line like this. But it's okay to have some fun. Building 3, Room 2802, why? Room 303, Building 3, money? Women? I can get them for you as long as you ask. Building 3, Room 2802, don't I have these? Building 3, Room 303, what do you need? Building 3, Number 2802, simple. Don't you like taking cool photos? Take a selfie and post it in the owner group. You are not allowed to withdraw it. Remember to bring your ID card. The other party fell silent. Huyu slowly got up and faced Insiener's gaze calmly. He put on his autumn clothes, went into the bathroom to wash up briefly, and took out the black eggs he had refreshed in the early morning. Just knock it open with a toothbrush. A dazzling golden light exploded instantly. Ding, golden legend! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary Heart of the Ocean *1. Name, Heart of the Ocean, Legend. Type, Equipment. Effect, after use, it can be attached to any ship, making it a system product. It can be upgraded as the system level increases, and gain the characteristics of never being damaged and zero consumption. The Heart of the Ocean cannot be disassembled or reset, so please use it with caution. Note 1. After use, the vessel cannot be used within 7 days. Note 2. Captain. Watch out for icebergs. Huyu was stunned for a moment, and a palm-sized blue diamond appeared in his hand. Legend. I didn't expect to get something like this. Huyu did not hesitate, and immediately attached the Heart of the Ocean to the St. Pius. Bite. The Heart of the Ocean is merging. 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes remaining. Call. Now there is no need to worry about the navigation of the ship. Huyu walked out of the bathroom with a beaming look on her face, and her cell phone vibrated. Building 3, Room 303, Boss Hu, as you wish. Building 3, Room 303, Pictures. Oh. Hu Yu just took a glance and immediately clicked delete. This kind of thing is too disgusting. Room 2802, Building 3, Boss Tian, you are even more disgusting than I thought. Hu Yu blocked Tian Laoyo's account and put it on the blacklist. As he stepped out of the door, he saw a group of people sitting around a table, looking at the computers in front of them, and the screen was the same. Yesterday, Su Zilong connected all the computers to the local area network so that he could view the surveillance footage of the entire building at the same time. Different people are responsible for taking turns to monitor abnormalities on each floor, so it is a bit strange that everyone is watching the same screen as now. Hui walked forward and came behind Xiao Zisu. What are you looking at? Are you here? Just in time, let's go watch a show. Xiao Zisu pointed at the computer screen. I saw the surveillance footage of 2602 on the screen. It hadn't even been a day and the little devil couldn't stand having outsiders living in his house. I don't care. I don't allow outsiders in my house. The little devil was yelling, and the toy car in his hand flew out and hit the old lady in room 104. Bang! Ouch! The old lady covered her head and screamed. You kid! The old man raised his hand and pointed at the little devil. You have no manners at all. Haven't you learned to respect the elderly and love the young? Who hasn't learned that? Aunt Wang protected her grandson and rolled her eyes at the two elders. You are so old, but you only know the first two words, right? You didn't even mention loving children. Auntie Wang. The male owner of room 104 frowned and said, No matter what, your grandson can't hit people, right? What do you mean by hitting someone? This was just an accident. Aunt Wang stiffened her neck and said, He's just a child. After these words were spoken, everyone was speechless. After all, I'm still living under someone else's roof. Now the first floor has been completely flooded and they don't even have a place to stay. They can only grit their teeth and accept it. The male owner of room 104 frowned and sighed, not knowing what to say, so he could only turn around to check his mother's injuries. Fortunately, there were only bruises and no wounds. Lu! The little devil made a face at everyone. He put his hands on his hips and declared arrogantly, It's okay if you want to live here. As long as you become my slaves, I will reluctantly agree. No one paid any attention. The two siblings in room 103 did the same. They just sat at the dining table and watched everything silently. Last night, one of them slept on the table, and the other used chairs to make do for the night. What? Sofa? This position naturally belongs to the couple from room 104, how could it be their turn? Aunt Wine was very unhappy with everyone's silence. Hey, didn't you hear me? My grandson has spoken, is he deaf? My dear grandson wants you to play house with him, hurry up. Aunt Wang put her hands on her hips and glared at them. Do you still want to stay here? Auntie Wang. The man in 104 frowned and stood up. We paid you a lot of money, there's no need for you to do this, right? I don't care. Aunt Wang sat down on the sofa with her legs crossed. If you agree, you can continue to live here. If you don't agree, I can just return your money. Oh yes, and you too. Aunt Wang turned around and looked at the brother and sister in 103. I won't return the money to you. It was given to me by Xiao Hu as a gift. You can stay here if you want. The two siblings looked at each other. The younger sister slowly shook her head, as if she didn't want to live here, but as a brother, he could only force a smile and squatted down to get in front of the little devil. Little boy, can I play with you? Bang! A crisp sound was heard. The little devil slapped his brother in the face and put his hands on his hips. You have to call me your majesty. Do you understand? The child's strength was not very strong, but a red fingerprint was left on the man's face. He covered his face and shouted two words. His Majesty. That's right. Aunt Wang smiled like an auntie and looked at the others. Look, it's just playing house with a child, how difficult can it be? You guys can be dogs if you want. I won't serve you anymore. The woman in room 104 shouted and pulled her man away. Li Chang, let's go! Li Chang remained unmoved. He still had a smile on his face, and looked at Aunt Wang servilely. Aunt Wang, it's okay for us to play house with your grandson, but today's food. This is easy. Aunt Juan held her head high and said, "The meat and vegetables are all in the refrigerator. If any one of you can cook, go and make some. You won't be treated badly." "Hey, thank you, Aunt Wang." Li Chang smiled and walked up to the little devil. "Your Majesty, what would you like to eat today?" "Pork ribs. I want to eat." "No, I want to eat pork ribs." The little devil laughed happily, as if he hadn't had so much fun in a long time. He pointed at Li Chang's wife and said, "You, come and be my horse. I want to ride a horse." "Ride your mother!" Li Chang's wife yelled angrily. "Li Chang, are you going to leave or not? If you don't leave, then I will leave." Li Chang ignored his wife and knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, what's so good about riding a woman? We men should ride men. Come on, get on my back." "Li Chang, you are really crazy." Li Chang didn't say anything, but carried the little devil on his back, kneeling on the ground and crawling continuously. Bang! Xiao Zissou raised her hand and slammed the table, looking at Huyu. "These two grandparents are going too far. Do they really think they are the emperor?" Don't worry. Huyu narrowed his eyes slightly and watched the scene with a smile. "Evil will be punished by evil, just wait and see." The whole building has 28 floors, and excluding the two families who have been asked to leave, there are a total of 72 households. Among them, there are very few who are as saintly as Mu Siyue. When social order still existed, they all wore their own masks, using order to cover up the tyranny in their skin. Once order collapses, the tyranny that has been suppressed for decades will suddenly erupt. Aunt Wang? Among this group of people, she can only be regarded as a minion. Even the man who kidnapped Mu Siyue in the previous life in exchange for food was only forced to do so by life. There's a real pervert here. Huyu stared at the man in the family of 4 on the screen. Li Chang. A very ordinary name, he has a very ordinary appearance, and a very ordinary family background, but it was such a person who actually sat in the position of the host. The resources of the entire building are under his control. Even when Huyu and Yuanqiu were escaping, they had already started building the ship. The materials are naturally human skin and bones which are readily available. Such a man can no longer be described as terrifying. Huyu snorted lightly and suddenly noticed another scene. 3rd floor. A middle-aged man in a wheelchair came to the corridor. He wore a mask and sunglasses, and under the encouragement of Yuanqiu, began to knock on doors from house to house. Every time he knocked on a door, he would hand a note to the other party and then wait quietly at the door. Huyu moved closer to the screen and zoomed in on the surveillance camera. Only then could he see the words on the note clearly. There are only 8 words on it. If you want to survive, follow me. Chapter 25. The power is out. This Tian Lao still has some brains. Huyu took out a cup of watermelon smoothie from his backpack, bit the straw, and enjoyed the freshness and coolness in his mouth. He looked at everyone and said, "What are you drinking? I'll find it for you." "Strawberry smoothie." Bubu was the first to raise his hand. "You can't drink ice." Xiao Zissou hurriedly stopped him. "Bubu, you have to avoid eating now. After your leg is healed, we can drink slowly, okay?" "All right." Bubu immediately stopped fighting and pouted his little mouth, looking so cute. "Be good, Bubu." Huyu casually handed a cup of warm strawberry milkshake to Bubu. "Drink this first." "Thank you, brother Huyu." "It's okay." Huyu rubbed her head and gave each person a cup of milk tea. Continue watching the surveillance footage. Only 15 minutes had passed. Tian Lao had already gathered all the residents on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors. Including him and Yuanqiu, there are 8 households in total, not counting the elderly and children, 10 boys and 6 girls. "Everyone!" Tian Lao sat in a wheelchair, but his temperament was still upright. "I don't need to tell you about the situation outside, I believe you all know it. The rain is getting heavier. The water level is rising by 20 centimeters every hour, which means nearly 5 meters a day. Even if the official statement is that the rain will stop in 2 days, all of us residents below the 4th floor will be displaced. It doesn't matter where we live. We are young and can still hold our own on the stairs. But what about food and drink? What about our parents and children? We can hold on, but what about them? We can't let the children and the elderly starve with us, right? Cannot! A bald man raised his hand and shouted in the crowd. After a moment's hesitation, everyone responded in unison. You took a closer look. Well, isn't that Li Meng? Why is this guy here too? Wait, could he be with Yuanxiu? This is going to be fun. Under Li Meng's instigation, everyone quickly united and prepared to follow Tian Laoyu's orders. Brother Tian! Li Meng stood in front of the crowd and asked Tian Laoyu. Just tell me, how can we avoid going hungry? It's very simple. As Tian Laoyu spoke, he turned on the flashlight on his mobile phone and shone it behind him. There were several pieces of frozen meat, some vegetables, 2 bags of rice and a bucket of peanut oil. This is all the food we have at home. I am taking it out now to share with everyone. I also hope that everyone can take out the food at home and give priority to our elders and children so that we can get through this difficult time together. That's true. A voice came from the crowd. But the meat and vegetables we have stored are not enough to eat. Yes, and there is also the place where we live. Our second floor is about to be flooded. What should we do then? Yeah, Brother Tian, what should we do? It's simple. Tian Laoyu raised his hand and pointed upstairs. Don't they have food? Aren't the houses right above our heads? We knock on their doors and use our money to buy the food we need. If they are willing to sell, then we are all good. If they don't sell it, then we can stay in their house temporarily. This is reasonable. Even if the heavy rain stops in 2 days, we can still make it. Of course, it would be even better if they were willing to join us. We share our food and our home. Isn't this wonderful? Everyone looked at each other. Some of them had already understood what Tian Laoyu meant, but they didn't intend to say anything. Under order, they still have basic conscience. Brother Tian, this is not good, right? We are all neighbors. What's wrong? Li Meng immediately retorted. Brother Tian, this is called courtesy before force. Are you willing to watch your elderly and children starve? Done! A young man said angrily. Brother Tian, I will fight you. As long as my parents can have a place to live and food to eat. Good! Tian Laoyu responded. Then let's gather the food from our respective homes together first. If anyone doesn't want to join, they can withdraw now. I won't force them. A middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses retreated. Brother Tian, we live on the 4th floor, there is no rush, you see. It's okay. I understand. Tian Laoyu maneuvered his wheelchair forward and took out his cell phone from his pocket. Come on, scan the code. Ah? Scan the code. Tian Laoyu smiled and said, I'll give you the money and you move the food out. Didn't we agree on that just now? Is 10,000 enough? 20,000? Or why don't you just sell the house to me? I'll give you 3 million. Since you don't join, you are my target. Money for you, food for me. The middle-aged man shuddered and said with a smile. Brother Tian, I'll join. Join! That's good. Tian Laoyu patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder and looked at everyone again. I have plenty of money. As long as you help me get through this, I will give everyone a red envelope that will satisfy you. Good. Brother Tian, tell me, where is our first target? Why don't we go to the 28th floor? Aren't the people there stupid and rich? They also raise so many pigs. The 28th floor, we have to go there sooner or later. Tian Laoyu gritted his teeth and uttered. If it wasn't that guy, why would he come out wearing sunglasses and a mask? But not now. You all know about conquering cities, right? He raised his hand and pointed to the stairs leading to the 5th floor. From low to high, let's go slowly. 12 o'clock noon. The entire 5th floor was occupied by Tian Laoyu and his group. The method is extremely simple and crude. Knock on the door. You open the door and start talking about business. Given 2 choices, selling supplies or sharing supplies, most people would choose the latter. At worst, you can share your house with others. If you don't open, that's even easier. Pick the lock. Anti-theft door locks are difficult to open, especially when they are locked. But Tian Laoyu is a professional. With just a piece of wire and a hard card, the door was opened in less than 10 seconds. Even Hu Yu didn't expect that Lao Lu actually had this skill. 12 o'clock noon. When everyone on the 28th floor started to eat lunch, Tian Lao Lu and others had already arrived on the 7th floor and had gathered more than 40 people. They gathered in a clean room on the 7th floor and held a grand celebration banquet. There were a few troublemakers tied up nearby. These are the residents who refused to cooperate and put up a desperate resistance. Now they could only squat in the corner and watch those people eat what belonged to them. Brother Tian. Li Meng came close to Tian Laolu and said, "It's such a big noise. Is it really okay now that the rain has stopped?" Not only him, everyone had this doubt in their mind. As soon as the question was asked, everyone was silent. "Don't worry, everyone." Tian Laolu raised his glass loudly. "I, Tian Laolu, will be responsible for all actions. As long as everyone can have enough food and a place to live, it doesn't matter if I am disabled. Brother Tian is righteous. Brother Tian is righteous. Come on, let's toast to Brother Tian." When they were toasting, Hu Yu and others were also sitting at the dining table, scalding the hot pot and watching the scene through the surveillance camera. "Boss, if you just let them be like this, is it really okay?" Shinshan asked. "This is about to take over the mountain and become the king. If the knocking is not done, other people on the floor will suffer, and even they may become targets." "Fine." Hu Yu simply replied and took a beef ball from the pot. "This is nothing, it will only become more chaotic later, and if you get involved now, it will only cause trouble." He glanced at the time. 5:12. If I remember correctly, it was almost time. Boom! As soon as Hu Yu put the beef balls in his mouth, the light around him suddenly dimmed. The power is out. Chapter 26. I send you 365 blessings. July 14th, 12:06 noon. The water level reached 3.7 meters. More than 90% of the world's power systems have been shut down. This also includes Jinling. All the nuclear reactors that can be shut down have been shut down, and as for those that cannot be shut down, no one can deal with them now. The heavy rain continued to fall in the darkness. Screams and fear filled the entire community. Next second. Bite. The power supply equipment stockpiled by Hu Yu began to operate. The power was restored, the server was reset, and 10 seconds later, the surveillance footage reappeared on the screen. Most of the residents opened the curtains to let the faint light from outside enter the room, but they couldn't even see the food in the pot. The sunshine has long been blocked by dark clouds. "Brother Shin, please turn on the lights." "Okay, boss." Shinshan replied and turned on the main light. The fierce light pierced the darkness and instantly attracted the attention of the entire community. "That's electric light. Wasn't there a power outage? Why can he still turn on the light?" Everyone in the community took out their mobile phones and wanted to ask questions in the owner group. Their fingers kept tapping on the screen, but before the message was sent, they discovered something. The internet is gone. This news can no longer be sent. The people in other buildings were speechless and could only start looking for lighting equipment at home. The people in Building 3 are an exception. They were in the same building and couldn't see the light above their heads at all. 10 minutes later. The roar of helicopters and the sound of broadcasts rang above everyone's heads. Due to heavy rain overnight, Jinling's power system, water supply system, gas system, and communication system have all stopped working. Relevant departments are carrying out disaster relief and repair work. Please don't panic. The broadcast sound continued to echo in the sky. Almost everyone knows what happened. Electricity, water supply, gas, communications, all gone. When people live their normal lives, they don't think these things are important. Once they all stop operating, the people in the steel forest will be no different from returning to primitive society. No, there is still a difference. People in primitive society have always lived in primitive times and have never seen the light, so they can endure darkness. But humans today are different. They enjoyed so much that compared with primitive society, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were living in a paradise. Now, falling from heaven to hell will always create some demons. Food, fresh water, power. These will become the original sin of their downfall. 7th floor. Tian Laolu is maintaining order. After the power outage, everyone's sanity had begun to collapse. Coupled with the announcement that had just sounded, the line of order in everyone's mind had begun to tremble. Now I can't listen to a cripple's words at all. Until. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The firelight awakened their sanity and brought them back to silence. Tian Lao turned on the flashlight on his mobile phone, attracting everyone's attention. I still prefer you to keep quiet. He spoke calmly, holding a flashlight in one hand and a gun in the other. Now, I will issue the first order. It's an order, not an opinion. Carrying supplies. Li Mang, take 10 people with you to move all the usable supplies downstairs upstairs, and the rest of you follow me. Yes. Li Mang responded, and then asked, Brother Tian, where are we moving to? Move it upstairs, the higher the better. The power is out. Tian Lao also knew that the rain might not stop. Even if I could stop, it wouldn't be after 2 days. What he has to do now is to seize the time. Seize the time when everyone is still not able to react, gain absolute advantage first, and then slowly settle the score with Hu Yu. I don't know how that kid knew about the rainstorm in advance, and how much supplies he stockpiled. As long as we can snatch him, we can probably survive this rainstorm. At the same time, some people also realized this. Yu Wanchio. She left the crowd in the dark and started running all the way to the 28th floor. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yu Wanchio ignored the noise downstairs and finally reached the 28th floor. She raised the flashlight and was stunned on the spot. Alloy door! She had only seen this door in a bank vault. Forget about prying it open, even using C4 to blow it up might not work. How much has this guy prepared? Who you? Yu Wanchio rushed over and started knocking on the door. It's me! Open the door! The voice echoed in the stairwell, but there was no response. Who you? I know you can hear it. Yu Wanchio kept shouting. You even install the door like this. I don't believe you didn't install surveillance. I just want to talk to you. Is that not even allowed? Chat? The voice came from the door. A screen lights up. Hu Yu was seen with half a cup of watermelon smoothie in his hand, curled up on the sofa, playing Candy Crush on a tablet. He didn't even lift his eyelids. Do you want to talk about water margin or the Three Kingdoms? We are having afternoon tea. You start the conversation and I will talk about 50 cents. Lamp? Yu Wanchio exclaimed in surprise. How do you have electricity? That's a good question. If you've studied junior high school physics, you should know there's something called a generator. Very good. Yu Wanchio's face was full of joy. Hurry up and let me in. Why? Hu Yu reached out, picked up an egg tart from the table and brought it to his mouth. There was a crackling sound as teeth cut through the puff pastry. This made Yu Wanchio swallow her saliva. From the time the rainstorm started until now, she has only eaten a bowl of instant noodles. This is the reward I got for serving Tian Lao. This guy actually had afternoon tea at home. Gulp. Yu Wanchio swallowed her saliva and said, I'm telling you, Tian Lao wants to deal with you and has brought people to fight you. I'm here to tip you off. He can pick locks and has a gun in his hand. Let me in quickly, I have a way to help you stop them. Oh, I see. Just you know? Yu Wanchio was stunned. She never expected Hu Yu to have this attitude. Yes, I should thank you for giving me the news. Hu Yu got up from the sofa, took the camera from someone, pointed the screen at the coffee table, and started to select. Egg tarts, scones, macarons, tiramisu, even pan-fried buns and shrimp dumplings are on the table. This afternoon tea is a fusion of Chinese and Western flavors. What should I give you as a reward? All is fine. Anything goes. Yu Wanchio had no intention of going in, she just hoped to stuff everything on the table into her mouth. Never mind. The camera turns. Hu Yu faced the camera again. You are of a level like me, you will definitely look down on our afternoon tea, so I'd better give you my blessing. Bubu, come and sing a song for your sister. Here are 365 blessings. Okay, brother. Bubu replied, cleared his throat, and started singing on the spot. There are 365 sunrises in a year. I send you 365 blessings. The childish singing voice echoed in the stairwell. Yuanchio's smile froze instantly. Who? You. What do you want me to do? The camera turns. Huyu's face appeared in the video again. Miss Yi, you don't like it? Then it's okay for me to sing a song for you myself. No, thanks. Yuanchio still wanted to struggle. Huyu, can you please let me in? I know there are many empty rooms in your house, I just need a place to stay. That Tian Laolu is a complete pervert. Help me. Help me, no matter what, I can do it. Oh? Huyu raised his voice and said, Can you do anything? Yes. Anything is fine. Yuanchio lowered her head and pretended to be shy. Don't worry, I will take good care of you. Then let's leapfrog. Frog jumping? Yuanchio was stunned. Yes. Huyu pointed behind her and said, From here, frog jump all the way to the second floor, and then jump back from the second floor. As long as you can do it, I will let you in. Okay. Wait for me. Chapter 27. I have never seen such a shameless person. Yuanchio immediately squatted down, put her hands behind her back, and began to leap towards the 27th floor. He seems to be quite honest. But in the surveillance footage, she had just jumped to the 27th floor when she stood up straight and spat towards the 28th floor with a look of disdain. Oh. Huyu sneered. He knew that this woman would not be so stupid, and her gesture of weakness just now was just a disguise. If she were really let in, there would be only one outcome. This snake will find the best time to bite him. Zilong. Huyu looked at Su Zilong. This guy was working out not far away, and seemed to be trying to defeat Insiener. I remember you installed screens on every floor, right? Hold head high. Su Zilong replied. Why, you want to negotiate with them? Negotiation? It's too early. Huyu walked forward and handed him his phone with a smile. Pass on the picture just now. I think Tian Lao must be worried when he found out that someone is missing. I thought you were really going to let someone in. Su Zilong took the phone and started operating it. Don't even mention that she didn't do a frog jump. Even if she did, I would just let her do it again. You are a devil. Thank you for the compliment. In times like these, angels will go to heaven soon. 1 minute later. The surveillance footage outside the 28th floor was played in a loop on all floors of the 3 buildings. Especially the first scene. Can pick locks and has a gun. All residents above the 7th floor began to be alert. Cat's eye, seal it. Block the keyhole with the key and lock it twice. Finally, use the refrigerator, sofa, and TV to hold the door firmly shut. Triple insurance. Not to mention breaking into the house and picking the lock. Even if you use an electric saw to saw it, it will take a long time. Tian Lao stood in front of the door of 801, his teeth almost broken, and he couldn't think of any other way to open the door. Resentment is surging in my chest. Who? You. Damn this guy. That is to say, he is now hiding in that turtle shell and there is no way to find him, otherwise, hee. But it's okay. Tian Lao took a step back, pushed his glasses down on his nose, and his mind gradually calmed down. He has inquired about it. There are now 10 people in Huyu's family. Not only have they accumulated a lot of resources, they have even bought a boat. There were a lot of resources, and it was impossible to store them all on the 28th floor. It was estimated that most of them were placed in the cabin. Now just have to wait. By the time they finish eating the food stored on the 28th floor, or even earlier, they will have to go find a boat. Therefore, as long as we can occupy the floor closest to the water surface, we can cut off their way to survival. Now the resources on the 6 floors combined are enough to feed 20 people for 10 days. Even if no one else opens the door, it will be enough. Now the crux of the matter is, if you reduce the number of people, it is actually very simple to reduce the number of 40 people to 20. Afternoon. Under the cover of Limang, Tian Lao convened a small meeting with 20 people. These 20 people were the most obedient among the crowd. The content of the meeting was simple. Increase revenue and reduce expenditure. The source cannot be opened now. To ensure food supply for everyone, We have no choice but to cut costs. They didn't kill anyone. They just tied up the remaining 20 people and let them stay on the 4th floor, where there was no water, and starved them. Everyone hit it off and started the operation that night. It's just being hungry for 2 days, it's not a big deal. As for Yuanqiu, she knew she couldn't go back, so she had no choice but to start from the 27th floor and knock on every door, hoping someone would take her in. When she knocked all the way to the 24th floor, unexpectedly someone actually opened the door. A fat guy wearing glasses. He eagerly welcomed Yuanqiu in and provided her with delicious food and drinks. As for what happened that night, Huyu was too lazy to look. After eating and drinking, he fell into a deep sleep. Nothing happened on the 3rd day. Everyone was waiting until 7 o'clock in the evening of the 4th day to see if the rain would stop. July 16th, 7 a.m. The water level reached 12 meters. The 3rd floor has been completely flooded, and rainwater is still pouring towards the 4th floor. The rain showed no sign of stopping. People living in high-rise buildings are still enjoying their rare vacation, including those living on the 8th floor. In their minds, the rainstorm will stop completely in 12 hours at most. There's no need to panic, they won't be drowned anyway. Tian Laolu was equally calm. He knew very well that what was needed now was to conserve his energy rather than engage in useless frenzy. He placed 20 people at all the windows from the 4th to the 7th floors. Anyone who jumped into the water or was about to jump would be discovered immediately. Huyu was naturally even less anxious. After getting up, he habitually went into the bathroom and raised his hand to knock on his eggs. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill book, Mastering Fishing. Note: after using the skill book, your physical fitness and physical quality will automatically increase to the level of mastering the skill. Well, another useless skill book. At least it's useless now. There is a fishing rod. The egg I opened yesterday just happened to yield a fine fishing rod. No bait is needed, unlimited ropes are available, just cast the rod and there is a chance that you will catch a fish. But the 28th floor is still more than 70 meters away from the water, so you can catch a hammerfish. I'm afraid that before the fish is caught, someone will cut off the beard halfway. But Huyu still chose to study. He clearly felt that the strength of his arms and lower limbs had increased a lot, but it was not useless at all. After washing, Huyu walked out of the room. At this time, Xiao Zisu was already preparing breakfast. Li Ji was on the side, Mu Lingxiu was teaching Biuba how to read and write, Su Zilong was still working out, Shinshan was squatting in front of the monitor, Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi were standing at the window, staring at the rising water level outside the window. Hey! Huyu walked to Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi and looked down from their sight. What are you looking at? Thinking about how to fish. Zhao Zhong smiled and replied. Brother Shan told us that there seems to be no river fish among the things he stocked up. So my brother and I were thinking about catching some fish to give Bubu a balanced nutrition. Zhao Yi agreed from the side. It's a good thing, but it's a pity that there is no fishing rod. Even if there is, you can't catch it. Shinshan replied from the side. This floor is too high. It will be about the same in a while. It's time to eat. Xiao Zisu conveniently placed the last bowl of medicinal food on the table. Come on, Bubu, it's time to eat. Don't worry about the fish, let's eat first. Huyu led several people to the dining table. Let's eat something light this morning. In addition to the medicinal food prepared by Xiao Zisu, Huyu took out 5 baskets of shrimp dumplings, 5 baskets of chicken feet, 3 baskets of steamed buns, and even freshly fried dough sticks and soy milk from his backpack. No way. There are 6 bodyguards at this table, and their appetite can basically be calculated as that of 2 people. You have to prepare more. Just as everyone was about to take their seats, there was a knock on the door. Judging from the sound, it didn't come from outside the door, but from the alloy door. Who is it so early? Huyu took out his cell phone and checked the surveillance footage. All I saw was a face full of resentment appear on the screen. Aunt Wang? That's not right. If I remember correctly, Aunt Wang will start leading her team to collect food rations door to door tomorrow. How come this life starts today? Yes, they should be the 2 households at 103 and 104. There were 6 more people for no reason, and they wanted to eat their fill, so the food rations were naturally consumed quickly. Xiao Hu! I know you are here! Aunt Wang's voice rang out at the door. Hurry up and hand over the food. I saw it in the video the day before yesterday. You stuffed so many people into my house, don't think you can just ignore it. Hurry up, don't make me wait impatiently. Hee hee. Hu Yu sneered. Are you still impatient? Do you think you are the second cousin of the Jade Emperor? He simply turned on the video and pointed the camera at the desktop. After the other party saw clearly what was on the table, he pretended to have taken the wrong shot and apologized repeatedly. Oh, is that Aunt Wang? What do you want from me? You. Aunt Wang uttered a word, and without thinking it was troublesome, she put her hands on her hips and repeated her request. Hurry up! Take out everything I want! And bring me some of the things on your table, my grandson wants to eat them. Hey, Aunt Wang, I don't know what you are talking about. Hu Yu picked up a shrimp dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth. We don't have much to eat. It's just enough to fill our stomachs. How can we give you more? What's not much? Aunt Wang got anxious on the spot. If you don't eat, it's over? They are just young people, they are not starving. My grandson is still growing. At worst, I can return it to you when the time comes. Look at what you said. Hu Yu patted his chest and said, as the saying goes, a person grows fast at the age of 23. I am also growing. You. I have never seen such a shameless person. Hey, you'll see me today. Hu Yu held a steamed bun in his mouth and blew hot air out of it. Auntie Wang, don't be angry. If you get high blood pressure, there won't be any medicine to treat it for you. After that, the video was hung up. While Hu Yu was enjoying his delicious breakfast, he could still hear Aunt Wang's impatient knocking on the door. It's already the 16th, and their food must have been exhausted. In addition to the video I played the day before yesterday, I think no matter which floor people are on, they will not open the door rashly. It won't be long before those people living in room 2602 show their fangs. Chapter 28 I Had a Dream. Noon, 12 o'clock. A riot broke out on the 26th floor. Get out! Get out now! You are a bunch of losers who only know how to eat and don't know how to find food. Either you bring me some food or I will let you continue to live here. Or get out of here now! Aunt Wang held a kitchen knife and forced the 6 people in rooms 103 and 104 to leave. This scene should normally appear in another day. However, because of the appearance of Tian Laolu, everyone felt the crisis. Not to mention making excuses for food, even opening the door to a stranger is impossible. This led to Aunt Wang's emotional breakdown. Auntie Wang, calm down. Li Chang stood in front of his parents and wife and said, we can skip one meal. It's okay. The rain will stop soon. Don't get excited. Put down the knife first. Brother Zhang, please say something. Yes. No problem. The man in room 103 also said quickly, Auntie Wang, aren't you just worried that there won't be enough food? We can go without food, as long as you don't kick us out. Really? Real. Li Chang and the man at 103 responded at the same time. Just eat a few less meals. As long as the rain stops tomorrow night, everything will be fine. Okay then. Aunt Wang said this, but she still held the knife in her hand. You two, and that old man, the 3 of you leave my house now. I will let your sister and your family live here. You two go to the stairs and wait until the rain stops. If someone comes upstairs on the way, I will open the door for you later. This? Li Chang hesitated. No bargaining. Aunt Wang immediately made a decision. You 3 men, if you threaten me, what should I do? I'm doing this to protect myself. I can go out. Li Chang thought for a moment and said, but my father is already over 70 years old and has difficulty walking. Aunt Wang, please let him stay. No, son. Father Li shook his head. I'll go out with you. The 3 of them left the house without thinking too much. Bang! The door to 2602 is closed. Aunt Wang started cooking for herself and her little grandson. I really only cooked for 2 people and didn't cook anything for the old lady in room 104 and the lame woman in room 103. As for those 3 people, they are now squatting in the corner of the 27th floor. Once they detect any movement, they will knock on the door and go into 2602. You said? John C. looked at the heavy rain outside the window and said, If the rain doesn't stop, what should we do? No. Father Lee frowned and said, It's said above that it can be stopped in 3 days, so it will definitely be stopped. We just need to wait. Dad, you can't say that? Li Chang frowned and said, We are young people. It's okay for us to go hungry for 2 meals, but you can't go hungry. If the rain really doesn't stop, we'll have no choice but to learn from the so-called Mr. Tian downstairs. It's no use learning it. Jiangxi shook his head. No one is opening the door now. If the rain doesn't stop, I'm afraid Aunt Wang won't open the door for us. The door can't be opened just because she says so. A voice sounded in the stairwell. In the dim light, a screen lit up. Li Chang slowly stood up and looked at the screen. You are Xiao Hu from the 28th floor? No, Boss Hu? Boss Hu? Jiangxi immediately stood up and said, Thank you, Boss Hu. If it weren't for you, my sister and I would have been living on the streets. It's all small stuff. Hu Yu held the cup of milk tea and sucked the soft pearls into his mouth. I called you via video to give you a chance to choose. As long as you nod, I can open the door of 2602 for you. This? Jiangxi hesitated. Not so good, right? I told you, I'm just offering you an opportunity. It's up to you to open the door or not. If you want to open the door, just knock on it 3 times in a row. The video is disconnected. Hu Yu didn't want to waste any more time talking to them. If it wasn't to make the building more lively, he wouldn't have made the call. Li Chang, Jiangxi. In the previous life, these 2 people were in cahoots with Aunt Wang, a pair of snakes and rats in the same nest. Not only did they occupy his house, but they also tied him up in a dark room like a 2-legged sheep. If it weren't for that person, he might have been stewed by this group of people. Now, he wanted to see what the scene would be like when they became 2-legged sheep. In the dark, Li Chang was silent for a few breaths before speaking. Brother Zhang, do you like watching movies? Hong Kong movies? Hong Kong movie? Which one? 8 Immortals Restaurant. You may not be familiar with this name, but you must have heard of another name, the Human Meat Bun Shop. Li Chang looked inside the door. To be honest, I actually want to try it too, what human flesh tastes like. Father Li was stunned on the spot. Jiangxi was just stunned for a moment, then swallowed his saliva. Brother Li, I listened to you. They haven't eaten anything all day. Starting from yesterday noon, and one used the excuse that there were not many dishes and only cooked a large pot of rice for everyone. Let your grandchildren feast on it. That night, there wasn't even any white rice. So much so that they haven't even had a sip of water from yesterday until now. I'm getting starving now. Time passes quickly. 7 o'clock in the evening. The water level rose to 13 meters. The heavy rain outside the window continued. The radio did not sound. Everyone looked up at the sky and their hopes gradually faded. Those desires suppressed deep in my heart began to expand. Li Chang, who was sitting on the stairs on the 26th floor, stood up. He patted his father on the shoulder, walked towards 2602, and knocked on the door. Andy Wang, the rain doesn't look like it's going to stop. Please open the door for us and let us in. There was no sound from inside the door. After a while, Aunt Wang's voice came from inside the door. You can come in if you want. Go find some food. Once you find some food, I'll let you in. Andy Wang, is it really not possible? Li Chang's tone was filled with pleading. How about this, if you want to put my dad in, I will go find food with Brother Zhang. No! Aunt Wang refused quite firmly. Li Chang had no choice but to shake his head, turned to give Jiangxi a look, and knocked on the door 3 times. Then Aunt Wang, I can only apologize. Click. The door lock was opened again. Almost at the same time. Hu Yu, who was watching the live broadcast on the 28th floor, immediately took Bubu away and handed her to Mu Lingxiu. Xiao Mu, take Bubu to bed. Yes, sir. Bubu looked puzzled, but still followed Mu Lingxiu back to 2802. There is no way, the next scene is really not suitable for children. Shinshan frowned and asked, Boss, is it really necessary to do this? Not only him, but everyone else also cast questioning glances at Huyu. From their point of view, these things can be ignored. Sooner or later, they will kill each other because they run out of food. Why add fuel to the fire at this time? I had a dream. Huyu ate Haagen-Dazs, enjoying the cold and lubricating taste. In the dream, when the apocalypse came, I didn't hoard these things, and I never knew you. I'm just a homebody living on the 28th floor. For the first 5 days, everyone still had a lot of food at home, and with a little planning, we could still make it through. On the 5th day, the rain, which was fresh water, turned into acid rain, and people who had not previously stored fresh water began to face a water shortage crisis. On the 7th day, the food was all gone. The 10th floor and below were all flooded. Those people had no choice but to run to the stairwell to survive. They stuffed everything they could eat into their stomachs. Belts, shoe soles, and even the rats and cockroaches in the stairwell. On the 10th day, the water level stopped rising, but more and more people were in the staircase. All the rats were eaten, and the cockroaches were also eaten to extinction. Now the only thing left to eat is people. Some people starved to death, but he saved the rest. On the 18th day, the water level rose again, and there were fewer and fewer people in the staircase. The survivors found an electric saw in the room and started looking for people door to door from the 17th floor. On the 22nd day, they found the 28th floor and sawed open the door of my house. At that time, I was hungry and there was no food left in the house. I begged them to let me go, but they didn't answer. They just threw me into a dark room with other people in it besides me. That day, I learned a word: two-legged sheep. The people in it are no longer called people, but live as sheep. I heard from the sheep there that almost every 2 days, a sheep is taken away, and our remaining sheep will also be given some broth. On the 24th day, a yacht passed by. Another sheep and I jumped into the water at night, and were rescued by people on the yacht. Maybe I have been stewed. After Huyu finished speaking, he took another bite of ice cream. This is the result of his careful consideration. After so many days of getting along, everyone's favorable impression of him has increased to over 30. Especially Qinshan, Bubu, and Xiao Zisu. Xiao Zisu and Qinshan's favorability level has reached 60, while Bubu's is 70. Even the lowest Su Zilong has reached 30. In this case, it's time to tell them something else. Rebirth is so absurd that it can best be described as a dream. Everyone fell into silence. Only Xiao Zisu came over with shining eyes. So, you are reborn, right? Yes, it's you as expected. You're a girl with middle school syndrome. You guessed it right away, right? Rebirth is just a dream. Huyu immediately changed the topic and looked at Qinshan. So, I will answer you now. It's necessary. It's necessary. Even if it's just a dream, I will never let go of those who treat me like a sheep. I want to live, but at the same time I will never let them live well. Everyone stopped talking. Feel the same? Not really. But if you think about it from their perspective, if they had suffered the same situation and had another chance, they would probably do something even more extreme. After all, what they lack the least is power. Seeing that everyone stopped talking, Huyu knew that he had achieved his goal. He lowered his head and looked at the surveillance screen again. Just one glance and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Chapter 29. Go to the rooftop. After Li Chang opened the door, he subdued Aunt Wang and the little devil while Huyu was talking. Amid the roars of the grandparents, the two men did not use their knives directly. Instead, they tied them up and threw them into the room, and began to reorganize the food in the room. Soon, they found the ham that Aunt Wang hid in the room. Thanks to this ham, the grandparents and grandchildren temporarily escaped the fate of being put into the pot. Everyone cooked a pot of rice with rainwater and had a simple dinner. Human flesh? Emergency food like this, which is easy to store and not prone to spoilage, should naturally be saved for last. The most urgent task now is to find enough food. If I remember correctly, in addition to Aunt Wang's family, other families also received ham. Li Chang looked toward the window, as if he had made a decision. Brother Zhang, do you want to live? Brother Chang! Jiangxi swallowed a mouthful of broth. You say I listen to you. Good. Li Chang walked into the room and pulled off the bed sheet that the little devil was covering himself with. Rope, can you do it? Brother Chang, you want to get down through the window. Li Chang's eyes were filled with madness. He had already started tearing the cloth and making ropes. It's raining heavily now. It's almost impossible to climb upstairs from downstairs. But it's much easier to climb downstairs. Tie a rope and go in through the window. Even if you fall, the water below is too deep and you won't die. Only in this way can we store enough food. But Jiangxi hesitated. Brother Chang, I'm afraid of heights. For you. Li Chang handed one end of the bedsheet to Jiangxi. I'll go down, and you stay on top as my stake. Good. At the same time. 5th floor. I believe you all have seen it. Tian Laolu stood above the crowd, overlooking the 20 people in front of him. The rain hasn't stopped. We still don't know the reason for this, but one thing must be admitted. We have to be prepared for a long war. There are more than 20 people downstairs. They want to eat, and we also want to eat. Only by getting more food can we live better. The door lock can't be opened, but we can still find other things. As Tian Laolu said this, he took out a mouse from his pocket. Rats in the south are usually about the size of a palm and covered with black hair. They squeak as soon as they are picked up. Among the crowd, some people looked embarrassed, and some even went straight into the crowd. In their eyes, this kind of thing is not only not food, it can even be called a monster. Tian, brother Tian, do we really want to eat this? Not now. Tian Laolu replied. But we need to catch them. Not only that, there are dead bodies on the water. Most of the animals that drowned will float to the surface. The brothers who are responsible for guarding the windows will have to work harder. When you see them, use this thing to fish them out. As he spoke, Tian Laolu took out a colander made from many pots and spoons. Remember, the more we fish out, the later we'll be able to eat it, or maybe even, we won't have to eat it at all. In order to avoid eating mice, everyone immediately became very alert. 20 people, occupying 10 windows, changed shifts every 12 hours and began to keep their eyes on the water surface to catch food. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. July 18th, 10 a.m. On the 5th day of the heavy rain, the water level reached 22 meters. All floors below the 7th floor were flooded by rain, and even the 7th floor was mostly submerged. Tian Laolu and others have completely lost their place to stay. But they had a pretty smooth process of catching the mice. The mice seemed to be extremely hungry and would definitely take advantage of any food they saw. 2 days. They caught more than 20 mice, and each one was extremely fat. But the fishing work was not very smooth. Apart from 3 dead fish weighing 2 kilograms, they didn't catch anything else. The water level has now exceeded the 7th floor. The door can't be pried open. There is not much food left for them. On the other hand, Li Chang. He is lucky. Although they only looted the households of number 2502 and number 2402, they did get half a ham and 2 unopened bags of rice, which were enough for the 6 people to survive for another 3 days. It was at this time that Li Chang went out carrying the half ham. He walked all the way to the 28th floor and knocked on the alloy door. Bang! Huyu was sitting at the dining table eating breakfast. Today's breakfast is a steak sandwich with eggs Benedict and soy milk, made by Li Ji. Hearing a knock on the door, Huyu casually switched to the surveillance screen and saw Li Chang standing at the door carrying a ham. Oh, what a rare visitor! Huyu answered the video call and smiled at Li Chang on the other side. Brother Chang, good morning, have you had breakfast? Good morning, boss Hu. Li Chang forced a smile, not daring to let his eyes stay on the sandwich. I came here specially to thank you. If it weren't for your help, my father and I would have starved to death outside. This ham is a gift to you. If possible, I would like to ask you to give us some fresh water. Oh, a gift? To put it simply, it is an exchange. Today is the 5th day of heavy rain. The rain has changed from fresh water to corrosive acid rain. People who did not store fresh water before are now not only unable to eat enough, but even drinking water has become a problem. Ham? You can eat it, but after eating it will speed up the consumption of water in the body, and the more you eat, the thirstier you will be. This is also the reason why Huyu chose to give this as a gift to Aunt Wang and others. From a rational point of view, ham would definitely be stored by them as their final food. But if it is stored for 5 days, the ham will be completely ruined. Don't eat, I'm hungry. Eat, I'm thirsty again. Even if they stuffed the ham into their mouths, there would probably be no saliva to help them chew, and they would eventually choke to death. Fresh water, right? I do have some left at home, but as for the ham. Huyu turned the screen of his phone and aimed it at the window. There was a row of hams drying there, at least dozens of them. Li Ji was slicing some meat and preparing to have it with fresh hami melon as afternoon tea today. What do you need? Li Chang said calmly. As long as I have it, I can exchange it. Including your life? Li Chang fell silent. The reason why he worked so hard was just to survive. How could he possibly sacrifice his life for it? Just kidding. Huyu knew he would not agree. It's up to you to keep things or not. I won't give you fresh water. After saying that, he stood up and stretched himself. Without avoiding Li Chang, he directly asked Shin Chan. Old Shin, are you ready to take a shower? I'm still waiting to take a shower today. Immediately. I'll make sure it's done tonight. Ding. The screen went dark. In the darkness, Li Chang was the only one standing in the stairwell carrying the ham. He held the ham tightly, thought for a long time, and finally went all the way downstairs. 27th floor, 26th floor. All the way to the 7th floor. Tian Laolu and others heard the sound of footsteps and immediately got ready to take action. When they saw Li Chang carrying ham alone downstairs, everyone's eyes turned green. Who is Boss Tian? Li Chang stood on the stairs with a smile on his face. A wheelchair was pushed out from the crowd. I am. Are you looking for me? I'm here to give you a gift. Li Chang presented the ham with both hands. In the dim space, the sound of swallowing saliva continued to be heard. Tian Lao thought for a moment, and finally held the ham in his arms. What's this brother's name? Li Chang, Boss Tian, just call me Shaoli. Brother Li. Boss Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. You are not here just to give gifts, are you? Boss Tian is smart. I'm here to cooperate with you. Oh? How do we cooperate? Food, fresh water. Li Chang got straight to the point. Boss Hu from the 28th floor once sent hams to people in our community. Most of them were from our building. We still have at least 20 hams like this in our building. Now that they have no fresh water, the ham has become their food reserve. We will split the looted ham 50 to 50. That's true, but Brother Li, this door, we can't open it. Door, I have a solution. Fresh water and ham. I want a quarter. Tian Lao frowned. How do you know I have fresh water? First of all, none of your lips are chapped, and if there's no fresh water, you'd have smashed this ham in my face, right? Really? Tian Lao didn't know how long the rain would last, so just in case, he collected enough fresh water. Ha ha! I like working with smart people. Tian Lao immediately stretched out his right hand. Deal! July 18th, 12 noon. The water level was close to 23 meters, and the 8th floor was half submerged. Before Tian Lao's men could even saw the door, the people on the 8th floor had already run out. I can't bear it. I can't bear it at all. Seeing new partners joining, Tian Lao decisively took away their food and confiscated it. The obedient ones stay in the team, the disobedient ones. Tie them up and put them at the back of the team. Brother Tian. Li Mang frowned, looking at the rising water level, and asked tentatively. How far do we have to go to get here? Why not, just go to the 28th floor directly. I can't go. Before Tian Lao could speak, Li Chang replied. There is an alloy door on the 28th floor that cannot be cut open with a saw. I suggest you go to the 27th floor. Just listen to Brother Li. Tian Lao immediately made the decision. Go to the 27th floor. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The group successfully occupied the 27th floor. There are 3 households on the 27th floor. In addition to Mu Lingxiu, who originally lived here, 2 other families were tied up and thrown to the end of the team. After occupying the base, Tian Lao held a brief meeting at 2702. He had just called Li Mang and Li Chang together, and before the meeting officially started, he heard a rumbling sound coming from upstairs. That seems to be the sound of mahjong. They were struggling on the brink of life and death downstairs, but the guys upstairs actually had the leisure to play mahjong. Brother Aqiang. Tian Lao pointed upstairs and asked, "What do you think of them? There are a lot of supplies, but they are hard to get. So it can be done?" Li Chang nodded. "Isn't there a rooftop above the 28th floor?" "Rooftop? You mean descending from the rooftop?" But now it's acid rain." Li Mang frowned and asked, "Who dares to go up to the rooftop now?" "As long as you wear thick enough clothes, it won't be a problem." Li Chang immediately stood up and said, "I can go up, but I need 3 more people, 2 to act as stakes, and 1 to accompany me down." "Okay, I'll be your stake." Tian Lao raised his hand and placed it on Li Chang's shoulder, then looked at Li Mang. Then I'll come along too." Chapter 30, Monster. At the same time. 20th floor. There are 4 people at each table. Hu Yu and others set up 2 mahjong tables and have started this afternoon's entertainment activities. On the right-hand side, there is a fruit plate. Shizuoka melon with Iberian ham. On the left-hand side, there are various drinks such as Yamazaki Jujuba, Fat House Happy Water, Cheese Milk Tea, etc. 3. That's a lie. Xiao Zisu immediately pushed the mahjong away, rolled up her sleeves and stood up. "All the same color, come on, put your head over here." "What luck you have!" Hu Yu had no choice but to complain, but he could only lean his head forward. "Is it still possible to play if I always point the finger at you?" "You don't understand the luck of the European emperor." Xiao Zisu raised her hand and flicked it a few times, pushed down the cards and planned to continue, and asked, "By the way, the water level has almost risen. When are we going to set off?" Even before leaving, she left enough food and fresh water for her parents to last for half a month, and even weapons. But as a child, she was still worried that something would happen to her 2 elders, and thought that the sooner she could be brought back, the better. After all, this is already the 5th day. It even started to rain acid rain, so it would be best to pick them up earlier. 4 more days. Hu Yu pushed the cards into the machine. "The acid rain won't last long. It will turn into normal rain on the 9th day. It won't be too late for us to start again then." At that time, the heart of the ocean was also integrated. Let alone picking up Zhao's father and Zhao's mother, even sailing to the Sea of Stars was not a problem. Come on, keep going. I don't believe it anymore, I can't beat you yet." July 18th, 7 p.m. The water level reaches 24 meters. Hu Yu ended the game with a red and swollen head. Really? As long as he doesn't cheat, he has no luck in gambling. It seems that I should participate less in this kind of entertainment activities in the future. It has no benefits other than wasting my brain. After dinner, everyone started watching the surveillance video, which was something they enjoyed watching today. Now all the residents below the 9th floor have moved out. Under the coercion and inducement of Tian Laolu, half of the people joined them, and the other half were tied up like dumplings. Among those who were tied up like dumplings were Aunt Wang and the little devil. No matter how noisy these 2 are, they haven't eaten for almost 3 days and can't make any waves now. Hu Yu took a look at their warehouse. Well, they have separated the mice into male and female, and are preparing to force them to pair up for breeding. Fortunately, cockroaches escaped and have not yet been included in their diet. Just as Hu Yu was about to turn the surveillance camera to see the images on other floors, he instantly caught a detail. Rope. Li Chang and Li Mang were making ropes out of a large amount of cloth. It seemed that they were trying to make them into safety ropes for descending from somewhere. Don't they already have chainsaws? Why do they need to use it this way? What's more, it's acid raining outside now. Where could be worth taking such a big risk? Unless. Looks like there's something fun tonight. 10 o'clock at night. 2802. As the last headlight went out. In the dim living room, all you can see is the flashing red light of the server and the sound of people breathing. Half an hour later, two dark shadows fell from the upstairs and landed precisely in front of the glass window. One of the figures pushed the window directly, but after pushing it twice, he found that it couldn't be pushed open at all. The two men looked at each other and simultaneously took out a hammer from their pockets. Smash! Bang, bang, bang! There were several muffled explosions, but the glass didn't move at all. But in the next moment, ding! The light is on. Under the warm yellow light, a group of people were sitting on the sofa with watermelons in their hands and legs crossed, like audiences waiting for the show to begin. On the other hand, those two people. The layers of clothes wrapped together made the two strong men look like old ladies. The outermost layer of clothes has almost been corroded by acid rain. Huyu raised his hand and greeted the two of them, then pulled out a cardboard from behind him. There were 3 words written on it. Good evening. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Li Chang immediately pulled the rope on his body and began to climb up. But Li Mang was obviously not convinced. Why retreat? This is our only chance. Bang! Bang! 1 hammer, 2 hammers. Li Mang was still knocking on the glass frantically. You are really a thief with a heart of your own. Huyu spat out a sentence and took out a remote control. The two people outside the window were stunned at the same time, not knowing what this meant. Seeing that Li Mang did not move, Li Chang had no choice but to join in the action. But just a few seconds later, a buzzing sound came from behind them. Turn around and take a look. I saw a drone hovering about 2 meters behind the two of them, with a pistol installed on the controller. Hey, can you hear me? Huyu's voice came from the drone. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. There are 2 bullets in the gun. You can choose who to shoot. If you two choose the same person, then I won't shoot you. If your choices were different, then I'm sorry, 2 bullets would fall on you separately. In 3 seconds, select start 3, 2. Li Chang immediately looked at Li Mang and gave him a look, but the other party was already panicked at this moment. Let alone a look, even if a fairy sister came down to earth, he might not be able to see her. 1. They both raised their hands almost at the same time. Li Mang pointed at Li Chang, and Li Chang also pointed at himself. Passed? The two of them were immediately delighted. Huyu also smiled. Congratulations on passing the test. You don't have to be shot anymore. But the drone slowly took off. It came all the way to the top of their heads, and then bang! 1 shot. The bullet hit the cloth rope that Li Mang was leaning on. Ah! The rope broke instantly. Li Mang fell into the water. Seeing this, Li Chang also understood what Huyu meant. Just because people don't have to be shot anymore doesn't mean they won't have to be tied up. He immediately used both hands and started climbing up. But how could Huyu let him succeed? Another shot. Li Chang also fell from the air. Huyu controlled the drone to return and turned on the monitoring equipment pointed outside the building. On the monitoring screen, the 2 people fell into the water, splashing a lot of water, but no figures have been seen floating up from the water yet. Could he be dead? Xiao Zissa asked from the side. There is a drop of nearly 60 meters from here to the water. If you fall like this, you will be disabled even if you don't die. Huyu replied casually. Just when he was about to remove the surveillance screen and see how the 2 people on the rooftop were doing, Shinshan suddenly spoke. Wait a minute, boss! Look here! Shinshan pointed at the screen. Everyone's eyes gathered at the same time. I saw a flash of dark red on the surface of the water, and a broken arm surfaced. Broken hand? If you dive at this height and your posture is incorrect, you may be injured or even killed, but you will never lose your hands or feet. Wrong. There's something under the water. At the same time, Li Chang also floated up. His expression was extremely frightened, as if he had discovered something, and he kept swimming towards the stairs. The speed was so fast that it just created a ripple on the water surface. Next second, the arm that floated up was pulled down again by something and never floated up again. Li Chang swam into the window of the corridor on the 9th floor as quickly as possible and escaped. Surveillance still remains on the water surface. Apart from the arm, nothing else floated to the surface. Only a pool of scarlet remained. Everyone looked at Huyu, and he didn't know what was going on. Is there something else beneath the surface? He has never met one either. He stayed upstairs for the first 22 days of the end of the world, and stayed on a ship for the middle 20 days. They spent the next 7 days on the kayak, but they had never been in the water, so they had no idea what was underneath. Shark? Jinling is still some distance from the sea, and it is impossible for a shark to swim over in such a short time. Taking a step back, even if it is a shark, what about the dorsal fin? On the water there must be at least a dorsal fin, right? Not to mention the dorsal fin, there was not even a watermark on the water surface just now. Check. Huyu frowned slightly. Li Chang should have seen something just now. Go ask him. I'll go. Shinshan immediately said. I will go downstairs now and bring him up. Need not. Huyu turned on the surveillance camera on the 9th floor. I can do it. On monitoring. Li Chang huddled in a corner of the passage, his eyes fixed on the water, as if he had experienced some great terror. Li Chang, what did you see? Li Chang did not respond, his body shaking continuously. Li Chang! Can you hear me? Monster! Monster! Li Chang raised his head and looked at Huyu in the video, his eyes gradually turning red. His body suddenly stopped shaking, and then he suddenly pounced forward. Ouch! Chapter 31, Eating People. The screen was destroyed. Huyu frowned as he looked at the picture taken from another angle. His brows couldn't help but furrowed. Li Chang. No, he should not be Li Chang now. It is now pouncing on the screen and biting it, as if trying to pull Huyu out of the screen. But that is obviously impossible. But even if the screen fragments scratched its mouth and its fingers left bloody marks on the concrete wall, it still had no intention of stopping. Zombies? Xiao Zissa frowned and said, Have you seen this kind of thing in your dream? Huyu shook his head. If he had known that zombies would appear, he would never have stayed in such a place. Just fly directly to the nearest uninhabited island to live. You know, the entire Jinling has a population of over 9 million. Even if half of them starve to death and a zombie crisis breaks out, there will still be more than 4 million zombies. Just 8 trucks of weapons, is that enough? I'm afraid even 8 armies may not be enough. How about I go down and take a look? Shinshan suggested again. Need not. Huyu frowned. Currently, this thing should be contagious, and we don't know how it spreads, so it's better to be careful. What now? Li Ji's face was full of worry. We can't let it stay down there like this, right? If other people are infected, can our alloy door outside prevent it? Snort! Su Zilong snorted coldly. That is a bank-standard explosion-proof door. Let alone zombies, even 10 RPG rounds can't destroy it. Hey, what about the 100 rounds? Zhao Zhong said sarcastically. There are about 100 people down there. If some monster comes out, can your alloy door protect it? Okay, stop arguing and see what happens first. Huyu interrupted everyone. When the monster found that it could not take food out of the wall, it stopped trying and instead hunched over and walked up the stairs. 10th floor. There are 10 people responsible for guarding there to prevent the people on the 9th floor from coming out and being unable to suppress them in time. When Li Chang came up the stairs, the flashlight immediately shone on its face. Who? The monster didn't answer, but subconsciously raised his arms to cover himself. Yeah, it's brotherly. The man immediately turned off his flashlight and took the initiative to greet him. Why are you coming up from downstairs? Ah! Without waiting for the man to finish his words, Li Chang pounced on him. Take a bite. Blood splattered all over the ground. Eat people! Seeing this, the other 9 people didn't dare to delay at all and ran upstairs immediately. Li Monster Chan did not chase after it, but just squatted on the ground, enjoying the delicious food he had just captured. Case solved! This thing must be a zombie! Xiao Zizu was very excited, and didn't show any fear or panic at all. Instead, her tone was filled with curiosity. Boss Hu, can you do me a small favor? Huyu vaguely guessed something. Tell me first. After determining the transmission route, I want to catch one to study it. You see. When everyone heard this, they looked at Xiao Zisu with somewhat different eyes. Why, no! Xiao Zisu raised her head and asked back. I am contributing to the development of traditional Chinese medicine. This is a brand new subject. Okay, research is fine, but not now. Since there are new friends joining the building, we can't just keep the news to ourselves. Huyu controlled the surveillance screen and broadcast the surveillance of the floor where Li Chang was to other floors. Suddenly, the sound of gnawing on large bones spread throughout the building. People's hearts were instantly in panic. Those who had not left the room began to strengthen their defenses. Those who have already left the room kept running upstairs. Who cares whether you hold on or not? There is a man-eating monster down there. Only then did Tian Lao bring Zhang Si down from the rooftop. Originally, he planned to find someone to rescue Li Chang and Li Meng immediately, but when he arrived at the 28th floor, he saw the scene that Huyu was broadcasting to the people in the entire building. That thing, is Li Chang? It's just a drop of water, how did it become like this? Tian Laolio's eyes were full of disbelief. If 9 people had not come upstairs to report it soon, he might have really suspected that this was a fake picture. Pity. It's all true. He rushed to the 28th floor and knocked on the alloy door for the first time. Boss Hu! Help! Huyu switched to the video call function of the alloy door, took a look at Tian Lao who had not had time to change his clothes, and laughed out loud. This guy clearly had signs of corrosion from acid rain. Obviously, he was on the rooftop just now. Hey, isn't this Boss Tian? Huyu yawned and pretended to fall asleep. It's so late, what do you want from me? Or are you going to come and clean the windows of my house? Bang! Tian Lao fell off the wheelchair and knelt on the ground. Boss Hu, I know I was wrong. I should never have had such evil intentions. You saw what happened down there. Please help me. Anyway, you don't want such a monster in our building, right? Please help me. Help the other innocent people in the building. He is gambling. I bet that Huyu will use him as a gun, so I'll kill that monster first. After all, no matter what, he had to go downstairs. That ship that cost 2.1 billion to buy must be used eventually. As long as you bet right, at least you can get some assistance. Oh, innocent? Huyu sneered. Who isn't innocent? You want to steal my things, and now you want me to help you, am I not innocent? Yes, it's my fault. Tian Lao knelt on the ground and began to kowtow. I kowtow to you to apologize, please make a promise. As long as it is something I, Tian Lao, can do, I will do it. Simple, don't you have a gun? Huyu immediately said. Go downstairs and shoot at that monster until all the bullets are gone. As long as you can do it, no matter whether the monster is dead or not, I will give you a chance to come in. Really? Tian Lao looked up and asked tentatively. After all, he had been tricked into posting a nude photo, so he had to be careful. Believe it or not. Huyu hung up the video and continued to observe Li Monster Chang's movements through the surveillance. This guy seems to be full. After eating the unlucky guy's upper body, he did not continue eating, but sat next to the unlucky guy's lower body, with his head hanging and shaking continuously. Seems like he's sleeping? Sleeping after eating? Could this be a pig spirit possessing him? No matter what, this is also an opportunity. It depends on whether Tian Lao can seize it. Soon. With the help of Director Zhang, Tian Lao got back into the wheelchair. He had 4 men carry him down the stairs all the way to the stairwell on the 11th floor. Now, he was less than 3 meters away from Li Monster Chang. As long as he fired, with his marksmanship, he would be able to hit the opponent. Of course, the premise is in a bright environment. It's dark now. Tian Lao had no choice but to bite the bullet and take out his pistol, using the faint light from the screen in the corridor to aim at the other party's head. Bang! One shot hit the monster. Chapter 32 Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Gunpowder, flashes of light burst out in the darkness. Li Monster Chang's body trembled suddenly, and he turned his head, as if he had discovered something. Tian Laolio's hands trembled slightly, but he didn't have time to think and immediately emptied the magazine. 3 shots in a row, all hit the opponent. Ouch! A roar sounded. Li Monster Chang rushed straight forward. Quick! Take me away! Tian Laolu panicked. But 3 of them were already running upstairs, tumbling and crawling, without paying any attention to him at all. Only Jiang Si. He gritted his teeth and thought for a moment, then immediately carried Tian Laolu on his back and rushed upstairs. 1 floor, 2 floors. They climbed 3 floors, but saw from the video that Li Monster Chang was still there, guarding his half ration. What is going on? Could it be that in its rules of action, food is more important than counterattack? That's easy. Even if we can't kill it, as long as we feed it, everyone will be safe. Tian Laolu immediately patted Jiang Si on the shoulder. Brother Jiang, do you dare to go down and help me get the wheelchair up? Dare! Jiang Si didn't think much about it, and just carried him down. Tian Laolu tilted his head. Are you a tiger? I asked you to go down and help me get it, not to ask you to carry me down to get it, hey. But we were halfway through the journey, and Tian Laolu couldn't talk much, so he had to stay silently on Jiang Si's back without saying a word. At the same time. 28th floor. Hu Yu frowned and looked at the surveillance camera. Naturally, everyone saw the scene just now. He looked at the people behind him. What do you think? There were 4 shots in total, hitting the neck, arm, abdomen, and chest respectively. Chen Shan frowned and said, although these 4 places are not fatal, they are not still capable of movement. Xiao Zisa also added. There was blood flowing out of the wound, and the color was dark red. The bullet obviously penetrated the internal organs. Unless the creature does not require energy from its internal system, it will die within half an hour at most. Click. Kaka. While everyone was talking, the crisp sound rang out again from the stairwell. Li Monster Chang started eating again. Quick, drone! Shine a strong light on it and see what it is doing, Xiao Zisa said hurriedly. Good. Su Zilum walked to the window, controlled the drone to start landing, and came all the way to the window of the stairwell on the 9th floor. Strong light illuminates the entire stairwell. Li Monster Chang was seen frantically gnawing on the food in front of him. Even bones would be chewed into pieces by him and swallowed down his throat. Look! Xiao Zisa raised her hand and pointed at the surveillance screen. The bullet holes on its body are being repaired. Really? Hu Yu frowned slightly. Things like this clearly go beyond the scope of biology. I don't know if it's because of the acid rain or the heavy rain in the past few days. In short, there's no way that Li Chang is the only monster like this. Fine. After Li Monster Chang ate another large portion of the corpse, it fell silent again. Obviously. Food is the most important thing in its eyes. When they are full, they will stay still. Okay, go and rest first. Hu Yu stood up and turned off the surveillance. At present, it seems that this kind of thing will not affect us. If there is anything, let's talk about it tomorrow. But... Just as Zhao Yi was about to say something, Zhao Zhong pulled him back. The two looked at each other and said nothing. Nightfall. 2804. Brother, why are you pulling me? Can't you see that boss who has no humanity at all? Zhao Yi frowned and roared at Zhao Zhong. It's fine that he didn't take other people upstairs because of insufficient food, but now there's a monster down there, and he doesn't care? It's not that I don't care, it's that I can't care. Zhao Zhong raised his hand and placed it on Zhao Yi's shoulder. Brother, since we 2 brothers are valued by Boss Hu and want to live a carefree life in the end times, we should listen to Boss Hu. Just listen carefully to whatever he tells us to do and don't try to meddle in other people's business. Bullshit. It's all bullshit. Zhao Yi raised his hand and said, there are so many innocent people down there. I can watch them starve to death because the food is not mine. But I can't bear to see them being killed by monsters, because I clearly have the ability to save them. Brother, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. So what do you want? Another voice sounded. The 2 brothers turned their heads at the same time and looked outside the door. Su Zilong was leaning against the door, his tone slightly provocative. Go out? If you want, I can let you downstairs now. Okay. Zhao Yi's neck stiffened. Let me go now, I will go down to save people, and you will stay here like turtles. Zhao Yi! Just behave yourself! Zhao Zhong roared angrily, then looked at Su Zilong. Zilong! Hey! Don't yell so affectionately! Su Zilong interrupted the other party and stepped aside to make way. It's no use telling me what you want to say. A figure slowly walked out from behind him. Who you? He was wearing a bathrobe at this time, and Sienna was following behind him. Bang! Before he could say anything, Su Zilong was punched by Sienna again. I said, Who you? Looked at the two of them. As long as you want, you can leave at any time. I will never stop you. Let go of the desire to help others and respect their fate. This is the most useful thing Hu Yu learned in his previous life. Since you want to meddle in other people's business, then go ahead. It's impossible to stop it. Good! Zhao Yi responded and immediately clasped his fists towards Hu Yu. Thank you, Boss Hu, for your understanding. When I come back, I will definitely. What's coming back? Hu Yu asked back, and then as if he had thought of a joke. Zhao Yi, you don't think that you can come back after you leave here, right? If you don't come back, then don't come back. Zhao Yi hesitated for a few breaths, then frowned and said, Boss Hu, see you later. Boss Hu! Zhao Zhong also pulled his younger brother along. He knew that once he left Hu Yu, even if his brother could survive, he would never live a carefree life like here. Hunger, illness, human nature, each one can take his life. Please give me one more chance. One day, give me one day, I promise I will convince him. Brother! You don't need to persuade me. I will never follow such an inhuman person. If you want to follow me, it's up to you. Human nature? Hu Yu narrowed his eyes and sneered. Haha, what did you just say? Human nature? You're telling me about human nature? Okay. Then I'll show you what true humanity is. He took out an AK from his space backpack and emptied the magazine of bullets, leaving only 3. He threw the gun into Zhao Yi's arms. There are 3 bullets in it. With your marksmanship, you can definitely shoot it in the head. If you shoot its head off, not only the zombies, but also Godzilla will die. Go down now and save those people. See if you will become their savior or something else. Go now. Wait until you understand what human nature is before you talk about human nature. Good. Zhao Yi stood up with his gun in hand. Zhao Zhong wanted to stop him, but Hu Yu turned to look at Su Zilong, who immediately understood and stopped him. It was obvious that Zhao Zhong was no match for him at all. Brother! Don't be confused. Elder brother. Zhao Yi came to the door and turned to look at Zhao Zhong. Brother has more important things to do. I will pick you up after I have organized the downstairs. After saying that, he turned and left. Hu Yu opened the alloy door remotely, and after watching him leave, he closed the door again. Su! Zi! Long! Zhao Zhong roared, and while Su Zilong was retreating, he turned over and pressed him down, punching him in the face. Hey, you're still excited! Su Zilong immediately prepared to take real action. All right. Hu Yu frowned and spoke, then took a step back and hid behind Sienna. Zhao Zhong, if you also want to go down, I can give you a chance now. Zhao Zhong didn't say anything. He knew in his heart that if he left again, the 2 brothers would never have a chance to come back. So, he just lowered his head and said nothing. Okay, let's go to bed first. We can talk about it tomorrow. Hu Yu yawned, turned around, and took Sienna back to 2802. Chapter 33, Show Them Your Strength. Hu Yu returned to the room and lay on the bed. When he turned on the surveillance again, Zhao Yi was still at the door, and in front of him was Tian Lao, who had escaped the disaster. There is no doubt that this guy must be here to make Hu Yu fulfill his promise. Seeing this guy knocking on the door continuously, Hu Yu ignored him and just closed his eyes. Sleep! Until dawn, the alarm clock rang. July 19th, 7 a.m. The water level reached 26 meters. Hu Yu picked up his phone and glanced at the surveillance camera. There was no one in front of the alloy door. Now everyone gathered on the 27th floor. Tian Lao was sitting in front of the crowd, introducing Zhao Yi. It looked like they had just come downstairs. Hu Yu got up, went into the bathroom to wash up, and cracked open today's black egg. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining one ordinary senzu bean. This thing again. It seems that I used up all my luck when I drew the heart of the ocean last time. Today, in the past 2 days, all I got were senzu beans. Now he has 4 senzu beans in his backpack, which is enough for an ordinary person to eat for 4 months. Huyu put it back into his backpack, washed up quickly and walked out. Everyone at the table is having breakfast. Except for Xiao Zisu, Mu Lingxiu and Su Zilong, who looked normal, everyone else was a little depressed. Obviously, they already knew about Zhao Yi's affairs. What's wrong? You look listless. Huyu walked to the table and sat down, asking knowingly, Didn't you sleep well last night? No one spoke. Only Bubu spoke. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Huyu. Brother Huyu, Uncle Zhao Yi. Uncle Zhao Yi went to fight monsters. Huyu smiled and rubbed Bubu's head. Let's wait for him to come back, okay? What? Zhao Zhong suddenly exclaimed. He looked at Huyu with surprise and joy. Boss Hu, are you serious? Huyu nodded. He knew the position Zhao Yi held in other people's hearts. As the saying goes, there are 3 irons in life: carrying guns together, going to jail together, and buying seafood together. If he is really left to fend for himself, this team will not last long. This was also the result of his thinking all night. Don't worry, I will give your brother another chance. Since he wants to do something, let him do it first. Once this is done, as long as he is willing to bow his head and come back, I can accept him again. I said at the time that we are a family now, and as long as we admit our mistakes and correct them, it is acceptable. Very good. Zhao Zhong immediately stood up and bowed to Huyu. Thank you, Boss Hu. Bite. The favorability from Zhao Zhong increased by 20 and is now 50. Huyu raised his hand and patted Zhao Zhong's shoulder. Accept? It is indeed acceptable. But the prerequisite is that he did not make any principled mistakes before he bowed his head. But once you fall into the big dye vat called human nature, no one knows what will happen. While everyone was having breakfast, Li Monster-chan was also hungry. After it finished eating the last bit of bone residue, it looked upstairs, tilted its head back, twitched its nose, and sniffed twice, as if it was smelling something. The next moment, it immediately stood up and used all 4 limbs to climb upstairs. This scene was not only seen by Huyu and his group, but also by Tian Laolu and others downstairs. Hurry! Brother Zhao, the monster is coming! I've already told you that I'm not your brother. Zhao Yi frowned and replied. Obviously, he looked down on Tian Laolu and went downstairs just to practice the justice in his heart. Even if Tian Laolu knelt down and licked him, he would probably kick him. Okay. Tian Laolu seemed to realize this as well. Anyway, you came downstairs to deal with this thing, right? I'll leave it to you. Do I need to tell you? Zhao Yi glanced at him, said nothing more, and went downstairs carrying AK. However, Tian Laolu did not follow behind him. Instead, he waved to Zhang Si and whispered something in his ear. The other party nodded in understanding and walked towards the crowd. Hey, Brother Zhao, wait for me! Tian Laolu then called the other 4 people and followed with the wheelchair. Several people walked all the way to the stairwell from the 10th floor to the 11th floor. At this moment, Li Monster-chan was lying at the door of the 10th floor, constantly hitting the door with his body. One after another. The originally intact security door had now been completely dented. It smelled food inside. Just break the door open and you can have a good meal. Just a little bit, the last bit. Zhao Yi did not hesitate and immediately raised the AK and aimed it at his head. Bang! One shot, right in the back of the head. The powerful penetrating force pierced through its head. Red and white objects splattered onto the security door. Li Monster-chan stopped moving. It still maintains the same posture. Dead? He should be dead. Everyone was talking at once. Just as Zhao Yi was about to go forward to check. Ouch! Li Monster-chan suddenly turned his head and let out a roar. Zhao Yi subconsciously raised the gun. Bang! Another shot hit the head and pierced the temple. 2 headshots. Li Monster-chan's eye finally fell down. He's probably dead now. Zhao Yi was also quite frightened just now. He put away his gun and did not move forward rashly. Tian Lao looked at the people behind him and said, "Send 2 people to take a look and collect the bodies." 2 brave ones looked at each other and decided to go forward. After all, the 3 guys who dared to abandon Boss Tian and run away yesterday have now been tied up and thrown on the 26th floor. They don't want to be one of them. The 2 of them walked forward slowly, tentatively. After confirming that the other party was really not moving, the 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief. "Very good!" Tian Lao smiled excitedly. "Brother Zhao, thank you for saving us. Now don't rush upstairs, let us treat you well, and it won't be too late to go back later." "All right." Zhao Yi did not refuse. He looked down on Tian Lao, but he also disliked Huiyu. Isn't it the end of the world? Even if the sky collapses at the beginning, he can still lead everyone to survive. Let's start with this meal. You guys move the bodies upstairs, don't pollute the water source. Tian Lao gave an order, and then took Zhao Yi upstairs. Brother Zhao, please. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Hu Yu and others started to eat lunch, and Tian Lao Lu and others also started the celebration banquet. In order to entertain Zhao Yi, Tian Lao Lu even took out the wine he had collected earlier. If it was 7 days ago, he would not even look at this wine whose average price was no more than 200 yuan, but now, this is the best stuff. After 3 rounds of drinking. Before Zhao Yi could express his opinion, Tian Lao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Brother, I know you look down on me, and I look down on myself too. So, from now on, these people, including me, will be under your control. As long as you can keep us fed, warm and alive, I will listen to you no matter what you say." "Really?" Zhao Yi raised his eyebrows and asked back. "Real." Tian Lao waved his hand and Zhang Si immediately brought everyone out. There were more than 60 people in total, now crowding the 27th floor. Those standing in the front had signs of being tied up on their bodies. They were extremely hungry and rushed over when they saw food on the table. "Come on, eat slowly." Tian Lao did not stop him. Instead, he controlled his wheelchair and took a step back. He even took the initiative to deliver the food to the other party. He looked at Zhao Yi, his eyes reddened. "Brother Zhao, you've seen it too, we haven't had an easy time. But there's not enough food. What else can I do? It's a good thing you're here now. So you speak, and we all listen." "Right." Zhang Si also shouted in the crowd. "You speak, we all listen." Zhao Yi didn't say anything, just looked at the crowd who were eating voraciously. After a few breaths, he made a decision. "Okay. As long as you listen, I will definitely take you to live. Zhao Yi! Zhao Yi!" Tian Lao immediately raised his arms and shouted Zhao Yi's name at the top of his lungs. The crowd also responded. Zhao Yi looked at the scene in front of him and suddenly felt light all over. Once upon a time, he was just a member of the team. After leaving the team, he was just Zhao Zhong's younger brother. And now, he has his own name. Zhao Yi. In that case, I will definitely keep you alive. Zhao Yi raised his head and looked upstairs. Show them your life. Chapter 34 Leading a Pig. July 20th. The 7th day of heavy rain. The water level reached 31 meters this morning. The 11th floor was more than half flooded. Looking out of the window, most of Jinling was submerged underwater, and only residential areas could be seen on the water surface, like reefs. Brother Yi. Tian Lao controlled the wheelchair and came to Zhao Yi with a frown. The food is only enough for us to survive for another day, you see. Since yesterday, Tian Lao took the initiative to hand over the power to Zhao Yi. The food itself is not a big problem. But after yesterday's celebration, when those who were tied up were freed, the problem became apparent. Yes, I understand. Zhao Yi also knew what was going on and raised his hand to point to the side. There are a dozen fishing rods there. He made this overnight. As a person with proficient survival skills, rubbing a fishing rod with bare hands is just the beginning. Find a dozen people, let's go fishing on the 12th floor together, and try to catch 1 fish each. As the saying goes, live by the mountain, Live by the water, eat by the water. It's such a large area, I don't believe there are no fish. Tian Lao frowned. This is not quite what he expected. But it's okay. When it comes to fishing, just try fishing first, and when you can't catch anything anymore, then do other things. Everyone gathered together quickly. I squatted at the window on the 12th floor and started fishing. This fishing took half a day. I don't know if it was because the bait was bad or the fish were too full, but 15 people only caught 2 carp in half a day. Altogether it weighs just over 3 pounds. After dinner, there is a serious food crisis. Zhao Yi was sitting on the 27th floor, his brows were wrinkled into knots, and his stomach was rumbling. In order to allow others to eat more, he has not eaten enough since yesterday. Wait, what does that smell like? Zhao Yi's nose twitched as he smelled the scent of beef hot pot from the window. Apparently, dinner time had already started upstairs. Tonight's dinner should be hot pot. He swallowed. If he hadn't come downstairs, he would have been boiling M7 marbling beef by now. Brothery. Tian Lalio's voice sounded. He slid over alone in a wheelchair. What's up? It's still a matter of food. Tian Lao whispered. There are too many people. Now the people on the 12th floor have also escaped. The food they brought out is not enough for them to eat. How about following my method and tying up some of the people first? No! Zhao Yi refused immediately. If he wasn't the one making the decision, he could have ignored it, but now it was his turn to make the final decision. How could he continue to kidnap people? I will find a way to solve the food problem, but I will never restrict their freedom. Hey! Tian Lao responded and then moved closer to the window. This smell, is it hot pot? The food upstairs is really good. Zhao Yi didn't say anything. Although he came down, he knew what to say and what not to say. Brother Yi, tell me something accurate. Tian Lao turned around and continued. How much food did the person upstairs have stored? This is none of your business. Why doesn't it matter? Tian Lao slapped the armrest of the wheelchair heavily. They eat and drink delicious food all day long. Just share a little bit of the profits. Even if it's just a little bit, it will be enough for us to survive for several days. As long as we keep going, the rain will stop one day, right? The rain won't stop. As soon as he said this, Zhao Yi realized that he had said the wrong thing. What? Without waiting for Tian Lao to speak, a group of people rushed in directly from outside. What do you mean the rain won't stop? Brother Yi, please explain yourself more clearly. Yeah, Brother Yi, what on earth do you know? The crowd asked questions. Tian Lao was silent at this moment. He originally wanted to get information about the food reserves from Zhao Yi and lure everyone to force Zhao Yi to launch an attack on the higher-ups. But I didn't expect. This guy actually dropped a bigger bomb. Quiet! Zhao Yi frowned and stood up. With his height of nearly 1.9 meters, he still has a strong oppressive effect on the crowd. Since I said I would keep you alive, it doesn't matter whether the rain stops or not. Why should we believe you? A question came from the crowd. Yeah. Why should we trust you? Now the food is almost gone, can you let us survive? How? Eat ourselves? Head, do you still want to tie us up? If you have the ability, go up to Xiao Hu and ask for food. And one jumped up in the crowd and said bluntly, Didn't you come down from upstairs? You know best how many things there are upstairs. Let's not talk about anything else, just bring down those pigs and cows. 1 pig is enough for us to eat for 2 days. Even if the rain doesn't stop, at least we won't starve to death in the next few days. Yes. Don't you have the ability? Go and ask for it. The noise was constant. Zhao Yi frowned and clenched his fist, thought for a few breaths, and finally nodded. Okay. I'll get it for you. 10 minutes later. Chen Shan stood in front of Hu Yu and reported. You want a pig, right? Don't give it. Zhao Zhong spoke immediately and rushed to Hu Yu. Boss Hu, you have helped us a lot. Those people below are greedy. Even if you give them pigs, how long will it last? If only your brother could see it as clearly as you do. Hu Yu raised his hand and patted Zhao Zhong on the shoulder. He turned to look at Chen Shan. Tell Zhao Yi that this pig was given to him for his brother's sake, and this is the only time for material support. If you come up and ask for something again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Understood. Chen Shan replied and immediately turned around to do it. Boss who? Zhao Zhong didn't know what to say for a while. In an instant, the favorability between Chen Shan and Zhao Zhong increased again. Chen Shan came to 70, and Zhao Zhong came to 60. One pig can increase the favorability of two people so much. It's worth it. Pig, take it down. Everyone downstairs was having a great revelry and kept shouting Zhao Yi's name. Smiles crept onto their cheeks. Killing pigs, storing meat, storing blood, even the pig hairs were saved one by one, ready to be used as fuel. The entire 27th floor is so lively. But Zhao Yi knew that this excitement was only temporary. Once the pork was gone, they would face new difficulties. Unless... Zhao Yi looked at the water in front of him, and an idea came to his mind. Shipbuilding. Food in residential areas is always limited. If you have a boat, you can expand your search area and get more food. But on the next day, when Zhao Yi was about to gather everyone to start work, another piece of bad news came. Fresh water gone. Why is there no fresh water? Zhao Yi questioned. When I checked yesterday, wasn't there enough for 3 days? Yesterday was yesterday. Tian Laolio's tone was also full of helplessness. You also know that everyone was busy slaughtering pigs yesterday, and slaughtering pigs alone used a lot of fresh water. After all, we smelled like pigs, so we couldn't sleep well. We just washed up. Today, I saw that there were less than 30 liters of fresh water left. 30 liters. Just enough for everyone for 1 day. This is just counting the drinking situation. Or... Seeing that Zhao Yi was silent, Tian Laolu asked tentatively. Should we ask upstairs for some more? No. Just as Zhao Yi was about to refuse, a sharp scream suddenly came from the door. He and Tian Laolu looked at each other and rushed out immediately. As soon as they reached the door, they saw 2 monsters lying on the ground, gnawing on something frantically. Aren't those 2 the ones who dealt with Li Chang's body at that time? They all wore gloves and masks before handling the body. Could it be that the transmission route of the virus can bypass gloves and masks? Get out of the way! Move back! Zhao Yi shouted and took out the AK again. But before he could shoot, Tian Laolu stopped him. Etc. Everyone turned their eyes to him, their eyes full of confusion. 1 bullet can't kill 2 monsters. Tian Laolu looked at Zhao Yi and said, Brother Yi, I only have 1 question for you now. Do you want to take us alive, or just to prove your usefulness? Of course I want to keep you alive. Okay then. Tian Laolu raised his hand and pointed forward. Then let me take care of these 2 things. Chapter 35. Brother Yi will definitely save us. July 21st. 6:50 in the morning. The alarm clock didn't ring, but there were some noises coming from outside the house. Hu Yu yawned and frowned slightly. Judging from the sound, it doesn't sound like it's coming from the living room, but rather from somewhere farther away. It should be an alloy door. He opened his phone and was stunned. In the surveillance video, 2 monsters similar to Li Chang were hitting the alloyed door. Although it looks unshakable on the surface, every time they hit it, the alloy door will make a sound. On them, there is a note with only 2 words written on it. Fresh water. It's really amazing. Hu Yu got up immediately, didn't even open today's black egg, opened the door and walked out of the bedroom. Open the door. Shinshan and others were already sitting at the table waiting for him. Bubble was taken to other rooms and was not in 2802. Boss. Shinshan stood up immediately. Everyone else also stood up. Only Xiao Zisu was still sitting. She seemed to be mixing something. Everyone sit down. Hu Yu came to the main seat and sat down, looking at Shinshan. What's going on outside? Starting at 6 o'clock in the morning, these 2 things were put at the door. They smeared meat foam on the alloy door to lure them into crashing. At present, there will be no problems with the alloy door, but the force of the impact is increasing. I can't guarantee the follow-up. Where is Zhao Yi? Hu Yu looked at Zhao Zhong. Not him. Zhao Zhong immediately spoke. It's Tian Laolu. He made the decision to put these two monsters at the door. I'm asking about Zhaoyi? What did he do? He did not agree or refuse. Shinshan sighed, his tone a little low. Then what is he doing now? On the 13th floor, I'm fishing. It seems I don't want to care about the things above. Just barely passing. Huyu spit out a sentence. He looked at Zhao Zhong and asked, Do you remember what I told you? Remember. That's good. Huyu glanced at everyone and said, Let's not talk about Zhaoyi first. The people downstairs wanted a pig, we gave it to them, and now they want more and are ready to break in. Break through the door. What do you think we should do? Fuck it. Xiao Zisi spoke immediately. She pushed the can in her hand forward and said, Use a drone to carry this stuff and spray it over where they live. In less than 3 days, they will all die of dehydration. Huyu was stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Zisi to react so strongly, so he subconsciously asked, What is this? High-strength laxative. Xiao Zisi raised her head. Now they don't have fresh water and can't replenish water. With this thing, hee. They still want to eat our pigs? If they eat them, they have to be pulled out by me. 6. Huyu gave a thumbs up, then looked at Shinshan and others. What about you? What do you think? I will not offend others unless they offend me. Su Zilong was the first to speak. Boss Hu, we all support your decision. That's right. Shinshan and others also nodded one after another. The moment those two monsters were placed in front of the alloy door, those people downstairs were already their enemies. Good. Huyu responded and then asked, So, Zhaoyi, what do you think? As soon as this sentence was thrown out, everyone was speechless. Xiao Zisi also sat back and stopped talking. Since no one is talking, just ignore it for now. Huyu knew. After all, Zhao Yi has a comrade in arms and brotherly relationship with them, and with himself, it has only been a few days. It is obviously unrealistic to expect them to express their opinions under such circumstances. Deal with the matter outside the door first. I'll go. Zhao Zhong immediately stood up and said, Boss, give me the gun, I'll take care of it. Need not. Huyu said calmly. Those two people moved Li Chang's body and became like this, which means that the thing is contagious. Our people can't go out. But we can't just let them keep crashing into each other, right? Xiao Zisi asked back. Isn't there a drone? Huyu raised his lips slightly. If they can use food to lure these things up, we can naturally lure them down. Yes. Everyone suddenly realized. Huyu fished a piece of sausage on the drone and went around from the outside of the 28th floor to the outside of the alloy door. The smell of meat instantly attracted the two monsters. Led by the drone, the two monsters quickly arrived at a place suitable for them. 27th floor. As for the next scene, Huyu didn't go to see it. He turned off the surveillance camera and just in time heard a prompt. Bite. The fusion of the Heart of the Ocean is complete, and the ship name will be automatically updated to Heart of the Ocean. The system level detected is 3. The Heart of the Ocean automatically becomes an epic ship. Item: Heart of the Ocean Epic. Type: Large luxury yacht. Facilities carried: anti-ship torpedoes, epic; anti-aircraft missiles, epic; anti-ground ship guns. Additional abilities: epic speed, epic drainage, epic protection, epic water combat. It's finally over. In the early morning of July 16th, the system underwent its third upgrade. This upgrade provides a breeding system. Whether it is a living thing or a plant, as long as Huyu chooses a good place, he can start the breeding mode. But only organisms or plants produced by the system can enter the breeding system. How to produce? Only rely on black eggs. So far, Huyu has not grown any seed or living creature from the black egg. Etc. Could the senza beans I got a few days ago also be considered seeds? It doesn't matter. After all, the ship is still in hibernation, and he can't confine the breeding ground to this building, right? Now that the ship has been upgraded, it's just a matter of time before it is launched. Let's eat first. Huyu looked at everyone, casually took out some Hong Kong-style breakfast, and asked questions about ships. The water level is almost there. If you want to go into the water, you can do so now. Xiao Zixu, who was about to reach for the shrimp dumplings, was stunned. She subconsciously wanted to speak, but noticed the looks on the other people's faces, and finally said nothing. If she were to tell her, the sooner she leaves here, the better. She still has to pick up her parents. But now, Zhao Yi is still downstairs. It would obviously be unrealistic for Shinshan and others to abandon him and leave like this. Now that Hu Yu is bringing up the matter of going into the water, it actually means one thing. Zhao Yi's matter cannot be delayed, it is best to resolve it now. Tomorrow! Before Shinshan could speak, Zhao Zhong took the lead and said, Boss Hu, please wait for us until tomorrow. At 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, if my brother is still stubborn, we will set off immediately. Good. Hu Yu immediately agreed. In fact, he didn't plan to leave at this time. The acid rain will stop tomorrow. If we set out now, even if the heart of the ocean can withstand the acid rain, the environment will not be easy. It's better to rest more in this room. After breakfast, everyone still turned on the surveillance. The 27th floor was a mess. 2 monsters sat in the middle of the room, with 4 corpses piled next to them. One is Aunt Wang, the other is Little Devil, and the other 2 are Li Chang's parents. Obviously, this is not the result of a monster attack, but the result of people's selection. Hu Yu searched the surveillance video and finally found Tian Laolu and others on the 24th floor. As for the 26th and 25th floors, a group of people were tied up again. It was used as a natural fence between them and the monsters. In Tian Laolu's opinion, this floor was obviously not safe enough, so he moved the base down 2 floors. Then, another familiar face appeared. Yuanqiu. Her face was ruddy, and she didn't look hungry at all. As for the fat man who opened the door for her earlier, Hu Yu glanced at the crowd several times but didn't see any trace of that person. Maybe it's because I'm shy, or maybe I'm already connected to someone. Now she is standing behind Tian Laolu and is responsible for pushing the wheelchair again. The crowd at this moment is discussing. Discuss how to deal with the current emergency. I have an idea! Yuanqiu suddenly spoke. Everyone's eyes instantly fell on her. Didn't you say that someone came down from the 28th floor? Since he was able to get out of the 28th floor, he might know how to get in. Even if he doesn't know, the 28th floor is willing to give him a pig for his sake. Then, killing those 2 monsters shouldn't be a difficult task, right? This? Zhang Xi frowned slightly. Ms. Yi, you may not know that the guy below, we are no match for him. You are not, but something is. Yuanqiu raised her lips slightly and pointed her finger above her head. They can't open the alloy door, but humans can always beat them, right? Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Everyone started discussing it. That's right. Brother Yi only has 1 bullet in his gun. He can't possibly do anything. But isn't it a bit bad to treat Brother Yi like this? What's wrong with that? He's just too useless. You can't say that. Isn't Brother Yi doing this for our own good? I think he will understand us. Yes. Let's go find Brother Yi. In the crowd, shouts of Brother Righteousness were heard one after another. They quickly reached an agreement. Although the process and means are somewhat inappropriate, but Brother Yi, you will definitely save us. Chapter 36. I'm sorry. People are always very smart. Even if they cannot defeat the monsters, they can come up with many means and methods to make it do things according to people's ideas. The fishing rods that Zhao Yi made for them came in handy. People put the meat on the fishing rod and led the monster down the stairs, and soon it reached the 13th floor. The sound of people's footsteps echoed on the empty stairs. Zhao Yi, holding the fishing rod, frowned. He didn't look back, but he knew what was about to happen. Come out and talk. Brother Yi is indeed Brother Yi. Tian Laolu's voice echoed in the stairwell. Amid the sound of rain, it seemed a little blurry. But Zhao Yi could still hear it clearly. But there's no need to come out. There are 2 things blocking my way, which is a bit inconvenient. What do you want to do? Zhao Yi held the fishing rod, but his heart was no longer on the float. It's very simple. Tian Laolu's tone was relaxed, as if he had it all planned out. Aren't you going to save us? We are in trouble now. If you can get the door on the 28th floor to open and let us live together, wouldn't that save us? I said I will only save you in my own way, it's you who don't. Your way. Before Zhao Yi could finish his words, Tian Laolu roared. What's your method? Fishing? Or catching fish? How many people are there in a building? Just a few fishing rods. Do you think you can get enough to eat? According to me, you are sick. A very serious disease. Tian Laolu knows. If you talk to Zhao Yi nicely, there's no way he will agree to open the door. It's only a matter of time before we fall out. Instead of wasting time, it's better to get straight to the point. I'm putting this out there. There are two options. One is that you take us upstairs now. Even if you don't have a way to open the door, I do. The second one. Brother Yi, you don't want to fight this thing in a physical fight, do you? In the rain. Zhao Yi still didn't look back. He stood at the windowsill, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. At this moment, he understood what human nature was. A little bit of rice is a favor, a big bit of rice is a grudge. These 6 simple words seemed easy to say, but when he truly understood their profound meaning, he realized how difficult they were. Boss Hu, you are right. The reason why human nature is called human nature is because it is different from morality. I was wrong. Zhao Yi raised his head and looked at the camera on the 13th floor. A smile formed from the corner of his mouth. He knew they were watching. Thank you, Brother Shan. It's you who gave me this opportunity. Li Ji, boy, don't shrink back for no reason. Don't let me look down on you. And you, Su Zilong. I won't submit to you. No matter what, I won't submit. Boss Hu, thank you. 28th floor, panic. As soon as these words came out, everyone understood what Zhao Yi wanted to do. Zhao Yi! Hu immediately turned on the microphone. Don't do anything stupid. Fuck it. Zhao Zhong also yelled angrily. What do you want to do? Come back here. Do you hear me? Elder brother. Zhao Yi laughed even more. Follow Boss Hu carefully in the future, and don't make the same stupid mistake as me. Brother, I won't be able to take care of you anymore. You have to take good care of yourself when you are alone. It's best to find me a sister-in-law as soon as possible. I will still be your brother in my next life. Quick! Come downstairs. Hu immediately opened the metal door. Before he could recover, Zhao Zhong, Chen Shan, Su Zilong, and Li Ji all rushed out. Only Sienna was still standing beside him. I'm sorry for you. On the monitoring screen, Zhao Yi turned around and uttered one last sentence. Jump into the water. Bang! Water splashes. The people who had just rushed out of the 28th floor stopped. They stood at the top of the stairs and looked at the surveillance video playing in the corridor. Under the water, a black shadow floated. Younger brother! Zhao Zhong roared. Judging from what has happened before, even if he survives entering the water, the things under the water will make Zhao Yi look less like a human and less like a ghost. This is no different from being dead. But in the next moment, a human head floated up. Zhao Yi's expression was full of horror. He kept swimming towards other buildings. There seems to be something terrifying below. Hu frowned, and then continued to zoom in on the surveillance footage. The last time it was dark and it was raining heavily, so we couldn't see clearly what was happening under the water. Although it was also raining heavily this time, at least it was during the day. That is, black shadow. No, to be precise, it was a large black shadow. They followed closely behind Zhao Yi, speeding up continuously, as if they wanted to wrap him up completely. School of fish? Or something else? No matter what it is, let's just give him a fucking shot first. Hu immediately rushed to the balcony, took out an RPG from the space, and fired it at the water behind Zhao Yi. Boom! The powerful recoil caused him to fall backwards and he almost fell over. Fortunately, Sienna was standing behind him and supported him in time. The explosion sounded throughout the entire community. A large number of surviving residents looked towards the 28th floor of Building 3. They had long been paying attention to this alien, but they didn't expect that they had such a powerful weapon. As for the others on the 13th floor, the neck suddenly tightened. Flames exploded on the water, shattering the last bit of hope in their hearts. There's even a rocket launcher. How dare you break into the 28th floor? One shot can send everyone to heaven collectively. The smoke cleared. The black shadow under the water suddenly disappeared, but no fish carcasses floated up. I don't know what's down there. But one thing can be confirmed. The speed of the black shadow has slowed down. Boss! Qinshan and others rushed back when they heard the noise. Huyu immediately took out 5 rocket launchers and gave one to each of them. No need to say anything, everyone understood immediately. Continuous explosions sounded. The dark shadow under the water finally stopped. As for Zhao Yi, he has already swam to the location of other buildings. But he didn't seem to want to stay here. Perhaps he knew that if he returned to the 28th floor, it would make things difficult for Zhao Zhong, so he simply swam farther away. Zhao Yi! Zhao Zhong's voice rang out. Come back here! Zhao Yi obviously heard it. He continued to swim forward and raised his hand to gesture to everyone. Goodbye. There is no meaning of disappearance in the gesture. Just this gesture. Knowing that the possibility of seeing each other again was slim, Zhao Yi could only make this gesture. His figure gradually blurred and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. However, no dead bodies of any living creatures were found underwater in Building 3. Maybe he was eaten, or maybe it was the damage caused by the RPG that didn't hurt the other party at all. No matter what the reason is, this is not what we need to deal with now. Huyu did not put away the rocket launcher, and had not even closed the alloyed door of Building 28. Zhao Yi doesn't want to die. He must have discovered something. There's definitely something under Building 3. Or... Su Zilong's eyes were full of curiosity. Can I go down and take a look? Zhao Yi was able to swim out, and I came up after just one look, so he should be fine. If you want to become like Li Chang, Huyu added unhappily. He just shrugged and said nothing more. Let's not talk about underwater matters for now. Huyu's eyes fell on the surveillance camera again. On the screen, everyone on the 13th floor seemed to be discussing something. Let's deal with this group of people first. Chapter 37 Live Broadcast. If Huyu is willing, he can let Qinshan and others hold their guns and shoot down below. Regardless of whether it is a monster or not, as long as it has vital signs, it is impossible to get out alive. Even to prevent infection, he can let the drone operate. But what's the point? The real pain is not physical pain, but a little bit of the spirit that is wiped out. Huyu had personally experienced such horror when he was imprisoned in a dark room like a two-legged sheep. Now, of course, we have to let them taste it. Video is on. From the 27th floor to the 13th floor, all video equipment was turned on and playing the same picture at the same time. Breakfast. Breakfast on the 28th floor. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, milk dessert sandwiches. A dining table that can accommodate 10 people at the same time is filled with a variety of breakfasts. Huyu was sitting in the middle. He smiled at the camera, picked up the milk beside him and took a sip, leaving pure white between his lips. Everyone couldn't help but swallow. Not to mention milk, the remaining fresh water, which was already limited, was only enough for 500 milliliters per person. Under Tian Laoyu's arrangement, even Jiangxi began to circulate water in his body. It sounds nice to call it circulation within the body, but in fact it is just excreting urine, distilling it, and then drinking it. In a few days, even the distillation step may be omitted. I heard that the neighbors really want to come up and see me. That's the good thing about me. I listen to advice. Since you guys want to see it, I'll let you see more. From now on, I will broadcast live to you all 3 meals a day, no, to be exact, 4 meals, and a midnight snack. It can be regarded as killing some of your boring time. No need to thank me. With just one sentence, everyone downstairs almost gnashed their teeth. Come on, let's eat! Everyone on the 28th floor began to eat breakfast slowly. The drone uses 3 angles to provide 360 degrees live broadcast footage. 13th floor. Tian Laolu and others watched with gritted teeth. I want to turn off the live broadcast, but there is no way. The video equipment was embedded in the wall. There was no way to cut off the power, smash the screen, or even block the sound. Fine. At least the fragrance won't linger. Etc. What is this smell? Oh, I almost forgot to tell you guys. Hu Yu's voice sounded again. Every day when I live broadcast, I will put the same food in the corridor. First come, first served. This morning's food is on the 14th floor. Everyone went crazy instantly. Food. Same food. Everyone understands what this means. They immediately swarmed towards the 14th floor. As for Tian Laolu, there was no way a man sitting in a wheelchair like him could compete with those guys. But there were still two people who didn't move. One is Yi Wanqiu, the other is Zhang Si. They stood behind Tian Laolu, not because they didn't want to snatch it, but because they couldn't do it. If we rush forward now, we will only become cannon fodder. Brother Tian, what should we do now? Zhang Si frowned. Wait. Tian Laolu clenched his fists and looked at Hu Yu's smiling face in the video. Isn't it just showing off? I wonder how long he can show off. With so much food, I don't believe his stock won't run out. That's it. This guy, cough, cough, cough. Yi Wanqiu swallowed subconsciously before uttering 5 words and almost choked to death. 14th floor. The crowd pressed forward. Soon I saw the incubator in the corridor. The box is not big, only 30 centimeters square. But inside it was steaming hot and filled with tempting aroma. That taste is the delicacy they have missed for a long time. Everyone rushed forward with red eyes. Fists, knives constantly attacking the people around him. Until one lucky person walked through the crowd, rushed to the box, lowered his head to look in front of him, and tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. It was a tray of steaming hot dumplings with a bottle of warm milk next to it. Plug. Without thinking, he stuffed a bun into his mouth. Just as he picked up the milk and was about to pour it into his mouth, another person rushed in. Milk spilled all over the floor. F*** at hashtag. No thought required. Faced with this hard-earned water resource, everyone lay on the ground without hesitation and started licking it. The crowd outside has also arrived. People kick them one after another. Just to kick them away and have a sip of milk. The blood soon mixed with the ground. 28th floor. For Buba's physical and mental health, the surveillance video was not played directly, but only on the mobile phones of the remaining few people. Buba can't see. Half an hour later. The last piece of bun skin was taken out of the mouth of a lucky man. Breakfast is over. 3 of the 25 people selected by Tian Laolu died. The 3 of them ate the most. Of the remaining 22 people, 2 were guarding downstairs and did not participate in the fight. The remaining 20 had less food to eat than a steamed bun and a sip of milk. But they were not discouraged. It's almost noon. There is still a chance. They still have a chance to eat their fill. After eating the last piece of fried dough stick, Hu Yu said goodbye to everyone with a smile, as if he didn't know what was happening next, and made an appointment to meet them again at noon. Video closed. Tian Laolu slowly went upstairs. He looked at the mess on the ground, his voice filled with anger. You guys, are you full? No one spoke. I ask you, are you full? Tian Laolu's voice was filled with anger. He knew that Hu Yu's move was ruthless, but it was an open conspiracy, and could not be defended against at all. There are only 2 ways to regain control of the situation. Or bring greater benefits to everyone. This is impossible. Resources need to be allocated reasonably. Or so cruel. The latter option is the only one available to Tian Laolu. He still has a trump card in his hand. Those 2 monsters. Brother Tian, we are really hungry. One of them said. You can't blame us. Yes, Brother Tian, you know how long I haven't eaten. I fished all day yesterday. I can't stand it without eating something. Did you eat it? Tian Laolu raised his hand and pointed at the corpses on the ground. The people who were eaten are all lying there. Everyone bowed their heads and remained silent. I understand you want to eat. Next time, if there are any resources left, give them to me immediately. I will ensure that they are distributed fairly and reasonably. If not. Tian Lao turned his head and looked behind him. The two monsters were now full and had lost their appetite. They were now like pets, following the meat on the fishing rod and being hooked forward. Understood. We all understand. Yes, Brother Tian, don't worry, it's noon. We will definitely bring the things to you at noon. Everyone promised with confidence. But Tian Laolu knew that this was just a promise. Noon. A new round of live broadcast begins. Because they wanted to know the airdrop location as soon as possible, everyone didn't dare to miss it for a moment. So much so that the residents who had been huddled in the building were also staring through the peephole. I kept praying in my heart, hoping that the airdrop would refresh in front of their door. By the time Hu Yu and the others finished lunch, their stomachs were already rumbling. Just a piece of news was thrown out by Hu Yu. Food, on the 27th floor. To be precise, it was on the leg of a lucky guy who was tied up on the 27th floor. A sliced Angus steak fell in front of him. To make it easier for him to eat. The drone also handed him a knife and a loaded pistol. There was also a note in the lunchbox. Chapter 38, Get ready to go. 27th floor. By the time Tian Laolu and others arrived, dozens of people had already stood up. The crowd blocked the area between the 26th and 27th floors. The sound of the blade cutting the rope continued. Almost every second, another person joins the crowd. There was no hatred in their eyes, only one emotion: hunger. To them, the person in front of them was no longer a human being. I don't know who roared first. The crowd started to attack. Stop them! Quick! Tian Lao roared. If we let them rush over, none of us will survive. Beat them! Beat them all to death! Let them know who is the master of this building! The crowd started fighting each other. Until a gunshot rang out. Everybody stopped at the same time. Those who had been tied up began to move back. I saw a young man walking out from the crowd. There was still some black pepper sauce left over from his meal at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were fixed on Tian Laolu. Just an hour ago, the two monsters were hungry again. This time, the tribute that Tian Laolu handed over was his mother. Tian Laolu panicked. He felt a clear murderous intent boiling before his eyes. Brother, let's talk. Bang! The words haven't been finished yet. A bullet pierced Tian Laolu's abdomen. The wheelchair was soaked with blood. Tian Lao looked down at the wound and hurriedly covered it with his hand, still trying to find a way to save himself. But the young man didn't care about that. Raise your hand and fire one shot after another. No matter who it is, no matter who it is. As long as you stand opposite him, you will become his target. More than 10 seconds later, the last bullet left the chamber. The young man's arms kept shaking, and there was no one standing in front of him. Only one wailing was left. Snap! The gun fell to the ground. The young man's body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground, sobbing and letting out a roar. Ah! The sound echoed throughout the 3 buildings. Makes silence even quieter. Gulp! In the silence, a swallowing sound was heard. Someone is hungry. No, to be precise, a lot of people are hungry. Coincidentally, there were a lot of foods lying all over the place in front of me. A middle-aged man picked up the knife next to the young man and walked towards the food. An old woman turned around and began looking for a pot. Several middle-aged women walked through the crowd and headed downstairs, looking for suitable dismemberment tools. More and more people are taking spontaneous action. They are all hungry. Only the young man was still squatting there, with the steak he had just eaten still in his stomach. Etc. He seemed to remember something and immediately stood up to stop everyone's behavior. Everyone turned to look at him, and he took out a piece of paper. This is given to me by the 28th floor. Do you guys want to take a look? Everyone was stunned and gathered together. There are 2 words and a sentence on it. Boat ticket? The young man's tone was full of disbelief. With this ticket, you can bring any number of people to join the fleet, enjoy food and accommodation without worries, but cannibals are not allowed. Do you think this could be true? People laughed. No one took this matter to heart. Don't eat meat? Fart. Who can survive without eating meat nowadays? July 21st, 2 p.m. On the 8th day after the apocalypse, the water level reached 37 meters. In the entire 3 buildings, except for the 28th floor, there are only 35 living people left. 20 of them hid in their rooms, and only 15 were left living outside the stairs. On the 27th floor, a group of people sat around a big pot. Various curtains, sofas, and chopsticks were thrown into the fire. The pot was boiling with blood, and pieces of flesh and bones were boiling out of the water. Fear? Disgust? No. They now have only one feeling: hunger. However, the only remaining humanity did not make them eat raw meat and drink blood, but instead they waited. Waiting for the meat to be cooked, or waiting for something else. Until a woman stood up. With her bulging belly, she came to the big pot, scooped a large piece of meat for herself with a spoon, hid aside, and began to eat it. Seeing this, the people around also started to stand up one by one. Only one person did not move. That young man. Strictly speaking, these foods are actually his prey. But now he would rather sit on the ground and watch the people eating heartily near the big pot from afar, and he was unwilling to go up. Maybe I'm not hungry enough, or maybe it's for some other reason. He didn't join in on it. Soon, the big pot of meat was shared by everyone. When your stomach is full, you have time to think. They gathered together and discussed something without any prior arrangement. Food. Food. It's still some damn food. People who have been hungry understand the value of food better than those who have never been hungry. Like the pot of meat just now, they can cook it 4 more times. But this is far from enough. A word that Tian Lao had said came to their minds. Increase revenue and reduce expenditure. If open source is not easy, then cut costs first. A new small group was formed, consisting of only 5 people, one of whom was the middle-aged man who picked up the knife. He took the knife and swung it at the young man first. The reason was simple: he was the only one who didn't sit next to the big pot. They still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Wait until the heavy rain stops and return to society, as a human being. People like the young man who have not become a ghost but know the identity of a ghost obviously cannot survive. Next come the elderly and the weak. The screening mechanism is exactly the same as that of Tian Laolu and others. 7 o'clock in the evening. The 27th floor was full again. 10 people were tied up in the stairwell, while the other 5 began preparing dinner for the day. Until a sudden voice sounded. Everyone turned around and saw a dark shadow reflected in the stairwell. Everyone's attention is attracted. A group of figures walked out slowly and looked at the people in front of them. It's someone on the 28th floor. They are coming down. The 5 men immediately stood up, some holding chainsaws, some holding knives, and it seemed that they would pounce on each other and fight in the next second. Even if there are guns on the other side. Half an hour ago. 20th floor. No one has any appetite today. Except for Birba, who took some medicinal food and a few bites of desserts, no one ate anything. Monitoring, they saw it from beginning to end. Even the battle-hardened Shinshan and others only felt nauseous. Even Huyu is the same. He had seen the same scene on that ship before, and every time he saw it, his stomach would turn upside down. That time, there was only one choice before him. A glass of extremely viscous red wine, a meaty deer steak, and the temple of the 5 internal organs roaring in protest. But this time it's different. Instead of choosing, he started formulating options. Huyu stood alone in front of the window, watching the heavy rain in front of him, and took out a glass of red wine and shook it in his hand. At 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, the acid rain will turn into normal fresh water. Although there will be no rainfall, navigation will not be a problem. The next route has been almost planned. Just this afternoon. The news came via the radio through a certain voice, a certain message, and a certain hand. They are willing to sell the database. As for the price, the 3 parties had surprisingly consistent opinions. Face-to-face negotiation. 3 coordinates were sent. As long as Hu Yu can come to them, the price of the database can be negotiated. The nearest coordinate is in Pengcheng. According to Li Ji's calculations, the entire route is 635 nautical miles, and the heart of the ocean can reach a maximum speed of 20. If nothing unexpected happens, it will take at least 32 hours of full-speed sailing. We also need to pick up Xiao Zis's parents on the way. 9 days have passed, and I still don't know how the two elders are doing. Bang! There was a knock on the door. Who is it? It's Xiao Zisu. Hu Yu turned around, walked around, and Sienna, who was standing not far behind him, walked forward and opened the door. Xiao Zisu's eyes were red, obviously she had been crying. You are... Puff. Xiao Zisu suddenly threw herself into Hu Yu's arms. Tears flowed down his shoulders. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have let them live outside alone. Hu Yu. Xiao Zisu raised her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Please help me, let's set off tonight, okay? I don't dare to leave them outside. Shall we leave early? To be honest, Hu Yu could understand Xiao Zisu. If his parents were still alive and not around at a time like this, it would be strange if they were not worried after witnessing the horror of human nature. It's still acid raining outside. What's underwater is also still unclear. He originally planned to use a rocket launcher to clear the way early tomorrow morning, bomb it for 2 hours before sailing. Hu Yu! Xiao Zisu raised her head, her eyebrows slightly lowered, her eyes full of longing. Please! Go and wake them up, and set off when they're ready. Very good! Chapter 39. Go downstairs. 7 p.m. Everyone gathered on the 28th floor. Everything that needs to be packed has been packed. However, since the water level is too far away from the 28th floor, if we let the boat down now, no one would dare to jump directly except Shinshan and others. If you want to board the ship, it's best to get to the 14th floor before boarding. So, they have to go downstairs. In fact, Tian Laolio's prediction was correct. If he really followed his plan and strictly guarded the upstairs, it would indeed be difficult for Hu Yu and others to go downstairs now. But now, on the 27th floor, there was only a ragtag group of people left. Even so, preparations still have to be made. After Zhao Zhong and Li Ji broke up, there was Mu Siyue in the middle, who was responsible for leading the group of little pets, Su Zilong in the front to prevent emergencies, and Xiao Zisu, Bubu and Hu Yu in the front. Bubu had fallen asleep after acupuncture. In this state, she might not wake up even if there is a thunderstorm outside. At the front are Qin Shan and Sienna. Everyone carries a gun in case something unexpected happens. When everything was ready, the alloy door slowly opened. Everyone started walking downstairs. There were chopping sounds downstairs and footsteps upstairs. As the sound got closer, both voices stopped. The moment he saw Hu Yu and others, the young man tied to the ground immediately stood up. He stared at Hu Yu, his eyes full of desire. Longing for a chance to live. Hey, the coward is willing to come down! The middle-aged man in the lead was carrying a chainsaw and staring at Hu Yu fiercely. I thought you still had a lot of food? Why, have you finished eating now? Do you know how to go downstairs? Don't worry, we will accept you. If only. The middle-aged man looked at Sienna in front of Hu Yu, and Xiao Zisu beside him. They have been feeling very depressed these days. These two beauties are the standard type of beauties that are a feast to the eyes, the best of the best. Oh. Hu Yu sneered and moved aside to make a small gap. Show the little pets following behind you. Pigs, cows, sheep. These things alone are enough for them to eat for a month. Why? Seeing this, one of them immediately yelled. You obviously have so much food, why don't you take it out? Why don't you share it with us? We can totally survive together. Why? Hu Yu took a step down. He crossed Shishan Mountain and came to the front of the team, looking at each other. Zhao Yi, do you all still remember? He gave up the chance to live and chose to go downstairs just to save you. And what about you? What did you do? Weird, I'll kill it for you, pig, let you eat it. But you are not satisfied and want more. More. Why? The middle-aged man holding the knife rushed forward and asked Huyu. Then why do you do so? We just want to survive. We are forced to do these things. Why do you blame us? Don't you dare say you wouldn't do the same thing if you were in our situation. Huh, the same thing? Huyu sneered and turned on the video play button. The screen on the 27th floor lit up, playing the afternoon feast. Every person, every face, and the way they wolfed down their food were all clearly recorded on camera. Is this what you are talking about? Everyone fell into dead silence. Some of the people who were tied to the ground saw this and immediately leaned over and vomited. Even if the others didn't vomit, their faces were pale at this moment. Everything that fate has given me has already been secretly marked with a price. Huyu said calmly. I gave you the opportunity, but you didn't cherish it. Some people are confused and have not yet figured out what opportunity is. But someone thought of it. That note. Bullshit, you want to return the boat ticket? If there is a boat down there, we won't be able to see it? That's right. What do you mean by free food and lodging? I think you just don't want us to eat the meat and plan to eat it yourselves. What nonsense! I think they are just starving. That is. The crowd was noisy and noisy. Huyu doesn't like to talk much. He just looked at everyone and said something. Whether there is a boat or not, you will find out if you follow me downstairs. After saying that, Huyu walked in front and started going downstairs. Everyone looked at each other. To be precise, the 5 people standing there looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Go! Go check it out. Everything has an answer. Me! I'm going too! The young man on the ground immediately shouted. I am the only one who has not eaten human flesh. You should take me on board. Still getting on the boat? I see you are struggling to get on the Kong. The middle-aged man kicked him forward, obviously not taking his words seriously. Huyu just glanced at him and walked towards the 26th floor without saying a word. This is his plan. Curiosity is also a kind of human nature. If he wanted to, he could let Shinshan and others fight their way out. There were only 5 people. Even without guns, even Li Ji could kill them. But it's not good to beat and kill too much. Huyu didn't want to see blood on the way downstairs, not only for Birbu's physical and mental health, but also to prevent certain infectious routes. It's always better to be careful. That's why I designed this little note. Whether they ate human flesh or not, they would think of going downstairs to see the boat. Everyone went all the way to the 15th floor. Further down are the 2 monsters. Everyone hid in the corner. Su Zilong immediately controlled the drone and led the 2 monsters upstairs before setting off again. Oh! The middle-aged man sneered, and a guess emerged in his mind. I'm afraid these people have run out of bullets in their guns. In this day and age, who can get so many guns and bullets? If they still had bullets in their guns, why make things so complicated? Wouldn't it be better to just fire a few shots at the 2 monsters? He turned his head and looked at the people behind him, and gave a look whose meaning was very clear. If you don't see the boat later, just take action. The other 4 responded with similar looks. Pity. If they had not been tied up on the 27th floor, perhaps they would have been able to see the sound of RPG bombardments hitting the water. Because of this, they did not understand the strength of Huyu and others. Soon, everyone arrived at the 14th floor, walked through the corridor, and stopped at the window. In front of me is a wall. Why don't you leave? The middle-aged man's questioning voice rang out, and he hooked his hand and took the chainsaw from the man behind him. He's ready to do it. But what answered him was a loud roar. Boom! The firelight illuminated the entire 14th floor. The middle-aged man was stunned, and everyone behind him fell into a daze. What the hell is that? At the same time, the wall on the 14th floor was completely blown open. The water was not far below them. Shinshan picked up the headlight and illuminated the water. I saw a large black shadow moving quickly underwater. Those things are indeed still down there. Huyu started to take out the RPG and gave one to each of Su Zilong, Shinshan, and Enciener. I want it too! Xiao Zisa stepped forward and said, Huyu, give me a try too. You can, but you have to stand firmer. The recoil of this thing is not small. No! 5 people carried rocket launchers and began to bombard the water indiscriminately. Every explosion sounded like an explosion deep in the heart to the middle-aged man. Then, what on earth is that? What? You seem shocked. Liji stood in front of the 5 people. Didn't you sneer just now? Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? The middle-aged man said nothing, his face as pale as a piece of paper. But his hand still tightly grasped the chainsaw. I heard from others that a gun is faster than a knife at a distance of 7 steps, while a gun is faster than a knife at a distance of 7 steps. Now he was less than 5 steps away from the man in front of him, and he had a chainsaw in his hand. If he fought hard, maybe. Never mind. Even if those people really conjured up a boat, they would never let themselves get on board and wait for death. Why not give it a try? He just didn't believe that every one of these people could fight as well as Brother E. Buzz. The sound of chainsaws rang out. Li Ji reacted almost instantly, punched him, and snatched the chainsaw with his backhand. The buzzing stopped. The chainsaw fell on the middle-aged man's neck. Li Ji's eyes fell on the start button, eager to try. Chapter 40. A Big Laugh. Li Ji. Zhao Zhong's voice rang out. Li Ji's eyes moved away from the button. Don't do anything stupid. Brother Zhong. I know you want to vent your anger for Xiaoyi. Zhao Zhong raised his hand and placed it on Li Ji's shoulder, patting him twice. It's okay. Li Ji replied, then kicked the middle-aged man in the abdomen. He was kicked to the ground along with several people behind him. You guys are lucky. Get out of here. The middle-aged man lay on the stairs, holding his abdomen, without saying a word. Just continue to listen to the roar ringing in my ears. Brother Zhang, how about, let's go up? One of them frowned. Sure. The middle-aged man hissed softly. You don't really think they can conjure up a boat? Brother Zhang, what you mean is... Watch. The middle-aged man sat up and sat at the foot of the stairs. I want to see how they get out of here today. Boats? I guess they're just a few inflatable kayaks at best. If they dare to get on them, I'll make sure they puncture the holes. Yes. What kind of boat can I carry with me? The only thing I can carry is an inflatable boat. Brother Zhang, you are really smart. Hush. Keep your voice down, we'll just watch. 2 minutes later. Most of the dark shadows under the water have disappeared. They didn't dare to surround the 3 buildings and immediately swam towards other waters. For now, it is safe. Almost. Huyu put away the RPG and walked to the hole on the 14th floor. Acid rain continues. He raised his hand slightly and took out the heart of the ocean from his backpack. A moment. 100-meter-long monster appeared under 3 buildings. The raindrops fell on the deck, making crisp sounds. The noise was quite loud, but it was still drowned out by the sound of rain. Activate the gangway. With a thought, the ship controlled by the system immediately extended the gangway. It's on the window on the 14th floor. As long as you take a step forward, you can walk to the gangway, and after walking a few meters you can reach the interior of the ship. Get ready to board. Huyu uttered a sentence, and took out the umbrella in the space. In the face of acid rain, ordinary umbrellas naturally cannot last long, but it is quite easy to hold them until everyone gets on the boat. He opened his umbrella and walked first. He took 3 steps and then 2, and quickly rushed forward. Then came Xiao Zisi holding Biabu and Enciena who were sleeping. Qinshan held the umbrella and did not intend to get on the boat next. Instead, he looked at the pigs, cows, sheep. This man can escape the acid rain with an umbrella, but these animals can't. I'll do it. Su Zilong replied, holding the pig in one hand and an umbrella in the other, and walked over from the gangway. Fortunately, these pigs, cattle, and sheep are not too big, otherwise even Su Zilong would not dare to use this method. About 10 minutes later. All the livestock was then transported to the ship. Su Zilong had already taken them to the ship to find a room, while Huyu and others were still waiting at the gangway. Next came Mu Siyue. She had also learned about her master's magical abilities in the past few days, but she never expected that he could even take out this thing. That's a yacht. Li Ji! Zhao Zhong! Qinshan shouted to the back. You can get on the boat. Okay, Li Ji replied. After thinking about it, he threw away the chainsaw and walked towards the stairs with Zhao Zhong. Follow up! The middle-aged man immediately became energetic. He rushed forward, picked up the chainsaw and followed him. When he rushed to the aisle, Qinshan had already followed Li Ji and Zhao Zhong up the gangway. A huge ship came into view instantly. Kayak? What kind of kayak has a ramp? That is obviously a yacht. Big yacht. Take me one! Take me one! Before the middle-aged man could recover, someone had already rushed over. I haven't eaten much meat. Can you please bring me one? Fart! You're the one who eats the most. Take me with you. I can work like a slave for you. I can do anything for you. Unfortunately, the gangway was taken back. They could only lean on the window and watch the ship drift away. That's right! The middle-aged man exclaimed. The 28th floor! Now that they're gone, is the 28th floor empty as well? The food? Yes. The others also came to their senses. They immediately rushed to the 28th floor. But just as they passed the 16th floor, the two monsters smelled the food and immediately pounced over. The middle-aged man took the electric saw and waved it wildly, and actually dismembered the two monsters. The five of them rushed to the 28th floor at once, stepping on the corpses of the two monsters. But the moment they went upstairs, they were all stunned. The alloy door is gone. There was only a hollowed-out wall. Going further in, there's only empty space. The walls, the floors, all gone. All that was left was the concrete floor and the concrete platform above. The wind blew in. The middle-aged man stood there, his body trembling uncontrollably, and he slowly uttered a sentence. Ghost! There's a ghost! July 21st. 8 o'clock in the evening. The water level is close to 39 meters. A yacht nimbly passed through the buildings, and white lights came on, illuminating Jinling at night. This was the only light they had seen in days. Countless people leaned against the windows and screamed at the top of their lungs. Hey! There's someone here! Help me! Please save me! Boat! How could there be a boat here? The sound is very loud. Even drowned out the sound of rain. But the sound is also very small. It was so quiet that the people in the boat couldn't hear it at all. After Huyu sets the destination, the heart of the ocean will automatically navigate according to the route and avoid obstacles along the way. The breeding system also began to be covered. Location: right on the deck. After the covering was completed, a small greenhouse appeared out of nowhere, and the livestock were driven inside and the matter was solved. In order to celebrate the first day of sailing and also to better welcome Zhao's father and mother, everyone decided to prepare a big meal. Put the ingredients into the kitchen. Li Ji and Qinshan started to get busy. Huyus brought Xiao Zisu and Incienner to the deck. Looking around, the lights of thousands of homes that used to be on are now only a few lights flickering in the windows. The sound keeps echoing. It's impossible to save her. It's impossible to save her at all. Even after merging with the heart of the ocean, the entire ship is enough to accommodate hundreds of people, which is only the number of people in a building. And in front of us, there are dozens or even hundreds of buildings. How is it possible to save everyone? Especially after the Zhao Yi incident. The word helpful seems to have been erased from their dictionary. Half an hour later. Amid the roars of the crowd, the yacht sailed to the downstairs of the Yutin Hotel. This is the most luxurious hotel in the whole of Jinling. The building is 33 stories high. Yutin, where Huyu and his friends had eaten before, is also a prominent restaurant in this hotel. The moment the yacht approached, the entire Yutin began to boil. Especially those on the 15th and 16th floors. They were all dressed as waiters, waitresses, or chefs. Some of them who were on the 16th floor even broke the window and jumped out, wanting to jump directly onto the boat. Unfortunately, the ship has not come close yet. The man fell directly into the water. It didn't float up again. It looks like there's something beneath the water here too. Huyu frowned. He didn't expect there were still so many people in the hotel. Which floor did you book for your uncle and aunt? Xiao Zis's mouth twitched, and she looked up. Top floor. You are really being a big shot now. Chapter 41. Are all the people gathered? Su Zilong. Hu Yu turned his head to look at the cabin and shouted. Hey, come on! Su Zilong responded and ran out. After experiencing what happened with Zhao Yi, his favorability towards Hu Yu is now second only to Shinshan, Biubu and Zhao Zhong, and has reached 59. Just a little short of reaching 60. Boss Hu, what's going on? I'm studying the ship. Stop studying it now. Come up with me later to pick someone up. Okay. By the way, there is also Zhao Zhong. Hu Yu looked behind him. At this moment, Zhao Zhong was looking at the water through the porthole, not knowing what he was thinking. When he heard Hu Yu calling him, he jumped up immediately. Boss Hu. You stay on the boat. Don't let anyone get close except those coming up the gangway. Okay, I will definitely fulfill your mission. Hu Yu controlled the ship and slowly approached. Soon, the gangway was set up in the corridor on the 14th floor. Before he could even walk up, the crowd had already started crowding onto the gangway. It is still raining acid rain at the moment. That group of people wanted to get on the boat even at the risk of being corroded by acid rain. But Hu Yu didn't tolerate it either. He casually picked up a shotgun, raised his hand, and fired a shot into the air. Boom! Everyone was stunned. After a moment, the crowd immediately retreated. Rush? If it were in the past, when they had no hope, they might still have given it a try. But now, hope is right in front of us. How can I rush? Seeing that everyone had made way for them, Hu Yu took Xiao Zisu and walked out. In addition to the two of them, Su Zilong and Insiener also followed behind them. Since we don't know the specific situation in the Yutin Hotel, it is safest to bring both of us with the highest force levels. The four of them walked all the way to the 14th floor and entered the hotel through the window. Hu Yu glanced at everyone. Although none of them spoke, one could clearly see an emotion in their eyes: desire. This is the bottom layer. If the gate of the Yutin Hotel had not been high enough, the water would have flooded in long ago. But they still stay here. There is probably only one reason. Oppression. Oppression from above. In other words, there was enough food in the hotel, otherwise, they would have been tied up upstairs and used as slaves. Hu Yu glanced at everyone and said calmly, Do you want to live? Think. The roar suddenly resounded throughout the entire 14th floor. Well, I can give you a chance. Everyone's eyes widened, waiting for his next words. Now bring all the living people here. Whoever brings the most people will get a ticket. Remember the rules. No hurting or snatching allowed. People who come here must come voluntarily. Anyone who breaks the rules will be disqualified. You guys, do you understand? Boat ticket. That's a boat ticket. For a moment, everyone went crazy. Countless people rushed up the stairs and began to search. Will your method work? Xiao Zisa roughly knew Hu Yu's intention, but was also a little worried. Don't worry. Hu Yu took out 4 single sofas from his space backpack and sat on one of them. Sit down. You'll know if it works later. In terms of enjoyment, you still enjoy it more. Xiao Zisa sank into another sofa and looked behind her. You guys should sit down too. Why are you just standing there? Need not. Neither do I. Su Zilong and Insiener spoke one after another. Sitting will only slow down their attack speed. This place is not absolutely safe. Hu Yu shrugged, said nothing, and casually put away the other 2 sofas. Soon, one after another, people began to come to the 14th floor. Everyone had an expression of almost excitement on their face. Obviously, they resorted to some tricks. Boat ticket. No, there is only one. Only when they reach the 14th floor will they have a chance to get on board. Gentlemen! A pretty girl came up. She looked haggard, but her features were delicate. She lowered her head and asked softly, Excuse me, how can I get on your ship? Hu Yu glanced at the other party and a panel popped up. All other attributes were average, except for one, the most outrageous number he had ever seen. Purity, -1. Wow, this thing can actually bear the consequences. It turned out that 100 people were beheaded in front of him. How disrespectful. Huyu shook his head. Not everyone is here yet. With just one word, the woman wisely retreated, but she still stood at the front with her head held high, as if she believed that she would definitely be chosen. More and more people. Whether it is a woman or a man. The first thing he did when he arrived on the 14th floor was to rush up and make all kinds of promises to Huyu. Some are willing to sacrifice their bodies, others are willing to sacrifice money. Huyu was not interested in any of these. But there was one person who caught his attention. A cook. To be precise, he should be called a pastry chef. Even at this time, she was wearing a neat professional suit without a speck of dirt on her body. Although her complexion was bad, her eyes were firm. She was one of the few people who did not come up to ask about the boat tickets. Because of this, Huyu took a look at her panel. Name Zhang Sirui. Gender female. Age 23. Skills perfect pastry, perfect baking, perfect bartending, perfect tea art, proficient in Western cuisine, proficient in service, proficient in waiting, proficient in management. Personality rigorous, clean, and meticulous. Favorability 0. Purity 100. There was a Chinese chef on the ship, and Li Ji could also cook some Western food, but there was really no one who could make this dessert. That's the name. Zhang Sirui, isn't she just the advanced international version of Zhang San? Huyumo wrote down the name and continued to sit on the sofa waiting. Half an hour passed. People are still coming down one after another. But there has been no trace of Zhao's parents. Xiao Zisu was anxious. She didn't sit there anymore, but looked outside from time to time to see if anyone else hadn't arrived. Another half hour passed. There hasn't been a new person coming down for 10 minutes. Everyone's eyes were on Huyu, waiting for him to take the next step. Can Father and Mother Xiao still haven't shown up? Huyu also frowned. He couldn't help but stand up, looked at everyone and asked, Is everyone here? Already? No. The voices of the crowd were not unanimous. Very good, not in sync at all. Huyu stepped forward and said, Let me ask again, are all the people here? Some people didn't speak. Some people lowered their heads and muttered softly, but it was unclear what they said. They are all service staff of the hotel. Louder! Not all the people are here. Zhang Sirui spoke from the corner. There is another group of people on the top floor. They took most of the hotel's resources up there and blocked the top floor. Right now, I guess I don't even know someone is coming. Okay, case solved. It seems that no matter where it is, after something like this happens, everyone wants to stockpile supplies and occupy the high ground first. I just don't know how Xiao's father and mother are doing. Very good. Huyu looked at Zhang Sirui and asked knowingly, What's your name? Zhang Sirui. Well, do you have any idea how to get them down? Have. Zhang Sirui uttered a word, and after a few breaths she slowly spoke. But why should I help you? Chapter 42. Do you want to try it? A chance to get a ticket. Huyu gave his conditions. Even if it is just an opportunity, and not a real ticket, it is enough to make everyone fight for it. Good. Zhang Sirui agreed immediately. She raised her hand and pointed at a man with a Mediterranean hairstyle in the crowd. He has a communicator on him. Only this can contact the upstairs via radio. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately turned to look at the Mediterranean Sea, their eyes filled with anger. Without waiting for Huyu to speak, a group of people rushed up and beat him up. It seems that this guy has used this communicator a lot. Zilong. Okay. Su Zilong responded and immediately walked through the crowd. Less than 10 seconds. He tore a hole in the crowd, and then he came to Huyu holding the Mediterranean. First, sir. Mediterranean hid the communicator and looked at Huyu with eager eyes. I can give you the communicator, but I want a boat ticket. Oh. Huyu sneered. Su Zilong raised his hand and hit the other person on the back of the head. Mediterranean fainted directly and the communicator was easily obtained. Just as the communicator was taken out, Zhang Sirui spoke again. Let me do it. I'll make sure everyone on the top floor can get downstairs. Interesting. Huyu held the communicator and handed it to Jiang Surui. Congratulations, you are one step closer to the boat ticket. Thank you, sir. Jiang Surui bowed in response, then pressed the communication button and said only one sentence. The rescuers are here, come down quickly. Just one sentence. There was a pause on the other end of the communicator, and then a response came immediately. Right away! Wait for us. If this kind of lie happened normally, it would definitely not fool those cunning people on the top floor. But now, the boat was parked right under the Uton building. There are lights on the boat as bright as day, so no one is blind. When hope appeared before them, how could they not believe it? 15 minutes passed. A group of people came down from upstairs. Different from the previous group of people, this group of people had rosy faces and didn't look hungry at all. It seems that there are a lot of supplies stored on the top floor, and they are well fed and bloated. But when they arrived at the 14th floor and saw a group of people crowded there, they understood what had happened. Got cheated. But there was indeed a ship outside, it just didn't belong to the rescue team. Who is the owner of the ship? A dull sound pierced through the crowd. A man in an expensive suit came out. His eyes instantly fell on Huyu, and he immediately asked, Are you the ship owner? A show-off. Huyu's eyes continued to search the crowd. Pity. I still couldn't see the figures of Zhao's father and mother. Could something have happened? Huyu and Xiao Zisa looked at each other and were about to go upstairs themselves when the pretentious guy took a step forward, walked through the crowd and stood at the front. Friend, ignoring people is not a good habit, right? Huyu originally didn't want to pay attention to it, but in the next second, the guy took out a pistol from his pocket, but didn't point it at Huyu. Instead, he kept playing with it in his hand. Or do you want to talk to this thing first? Gun. Huyu frowned. If I read it correctly, the model of this gun is exactly the same as the one purchased by Shinshan. Even the gun fell into someone else's hands. Old man, could something really happen? You. Xiao Zisa also recognized it. Just as she was about to step forward, Huyu immediately caught her. We are all mortals, so it's hard to say anything when we encounter this thing. So, outwit is the best. Friend, that's my problem. Huyu smiled respectfully and said, Tell me, how do you want to talk? I want to get on board. Good. My brother has to come too. No problem. Haha. Brother, you're such a nice person. The pretentious guy laughed wildly a few times. But after laughing, he did not get on the boat directly, but asked Huyu, Brother, aren't you afraid that I will take your place after I get on the boat? You have a gun. Huyu spread his hands and shrugged. What else can I do? But you need to keep me. Without me, the ship can't leave. Just now. When he sat on the sofa, he thought the spray gun was in the way and put it away. So when the pretentious person showed up, I didn't feel he was a threat. You're sensible. Then I'll spare your life. I'll wait for you on the boat. The pretentious criminal smiled indulgently and walked towards the window with more than 10 people behind him. Let's go! Su Zilong wanted to take action immediately. But he caught a glimpse of Huyu shaking his head slightly, signaling him not to act rashly. And Sienna saw the same thing. The few of them had no choice but to watch the dozen or so people walk past them and step onto the gangway. The pretentious guy seemed to have some concerns. He was not the first to board the boat, but let everyone else go first while he stood next to Huyu. His hand rested on Huyu's shoulder. Brother, what's your name? From now on, we are brothers. If you call me brother, I will guarantee that you will have food and shelter in the future. Huyu. Huyu. Huyo? Ha ha ha, your name is quite ugly. The pretentious man laughed wildly. The muzzle of the gun was always pointed at Huyu. As long as his brothers were not on board, he would take Huyu hostage as soon as possible. Unfortunately, there were 2 people standing next to him. One is Sienna, and the other is Su Zilong. As soon as the last figure walked onto the covered bridge, Huyu immediately folded up the covered bridge. At this time, the first person had not yet boarded the ship. A moment later, The sounds of falling into the water rang out one after another. The pretender was stunned for a moment, then immediately pointed the gun at Huyu, intending to carry out his backup plan. But just this moment of stunned silence was enough to change the situation. And Sienna and Su Zilong attacked at the same time. One grabs the gun, the other subdues the person. In a flash, the pretender was lying at Huyu's feet. The gun fell into Su Zilong's hands and was handed to Huyu. Come and see. Huyu handed the gun to Xiao Zisu. Is this the one? Really? Click. Xiao Zisu immediately loaded the gun and pointed it at the back of the pretender's head. Tell me, what did you do to my parents? Your parents? The pretentious guy was stunned. Who are your parents? How the hell should I know? Where did you get this gun? Huyu asked. In the hands of a middle-aged couple. The pretentious criminal seemed to remember something and said, Let me go. Otherwise, you will never know where they are in your life. You. Xiao Zisu was so angry that she pulled out the needle on the spot. Okay. I'll see if you tell me or not. No need to bother. Huyu spoke calmly. He reached out, grabbed the pretender's head, lifted his head up, and looked at the people in front of him. I'll only ask you once. If you don't tell me, then I'm sorry, but I'll let them deal with you. I'll give a ticket to anyone who can come up with a way to get you talking. Do you want to try it? Chapter 43. Steal the boat. People with malicious intentions will always think of things that may not happen in the most vicious way. Since this guy was able to occupy the top floor, it meant that he had used many tricks on the people downstairs. If he falls into Xiao Zisu's hands, the worst that can happen is that he will be threatened with death. But if it falls into the hands of these people, death may only be a luxury. I say! The pretender spoke immediately. He spoke immediately. It's upstairs. In the innermost room on the top floor. I locked them in. When Xiao Zisu heard this, she wanted to rush out of the crowd on the spot. Fortunately, Huyu reacted in time and grabbed her immediately. No matter what, they couldn't leave the 14th floor. Based on his understanding of human nature, if any of them left, the crowd would inevitably block them inside. Even with guns, we may not be able to stop them when they are about to go crazy. Even if you finally get on board, it will take a lot of effort. Zhang Siri. Huyu looked at the woman, then at the guy who brought the most people down. And you? Boss, my name is Chinchong. The man immediately bowed and smiled apologetically. What do you want? Now you two are the only ones who have the chance to get the tickets. Go up together and bring the person down to me, and then you can cash in your tickets. You understand me? Clear. Chen Chong responded, ignored Zhang Sirui, and went straight upstairs. Zhang Sirui also followed, without any hurry and maintaining proper demeanor. These two people are undoubtedly the most reliable among the crowd. Needless to say, Zhang Sirui was able to strictly discipline herself in this environment, keep her clothes clean and well-fed, without sacrificing her health. Then her methods are obviously convincing enough. Don't forget, she came down from upstairs, and she knew exactly who had the communicator to the top floor. It was she who just spoke and led everyone down from upstairs. To sum up, there is only one possibility. The person in power upstairs is a pretentious person, then the person in power downstairs is her. And he is not the one in power in the open, but the one in secret, otherwise the pretentious guy would never believe her talk of rescue. As for Chinchong, he was able to thrive on the 14th floor and no one dared to snatch the spot he had found, which showed that he was a smooth person. One is smooth and the other is in power. It is enough for the two of them to go upstairs and find someone. Really. 15 minutes later. The two men brought the two elders down from upstairs. The old couple were dressed in rags, looked pale and thin, and it was obvious that they had been hungry for several days. But they are still full of energy and spirit, and you can tell they are extraordinary at a glance. Judging from their appearance, they are at least 70% similar to Xiao Zisu. A blessing in disguise. I hope Mr. and Mrs. Xiao are still alive. Huyu immediately stood up and went to greet him. Dad, Mom! Xiao Zisu also exclaimed. You are all okay. That's great. Shiso? Girl! The two old people were also stunned. They immediately walked through the crowd and the kneeling criminals and came in front of everyone. "Girl, why are you here?" "Of course we are here to pick you up." Xiao Zissa pointed at the yacht behind her. "See? A big yacht." As she said that, she immediately pulled Huyu over and said, "This is the ship owner, Boss Hu. You should know this, Dad." "Uncle, Aunt." Huyu bowed respectfully, greeted them, and glanced at the two elders' panels. "Really? As long as the skills are related to traditional Chinese medicine, the two elders are epic level." However, Mao's father focused more on diagnosis, pharmacology, and acupuncture, while Hao's mother focused more on medicated diet, nourishing conditioning, and massage. It can be said that the two complement each other and are completely the ultimate plus version of Xiao Zissou. "Boss Hu?" Father Xiao was stunned for a moment, as if he remembered something. "It's you? It was you who asked us to come to Jinling?" "Wait. You asked us to come to Jinling, isn't that just?" "Uncle and Aunt." Huyu doesn't want to expose too much in front of others. He immediately interrupted Father Zhao's guests and said with a smile, "You guys go on board first. We have prepared a dinner for you two on board. If you have anything to say, we can talk about it at the dinner." As he said that, he immediately took out two umbrellas and handed them to the two elders. The two elders looked at each other, and Xiao Zissa's eyes assisted. They nodded at the same time and walked towards the gangway through the window first. Seeing this, Zhao Zhong immediately rushed to the deck to provide support. The two elders got on board. Most of the work is now done. The rest of the things will be easy to solve. Huyu looked at Zhang Siri and Qin Chong, raised his hand and beckoned. "You come here." The two men stepped forward immediately. However, Huyu did not let them get on the boat directly, but looked at other people. "There's still room on the boat. Who wants to get on board?" The crowd was instantly boiling with excitement. "Quiet." Huyu only uttered two words. The excitement just now disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. "I don't keep useless people on my ship. Anyone who has the ability, please step forward." "I." The first woman who came to see Huyu just now stood up and threw him a seductive look, not hiding her intentions at all. Huyu didn't even look at her, but looked at Qin Chong. "Do you think she is suitable?" Qin Chong's eyes rolled. With his intelligence, he naturally understood that Huyu didn't want the other party to get on the boat, but he had to be the bad guy. "Not suitable. Then you are not suitable either." Huyu spat out a sentence and shook his head. "Your ticket is gone." "Why?" Qin Chong roared, but the result was already determined. "Clever? Smart people are good, but they are not suitable for boarding a ship. What Huyu needs is an obedient, capable, and smart person, not just a smart person. This tactfulness may allow him to survive in the apocalypse. But he would never be allowed to appear on Huyu's ship." "Why? I want an answer." Qin Chong wanted to rush over, but was picked up by Su Zilong and thrown into the crowd. The woman's eyes suddenly lit up. Just as she was about to step forward, Huyu looked at Zhang Sirui again. "Do you think she is fit to go on board?" "Not appropriate." Zhang Sirui gave the same answer. But Huyu smiled. "Very good." Huyu pointed to the gangway behind him and said, "Let's get on board." "Thanks." Zhang Sirui was stunned for a moment, then took the umbrella from Su Zilong and walked towards the gangway. Every step she took was like walking on thin ice. But in the end, he still made it to the boat and did not fall into the water like the group of people just now. "Why?" Qin Chong roared. "Everyone's answer is the same, you are treating them differently." "I let her on board because she has boundaries." Huyu looked down at Qin Chong and said, "As for you, you are too smart, so you should just try to survive on your own." After saying that, he held an umbrella and walked towards the gangway with Xiao Zissou. "Fuck, how clever!" Qin Chong roared, and then shouted, "Brothers, follow me! Let's take the boat away from him! Let's see if he dares to be so arrogant!" Bang! A gunshot rang out. Although it didn't hit them, it was enough to help them regain their sanity. There is a 99% chance of dying if you rush forward, leaving a 0.1% chance of successfully seizing the ship. Don't rush forward. I won't die. At least not now. As long as you wait, there is still hope. Everyone stopped, especially Chinchong. He clenched his fists and stared at Hu Yu's departing back. The crisis is over. Seeing this, Su Zilong turned around and prepared to leave. But Enciener took out a pistol and shot Chinchong in the middle of his eyebrows. Bang! The bullet went through the head. Hu Yu and Xiao Zissou turned their heads at the same time, their eyes full of shock. First. This was the first time that Enciener took the initiative to act beyond orders. Chapter 44 Black Egg Trio. Hu Yu was stunned for a moment. But he soon came to his senses. Although he didn't understand why Enciener shot, he didn't feel sorry for someone who dared to point a gun at him. Just surprised. After being surprised, it was time to go to their dinner party. Hu Yu held an umbrella and walked towards the yacht with Xiao Zissou. And this time, no one stopped them. Su Zilong then looked at Enciener, his eyes full of confusion. But he didn't dare to ask the reason. As far as he could remember, including this time, Enciener had only disobeyed orders twice. Last time, she massacred an entire terrorist organization. Why? Su Zilong frowned and asked. Why did you take action? Enciener's reaction was very calm. She turned around and walked into the acid rain without any intention of answering. What a crazy woman! Su Zilong cursed angrily, but had to follow him and return to the yacht together. On the yacht, the three new members were standing in the reception room on the first floor. Outside, it was pouring acid rain and cries for help were overwhelming. Inside, the lights are warm, the aromas are fragrant, and delicious food is right in front of you. The contrast between the two divides the world into two. One heaven and one hell. And the Master of Heaven was walking towards them with an umbrella. Welcome everyone to the heart of the ocean. Hu Yu smiled and looked at everyone, then put away his umbrella and said, My name is Hu Yu, and I am the owner of this ship. You can call me by my name. As long as we are on this ship, we are a community with a shared future. We have only one goal, to survive. To survive in a better way. Seeing this, Zhao's father and mother did not react. Although the two elders have maxed out their skills, they still find it difficult to accept this sudden event. I have so many questions, but I don't know who to ask. Instead it was Zhang Suri who was standing aside. She started clapping as soon as Hu Yu finished speaking. Crisp applause broke out. Mu Lingxiu, who had just taken care of Biubu, immediately agreed. More and more applause broke out. Hu Yu smiled and nodded, then pointed to the restaurant behind everyone. Dinner is ready, please take your seats. Let's eat and talk. Everyone took their seats. At the dinner table, Hu Yu introduced everyone to each other. Include everyone's names and what they are responsible for on the ship. As for other more detailed matters, Hu Yu did not finalize them at the dinner table, but arranged rooms for them after everyone had eaten and drunk their fill. We'll talk about everything tomorrow morning. That night, Enciener did not follow Hu Yu, but found a room closest to him and lived there. First time. This is the first time Hu Yu has enjoyed sleeping alone since the end of the world. It seems that I slept better. Su Zilong told Shinshan what happened tonight and asked about the reason. Shinshan only gave an ambiguous answer. Perhaps she wanted to nip the threat in the bud. Su Zilong said nothing after hearing this. July 22nd, 7 o'clock in the morning. The end of the world arrives on the 9th day. The water level reached 43 meters. On the entire water surface, only a few buildings can be seen sporadically, and the remaining residential buildings, shopping malls, supermarkets, and even some viaducts have all been submerged. Hu Yu got up early and subconsciously turned his head to look at the side of the boat, looking for traces of Enciener, but he did not see her. Thinking about what happened last night, he always had a bad feeling in his heart. Never mind for now. The first draw after getting on board, you have to see if there will be anything good. For this day, he specially saved the black eggs stored on the 20th and 21st, just to be able to have a triple draw. I don't ask for anything else, as long as there are some things that can be bred and raised. We can't just leave the breeding system empty. Draw open the curtains and look out the window. The heart of the ocean still sails through the city. The sunlight was so weak that it could be ignored, and I could vaguely see people around me calling for help. Huyu lined up the 3 black eggs in a row and made a decision secretly. If the goods are shipped today, we will issue another shipping ticket. Of course, the prerequisite is to meet sufficiently excellent talents. If it doesn't ship, forget it. Everyone, if you want to get on board, please bless me to ship the goods. Huyu raised his hand and knocked. The first black egg shattered and purple light burst out. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the perfect fairy bean *1. Name, Senzu bean perfect. Type, food seeds. Effect, after taking it, you will feel full and continuously replenish the various energies needed within 3 months. It can also be planted in the soil to cultivate ordinary, fine, and perfect beans. Note: only Senzu beans of perfect quality can be cultivated as seeds. It's out. Huyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Senzu beans that can be used for cultivation. If this thing is mass-produced, not only the people on a ship, but even the people in a city or a country will be able to have enough food to eat. Potato? Compared to this thing, it's so weak. Of course, the prerequisite is to find a large enough breeding base. Huyu carefully placed the perfect magic beans into the space, fearing that they would be crushed. Ticket +1. He looked out the window and made another promise in his mind. There is no upper limit on the number of shipping tickets. If you can ship more goods later, we will issue as many shipping tickets as you can. Huyu cracked the second black egg with his backhand. Another burst of purple light exploded. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the source of Sweet Spring *1. Name, Sweet Spring perfect. Types, food, water source. Effect, it can heal some external injuries after taking it. The specific effect depends on the injury. It will not conflict with any medicine. It produces 1 L of sweet spring water, fine product, per hour, which can be used for consumption and irrigation. Note: although the sweet spring water is delicious, please don't drink too much. It's the best. Although this thing looks the same as Senzu beans and is also a producible item, the former is large and complete, while the latter is small and exquisite. Senzu beans can fill the stomachs of many people. Although the sweet spring water is scarce, its advantage is that it can heal injuries. To round it off, it is no different from a panacea. Especially for Bubu. This is literally a lifesaver. 1 more fairy ticket. Huyu turned his head and looked at the third black egg. This is 2 consecutive shipments. Whether or not we can ship for the 3rd time is no longer important. Click. The black egg shattered and a burst of golden light exploded. This color is Legend. Ding! Golden Legend. Congratulations to the host for receiving the favor of Poseidon *1. Name, favored by Poseidon, Legend. Type, fishing rod. Effect, ignore terrain, water, fish, no need for bait, you will definitely catch a fish after casting the rod. For each fish caught, you can accumulate a point of experience and have a certain probability of obtaining a skill book. Note 1. Experience can be used to upgrade Poseidon series products. Note 2. Collect 3 Poseidon series products to get an extra surprise. Note 3. Follow the will of Poseidon. The favor of Poseidon? So it's something with the Poseidon prefix, or a series? According to Note 1, as long as the experience is gained through this fishing rod, not only can the fishing rod itself be upgraded, but also the ship. Ships are now epic tier. According to the rules, the next upgrade should be for the system to level 5, which is 84 days later. With this fishing rod, you only need to catch 84 fish to complete the upgrade and upgrade the Heart of the Ocean to Legendary. Huyu put the golden fishing rod back into the space and was not in a hurry to go out fishing. God knows what's lurking beneath the surface. 100% hook. If some kind of monster is caught, will the safety on the boat be lost? If you want to fish, you have to make sure it's safe. Let's go out and have breakfast first. Should we eat Western food or Chinese food today? Huyu walked to the door thinking about it. Before he could push the door open, a force came from the door. Bang! Qinshan opened the door with a panic look on his face. No, it's not good! Something happened! What's up? Huyu frowned slightly and asked hurriedly. Shinshan is the most stable person, and even he is so panicked. Could it be Godzilla emerging from the water? Chapter 45 Fishing. What's going on? Huyu was also a little unsure and asked hurriedly. Yes, you will know when you come out and see it. As Shinshan said this, he walked all the way towards the deck, and Huyu hurriedly followed. The two came to the first deck. It was raining heavily at the moment. Although what fell was no longer acid rain, the raindrops still made a thumping sound as they hit the deck. But even so, the shed on one side of the deck was still crowded with people. Except for Byabu and Mu Lingxiu, who was responsible for taking care of her, everyone on the ship gathered around the shed. Even including Zhao's father, Zhao's mother, and Zhang Sirui, who had just boarded the ship. Could it be that something happened to those animals? Everyone give in, boss Hu is here. Shinshan held an umbrella and led Huyu into the crowd. The crowd immediately moved aside, exposing the greenhouse. Just one glance, and Huyu stayed where he was. Cattle, the same animals. The only difference is the quantity. Giving birth. Except for the 3 pairs of pigs, the other 4 pairs of animals all gave birth to cubs. And every one of them is ripe enough to be slaughtered. Even if it is a coincidence, it is not such a coincidence. Every kind of animal gives birth to cubs. This can no longer be described as outrageous. Huyu immediately checked the panel and discovered the problem. Breeding system. After getting on board yesterday, he was busy picking up Zhao's father and mother, so he didn't check the panel carefully. When he took a look today, he was stunned. All livestock growth efficiency plus 100%, reproduction efficiency plus 100%, mutation rate plus 10%. All plant growth efficiency plus 100%, survival rate plus 100%, mutation rate plus 10%. Fear. So horrible. The period from slaughtering a pig is between 8 to 12 months. But according to the current growth efficiency, it only takes 4 to 6 months to be marketed. As long as the breeding space is large enough, even if you don't grow senzu beans, eating meat alone is enough to feed the people of a city. The growth rate of the breeding system will also increase with the improvement of the system level. Huyu was delighted, but he couldn't show his surprise in front of everyone, so he could only cough twice. Ahem, this is normal, don't be surprised. Let's go back and have breakfast first. There are still things on the ship that you need to think about. When everyone heard this, they knew it was not a coincidence, nor was it a bad thing, so they said nothing more and immediately returned to the cabin to prepare breakfast. Except Xiao Zisu. Boss Hu, just promise me. Breakfast time. Xiao Zisu kept pestering Huyu. I'll dissect one, even if it's a chicken. Miss, aren't you a Chinese medicine practitioner? Huyu smiled bitterly. Why are you doing dissection? It's really unnecessary. I studied medicine, so I also know some biological knowledge. Xiao Zisu immediately explained. This is a biological miracle. You can dissect one and wait for the rainstorm to end. This is the hope for mankind to continue the flame of civilization. Hope? If Xiao Zisu really performed an autopsy, and she couldn't find out the cause, she would definitely do a comparison. Over time, it is only a matter of time before the existence of breeding space is discovered. Not to mention whether there will be land after the rainstorm ends. Even if land will reappear, he will not let others know about this breeding space. Once exposed, I don't know how many people will scramble for it. For those ambitious people, anything that can shorten the growth time of livestock by at least half is like a magic weapon. However, Huyu is not worried about Xiao Zisu, whose favorability level has reached 50. Let's do this. Huyu took out the perfect fairy bean. Plant this seed. When it blooms and bears fruit, I will let you dissect one of the chickens. This is... Xiao Zisu took the fairy bean and examined it carefully. Beans? I've never seen beans that look like this. Are you sure it can take root and sprout? Certainly. Huyu immediately uttered 2 words. You will know after you plant it. All right. Xiao Zisu nodded in agreement and held out her little finger. Pin it. Okay, pinky promise. Finished breakfast. Huyu was not in a hurry to go fishing, but chatted with Zhao's father and mother alone for a while. I answered some of the two elders' questions and improved their favorability at the same time. Because their entire family was brought on board, the two elders' favorability level quickly reached 30. By the way, who you also talked about in Sienna's situation. Let the two elders have a good rest, and then help out when you have time. Her condition yesterday was obviously not right. The way the two elders looked at him was the same as the way they looked at their son-in-law, and they almost took out the red envelope for changing their name. Huyu quickly ended the topic and called Zhang Suri over. Since letting her on board yesterday, her favorability has only fluctuated once. That time, it only rose by 10 points. After the conversation, Huyu briefly introduced the rules on the ship and assigned her the task of preparing breakfast and afternoon tea every day. As for lunch and dinner, she and Liji took turns. Just prepare one meal per person every day. Zhang Suri readily accepted it, and as for the rest, that was a no question. The favorability rating remains unchanged. This man looks like an unfamiliar wolf. Huyu did not chase her off the boat, but planned to take another look. After all, the ship does lack a cook and a steward in charge of the ship. If it can make her feel at ease, it is indeed a good choice. Shinshan can also play the role of steward, but he is more suitable for managing people rather than managing ship chores. The heart of the ocean will always expand. Shinshan alone is obviously not enough. By the time the conversation ended, it was almost noon. Just right. After some fishing, it's time for lunch. Huyu came to the first deck, pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window, took out the favor of Poseidon, and threw the first rod into the water. The fishing rod enters the water. Before the fish took the bait, Liji came over. Hey boss, Hu, are you fishing? Huyu nodded. I remember you guys wanted to go fishing last time, right? Now is the perfect time. Hi, that's the Zhao Zhong brothers. Liji folded his hands, picked up a stool, and sat down. I don't like fishing, I just like eating fish. Okay, I'll catch it and wait for you to cook it for us to eat. Okay. Liji looked at the water and changed the subject. But boss, Hu, aren't you worried about catching something strange? This water is not like the water before. The fishing line is instantly tightened. Huyu felt a strong pulling force in his hand. There's a fish, it's hooked. Whether it's something strange or not, you'll know when you pull it up. Huyu began to reel in the line. Every time he turned the line, he needed tremendous strength. 1 lap, 2 laps. Soon, a black shadow appeared on the water surface. Huyu just took a look and subconsciously wanted to throw the fishing rod into the water. Chapter 46: The Dead Man's Mouth. Unlucky! How unlucky! As soon as the black shadow surfaced, Huyu recognized what it was. A dead body. A human corpse. The fishhook was stuck in his mouth. When the shadow emerged from the water, Huyu seemed to hear a reminder in his ears. Congratulations on your achievement, dead man speaking. If other people saw this, they would have turned their heads away by now and would not even want to look at it again. But who is Li Ji? They were all veterans of the battlefield, so when they saw the dead bodies, they were not afraid at all, but instead started to make fun of them. Boss Hu is worthy of being Boss Hu. He can even fish out the mouth of a dead person, as the legend goes. Come on. Huyu rolled his eyes. Find a way to get him down, I don't want to fish this thing up. It's easy. Just cut the line. As Li Ji spoke, he took out a knife and prepared to start cutting. But after cutting it twice, he realized that this fishing line couldn't be cut. Boss Hu, what kind of thread is this? Can't you cut it? It seems to be true. Although the system's products must be top-notch, you are not that high quality. The fishing line can't be cut, I can't really throw the rod down. That can't be helped. Li Ji put away the knife and sighed helplessly. Either you find a way to get this thing off the hook, or you can only throw the rod away. It is impossible to lose the club, never in this lifetime. Oh, that's right. According to the fishing rod rules, you don't need bait to fish. As long as you cast the rod, something will be caught. I didn't say anything about putting up the bait, so nothing will be caught. As long as you have enough strength to cast the rod and throw this thing back into the water as bait, will the next thing to take the bait be? Try it. Yu glanced at Li Ji and handed him the fishing rod. You come! Let me pull it up. Boss Hu, are you sure you want to catch this thing? I don't mean to catch it. I mean cast the rod again. Just let it leave the water and fall back down. Cast the rod? Li Ji was puzzled. Trust me, just do it. All right. Li Ji held the fishing rod with both hands, lifted it hard, and then threw it out with all his strength, and really put the guy back into the water. Bang! The sound of falling water alerted others in the cabin. Xiao Zisu was busy formulating Buba's treatment plan with Zhao's father and Zhao's mother. Mu Lingxiu and Buba were waiting aside, including Shinshan. Except for these 6 people, everyone was alarmed. Even Zhang Suri, who had always been lonely, was leaning towards this side. When they came over, Hu Yu had already taken the fishing rod and waited quietly for the fish to take the bait. Boss Hu, are you fishing? Zhao Zhong asked from the side. Li Ji nodded and smiled as he told what had just happened. The dead man is speaking the truth. I always thought this kind of thing only existed in legends, but I didn't expect to have the honor of seeing it today. Come on. Su Zilong replied angrily. Before, there were few deaths. Now, we don't know how many dead people there are under the water. In addition, the flow of water is complicated when it rains, so it is not impossible for such a situation to occur. Indeed, but... Zhao Zhong looked at Hu Yu and smiled bitterly. Boss Hu, you didn't raise the rod. Are you planning to use the corpse as bait and continue fishing? What? Li Ji exclaimed. He didn't think of this when he cast the rod to Hu Yu just now. Let's give it a try. What if we really catch something? Hu Yu did not deny it, but just took a few steps back. He felt something was about to take the bait. Buzz. Really? In the next moment, the fishing line was pulled out wildly. Something has taken the bait. Hu Yu grabbed the pulley, and just as he was about to exert force, his palm was blown away by the pulley. The force is too great. I'll do it. Zhao Zhong spoke subconsciously and also reached out to hold the pulley, but even he could only fix the pulley and was unable to reel in the line. You know, even if his strength is not as good as Su Zilong, he is still a man who can punch out nearly 200 kilograms with one straight punch. Even he could only barely keep the pulley steady. It's a big deal. Help! Hu Yu shouted, and without any hesitation, he turned sideways and threw the fishing rod to Su Zilong. Su Zilong hurriedly grabbed the fishing rod and put his hand on Zhao Zhong's hand, and they both turned the pulley at the same time. Finally, the pulley began to slowly reel in the line. It's because this fishing rod is durable, otherwise with the combined strength of these 2 people, an ordinary fishing rod would have fallen apart countless times. You really took the bait. Li Ji was shocked. Boss Hu, did you catch a shark this time? Not like a shark. Su Zilong held the fishing rod, his legs firmly planted on the ground. It's like a fucking whale. Can't even 2 people pull it up. Let's take a walk first. Zhao Zhong responded from the side. He took a step forward and leaned against Su Zilong. The 2 of them exerted their strength at the same time. If you catch this fish, you will probably be able to eat it for more than 10 days. I just hope it's not something weird. Hu Yu stood aside and sighed. He just wants to fish for fun. It's okay if the dead guy in the front said it honestly, but here comes another guy who doesn't know what he is. If you can't catch it, then it's a waste. 5 minutes passed. Su Zilong and Zhao Zhong were exhausted. Chen Shan heard the news and rushed over immediately. He and Li Ji took over each other and continued to fish. Another 5 minutes passed, and the shift changed again. No! Chen Shan waved his arms. This fish is too strong, either give it a shot. Otherwise, you won't be able to catch it at all. One shot? Hu Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Just right. Try the fish system included in Heart of the Ocean. Hu Yu opened the control panel and immediately had a clear view of the scene under the water. He originally wanted to see what it was that was hooked, but the water surface had been completely muddied by that thing, and he couldn't see its specific appearance. He could only see a black shadow swimming about 30 meters from the bow of the ship. That's it. Fish, aim, shoot. Call out. The ears of Shinshan and others immediately stood up. They had served in the military and knew what the sound meant. A torpedo. There are actually torpedoes on this ship. The eyes of everyone looking at Huyu were filled with nothing but curiosity and fear. Bang! Without waiting for everyone to be surprised, the torpedo exploded. I saw a black shadow jumping out of the water. Woo! That's a silver carp. A nearly 3-meter-long silver carp. In the heavy rain, the scales on the fish's body were crackling. A hole can be clearly seen on the side. This should be the damage caused by the torpedo just now. But even so, in the blink of an eye, the silver carp returned to the surface of the water. Keep struggling. Although the strength is not as strong as before, it is still full of energy. This is a discovery that truly transcends the realm of biology. Chapter 47 Mutated Silver Carp. Half an hour later, the giant silver carp was finally pulled onto the deck. The price was that Shinshan and Li Ji were exhausted and collapsed on the deck, breathing heavily. Huyu immediately checked the panel of this thing. Name: Giant Silver Carp, Mutation. Type: Fish. Status: Dying. Description: Mutated organisms born after being contaminated by rainwater. They are not contagious. Note: What? You don't want to eat, do you? Mutations. If rainwater can cause fish to mutate underwater, then, if humans come into contact with this water source, will the same situation happen? Just like Li Chang's situation. Huyu frowned slightly and stopped Zhao Zhong and Su Zilong, who were about to go forward. Don't go over yet, this thing is not dead yet. Not dead yet? Su Zilong was stunned for a moment. The people who were about to go over to watch also stood back where they were. Huyu took out a pistol and shot the giant silver carp in the eye. Bang! Gunshots rang out. The bullet did not hit the fish's eye, but instead hit the scales on its body. A crisp sound. The bullet bounced back. I'll do it! Su Zilong took a step forward and fired again. This time the bullet successfully hit the fish's eye and penetrated into the fish's brain. The silver carp, which had been motionless, started flapping its wings again. Fortunately, the heart of the ocean is big enough. No matter how it flapped, the boat didn't move at all. Only when the lavender blood flowed out did the giant silver carp gradually calm down. The status on its panel also changed from dying to dead. Shiso. Huyu looked at Xiao Zissou. Don't you want to dissect it? How about starting with this thing first? Don't! Xiao Zissou waved her hands repeatedly. If I get infected, where can you find a kind-hearted Chinese medicine expert like me? Don't worry, this thing is not contagious. As long as you don't eat its meat, there will be no problem. Huyu said that he had already stepped forward and squatted next to the silver carp, looking at the fish scales he had just hit. There was a layer of white mark left on it, and it disappeared immediately after reaching out and wiping it. Good stuff. Shinshan also came closer at this moment. If you use this as a bulletproof vest, I'm afraid even the AK bullets won't be able to penetrate it. Then lend a hand. Huyu looked at Su Zilong and Zhao Zhong. Let's carry this thing into the boat and dig it out to see if there is anything we can use. Remember, you can't eat this meat. You can only throw it away. Do you understand? Clear. Everyone started to get busy. Huyu didn't dare to throw the pole again. If he catches something like this again, he won't have anyone to help pull the rod. Wait until the autopsy is over. The autopsy was performed by Xiao Zissou, assisted by Zhao's father and mother. Huyu and others were also not idle, they stayed outside the medical room and watched. The giant silver carp was disassembled bit by bit, its scales, meat, bones, internal organs, were all separated. Until the fish head. As the skull was removed, the fist-sized fish brain was taken out, and inside it was a light blue bead. The panel starts. Huyu just took a look, and was stunned on the spot. Name: Mutated Crystal, excellent. Type: Gemstone, food. Description: After taking or embedding, the probability of mutation can be increased. Note: Isn't mutation a kind of evolution? Put this thing down! Huyu immediately roared. Xiao Zissou, who was holding the mutant crystal with tweezers, was stunned. Before she could react, Huyu had already rushed into the medical room and immediately put the mutated crystal into the space. Whether it was mutation or evolution, he didn't want anyone on the ship to try it. No matter who becomes the next Li Chang, it will be a huge loss for everyone on the ship. Huyu immediately looked at the panels of the three people, and only felt relieved after confirming that none of them had mutated. It's okay, nothing happened. Go on. The dissection continues. In order to prevent other mutated crystals from appearing, Huyu stood where he was and did not leave. Fine. At the end of the dissection, only that one mutated crystal appeared. In addition to the bulletproof scales, the bones of this giant silver carp are also a treasure. Needless to say, its toughness is comparable to that of bamboo, and its hardness is comparable to that of Hatian jade. It is perfect for making weapons. All the fish scales and bones were handed over to Zhao Zhong for disposal. After a busy morning, it's time for lunch. After they had a quick meal, they urged Huyu to continue fishing. He didn't refuse either. No matter what the fish you catch looks like, the best thing to do is to upgrade the heart of the ocean as soon as possible. If the upgrading speed cannot keep up with the evolution speed of these fishes, once a wave comes, everyone will be used as bait for nesting. Not to mention, the scales of that giant silver carp are only enough to make 2 sets of bulletproof vests. It would be a good idea to catch a few more to be prepared. After all, in a situation like this, they are not the only ones who can get guns. Just as everyone climbed onto the deck and Huyu was about to cast his fishing rod, a whistle sounded from afar. It's a boat. A ship is coming. Huyu immediately took out a telescope and looked forward. Just 5 nautical miles away from here, there is a passenger ship on the waterway, sailing towards the residential area. Although it is called a passenger ship, in terms of volume, it is not even 2/3 the size of the heart of the ocean. This was supposed to be a sightseeing boat for a short voyage. When Huyu looked at them, they naturally discovered Huyu. At the same time, Li Ji, who was in the captain's room controlling the route, also sent a broadcast. Boss Hu, the ship ahead sent a radio call asking about our remaining supplies and wanted to trade our catch for some of the goods. Catch? Huyu immediately became interested. Ask them how many fish they have. The fish today are different from the fish in the past. If the fish these guys have are the same as the mutant silver carp, then the fish scales and bones can both be used as materials, and they can only make money by exchanging them for some food. Soon, Li Ji gave an answer. 500 kilograms of fish! They want to exchange it for 70% of the weight of meat, or 50% of the weight of food. Can? Huyu nodded in agreement. Let them come over. I want to see the catch first, and then decide the specific price. Trade fish for supplies? This is understandable, but this statement sounds familiar. He seemed to have heard it in his previous life. Okay. Li Ji responded, began to send a radio to the ship, and then responded. The other party asked us to stop the boat first, and they came closer. Good. Huyu also put away the fishing rod and looked at Qinshan. Hide the things that shouldn't be there. Good. Qinshan nodded, naturally understanding what he meant. Everything else is easy to say. At worst, just put it in the cabin. If it doesn't work, just put it back in the space backpack. There is only one thing that is difficult to handle. Greenhouse. This thing is built on the deck, and the enemy will definitely find it as long as they sail over. The only way is to put up a curtain first. He, Su Zilong and 2 others immediately took action and temporarily removed a large amount of umbrella cloth to cover the greenhouse. Soon, the ship came towards them. As the other party got closer, the appearance of the people on the boat became clearer and clearer. Huyu took a look and frowned slightly. This ship doesn't look familiar, but the people on this ship look somewhat familiar. Chapter 48 Robbery? In heavy rain. The ship was getting closer. 100 meters, 80 meters. It didn't seem to have any intention of stopping and kept moving towards the yacht. This posture doesn't seem like he wants to trade. On the contrary, it seems like I want to board the ship. Boss Hu, this situation is not quite right. Qinshan frowned slightly and warned. I know. Huyu frowned, with a trace of hatred in his eyes. He recognized it. In his previous life, he had seen this group of people on the boat. At that time, he and Yuanchio were rescued by a yacht. They worked as waiters on the boat, and each of them was given one fish to eat every day. But on the 40th day, the yacht encountered a fleet of ships. The other party also used the exchange of supplies as an excuse to let them stop the ship and start approaching. Upon hearing this, the ship owner at the time was attracted by the conditions proposed by the other party. The price is that the yacht is seized. Yu and Yuanchio took advantage of the chaos to put down their kayaks and were able to escape in the heavy rain. Unexpectedly. These guys actually started this kind of business now, and they even met them. Yu waved his hand, and 5 AKs and 5 RPGs appeared on the deck. Non-combatants evacuate, the rest get their weapons. When everyone heard this, except for the 5 people from Shinshan, everyone ran towards the cabin. There were only 6 people left on the deck, including Yu. Boss, why don't you go in too? Shinshan asked with concern. Need not. Yu shook his head. If I go in, who will they discuss business with? Shinshan nodded and stopped talking. 50 meters. The ship's engine finally stopped. Relying on the inertia of the water flow, it began to slowly approach the yacht until it was less than 5 meters outside the heart of the ocean. Cables were thrown from below and hooked on the side of the heart of the ocean. Bite. Warning! Warning! The ship is under attack. Activate the protection system? There is also this thing? Yu had no choice but to wait and see. He casually took out a sofa and lay back. Just looking at those cables. That group of people are still useful to him. What if this protection system is too powerful and they are all killed? Wouldn't that be a waste? Get on board! The sound of rain was mixed with a heavy sound. The cable was straightened instantly. Obviously something is climbing up. Click. At the same time, a crisp sound rang in Huyu's ears. That was the sound of bullets being loaded, the muzzle of the gun pointed at the cables. Less than 10 seconds. The first figure climbed up. The other person was wearing a raincoat and climbed onto the deck. When he turned around, before he could say anything, he saw 5 black gun muzzles pointing at him. The corners of his stiff mouth twitched slightly. He immediately fell to his knees, raised his hands, and said nothing. Hey! Xiao Lu, what's the situation up there? The voice that just called get on board sounded again. The person called Xiao Lu didn't dare to speak, but just knelt there and smiled foolishly. A few more seconds passed. Another person also climbed up. Although the movements are not as smooth as Xiao Lu's, they are exactly the same. Reply, what's going on up there? The owner of the voice began to get anxious. But the 2 people on the deck didn't say anything, just stayed quiet. Damn! Get up there! I want to see what's up there! Yes! A uniform sound rang out. Several more cables were thrown up. 1 minute later. 7 strong men knelt in a row on the deck, allowing the heavy rain to wash over them. Are all the people here? Yu sat on the sofa, took out a megaphone, and asked. Who said they wanted to do business with me just now? The other 6 people knelt back in unison. Only a strong man with a beard was left kneeling in the front. I. The bearded man had no choice but to raise his head and responded with an awkward smile. Brother, we are here to discuss business. What are you doing? Business? Yu pointed at the rope beside the ship's side and asked. Is this how you guys negotiate business? Hey! Hey, you horsehead! Yu cursed directly. Tell the truth. We see that your ship is extremely luxurious, and we would like to borrow some supplies from you. The bearded man immediately replied. We have no other choice. There are too many people on the boat, and the fish we caught alone are not enough to feed us. Please have mercy on us and give us something to eat. You are really shameless. Li Ji complained on the side. Robbery is robbery, but after being caught you still want to ask for supplies? There's nothing wrong with being thick-skinned. The bearded man raised his head, his eyes fixed on Yu. As long as you are willing to give us supplies, we can do anything. Anything is fine? Yu asked with raised eyebrows. Anything is fine. Good. Yu uttered a word and stood up immediately. Looking for someone? Looking for someone? Huyu responded. Send 2 people out from the 7 of you. Find 2 people in Jinling City for me. If you can do it, I can let you go and give you some supplies as a reward. If you can't find it, sorry, I need to borrow your boat. What is the most precious thing in the end times? Supplies? If you are alone, then supplies are indeed the most precious. But for Huyu now, the most precious thing is not materials, but talents. Food. He has a lot. Even if you can't draw other seeds, just planting magic beans and breeding livestock is enough to feed the people of a city. Nowadays, there is no need to worry about security, the diet is diverse enough, not to mention the medical level, and the attributes of traditional Chinese medicine are at their best. The only thing we lack now is talents in scientific research, construction, education, and breeding. Especially construction and farming. They couldn't stay on the boat forever. When the rain stops, if you are lucky enough to find a place to stay, you will naturally need professionals to build a house. There is also breeding. Although there are magical tools like greenhouses, having one more professional person will only bring benefits and no harm. In the past, there were many such people. Just go to any recruitment website and you'll find them all. But in today's era, when communication basically relies on shouting, looking for such a talent is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Especially for a target as big as theirs. The heart of the ocean had already attracted enough attention before it even got close to those buildings. If people really wanted to look for it, who knows how much trouble it would cause. It's okay now. There is a pillow when you feel sleepy. People who dare to rob are all ruthless in their bones, so it is natural that they can achieve twice the result with half the effort when they go looking for someone. Huyu was not worried that they would run away on the motorboat. Anyone who has survived to this day is not stupid. Choose between riding a motorboat and starving to death on the water, or coming back to continue controlling your own ship. Anyone would choose the latter. Good! The bearded man immediately agreed. Just tell me who you want to find. We will definitely help you find it. Construction and breeding. Huyu spat out 2 words. I want people who are familiar with these 2 technologies. Find them and interview them for me. As long as they pass, I can give them appropriate places on board. This? The bearded man was embarrassed. Boss, if you want to find a specific person, it's fine. Just give 2 characteristics. I can't just shout at the top of my lungs. You don't have to raise your voice. Huyu casually threw 2 loudspeakers in front of them. Remember, you only have 3 hours. If you don't find it after 3 hours, then I'm sorry. Good. The bearded man responded, stood up, picked up the megaphone, and turned to look at one of them. Xiao Luo, come with me. Li Ji, take them to ride a jet ski. Yes. Li Ji responded, then looked at the 2 of them. Follow me. The 2 men with beards looked at each other, and hurriedly followed them into the cabin. When they passed by Huyu, they did not forget to nod. As for the other 5 people. After the bearded man left, Huyu looked at Shinshan. Tie them up first, so they don't get caught in the rain and die. Yes. Shinshan glanced at Zhao Zhong, and the 2 walked to the deck in the rain and started working. Huyu looked at the ship floating next to the yacht, and couldn't help but feel curious. Zilong, come with me for a walk. Huh? Where to go? Su Zilong asked in confusion. Ship. Huyu stood up, put on his raincoat, and walked towards the cable. According to the bearded man, there were too many people on the boat, and he had no choice but to resort to this last resort. He wanted to see how many people were on the boat. Chapter 49, Little Captain. If it were an ordinary place, and Sienna alone would be enough to protect us. But this is going to someone else's base. It's better to be more vigilant. Su Zilong took the lead and slid along the cable to the deck of the ship. He raised his gun and took a quick look. After confirming that there was no danger, he gestured upwards. Huyu then started to move and slid down along the cable. Next up is Sienna. 3 people boarded the ship. There was no one on deck. There were only some fishing rods and some makeshift fishing nets. The catch is stored in the fish barrel nearby. Those fish are small in size, but there are many of them. Each bucket of fish weighs at least 10 kilograms. If there were only 7 people on board, that would be more than enough food. Bang! There was a muffled sound from the cabin, as if something had fallen to the ground. The 3 of them turned to look at the cabin at the same time. Huyu turned his head and gave a look, indicating that Su Zilong should take the lead. Su Zilong nodded in understanding and trotted over with the gun in hand. Came out of the cabin door. One kick! Bang! The cabin door was kicked open. The wind and rain are pouring back. Su Zilong took advantage of the situation and walked in, pointing the gun forward, but there was no other movement. After counting the breaths, he walked out, lowered his gun, and looked somewhat helpless. What's going on? Huyu asked with a frown. Su Zilong shook his head slightly. Boss Hu, you should come and see it yourself. Huyu stepped forward quickly. When he came out of the cabin, his expression was even more interesting than Su Zilong's. Helplessness, speechlessness, and powerlessness, written all over his face. Child. All children. A group of mostly elementary school students were gathered in a circle at this moment, with the older boys guarding the outside and the younger ones and some girls surrounded inside. There are dozens of them. Huyu's paws suddenly felt numb. As the saying goes, the little brats eat the father out of his laurels. No wonder Beard and his friends catch so many fish but still can't eat enough. Boss Hu, what should we do? Su Zilong asked. Damn it! If I had known, I would not have boarded this ship. If I hadn't seen it, it would have been fine. But now that I've seen it, I can't just ignore it. Among this group of children, the oldest is no more than 10 years old. The youngest is only 7 years old. This is just the age of elementary school. Close the door first, don't scare the child. Good. Su Zilong closed the door. But because of his big movement just now, the door was kicked in and could only be barely covered. Boss Hu, what should we do? Don't talk yet. Huyu rolled his eyes. This guy always has his own ideas and never listens to other people's opinions. Now that I'm faced with this hot potato, I know to throw the problem away. Originally, he wanted to completely eliminate the group headed by the bearded man to prevent future troubles. But now the cabin is full of children. If we really wipe out the root of the problem, what should we do with these children? Also beheaded? That's definitely impossible. Or stay? Urban construction also needs fresh blood, otherwise what they build with just a few people would not be called a city but a village. But he was also afraid that there might be a devil in there. It is not uncommon for a single rat dropping to spoil the whole barrel. Huyu pondered for a few breaths, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Got it. Even though I just took a quick glance, I could tell that those children had lost a lot of weight due to hunger, and their clothes looked extremely loose. He took out a box of egg tarts, opened the door, flipped the box open and pushed it inside. At this time, the egg tarts were still freshly out of the pan, and the aroma of eggs wafted through the air, filling the cabin. Boss Hu, aren't you a little too stingy? Su Zilong couldn't help but complain. Just one box? It would be nice to give more. You know nothing, just watch quietly, Huyu replied unhappily. There are only 4 egg tarts in this box. There are definitely not enough points. He just wanted to see what choices these guys would make when faced with temptation. If a fight breaks out, he won't care about these people. If they did not fight, but chose to leave the egg tarts to the weak, then he would keep his promise to the bearded man and leave them some supplies. As for other things, he won't care anymore. But what happened next was beyond his expectations. Through the crack in the door, Huyu could clearly see a child walking towards him. He had an impression of this child, who was the boy standing at the front of the crowd. He also had a dagger in his hand. I guess he is the leader among this group of kids. The child groped his way to the door. He took a look at the egg tart, but didn't eat it or take it back. Instead, he asked towards the door, "Where is our captain?" Although the voice is childish, one can hear the tenacity in it. He still has his own things to do and won't be back in the short term. Huyu replied. We are his friends, you can trust us. Wrong! The kid immediately retorted. You're the people on that yacht. He didn't come back, but you guys came down. That proves one thing, they fell into your hands. Just now, The old man opened the door with a gun. You wanted to kill us, but then you realized we were children, so you didn't do it. This box of egg tarts should be used by you to test us, right? Hu Yu and Su Zilong looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Such a small child. He is not much older than Birbu, but his logic is so meticulous. Just through these actions, one can actually infer their intentions. You didn't answer, which means I guessed right. The child continued. Now, I am the captain of this ship. If you have any needs, you can negotiate with me directly. No need to test it. Good. Huyu smiled. He pushed the door open again and was startled when the child's panel popped up in front of him. Name, Guanli. Gender, male. Age, 9. Skills, mastery of leadership, mastery of speech, mastery of debate, basic combat. Personality, meticulous, suspicious, leading, benevolent, grateful. Favorability, -20. This man is simply a natural-born leader. 3 masters and 1 basic. There are also skills related to leadership. These skills actually appear in a child? Even his character is extremely remarkable. This is in the last days. If he is really allowed to grow up, there is no doubt that he will be a generational hero. What do you see me doing? Guanli frowned and asked. You can make any conditions. Huyu suddenly became interested. He knelt down and looked at Guanli. Kid, now it's not about what conditions I have, but what you can give me. You, and the lives of those behind you, are all under my control. As long as I think about it, you will only have one end. Now, let's see what you can give me in exchange for your lives. Boat. Guanli uttered a word, staring into Huyu's eyes. You are on board just because you are interested in this ship. This ship, including all the resources on board, will be left to you. I only want the 4 lifeboats on board. Not enough. That's all. Guanli's tone was very firm. I might as well tell you that we have people in the captain's room. As long as the person behind me sounds the alarm, he will steer the boat and crash it into your yacht. Then it will be a dead end for both sides and no one will be able to escape with any consequences. This kid, he's so ruthless despite being young. However, he threatened the wrong person. The heart of the ocean has epic protection, and even a torpedo may not be able to penetrate it, let alone a ship that is so close. Let me think about it. Huyu smiled and stood up. He turned and walked towards the deck. I just lied, but your captain is indeed not dead. When he comes back, we will continue the negotiations. You just won the box of egg tarts with your performance. It's up to you to decide what to do with it. After saying that, Huyu took Su Zilong and the other man back to the yacht. As soon as he returned, he picked up a telescope and observed Guanli's actions. The egg tarts were gone. Under his command, the children have begun repairing the cabin door. He is truly a natural-born leader. Boss Hu. Su Zilong stood beside Huyu, leaning against the side of the boat and asked, Why don't these kids stay? Let's take another look. Chapter 50 True Talent. July 22nd, 6 p.m. The heavy rain continues. The water level never stopped rising. The deadline that Huyu set for the bearded man is approaching. He was not in a hurry, but kept observing the situation on the ship through a telescope. 3 hours. In those 3 hours, those kids did a lot. In the first half hour, they fixed the hatch. Although it was not as tight as before, it was still enough to keep out the rain. Over the next hour, they moved the fish barrels from the side of the boat in, cooked some simple food, and had lunch. There was no crying or complaints during the period. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Guanli was already sitting in the cockpit, staring at the yacht, as if waiting for some news. Meanwhile, the group of children had already run to the lifeboat. As long as the lifeboat is lowered, they will fall into the water and escape from here as soon as possible. But they didn't move. Just like Guanli in the cab, he was waiting for something. This wait lasted for an hour. There was no movement during this time. It's about time. Huyu glanced at the time, then turned to look at Li Ji. Let Zhang Suri start preparing dinner. Yes. Wait 10 minutes at most. If Bearded Man and that little lure want to come back, it's time for them to come back. If they don't want to come back, there's no need to wait any longer. Buzz. The hum of a motorboat sounded. Huyu turned the telescope and found 2 motorboats heading towards here. There were 2 people on each motorboat. It looks like we've found the person. I'll go pick someone up first, Liji said as he walked towards the bottom of the cabin. Less than 5 minutes. Liji brought 5 people to the deck. In addition to the bearded man and Xiao Luer, there were 2 other people. A middle-aged man in a suit. Although he looked thin with greasy hair and pale face, one could tell from his eyes that he must have held a high position before. The other one is an old man. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had gray hair, but he had a refined temperament and looked like a researcher. Even when he was standing in front of Huyu, he had an air of superiority. It's like, the teacher is looking at the bad students. Huyu immediately cast a detection spell at him. He was shocked when he saw it. Name, Fang Siyuan. Gender, male. Age, 59. Skills, epic biological research, epic bean planting, epic animal breeding, proficient chemistry, proficient cultivation, proficient model construction. Personality, kind, sharp-tongued, rigorous, hands-on. Favorability, 0. Boss. This is a real boss. In peaceful times, he would have been at least a researcher, maybe even an academician. Mr. Fang! Huyu had just stood up, and before he could greet him, Xinshan's voice suddenly sounded. Huh! Xiaoxin? Fang Siyuan was stunned and looked at Xinshan with a confused look. Why are you here? It looks like we are still familiar with each other. It's easier now. This is a long story. Xinshan gave a wry smile and immediately walked to Huyu. Come, let me introduce you to. This is Mr. Fang Siyuan, a famous agricultural expert in our country. I was responsible for his security before. This is Huyu, the owner of this ship and my current boss. Mr. Fang. Huyu took the initiative to say hello. Hello, nice to meet you. Boss? Fang Siyuan frowned slightly. I heard that you made some mistakes and got fired. Is it true? That's a long story. Xinshan replied helplessly and stood behind Huyu. You should just talk. Mr. Fang, we can talk about these things slowly later. Huyu stretched out a hand toward him. I hope you can join us. No matter what conditions you have, you can ask for it. I will try my best to be satisfied. Old man, I'm all alone. I don't want anything. Mr. Fang looked Huyu up and down for a while. I came here just to see who would want to find someone like me in this situation. I didn't expect him to be a young man. What? Do you want to open a breeding farm on your yacht? Stop dreaming. The corners of Huyu's mouth twitched. He only said one thing, but he didn't expect Mr. Fang to spray like a pea shooter. He really deserves to have a poisonous tongue. A venomous tongue is a venomous tongue. This man is a real talent. Boss, who Mr. Fang is like this? Xinshan whispered from the side. Don't take it to heart, you must keep him. Don't worry. I have a solution. Huyu lowered his head and murmured, then glanced in the direction of the greenhouse. Take him there to have a look. No matter where I look, my conclusion is the same. Fang Siyuan raised his head and raised his hand to rest on Xinshan's shoulder. I didn't say that, Xiaoxin, you are also fooling around. This rain will stop sooner or later. Why are you doing these things? Why don't you just stay in peace? Mr. Fang, you'd better come with me first, Xinshan said helplessly, leading Fang Siyuan towards the greenhouse. Huyu stayed where he was and looked at the other person in front of him. The panel pops up. Name, Li Wantu. Gender, male. Age, 39. Skills, proficient in management, basic drawing, basic construction, and basic carpentry. Personality, arrogant, complacent, and high-minded. Favorability, 0. Boss who? Li Wantu took the initiative to speak. His tone was just like that of Mr. Fang just now, even more arrogant. I heard that you are hiring here? Recruit people, not trash. Huyu replied casually, not wanting to waste time on such a person. He looked at the bearded man and said, Just throw it away wherever you found it. Why are you looking for such a rookie? Hey! The bearded man didn't know what was wrong with this man, but he still lowered his head and responded. Why? Li Wantu refused to accept the news. You are the ones who brought me here. You have to take responsibility. Why do you want to abandon me after just one look? Why? Hu Yu sneered. Because I'm the ship owner. Li Ji showed the guest away. Don't bother, I'll do it. The bearded man smiled and stepped forward, holding Li Wantu in his hand. Brotherly, take us downstairs, I'll throw this man back. You're so sensible. Li Ji praised with a smile. Let's go. You don't have to go. Hu Yu glanced around and looked at Xiao Luer. Just let Xiao Luer go. I have something else to talk to you about. Hey! The bearded man responded and kicked Xiao Luer on the butt. Hurry up, come back quickly. Okay, boss. Little Lu responded and immediately followed Li Ji down to the cabin. Before Hu Yu could speak, the bearded man came up to him and asked respectfully. Boss Hu, what do you want? What's going on with the child in the cabin? Hu Yu asked directly. This is a long story. The bearded man sighed and subconsciously searched his pockets, but found nothing. Seeing this, Hu Yu casually threw a bag of Heatianxia to him. Thank you, Boss Hu. The bearded man's eyes lit up when he saw this. He took out a lighter from his trouser pocket, lit it, and put it in his mouth. This story begins 9 days ago. Chapter 51 Miracle. It's simply a miracle. In heavy rain. The bearded man leaned on the boat, looking at the ship in front of him, lost in memories. That Saturday, I took a job with a tour group. I took that group of boys and girls along the Yangtze River. As long as we returned to Jinling at 8 o'clock in the evening, we would get a considerable amount of boat fare. I didn't expect it to start raining at just 7 o'clock. An hour later we chose to dock, but only a few parents arrived early, and most of the children stayed on the boat. The rain is getting heavier. The roads were flooded and we had no choice but to leave the children in the boat and wait until the rain stopped before sending them away. But this wait lasted for 9 days. 9 days! The bearded man held a cigarette in his mouth, shook his head and sighed. I'm afraid this rain won't stop. Boss Hu, I am a rough man. When I saw you, I did have bad intentions. I don't ask for anything else from you, but just one thing, let those kids go. It doesn't matter to me. Please let my brothers get off the boat. They can take good care of the children. There is good and evil in people's hearts. There is no such thing as a purely good person, or a purely bad person in the true sense. That's what birds are like. If you want to say he is a bad person, he did it for the sake of that boat full of kids. If it was just food for his brothers, catching fish would be easy enough. You want to say he's good. For the sake of that boat of children, he would rob others of their resources for survival. It is difficult to judge whether he is really good or bad. We'll talk about this later. Hu Yu hesitated for a few breaths and finally made a decision. He looked towards the ship and said, There are people waiting for you on board. Go greet them first and bring the child named Guanli aboard. I have something to tell you. Hey! The bearded man responded, and without taking his brothers with him, he walked to the rope and climbed towards the ship. This does not mean that he has abandoned his brothers, but he is telling Hu Yu that he will not run away and will definitely come back. Boss Hu, I really don't understand. Su Zilong stood aside and asked, What are your plans? Are you going to keep them here? Or, remember that box of egg tarts? Hu Yu asked. I bet Guanli left at least one for that bearded man. What's there to bet on? Su Zilong was puzzled. If he keeps one, it means this kid is worth investing in. Then I will give them some supplies and let them be self-reliant in the apocalypse. What if we leave too? Xiao Zis's voice came from behind. Hu Yu told them what happened on the ship in the afternoon. I would like to seek their advice on how to deal with this. There is only one answer available. It all depends on his idea. It's the same as saying nothing. Why did you come out? Hu Yu looked at Xiao Zisa behind him and asked, Is Buba's medicine ready? It's already cooked. Xiao Zisa stood aside and said, I heard that an old man will be boarding the ship. I came over to take a look and happened to hear you talking. Tell me, what would you do if 2 egg tarts were left? Leave 2? Hu Yu looked at the already taut cable. There are only 4 egg tarts in a box. According to the logic of a normal child, they might be divided equally among everyone. That child is very thoughtful. He might eat some first to test whether it is poisonous before distributing it. He left one to prove his gratitude, so it's not a bad idea to invest in it. Leaving 2 means he knows his position very well and can win people's hearts. 2 are not only for the bearded man, but also for the 7 adults, representing half of each group. If he is really that sensible, there is a place for him on the ship. The bearded man poked his head over the side of the boat. He was holding Guanli in his arms, and Guanli was holding a box in his arms. Egg tart box. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of Huyu and others. A guess came to my mind. Under what circumstances would Guanli come up with the egg tart box? Boss Hu. The bearded man came over with Guanli. We are here. Boss Hu. Guanli held the egg tart box and bowed deeply, then presented the box with both hands. I misunderstood you before. I'm sorry, please don't take it as an offense. Huyu opened the box. 4 egg tarts, neatly arranged and safe. There was no damage other than it being cold. What do you mean? Huyu looked into Guanli's eyes and asked. Don't you like the gifts I gave you? Or are you afraid that I will poison you? You wouldn't do that. Guanli's tone was neither humble nor arrogant, and he looked at Huyu and said, You gave us the egg tarts as a mercy and a gift. We didn't eat them because the captain is missing and we can't deal with such a precious gift rashly. I am giving it back to you now as a token of my gratitude. This is the best food on our ship and the best gift I can give. Thanks. Thank you for giving us a chance to survive. Guanli said this seriously, and then served the egg tart again. Smooth, so smooth. Huyu thought of several possibilities, but he never expected that this kid would not eat a single bite and could even control the other children to stay still. This is really rare. Then I'll take it. Huyu took the egg tart and put it aside. He looked at Guanli and asked solemnly, Now I'll give you a chance. You can board this ship and work for me. This ship will be your home from now on. You don't have to worry about food and drink anymore. Are you willing? No. Why? Guanli raised his head and stared at Huyu. My coming here will be of little benefit to you. My leaving will be a disaster for them. It's hard to imagine. These words actually came out of the mouth of a 9-year-old child. Huyu raised his hand, placed it on his head, and rubbed it gently. If it was Boo Boo, she would squint her eyes in enjoyment. But Guanli didn't move. His eyes continued to stare at Huyu, as if he wanted to imprint him in his mind, and his eyes were like a wolf. If such a person is not recruited under your command, he will become a great threat if you encounter him in the future. He should know. When he stood in front of Huyu and said those words, there were only 2 possible outcomes for him. One is to stay on the boat, the other is to leave your life on the boat. But even so, he still chose to refuse. There is only one reason. Force. He wanted to force Huyu to keep more people. They can all stay. Huyu gave in. First of all, he really did have a heart for talent, and secondly, if a city was really built in the future, it would indeed need new forces. Children are far more loyal than those adults. Real! Guanli exclaimed. Including the captain? They can be together. Since we have already accepted dozens of people, we don't mind having a few more. However, there are still conditions. Huyu looked at the bearded man. First of all, let me make one thing clear. I will take you in and provide you with food and resources. But the premise is that you are not allowed to board the ship. Except for those kids, you can only drive the boat as a frigate and follow the yacht. Is that acceptable? Accept it. Absolutely accept it. The bearded man nodded repeatedly. What kind of condition is this? At a time like this, it would be good enough to be able to keep one's life, not to mention that he would provide food and resources, which was a great thing. That's good. Huyu looked at the bearded man and said, Bring the people up first, and I'll distribute the supplies to you later. Hey! The bearded man responded, but was interrupted by Guanli just as he was about to turn around. I'll go. Guanli took the initiative to speak. If Captain Wang goes, he won't be able to bring anyone with him. The bearded man was stunned. What's going on? Guan Li did not answer, but just smiled. Then he walked to the side of the ship and climbed towards the rope in the heavy rain. I guess he doesn't believe you either. Boss Hu, what do you mean? The bearded man asked in confusion. Hu Yu smiled and joked, handing him the telescope. Look in the cab. The bearded man took a look, still confused. Aren't they just a few kids? What's wrong? This is Guan Li's emergency measure. Hu Yu smiled as he looked at the thin figure in the rain. If they find out that you are cooperating with me and are going to use them as bargaining chips, or something else, they will set sail immediately. Either leave here or crash into the yacht and die. These kids! The bearded man cursed secretly, but his expression was full of relief. Tell me! Suddenly, a roar came from the greenhouse. I saw Mr. Fang running straight over, followed by Shinshan chasing after him, but he almost didn't catch up. Mr. Fang came to Hu Yu with excitement on his face. Tell me! Where did you find these things? A miracle! Simply a miracle! Chapter 52 New Blood. Hu Yu was not surprised by Fang Lao's excitement. Even Xiao Zisu, a layman, had an outrageous reaction when he saw these things and wanted to dissect them himself. Not to mention this one. He is an expert in this field, so he naturally knows what those things mean better than Xiao Zisu. Say it quickly! Fang Suyuan asked excitedly. Where did you get these things from? Don't worry about it, old man. Hu Yu smiled and stretched out his right hand. I still have the same condition. As long as you can stay, I will give you the cultivation of these livestock and plants. I will give you absolute freedom to do whatever you want, and I will give you some unexpected surprises every once in a while. The system can produce more than just senzu beans. It may even be possible to extract other animals that can be raised. This is his confidence. Surprise? Fang Suyuan asked in confusion. What surprise? Like this. Hu Yu said as he took out an ordinary senzu bean. Would you like to take a look first, Mr. Fang? Fang Suyuan took the magic bean and looked at it carefully in front of him. He looked left and right, and even put it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it twice. Finally came to a conclusion. Isn't it just an ordinary bean? Mr. Fang, you can have a taste, Hu Yu said with a smile. Pretending to be mysterious. Old Fang whispered 4 words, but still put the magic bean into his mouth. The senzu beans melt in your mouth. In just a moment, it turned into a warm current that penetrated into Fang Lao's throat and flowed into his abdomen. A feeling of fullness comes over me instantly. Fang Suyuan's eyes suddenly widened. He hasn't eaten for 2 days. The feeling of hunger has already begun to gnaw at my heart, as if I could eat a cow alive. But as soon as this bean entered the stomach, that feeling disappeared in an instant. What the hell is this? Fairy beans. Hu Yu didn't hide anything, and said in front of the bearded man. 1 pill can satisfy an adult's consumption for a month, and it will also provide a proper feeling of satiety. What? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. This also includes Shinshan. Before this, he didn't know the existence of fairy beans. God knows how much this boss Hu has hidden. Are you serious? Fang Suyuan's lips trembled slightly. If this is the case, this bean will be enough to change the world no matter when. Mr. Fang can slowly understand it. Hu Yu responded with a smile. This is just an inferior product. The superior product can provide energy for 3 months. It has been used as seeds and planted in the greenhouse. I agreed to join. Fang Suyuan just replied, and then rushed towards the greenhouse without looking back. No, not a greenhouse. It's a temple. There is a temple that belongs to every agricultural student. Boss Hu. When Shinshan saw this, he didn't chase after him. Instead, he leaned next to Hu Yu and asked, You didn't fool him, did you? What are these words? Hu Yu was so angry that he smiled helplessly. Am I the kind of person who deceives people? Shinshan did not answer, but the answer was self-evident. I don't know who tricked Boss Tian into being like that when he was in that building. Boss Hu? The bearded man swallowed his saliva and said, Do you have any more beans? We brothers haven't eaten for several days. Yes, but you can't eat it today. Hu Yu looked at the children who were gradually getting on board and said, Since you are all here, why don't you stay and have dinner before going back? Just consider it a celebration of our cooperation. He turned around and shouted towards the kitchen. Li Ji, go help prepare dinner. Prepare some extra people. We're having a party. The bearded man's brain was a little slow. Party? If we just eat senza beans, it wouldn't be considered a party, right? Could it be that? Is there still a lot of food stored on this ship? Half an hour later. The scene before him answered the bearded man's doubt, but it also raised another question for him. Boss, how many things have you hoarded? After the evolution of the heart of the ocean, the entire first-floor cabin is 140 meters long. In addition to the 40-meter bar, kitchen, indoor swimming pool and viewing balcony, there is also a 100-meter reception room. Now it is filled with all kinds of food and drinks. From pan-fried buns to zaikinglong, small steamed buns with a filling, from cupcakes to macarons, every kind of food is freshly baked. Even the soup dumplings were still steaming. These things, even if prepared 10 days in advance, would still take a lot of effort. But now, it's only half an hour. A party is held like this. The children filed in and began to gobble up the food frantically. They were no exception and stuffed whatever they saw tasted good into their mouths. I was afraid that the illusion before my eyes would disappear in the next moment. There was only one exception. Guanli. He was holding a box of egg tarts, the one that had just gone cold, and was standing outside the party, watching silently. Pick up one and eat half of it in one bite. Huyu noticed him and waved to him. The other person ate the other half of the egg tart and walked over slowly. Captain, do you have something to talk to me about? Guanli asked respectfully. His favorability towards Huyu has risen to 20, and his tone is no longer as sarcastic as before. There are so many things, and you only eat this? Eat this first. Guanli responded calmly. We can't waste it, right? Do you think they'll be wasted? Huyu asked deliberately. The reason why he held such a party was not because there was too much food to eat, but because he was preparing for observation. Yes, he did promise to keep all the children. But how they will be treated if they stay will depend on their own performance. This is the first test. If anyone wastes food, sorry, you will be failed. Then he will be thrown on the ship and live with Beard and the others. Won't. Guanli replied confidently. Anyone who has ever been hungry knows how precious food is. I want to hear the truth. I already said hello to them before getting on the boat. As expected of you. Huyu replied, didn't care anymore, and started eating his dinner. Since Guanli has already said hello, this party is bound to not be wasted. 10 p.m. The party is over. Shinshan finally persuaded Mr. Fang to go back to his room and get ready for bed, and he would study it slowly tomorrow. Su Zilong took the 7 bearded men back to the ship and allocated the first batch of supplies to them. They were all fresh ingredients and fresh water, enough for the 7 of them to eat for half a month. Mu Lingxiu was responsible for arranging a room for each child and handed the records compiled today to Huyu. As Guanli said, every child did not waste any action. 2/3 of the things from the party were still left, and every single one of them could be recycled and preserved, as clean as a swarm of locusts. Xiao Zizi began to study late into the night to prepare tomorrow's teaching materials. After all, as the only talented student on the ship besides Mr. Fang, faced with so many children, she has to take the responsibility of educating them. After listening to the report, Huyu yawned and fell asleep. Early the next morning, when he walked to the balcony, the Feng Shui treasure land, ready to continue yesterday's good luck and create something good. The scene before him made him stunned. There were a lot of ripples on the water. That's a person. Someone is swimming over. Chapter 53. If you don't want the face you give me, then you can't blame me. In the heavy rain, there were crowds of people on the water, using swimming rings, wooden boards, or mattresses. After all, anything that has buoyancy can be used by them. One after another they swam towards the yacht. Through the balcony, Huyu discovered that many people were approaching the edge of the yacht or ship, trying to climb up. Fortunately, the surfaces of both ships were smooth enough, and it would be impossible for them to do it without any tools. But the people who were coming in large numbers behind seemed to have anticipated this situation, and all kinds of tools appeared in their hands. The heart of the ocean is not afraid of being smashed, but the same cannot be said for the ship. Something bad is going to happen. Huyu frowned, didn't open the egg, and rushed out directly. As soon as I opened the door, I happened to meet Xiao Zisu walking over. You are finally awake. Xiao Zisu breathed a sigh of relief. If you don't wake up, I will come in and call you. As she spoke, she inserted a golden needle into her hair. It's easy to tell that the way she calls people must be very efficient. That's not necessary. Huyu's mouth twitched, and he noticed that she had dark circles under her eyes. Your eyes? Did you steal the cow last night? Where can we steal cattle? From the shed? Xiao Zizi yawned. That Mr. Fong went to the greenhouse at 3 o'clock. Anyone who approaches the greenhouse must be watched by him. Who dares to steal? So what are you doing? Prepare lessons. Xiao Zizi's tone was filled with pride. I tell you, it was only because I didn't pass the teacher qualification exam at that time, otherwise I would have become a teacher a long time ago. This is finally my chance. I will pay you back double for the rain you showered me with. Just don't torture our future flower buds to death. Huyu said as he walked towards the cabin, not forgetting to add. Oh, except Guanli, torture him to death. As the saying goes, learning never dies, so let's learn until we die. He has the potential. Okay. The two walked to the cabin talking and laughing. Qinshan and others were already waiting there, and Guanli was also standing among them. His figure looked extremely awkward inside. What's going on now? No one's on board yet. Qinshan took the initiative to report. I just investigated the surveillance. Since 5 o'clock this morning, people have been coming over one after another. So far, no one has boarded the ship, and there has been no actual damage to the ship. Were there any negotiations? No, they don't seem to be a group, but act spontaneously. Huyu frowned slightly. He could understand them. At a time like this, a boat with lights on day and night, and a party. It is a rare life-saving straw for anyone. Especially since the ship took in so many people yesterday. This is their only chance. Just swim to the boat, and you can take a gamble. I bet the owner of this ship is kind enough to take them in. Pity. They bet wrong. Sound the siren as a warning and the ship will sail in 5 minutes. We are not responsible for anything that happens. Yes, boss. Qinshan replied, took out the loudspeaker Huyu left yesterday and walked to the side of the ship. Everyone, pay attention. The boat will depart in 5 minutes, please leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be responsible for all the consequences. He said the same thing 3 times in total. The purpose is to remind them as much as possible. That's weird too. Huyu took out toiletries from his personal space and started brushing his teeth, mumbling. Isn't there a strange fish underwater? How could someone swim over here? There were no fish last night. Zhao Zhong replied. I tried fishing last night, but there was no bite, not to mention no fish even when I put in the nest. It's the same with Captain Wang. Su Zilong echoed. They cast their fishing nets last night, but there was no movement. I went to see it too. No more fish? Huyu frowned slightly. This shouldn't be the case. Before he could figure out what was happening, a chorus of roars came from the water. Captain? Come out! Captain? Come out! It seems that he won't give up until he sees the coffin. Huyu took out a towel and wiped his face briefly, then looked at Li Ji. Is breakfast ready? Not yet. Li Ji replied and set off immediately. I'll go now. Remember to be rich. Huyu instructed. Get those guys up at 7:30 and start class. Okay. Guanli also responded. I'll wake them up. Brother Shin, come with me for a walk. Huyu took out 3 umbrellas and handed one to Shinshan and Incienner behind him. Good. The 3 of them walked out of the cabin together. As soon as they arrived at the ship's side, they saw Captain Wang and others holding harpoons and staring at the ship. As long as the other party was willing to get on the ship, they would fight back as soon as possible. When Huyu's gaze fell, Captain Wang smiled awkwardly, hurriedly put away the harpoon, and nudged Xiao Luer next to him with his elbow. Little Lou immediately understood and ran towards the cab. The boat will depart in 5 minutes. This is the order given by Huyu. Since the yacht is about to start, the ship naturally cannot slow down. Captain? Come out! The noise continues. Huyu walked to the side of the ship, looked down at the people below, and took out a loudspeaker. I'm out! What are you doing? The chaotic voices were instantly drowned out by the sound of rain. But soon, a uniform sound was heard on the water surface. Let us get on board! Let us get on board! It's not impossible to get on board. Huyu glanced down and said calmly, Who among you knows architecture? Those who can plan buildings and are proficient in composition, raise your hands. After a few breaths, more than 70% of the people raised their arms. Well, he has exposed the school of architecture's bad relationship, right? You don't even need to look at the panel to see that more than 90% of the people here are lying. That's human nature. Huyu took out his AK and fired a shot at the water. The bullet did not hit anyone. But it was enough to quiet the crowd. I'll say it again, if you have it, raise your hand, if you don't, put your hand down. Otherwise, you don't want to get shot in the water, do you? Sure enough, after a moment, more than 99% of the people put their hands down. Only 2 people were still in the water with their hands raised. Huyu scanned their panel and found that they were not lying. However, they are only proficient in construction-related skills, and their personalities are not good either, so they are likely to become wolves that are difficult to tame. What a pity. Huyu shook his head and put away the loudspeaker. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a crisp sound rang in his ears. A prompt popped up in front of me. Warning! Warning! The ship is under attack. Activate the protection system? He leaned back against the side of the ship and used the telescope to look towards the location where the sound came from. I saw several people leaning against the ship, holding medium-sized impact drills in their hands, and attacking the deck of the heart of the ocean. They knew that they couldn't get on the ship with just their mouths, unless they risked their lives. Huyu narrowed his eyes slightly. He gave the group 5 minutes to leave instead of sailing away directly, just to give them a chance to survive. But now, take the opportunity he gave you and get on his boat? You guys are really capable. If you don't want the face you give me, then you can't blame me. Chapter 54, Searching for the Mountain. There is one type of person that Huyu hates the most in his life. He is not a ruthless person like Tian Lao, nor is he an unreasonable fool like Ant Wang, but a beast who knows how to be grateful but does not seek to repay it. Everyone in the water saw that Huyu was motionless, and then started making a fuss again. Get on board! Get on board! They seemed to be sure that Huyu was afraid. As the saying goes, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes, but what people like them who wear a pair of bright leather shoes are most afraid of is that the leather shoes will rot. As long as they defeat the threat with fish and fish, they will definitely get what they want. Pity. They had the wrong person. Shot? That's too cheap for them. No need to sail the boat. Huyu turned around and walked towards the cabin, all the way towards the place where he fished yesterday. Shinshan was a little puzzled. Boss, just let them get into trouble like this. Don't worry, the ship will be fine. Huyu replied. He could see the panel of the heart of the ocean. Even after such a long period of impact drilling, the durability of the heart of the ocean was still maintained at 100%. In other words, those guys couldn't see the prompt, otherwise, they would have been flooded with a message on their screen right now failed to penetrate the enemy's defense. Don't they like drilling? Huyu casually took out the fishing rod and said, It depends on how long they can get in. Cast the rod. The fish hook turned into a parabola and fell into the water. There was a burst of laughter from the water surface. It is well known that there are no fish underwater. This guy is fishing? I'm afraid I'm doing something stupid. Just right. Then teach him another lesson. Seeing this, several people immediately swam towards the place where the fish hook fell. Don't you like fishing? Then put away your rod. Everyone has gone crazy. A few people who were good at swimming dived over first and found the fishing line. Just when they were about to lift it out of the water, something strange happened. A pulling force came from the water surface. There's fish! A fish is caught! Everyone was shocked, but didn't take it seriously. Until. A scream rang out. The man who had just held the fishing line had been dragged under the water, and a scarlet color gradually spread. Someone's dead! Run! We can't go back! Get on board! There is only one way! Fuck, the boat hasn't been broken yet! What are the people in front doing? The crowd suddenly panicked. Huyu stuck the fishing rod onto the deck. This was made by Zhao Zhong overnight yesterday. It is a hole specifically for inserting a fishing rod. The hole runs through the entire first deck. As long as you put the fishing rod in, you can borrow the force of the entire yacht. Unless the fishing rod breaks, the deck is lifted, and the fishing line is pulled dry. Once the fish is hooked, it will not escape. But these three situations are simply impossible to happen. At least in freshwater basins, no fish can do this. Holy crap! He took the bait. So quickly? Zhao Zhong exclaimed, his face full of surprise. For a veteran fisherman, this is equivalent to scratching out $1 million jackpot ticket in front of an old lottery player who only wins $5 at most. Didn't there seem to be no fish yesterday? Who knows? Huyu chuckled. Maybe it just happened to swim over here. Zhao Zhong didn't say anything, but just looked at Huyu with some suspicion. He doesn't believe this nonsense at all. What does just swam over mean? That thing down there can eat people. If they happened to swim over, the people in the water in front would have been eaten long ago. Why would we let them swim over? There must be something fishy going on here. But he didn't intend to ask, but stood silently beside Huyu, overlooking the side of the ship. On the water. The crowd fell into panic. Those who have just swam out of the water still have a chance. They can swim back to their previous base. But those who come near yachts and ships have no chance. A dark shadow swam quickly beneath the water. Every once in a while, someone would be dragged in, turning into a pool of scarlet that stained the water. If they want to survive, there is only one way. Get on board. What the hell? Why can't this boat be opened? Stop drilling! If you break the boat, we will be dead. No! Drill! Only by drilling out of this ship can we have a chance to survive. The crowd was divided into two opinions. Seeing that the people holding the impact drills were still continuing, another group of people who were unwilling to drill the boat went completely crazy. Go ahead! Grab the drill! As long as we save this ship, the owner will definitely let us on board. Yes! He has already taken in so many children, he definitely wouldn't mind having one more of us. Go! The sounds of roaring, fighting, and wailing suddenly filled the water. Pieces of scarlet appeared one after another. Seeing that the situation was almost over, Huyu turned to look at Zhao Zhong and asked, Are you sure you can catch this fish? Try. Zhao Zhong had wanted to get started a long time ago. Now when he heard Huyu speak, he immediately reached out to grab the fishing rod. As soon as I got the fishing rod, I felt a huge pulling force. He had no time to react, and was almost dragged into the water. Fortunately, Chen Shan and Sienna were behind and caught him in time. Zhao Zhong took the opportunity to insert the fishing rod into the deck again, and was frightened for a while. I can't handle it. This thing is scarier than the fish yesterday. Then take a walk. Huyu looked at Chen Shan. Is it 5 minutes? Arrive. Notify the ship and prepare to sail. Yes. Chen Shan responded, rushed to the deck, and shouted forward with a loudspeaker. Get ready to sail! The ship's whistle sounded. The yacht started first and continued to move towards Pengcheng. As for the crowds, those who are obedient and stay far away will naturally be safe. But those guys who were close to the side of the ship were pushed forward by the current the moment the ship started. Those with good water properties can even float on the water. Those who are not good at swimming will be swept to the bottom of the boat, and their life or death may not be known. As for the fish, Huyu fixed the roller, and it could only swim underwater being dragged by the heart of the ocean. It's so annoying so early in the morning. He didn't plan to care about the fish. He stretched out his arms and lay on the sofa. How long will it take to get to Pengcheng? About 10 hours, Li Ji replied. If we sail at full speed, we can arrive in 8 hours. No, it's only 2 hours. It would be bad if we lose the ship by then. Hu Yu waved his hand and looked at the water. Today is July 23rd. 10 days have passed since the end of the world. The water level also reached 50 meters. At this time in the previous life, the water level would stop rising until the 18th day. During this period, everyone's hearts were full of hope. I fully expect the water level to drop in the future. But on the 19th day, the water level will rise again. Especially starting from the 20th day, the water level will experience an unprecedented surge. The original increase of 20 centimeters per hour will expand to 1 meter, 2 meters, or even 5 meters per hour, until the entire blue planet turned completely blue. So, if he wanted to stockpile talents, he had to do so within the remaining 10 days and collect enough mountains. Otherwise, when the rainstorm stops, they will just be drifting on the sea. Hu Yu looked out of the porthole, but could only see a vast ocean. Mountain peak? I'm afraid it's hard to find. 5 hours later. Finally, a mountain came into view. Just as Hu Yu was about to give the order to move closer, his eyes suddenly lit up. That is... Catapult. Chapter 55 Go Up the Mountain. Am I seeing this correctly? Hu Yu rubbed his eyes and looked at the hill again. The scene in front of him remained unchanged. On a small hill about 100 meters above the water, there were actually more than a dozen catapults lined up at the top of the mountain. The smallest one has a swing arm that is at least 3 meters long and is filled with stones. Which great god wrote this? Playing tower defense in the apocalypse? Hu Yu took out a telescope and looked towards the top of the mountain, but could not see a single person. There must be people like that. They were most likely hiding in a cave somewhere because of the heavy rain. This is understandable, but what he doesn't understand is, what is this slingshot used for? It can't be used to attack passing ships like these, right? Always be on guard against others. Although the heart of the ocean should be immune to this level of damage, he didn't want anything to be thrown onto the ship. Not to mention, the ship is still behind. If the ship is damaged, wouldn't it be a waste of money? Hu Yu immediately ordered to change course and stay away from the hill. After he was sure that the other party would not find out, an idea came to his mind. Anyone who can create this kind of tower defense must be proficient in architecture. Perhaps he can find the person he wants on that mountain. To take a step back, even if that person is no longer there, or is not the teammate you want, you can still put that mountain away. Use it as the foundation for the future. After all, with this kind of rainfall, just 2 mountains are not enough to fill the water area. Brother Shin Zilong, you two come with me, Hu Yu said and walked towards the lower deck. Someone needs to be left on board. Zhao Zhong is responsible for watching the fish, and Li Ji is responsible for watching the boats. 2 people are enough. Hu Yu left a gun and an RPG for each of them and Xiao's Zisu, which was enough. Taking Qin Shan, Su Zilong and Enciena with him, he didn't have to worry about safety issues. After a simple arrangement, the 4 people divided into 2 groups and rowed 2 motorboats towards the hill. Su Zilong and Hu Yu were in a group, and Qin Shan and Enciena were in a group. As soon as he entered the water, Hu Yu noticed something was wrong. Fish. The fish that had been slipping away for 5 hours was silent. Zhao Zhong also discovered this. He began to gradually reel in the rod, and suddenly the fish was caught out of the water. That seems to be a mutant sturgeon. The body length is nearly 5 meters and the weight is at least over 100 kilograms. Just like the mutated silver carp last time, its scales and fins have undergone mutations. We have to observe closely to know the specific situation. None of this is the most important thing. Most importantly, it had been full of energy until it entered this water area, then it became quiet. Hu Yu initially thought it had lost its strength and planned to let it play for a while before retrieving the rod, but now he saw. Obviously not. There are wounds on its body. There was a bite wound about half a meter long on its abdomen, which was not fatal. But it proves one thing. I'm afraid there are even more terrifying things under the water. Everyone be careful. Huyu warned that he did not intend to give up the plan. It doesn't matter if you miss a mountain, but if you miss a talent, that's the real sadness. No! Qinshan replied, started the motorboat and drove towards the hill. Su Zilong followed closely behind. The sound of motorboats echoed on the water. Giant bubbles surfaced one after another. Speed up! Huyu frowned slightly. Something is coming! The two of them had no time to answer, so they turned off the accelerator at the same time. Puff! A chill came from behind. Something came out of the water. Huyu subconsciously turned his head and looked behind him, only to see a black shadow rushing out of the water and heading straight towards them. That's a water snake. A water snake that is 2 meters wide and whose length is unknown. The water splashed all over everyone. Fear spread in my heart instantly. Has this thing mutated too? Huyu came to his senses and immediately took out his RPG, loaded the bullet, and aimed at the water. As long as it dares to show up, it will definitely be fired at. Unfortunately, it had no intention of showing up, but followed closely behind the motorboat, ready to attack again from underwater. Huyu frowned, not caring about being exposed or not, and pulled the trigger. The shell hit the water and successfully hit the opponent. With a muffled sound, many bubbles appeared on the water surface, but no blood spilled out. Fortunately, it slowed down. At least the shells work on it. Huyu loaded the cannon again and pointed the muzzle at the black shadow. Just as he was about to fire another shot, the other party stopped. It gradually dived underwater and disappeared without a trace. Is this giving up? Or has it evolved to the point where it can clearly recognize danger? No matter what the situation was, Huyu did not dare to be careless and still carried the RPG on his shoulder, while Su Zilong and Qinshan were also sailing at full speed. Now he finally understood the use of those catapults on the hill. 5 minutes later. Finally we reached the shore. The four of them went ashore, and Huyu put the motorboat into the space. Looking at the water in front of him, he still felt fear in his heart. Just. Su Zilong pointed to the water. Am I right? Probably not, unless we are all hallucinating. Qinshan was also so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. That snake must be at least 10 meters tall, right? It seemed to be to answer Qinshan's question. The dark shadow appeared on the water again. Instead of approaching the hill, it began to circle around the yacht. Comparing the length of the yacht, it is not difficult to see that this water snake is 1/6 the length of the entire yacht, which is nearly 20 meters long. An adult elephant is only 6 or 7 meters long. The length of this snake is already longer than 3 elephants. It seems you are still too conservative, Huyu replied with a wry smile. What now? Su Zilong frowned and asked. If that guy keeps guarding the yacht, we won't be able to go back. No hurry. Huyu looked up and said, Let's go up and take a look first. It is the instinct of animals to seek benefits and avoid harm. It didn't dare to approach the giant mountain, but instead moved towards the yacht, which proved that there was something it was afraid of on the mountain. If I'm not mistaken, the slingshot on the mountain is prepared for this giant snake. Let's go up the mountain first and see if there are any surprises. No one had any other opinion, so they followed Huyu up the mountain. You don't know until you try, and you'll be shocked when you do. Not only catapults, but the entire mountain is also filled with various traps. If Su Zilong and Qinshan were not from the military, they would not have been able to discover these traps. Judging from the scale of these traps, there are at least 100 people on the mountain, and it is possible that there are even more. In order to ensure a smooth conversation later, Huyu first collected the guns in everyone's hands and replaced them all with pistols. Not to mention that they only have pistols. Just looking at the skills of these guys, even without weapons, they are enough to knock down everyone on the mountain. Finally, when they were almost at the top of the mountain, they were discovered by several people in front. Who is it? A sharp scream was heard. Heads were moving in the jungle. People holding wooden spears came out one by one and looked at everyone with angry eyes. Take it easy. Huyu raised his hands to show that he had no weapons. We have no evil. Roll! The words are not finished yet. The opponent directly threw out his spear, trying to force Huyu back. Get out of here right now! Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude! Huyu frowned slightly. So irritable? Since you are not willing to accept peace talks, you have to find another way. Chapter 56 Meeting the Virgin Again. Huyu put his hands behind his back and made a gesture, preparing for Shinshan and others to draw their guns. But the next moment, another voice sounded. Is someone coming? I saw a figure coming out from behind the crowd. A young girl came out. She was wearing a red dress and patent leather shoes. Even without any makeup, she looked amazing. Especially those eyes, which are extremely lively, like a little deer in the woods. But she was wearing thick linen gloves on her hands, which looked extremely incongruous, as if she had just finished work. Before she could speak, the man who had just swung out the spear frowned and said, Miss Su, we already have enough people. What do you mean there are enough people? Aren't there only about 200 people? 4 more wouldn't be too many. Miss Su rolled her eyes at the other person in annoyance, and walked towards the 4 people. She walked all the way to Huyu without any precautions and took the initiative to extend her right hand. Hello, my name is Su Linglong, and I am currently the manager here. How did you get here? It was the first time that Huyu saw someone so familiar. Especially in the end times. A large detection spell was thrown over, and the woman's panel immediately appeared in front of him. Name, Su Linglong. Gender, female. Age, 23. Skills, epic architecture, epic surveying, epic leadership, masterful finance, masterful cooking, masterful observation, masterful traps. Personality, Madonna, compassionate, smooth talking. Favorability, 10. Purity, 100. It seems that she was the one who took the lead in building these fortifications. I didn't expect that. In addition to Mu Lingxiu, he could actually see another person with a saintly personality. However, the 2 personalities of being a saint and compassionate can actually be paired with being good at dealing with people. It's a bit strange. I came here with that yacht. Huyu's main point was to speak without hesitation. We have a kayak, and originally wanted to follow the yacht to see if we could get on board, but we didn't expect the other party would not accept us at all. We saw a mountain here and there seemed to be signs of human habitation, so we thought we'd try our luck here. He didn't reveal his identity directly. Analyzing from her character and situation, she should be the boss of the entire mountain. If I let her go with me now, I'm afraid it will only backfire, and I will be ordered to leave. It's better to hide your identity first and get to know it more deeply. Then you are really lucky. Su Linglong didn't seem to doubt it. She introduced with a smile. If you don't mind, you can join us. I can't guarantee anything else, but at least I can guarantee that you won't starve to death. Of course, the premise is that you can make enough contributions, otherwise there will be no food. That's easy. Huyu immediately responded with a smile. How do we do it specifically? I'll let Uncle Li introduce this to you. Su Linglong turned to look at the man who had just scolded them. Uncle Li is in charge of the territory's defense. He will assign you tasks later. As long as you work long enough every day, you can receive contribution points. Contribution points can be exchanged for food. As long as you are not too lazy, you can exchange them for enough food for a day. Of course, you can also exchange the things you carry with you for points. We will determine the number of points based on whether they are useful to the organization. Okay. They also created a monetary system. This woman is not simple. Miss Su. Uncle Lee said this and walked out. His face was full of wrinkles as he was in his 40s. It looked like he had been engaged in some kind of physical labor before. There are too many people on the mountain. We can't add any more. Isn't it better to have more people? Su Linglong asked back, as if she had something else to do. Okay, the snake just now moved again. I'll go up and keep an eye on it. Uncle Lee, I'm sorry to trouble you with these people. Miss Su. Uncle Lee wanted to say something, but Su Linglong had already turned and left. Only he and the group of people behind him who were also holding wooden spears were left. It seems that there is no harmony inside. So, Uncle Lee, right? Who you took the initiative to speak. Take a look at what we are suitable for. How about assigning us some work? Snort! Uncle Lee snorted coldly, turned around and left without saying anything. A group of people followed him and patrolled elsewhere. Only one young man came over. Don't mind it, Uncle Lee is just like that. Come, I'll take you up the mountain. There's a place on the mountain where tasks are posted. I'll take you there to get the tasks. Thank you very much. Huyu thanked him and asked, What's your name, little brother? Just call me Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi replied and led everyone up the mountain. As soon as he reached the top of the mountain, Huyu confirmed one thing. The man named Uncle Lee is right. There are too many people on the mountain. More than 100 people gathered on the top of the mountain. Although everyone has something to do, most of it is construction work, which can be done quickly if you want, or can take time if you want. 5 or 6 strong men gathered together, with wooden hammers at their feet, occasionally hammering and banging the boards together. This should be preparation for building a house. Most of the people on the hill are men, and situations like this are not uncommon. If you want to feed so many people, and so many people who are just doing nothing, the pressure on this mountain is going to be quite high. The mission room is in front. Go take a look. There should be a character that suits you. Xiaoyi pointed to the wooden house not far ahead, turned around and walked down the mountain. I still have to patrol, so I won't take you with me. See you at dinner tonight. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. We're all family. As he said this, he ran down the mountain. Huyu's brought a few people to the so-called mission room. There are indeed a lot of tasks in it. From construction to planting, from patrolling to animal husbandry, it can adapt to almost every situation to ensure that people in the mountains have work to do and contributions to make. But where does their food come from? It couldn't be that Su Linglong also had the same system as me. Huyu was full of doubts, but he still accepted the task with everyone else and started working. Until noon. Lunchtime. Huyu finally understood where their food came from. Tree bark, grass roots, and slightly better options are mushrooms and fish. The so-called fish were just 5 small fish weighing 1 or 2 pounds. After being processed, they were thrown into the pot and boiled. Finally, a large pot of fish soup was cooked, and tree bark, grass roots and mushrooms were thrown into it. Then everyone shares equally. Whether it was Su Linglong or those who had just joined the team, they all received the same amount of food. Even so, this is the only meal a day. This is their food for the day. Huyu really couldn't stand it. After taking 2 sips, he took a few people and quietly went to a side to cook for himself. At least have a few hamburgers to fill your stomach. But just as everyone hid in the woods and prepared to start eating, a voice floated from not far away. That stupid woman actually hired people in. We don't even have enough food to eat, she's really crazy. Luckily, Brother Lee had the foresight to seize some of the fish, otherwise how would we patrolmen have the strength to protect them? That's right. Brother Lee, the fortifications are almost complete. When do you think we're going to confront that woman? Today! The voice of Uncle Lee just now sounded. Doesn't she like to recruit people? Tonight, let her entertain us. Brother Lee is awesome. Chapter 57 Miss Su, wake up. Several people looked at each other. Su Zilong raised his chin and asked Huyu whether he should take action directly. If he took action now, he would be sure to capture all the enemies alive. Then he could throw them in front of Su Linglong and let her recognize the identities of these people. Then maybe he could take her away. Huyu shook his head. This is indeed an opportunity, but not the best time. That woman has the same personality as Mu Lingxiu, a saint. If she were to throw these people in front of her now, she might just get a reply like let them go, they already know they are wrong. To avoid this embarrassing situation, it's best to wait a little longer. Wait until they actually take action, wait until Su Linglong sees the true face of this group of people for herself. Huyu made a gesture, indicating that everyone should leave first. But just as they turned around, the voices of the group were heard again. By the way, brotherly, forget about the others, there is a woman among the newcomers today. This is talking about Ancienne. Although her appearance is not stunningly beautiful, in the eyes of ordinary people, she is already a rare beauty. Especially since she had been following behind Huyu without saying a word, combined with her temperament, she gave off the feeling of an iceberg beauty. Here you go! Uncle Lee made the decision on the spot. Don't let me down when the time comes. If you want to survive in this apocalypse, finding the right team and the right position is the most important thing. Don't worry, Brother Lee. Brother Lee, we all listen to you. A few people laughed wildly. After the discussion, they headed outside, planning to meet up with the others first. Yu and others immediately turned to look at Sienna, wanting to know her opinion, but they could not see any emotion on her face. She was still silently chewing the burger in her hand. It was as if they were not talking about her just now. No matter what. And Sienna can be without emotions, but they can't. Yu and Shinshan both regarded Sienna as their own relative. Even Su Zilong, who had the worst relationship with her, regarded her as a comrade in arms. They could never tolerate such scumbag insulting her. Su Zilong and Shinshan looked at Yu at the same time, asking for his opinion. Just don't kill him then. Clear. Simple. The two spoke at the same time, obviously having a thorough plan in mind. Everyone ate a few more bites of food to replenish their energy, and returned to the top of the mountain. At this moment, it was getting dark. Except for the patrol team's on-duty personnel, everyone else returned to the cave to rest. Under Su Linglong's arrangement, men and women lived in 2 separate caves. This can also avoid some embarrassing and vicious incidents. But just when she was about to take Sienna away, she didn't move and just followed Yu silently. Yu had no choice but to explain. This? Miss Su, my sister suffers from severe autism. She will only get better if she follows me. You should go back first. No! Su Linglong frowned slightly. If it was one of your own, it would be fine, but now everyone lives in a cave. If anything happens to your sister, you will regret it for the rest of your life. It seems that Miss Su is a saintly woman who understands that human nature is evil. In other words, he couldn't just take care of Sienna, otherwise it would not be impossible to let her stay with Su Linglong. Firstly, it can protect her safety, and secondly, it can increase her favorability immediately. This? Yu looked at Sienna tentatively. Sienna, why don't you stay by Miss Su's side tonight? I still have Brother Shin and Zilong here, no problem. And Sienna didn't answer, just stood motionless. Shinshan also stepped forward to persuade. Yes, Sienna, I'm here, your brother will be fine. And Sienna remained motionless. It seems that the only solution is to use a trick. Yu came forward and whispered in Sienna's ear. You go over now and you can give Zilong a good beating later. When we gather and set off tomorrow morning, we can give Zilong another good beating. You can give me 2 more meals! And Sienna's eyes lit up and she looked at Su Linglong. Let's go. Good. Although Su Linglong didn't know what happened, she still achieved her goal and walked towards another cave with Sienna. The bed is tight, so I feel wrong for you to sleep next to me tonight, sister. And Sienna didn't answer, just followed silently. After the 2 of them walked away, Shinshan couldn't help laughing. Su Zilong's face was full of black lines. Boss, you are betraying your teammates. No way. Yu helplessly spread his hands and patted Su Zilong twice on the shoulder. I've wronged you, Zilong, just stick to it. #@ At night. Several people in the boys' cave began to get up. Yu was about to fall asleep when he was woken up by Shinshan beside him. Boss, they took action. Yu forced his eyes open, raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. I know. What's going on now? About 20 people. They just left. Do we want to follow them? Let's go and have a look. Yu replied, took out a bottle of Red Bull from the space backpack, opened the can and took a sip, barely cheering up. Before they could get out of the cave, I saw fire flickering at the entrance of the cave and crowds of people surging. The 3 people hid quickly. 53 people in total. Shinshan quickly reported. In addition to the 25 people in the patrol, they also gathered more than half of the men. No wonder you have the confidence to do such a thing. Yu frowned and replied. 53 people. If it weren't for Su Linglong, more than half of them would have died long ago. Now they are repaying kindness with hatred. Oh, you are really capable. Is everyone here? Uncle Lee's voice sounded at the front. In order not to alarm the people resting in the cave and the cave opposite, he lowered his voice. Today is our big day. I won't say any more. Everyone listen to my instructions later. I will make sure you have food to eat, water to drink, and your most basic physiological needs can be met. Brotherly is awesome! Brotherly is awesome! Everyone cheered, but also lowered their voices. But one can still hear the suppressed animal nature in it. It seems that this is what Uncle Lee does. To put it nicely, this is called physiological needs, but to put it simply, it is actually lust. For these men in their 20s and 30s who have tasted the sweetness of life, apart from appetite, this is the most important thing in the end times. This is also why he was able to gather so many people. Remember! Uncle Lee's words calmed everyone down. First, we must capture the leader first. We can catch Su Linglong first, and then we can talk about other things. Hey, Brotherly, we understand even without you telling us. That's right. Among that group of women, who is as good as Miss Su Run? It's good to know. Uncle Lee spoke again. Come one by one when the time comes, don't cause any trouble. Clear. Soon, the crowd gathered and headed towards another cave. Hu Yu and the others followed silently. The two caves were not far apart, and within a few minutes, the group of people had already rushed in. Who? What are you doing? Help! Miss Su! Miss Su, please wake up! Chapter 58. Are you sure you want to choose the second path? In the cave, the crowd was already in panic. Hu Yu and others stood outside the cave. Are you going in now? Xunshan asked. There's no rush. Hu Yu replied, listening to the movement in the cave getting smaller and smaller. It won't have any effect if you go in now. The weapons in the hands of those people are very crude. If Sienna is inside, nothing will happen. Xunshan replied and said nothing more. After a few minutes, there was no movement in the cave. It looks like everyone is under control. Hu Yu and others looked at each other and walked towards the cave. When they arrived at the entrance of the cave, they saw more than 50 men completely surrounding the women. Under the firelight, everyone covered their mouths and looked in the same direction. Not far from the entrance of the cave, a group of people headed by Uncle Lee were holding spears and kept approaching Su Linglong and Sienna. Even at this time, Su Linglong was still having a chaste heart. She protected Sienna behind her, as if as long as she did this, the other party would not hurt this weak girl. Li Si! What do you want to do? Yes. Uncle Lee no longer hides his desires. He simply threw away the spear in his hand, rubbed his hands and approached the two people. As expected of you, Miss Su, how did you know what I was thinking? Ha 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 ha! This sudden dirty joke caused the men around to burst into laughter. But Su Linglong couldn't laugh out loud. She glanced at everyone, her eyes full of confusion and disappointment. She could never have imagined that the people she rescued would become like this. Why? Why is this happening? Miss Su, why are you still standing there? Li Si wondered aloud, and even opened his arms as if ready to hug her. Come here quickly, don't you know what I'm thinking? Dream on! Su Linglong tightly protected Sienna behind her. Li Si, it's not too late for you to turn back now. Turn back? Turn back! Li Si cursed. He also knew what kind of person Su Linglong was. He immediately turned around and pointed at the group of women behind him. I won't waste my time talking to you. You only have two options now. Otherwise, be obedient, and you will be mine from now on. If I tell you to go east, you cannot go west. If I tell you to eat, you cannot drink soup. You're dreaming. Su Linglong cursed immediately. Very good, you have backbone, the second way. That's perfect. Aren't we short of food? Then I'm going to take care of these people one by one. As he said that, Li Si raised his hand and hooked it. One of the men, holding a spear, brought out a middle-aged woman and stood next to Li Si. He looked at Su Linglong and asked, Are you sure you want to choose the second path? Su Linglong did not answer. Li Si took out a dagger and stabbed it into the opponent's abdomen with his backhand. Murder! Help! The screams echoed throughout the cave again. Shut up! Li Si roared angrily, and dozens of spears fell at the same time. The group of women dared not shout anymore. As he looked at the blood on his hands, his emotions became more and more agitated. His eyes swept over Su Linglong. He didn't say anything, but gave a look to the person next to him. Another woman was brought out. Second time. Lisi looked at Su Linglong and asked, "Are you sure you want to choose the second path?" Without waiting for Su Linglong to answer, the woman fell to her knees. She lay on the ground, her body trembling, looking at Su Linglong and pleading, "Miss Su! Save me! Please save me! As long as you nod, I won't have to die." As if they had found the only way to survive, most of the women fell to their knees and uttered the same prayer in different words. Only one person was still standing there, unwilling to kneel. Su Linglong stood where she was, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Why? She still couldn't understand why. Wasn't she the one who pulled these people out of the abyss? Why are they stepping into the abyss now? Why? Su Linglong fell into deep thought and did not answer Lisi's words. Puff. Another knife. Lisi killed the second person. He hooked his hand again, and a third woman was pushed out of the crowd. She was also the only woman who didn't fall to her knees and beg her. Third time. Lisi put the dagger on the woman's neck. "Are you sure you want to choose the second path?" "Miss Su!" The woman did not kneel. Even when looking at the two corpses beside her, she did not show the slightest fear, but stood there motionless. "We can't go on with you anymore, you must hold on." As she spoke, the woman took the initiative to move forward and cut her neck with the dagger. Scarlet flows. She collapsed to the ground, her body twitching. "Xiao Wei!" Su Linglong screamed. Apparently, she had a good relationship with this woman. "Come on, next one!" Lisi has gone bloodthirsty. What he wanted was not only Su Linglong, but also her submission. Another person was pushed up. The same question, asked again. "Are you sure you want to choose the second path?" This time, Su Linglong gave an answer. Her eyes slowly moved up, and when they fell on Lisi, she looked almost crazy. "Yes. I choose the second one. Kill everyone if you can. Or just kill me. You want me to surrender? Impossible." Outside the cave, Huyu watched as the words, "Holy Mother," were erased from Su Linglong's panel. He nodded and gave the order. "It's time to act." At the same time, "Okay. Then I'll kill you." Lisi also roared, but just as he was about to get a quad kill, a flash of fire exploded. Bang! The gun went off and the dagger was directly bounced away. Almost at the same time, Enciener, who was stopped by Su Linglong behind, also took out a pistol and shot at Lisi and others as if she was playing a shooting game. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire never ceased. It rang 52 times in a row. All those holding spears fell in a pool of blood, except for one. Lisi. Before everyone could react, a figure walked out. He passed by Su Linglong, and came to the woman named Xiao Wei who was lying in a pool of blood and poured a bottle of fine lichuan into her. The opponent's wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Since she took the initiative to move forward and wipe the patient's neck, the wound was not deep and did not cut the artery, so he could still be saved. As for the rest, it's getting cold. After feeding lichuan, Huyu stood up and looked at Lisi not far away. "Do you know why I kept you here?" "You, who are you?" Lisi answered the question irrelevantly. His mind was filled with only one emotion, so he couldn't listen to such a question. Huyu made a gesture. Su Zilong behind him immediately stepped forward and tied the guy up. "Xiao Wei!" Su Linglong screamed and ran over. She stepped over the pool of blood and came to Xiao Wei. "How are you? Are you okay?" "I'm fine, Miss Su," Xiao Wei replied, and also looked at Huyu who saved her. Thank you? You're welcome." Huyu stood up and looked at Su Linglong. "Miss Su, do you have time? I have something I need to discuss with you." "You?" Su Linglong raised her head and looked at Huyu with shock in her eyes. "Who is that person? Come with me and you'll find out." Huyu didn't explain too much, but led Shinshan and others out of the cave. "By the way, your friend can also come with you. Others, I won't welcome you. Chapter 59. That's just glass, not titanium alloy. Get out of the cave. Huyu glanced at the top of the mountain and thought for a while. He didn't want to go back to the cave where the boys lived, let alone go to a place full of blood. He had no choice but to move out the entire 28th floor. On the top of the huge mountain, a floor suddenly appeared out of thin air. Cement load-bearing, glass windows, metal security doors. Everything that was on the 28th floor now appears before your eyes. Except for the cement floor and cement roof. Of course, none of this matters. The cement floor is replaced by the Woofing System's floor heating floor, and the cement ceiling is replaced by a special bulletproof alloy metal. This is also the reason why Huyu did not move the cement ceiling layer away when he moved the building. These two things had already been replaced by Su Zilong during installation. It can be said that no matter where this floor is placed, it can cope with any emergency. Ghost! Ghost! Li Si roared. If he hadn't been controlled by Su Zilong, he would have gone crazy and jumped off the mountain. Leave him alone. Okay. At Huyu's command, Su Zilong struck down with his knife. Li Si was quiet instantly. The whole person was held on Su Zilong's shoulders like a dead pig. Huyu held an umbrella and walked to the alloy security door. Instead of rushing in, he chose to wait at the door. After all this was so shocking that he was afraid that Su Linglong would think she had seen a ghost and would not dare to come in. Brother Shin, go ahead and clean up, prepare some food, turn on the air conditioner, etc. It's too cold. Huyu looked at Shinshan and said. Okay. Shinshan replied and went in to prepare. Su Zilong silently hid aside, seeming to be resisting something. Pity. Just because Ancienner doesn't like to talk, it doesn't mean that she has a poor memory. Bang! He raised his hand and punched Su Zilong directly on the bridge of his nose, knocking him down. I really am. Su Zilong slowly got up from the ground and carried Li Si on his shoulders. He knew it was useless to look for this woman, so he had to look at Huyu. Boss Hu! You have to count this as my work injury. Okay, it's a work-related injury. Tell me, what kind of compensation do you want? That fishing rod. Su Zilong rubbed his hands. Give me 2 days to play. 3 days, as long as you can catch some fish. Make a deal. Just as the two were talking about this, Su Linglong supported Xiao Wei and walked out of the cave. The moment they came out, it seemed as if their outlook on life had been reshaped. Building. How could such a thing appear on the top of this hill? But the size and texture obviously don't look fake. What is going on? Before the two could express their doubts, Huyu, who was guarding the door, spoke. Don't just stand there. If you have any questions, come in and talk. As he said that, he walked towards the alloy door. At this moment, the power supply system on the 28th floor began to operate normally. The lights illuminated the entire mountain. Su Linglong and Xiao Wei walked towards the alloy door with a feeling full of doubts. As soon as they entered, a long-lost fragrance filled their noses and throats. That is, noodles. It's the aroma of instant noodles. Is this not a dream? Don't worry, I'm not dreaming. Huyu knew what they were thinking, smiled, and made an inviting gesture. Please, we can talk about things while we eat. The two girls looked at each other and saw the same emotion in each other's eyes. Rush. No matter what, I can't resist. Even if I die, I can't die of starvation. The two rushed straight to 2802, opened the door, and saw 2 bowls of instant noodles inside. Each bowl not only contains ham, but also a fried egg. These things are enough to make people salivate even late at night in peacetime. Especially now. The two girls rushed over, not caring about the boiling hot noodle soup, and directly used chopsticks to stir the noodles and stuff them into their mouths. Huyu just walked in at this moment. He looked at the two girls who were eating happily and couldn't help but smile. I prepared it in a hurry, so it's a little simple. I hope you don't mind. Now that the 28th floor is no longer used for living, these are the only food left. It's not wrong to say that it is simple. No, not shabby. Su Linglong looked up, with a noodle hanging from the corner of her mouth. It's good to have this to eat. You, no, who are you? What do you think? Huyu asked her the question. Immortal, Xiao Wei immediately said. You must be a god. Only gods can make our dreams come true. As she said that, she lowered her head again and began to slurp the noodles. Do you think so too? Huyu asked. It's not impossible, Su Linglong replied. After eating most of the bowl of noodles, she didn't continue eating. Instead, she looked at Huyu and asked, What do you want to do by calling us here? It's simple. I want you to join my team. Why? Huyu got straight to the point. I value your abilities, and I will need you to build some buildings for me in the future. That's what I'm here for. Architecture? Su Linglong was puzzled. For example? Fortifications or cities. In just one sentence, Su Linglong understood what the man in front of her wanted. There was a gleam of light in her eyes, and without any hesitation, she immediately stood up and stretched out her right hand to him. Su Linglong, I'm willing to join you. Sure enough, the efficiency of talking to smart people is different. Huyu also stood up and held Su Linglong's hand. Why don't you ask about the treatment or anything like that? For a man who can conjure up a building like this out of thin air, I think nothing should be a problem for you. I like talking to smart people. Huyu replied and was about to let go of his hand, but Su Linglong held it tightly again. But I have a favor to ask. You say. Su Linglong raised her hand and pointed at Xiao Wei, who was still eating. She wants to come with me. No problem. Huyu agreed readily. It was not only because of Xiao Wei's previous actions, but also because of this woman's panel. Name: Han Weiwei. Gender: female. Age: 23. Skills: perfect teaching, proficient in mathematics, proficient in Chinese, proficient in history, proficient in physics, proficient in chemistry, proficient in biology, proficient in geography, proficient in music, proficient in physical education, and proficient in moral education. Personality: foodie, loyal, and would rather die than surrender. Favorability: 30. Purity: 100. What's this? This is simply a perfect and all-round primary and secondary school teacher. If there were teaching materials, it wouldn't be a problem even for her to teach in high school. It would be such a shame not to bring such a talent on board. Ah? Han Weiwei looked up, not realizing what was happening. Where are you going? A nice place. Huyu let go of his hand and sat back down. We are not all here today, so you can just have a simple meal first. I will give you a welcome banquet when we get on the ship. As he spoke, he waved his hand and suddenly all kinds of delicious food appeared on the table. Family bucket, street food, steak and pasta. The table was filled with all kinds of things. Whether it was Su Linglong or Han Weiwei, the looks they gave Huyu were full of confusion. Are you telling me to eat less? Bang! Before the two of them could start, there was a banging sound coming from the window. It's those women. Seeing Su Linglong and Han Weiwei leaving with Huyu and the others, they also became curious. I followed him all the way out. You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. They were no less shocked than Su Linglong and the others about this floor that appeared out of nowhere. Unfortunately, the alloy security door was closed, preventing them from getting in. I had no choice but to brave the heavy rain and go around to the lighted window. When I looked up, I saw the table full of food. They couldn't restrain themselves any longer and started knocking on the windows of room 2802. Food! They want food! The ferocious expressions make them look like zombies. Some people even ran back, probably to look for tools. This scene was also seen by Su Linglong, who was having dinner. What do you mean? Huyu did not comment but asked, What are you going to do with this group of people? They have nothing to do with me anymore. Su Linglong lowered her head and continued to eat her instant noodles. What about Li Si? I have never killed anyone. If possible, please help me deal with it. Understood. Huyu replied with satisfaction. He stood up and looked out the window. Before he could say anything, several women had already taken out spears from the cave and started poking the glass. Fortunately, this is special bulletproof glass. Not to mention spears, even RPGs may not be able to destroy it. Unless... Huyu glanced and suddenly saw the catapult in the corner. He suddenly felt unsure and looked at Su Zilong. Zilong, can this bulletproof glass protect you from catapults? Boss, that's just glass, not fucking titanium alloy. I understand. Chapter 60. You want me to die? Then you can't live well either. I don't know if it was guided by Huyu's eyes. When the women saw that their spears could not break the glass, they turned their attention to the catapults. As they were about to turn the trebuchets around and load them with stones. Huyu, come out. He didn't want the house he had built with so much effort to be destroyed by stones. Come out! That guy is out! When everyone saw this, they immediately gathered around. In addition to the women, the remaining men in the cave also ran out. They stand on the same front, and they seem to be brave men who have defeated the evil dragon. Just waiting for Huyu to negotiate with them. But Huyu didn't come out with the intention of negotiating. In addition to Shinshan and others, he was also followed by Su Linglong, whose eyes were red, and Han Weiwei, who was not yet full. Immortal! A living god! With an exclamation, most people fell to their knees. In their eyes, beings who can transport houses out of thin air are undoubtedly no different from gods. As long as you sincerely kneel down and worship this kind of being, you will definitely be saved. Please! Save us! We need food too. We need shelter. But some people don't think so. They thought that the reason Huyu came out was because he was scared. Fuck gods! That small group of people still remain arrogant. Whatever food you conjured from, conjure it for us again. Yes. We want food. If you don't give it, watch out for your house. Bold! Before Huyu could even open his mouth, the other people who were kneeling on the ground and worshipping had already started arguing with him. How do you talk to a god? Kneel down and beg for mercy now. Maybe the gods will spare you. Xianjia, please don't be offended. These people are troublemakers. We will punish them. That's what I said. But both sides were just talking and did not get to the stage of taking action. After all, those who were selected to join the patrol team and were brave enough are now lying in the cave, dead. The remaining people are either physically weak or mentally disabled. No one dared to lead the resistance. Huyu also smiled when he saw this. If it wasn't difficult to go down the mountain at night, he might have gone back to the yacht to take a nap. Why would he stay here to watch the show? But it's always good to have a show to watch. Quiet. Huyu uttered 2 words calmly. He took out a box of instant noodles and placed it at his feet. Without him saying anything, the group of people who worshipped him as a god had already started cheering. The others also quieted down at the same time, looking at the box of instant noodles in front of them as if they were a rare treasure. I have plenty of food, but I need you to exchange it for something. What the hell? Yes. You say. As long as we have it, we can exchange it with you. Now both teams have entered a state of near madness. No matter whether it's a god or not, getting instant noodles is the most important thing. Simple. Huyu got up and left, leaving the instant noodles at his feet. Endure. As long as all of you can wait until tomorrow morning without touching anything here, you will each receive a box of instant noodles. It would be a shame if any of you broke the rules. Not only will you not get food, you will also face punishment. As Huyu spoke, he led everyone through the alloy security door and returned to 2802. As for Li Si, he threw it next to the box of instant noodles. If he just killed this thing, it would be too easy for him. The curtains are drawn. The surveillance outside the house started running. The light shines through the curtains and onto the top of the mountain. Everyone looked at each other, and instead of rushing forward, they hesitated. They can still tell which is more important, a box of instant noodles or a box of instant noodles for each person. But not everyone's reason can overcome desire. Do you really believe him? A voice came from the crowd. 1 box per person. How is this possible? Who said it's impossible? He can conjure up a floor of a building, so what if he can conjure up hundreds of boxes of instant noodles? That's instant noodles! Another person asked in confusion. Even if he really had so much, why would he give it to us? Just because we don't take a shower? Okay, shut up. A big man came out. He looked at the box of instant noodles in front of him and said, "Do you really think that what he says is the truth? We'll eat this box of instant noodles, smash his house with a catapult, and tie him up. I don't believe he won't come out to redeem himself. Who said that we must follow his rules?" Everyone heard. It seems to make sense. Of course, this is only a small part. There are also a large number of people who firmly believe that Huyu is a god and that they cannot do anything that would offend the gods. Whatever happens, don't touch the instant noodles now. I just touched it, so what? The sturdy man asked back and walked straight towards the box of instant noodles. Someone stopped me. Others stood there and watched. Bang! The sturdy man knocked down the person who was blocking him with one punch, then turned and looked behind him. Who else wants to eat noodles? Come with me! A sound fell. Without waiting for a response, the sturdy man had already pounced on the noodle box. The box is full of instant noodles. 24 bags in total. It looks like a lot, but there are still about 100 people on the mountain. On average, each person only has one bite. I watched the sturdy man tear apart one of the packets and stuff the bread directly into his mouth. The others went crazy. They rushed forward. There's not even time to cook the noodles, so they just start eating them raw. Those people who originally insisted on not touching instant noodles now rushed forward. Since we have already violated the rules, we might as well rush up and grab some food. In less than 5 minutes, everyone was already bloodthirsty. The conflict continues to escalate. From fighting over food, to pushing and shoving to rioting. More than 100 people were gathered together, with only food in their eyes. He punched and kicked the people around him continuously, not caring who they were. Li Si, who was originally unconscious, was beaten to death. Until one person comes to his senses. He dragged his injured body, struggled out of the crowd, and sat on the catapult. Aim! Throw it! A huge rock fell from the sky. It hit the crowd accurately, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Less than half an hour. Most of the people on the hilltop died. The remaining half were also covered in wounds. They couldn't even carry stones onto the catapults. Pity! Huyu looked at the surveillance camera in front of him and shook his head slightly. He turned and looked at the rest of the people. The crisis has been resolved, the remaining people are not a concern, have a good rest. Everyone didn't know what to say for a moment. Except for Enciener, whose eyes remained unchanged, the rest of the people looked at him as if he were a monster. It was just a box of instant noodles. He said a few words and the hundreds of people outside became chaotic and the enemy was defeated without any attack. Even if this man is not the god they call him, he is still a monster. A complete monster. Watch what I do! Huyu smiled kindly. Pack up and go to bed quickly. We have to go back early tomorrow morning. When everyone heard this, Qinshan immediately took Su Linglong and Han Weiwei to find the room. He stayed where he was, looking down at the monitor. Sneered and turned off the screen. They asked for it. If they just attack with spears, Huyu will just laugh it off and not launch such a plan. But now... Trebuchet? Want me to die? Then don't live easy. Chapter 61, Kill More Than I Did. July 24th. 11 days have passed since the end of the world. Since yesterday, the water level has stopped rising and remains at 50 meters. 10 o'clock in the morning. Huyukai got up from his bed. This is 3 hours later than usual, probably because I went to bed too late yesterday. If it weren't for the faint cries around him, perhaps he could have slept longer. The wailing sound was not very loud. You should know that the glass and walls of his room are specially made, and the sound insulation effect is simply excellent. But even so, he could still hear these sounds. It should have come from outside the window. Huyu turned over and got out of bed, pulling open the curtains casually. The pool of blood on the ground last night has been washed away by the rain, and the corpses have also been disposed of. The remaining people knelt in front of the house, letting the heavy rain fall on themselves, as if they were repenting. The screams came from their mouths. Huyu didn't bother, but closed the curtains again. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Sienna standing behind him. Do you think I'm too cold-blooded? Sienna didn't answer. She just stood there silently, looking up at Huyu as before. Not as many as I have killed. Huyu was stunned on the spot. I was so stunned that I couldn't say a word, so I had to open the door and walk out of the bedroom. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Shinshan and others waiting for him in the living room. Boss. Huyu looked around and his eyes fell on Su Linglong and Han Weiwei beside him. Are you all ready? I'll take you down the mountain later. Yeah, everything is ready. Su Linglong was fine. She nodded, with a hint of anticipation in her tone. Instead, there was something wrong with Han Weiwei. Han Weiwei. Han Weiwei suddenly woke up, and only came back to her senses when she looked up at Huyu. Boss Hu. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Han Weiwei's expression was a little strange. Huyu didn't ask further questions, but looked at Shinshan and asked him the reason with his eyes. She must have seen something last night. Shinshan helplessly replied. Boss, you also know that when a group of people haven't eaten meat for a long time, they will be hungry and anxious when they see meat again. Understood. Huyu frowned slightly, knowing exactly what Shinshan meant. No wonder the corpses outside are gone. The co-authorship has been saved. Originally, under Su Linglong's management, even if they only had one meal a day, they could still eat something normal. But now it's out of management. Bestiality takes over human nature. Who cares about corpses or not? It's just meat. Those who didn't get instant noodles last night had their appetites aroused, and seeing the meat, they naturally took action. Han Weiwei should have seen those things. This is not a big deal. It will just take some time for her to realize the evil of human nature and teach those children better. Go out first, Huyu said as he walked towards the door. It's really annoying to see these people crying. He led everyone to the alloy door. As soon as the door was opened, a pulling force came from the door. Someone is guarding the door. Huyu did not resist and let the man open the alloy door. Almost the next moment, a spear stabbed in. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots exploded simultaneously. Shinshan, Su Zilong, and Sienna took action at the same time. The spear had penetrated less than 20 centimeters into the door, and corpses were already lying on the ground outside the alloy door. 5 or 6 adult men fell in a pool of blood, no longer breathing. Tisk, why bother? Huyu shook his head and clicked his tongue. To be honest, I was shocked just now. I forgot to check the surveillance camera when I opened the door, but I must pay attention to it in the future. Shinshan and the others saved their lives this time, but I won't be able to tell clearly in the future. He led a few people out of the alloy door and put the 28th floor back into his backpack. At this moment, the group of people kneeling outside the window and praying also looked over. To be precise, their eyes fell on the corpses of that group of people. If I'm not mistaken, these two groups of people should be in the same group. One team was responsible for praying at the window to attract the attention of Huyu and others, and the other team was in ambush at the door. As long as we kill them, we can take over their nest. Even without food, a building with electricity can allow them to survive for a long time in the apocalypse. What a pity. They underestimated the fighting power of Huyu and others. It failed directly. Huyu glanced at them without any pity in his eyes. Without saying a word, he turned and walked down the mountain. Su Zilong walked silently in front, responsible for exploring the way and eliminating traps, while Sienna and Shinshan followed behind and were responsible for protection. Su Linglong and Han Weiwei followed Huyu, afraid of being left behind. After they walked away, Su Linglong asked curiously, Boss Hu, are you not going to deal with that group of people? Huyu was stunned. He never expected to hear such words from a former Saint Mary. Is this still the same Su Linglong from before? Deal with? Huyu stopped, looked at Su Linglong and asked, How do you want to deal with this? Let them be quiet forever. Su Linglong uttered a sentence, then realized something was wrong and quickly changed her words. I'm just making a suggestion. Boss Hu, you can refer to it or ignore it. Your opinion is important, but there's no need to waste bullets against people like them. There's no need to waste bullets? Su Linglong was puzzled. Then how can we make them quiet down? Huyu raised his hand and patted Su Linglong on the shoulder. Go down the mountain first. You will understand later. Su Linglong and Han Weiwei looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. This is almost going down the mountain. How can we calm them down without bullets? You can't bring out a missile and flatten the mountain, right? With doubts, everyone came all the way to the foot of the mountain. To ensure nothing goes wrong, Huyu first took out his telescope and looked at the water. After making sure that the water snake was not underwater, he took out 2 motorboats. Qinshan and Su Zilong were still in charge of driving. He and Xianer sat behind Qinshan, while Su Linglong and Han Weiwei sat behind Su Zilong. Everything is ready. Huyu raised his hand and touched the mountain. Receive! The entire hill was put into the space backpack. Corpses and living people. At this moment, they all appeared in front of him out of thin air. After they met each other, the group fell into the water, splashing countless water. Help! What about the mountain? We have such a big mountain. It's him! I said he is God! God! Save us! The noise spread across the water. The 2 girls behind Su Zilong turned around at the same time, looking at the hill disappearing before their eyes full of shock and confusion. This person, could he really be a god? Listening to the noise echoing in his ears, Huyu did not intend to pay any attention. But it seemed that they were making too much noise. Under the water, a dark shadow slowly emerged. Screams rang out. A living person was dragged into the water. It's that snake. Go! Chapter 62 Snake Attack. The motorboat sped across the water. I don't know if there was something wrong with the snake. It ignored the baits in front of it and chased after the 2 motorboats. Of course, it is also possible that this guy recognized the motorboat. Who told them to use RPG to attack it last time? Xianer! Huyu exclaimed, immediately took out the RPG from his space backpack and threw it to Xianer, who was sitting behind him. The opponent caught it as quickly as possible and served it backhand. Boom! A splash of water nearly 2 meters high burst out. The shells hit the water snake, but could only slightly interfere with its speed, and there was no way to stop it. If it was yesterday, they could have easily escaped using this method. But now, there's one more on every jet ski. The speed has also slowed down a lot. Now it is about 2 kilometers away from the yacht. The water snake was less than 200 meters away from them. This is not a good way to go. In at most a minute, the water snake will catch up with them. Unless fishing. Huyu took out Poseidon's favor from his space backpack, aimed behind the water snake, and threw the pole with all his strength. This scene made everyone stunned on the spot. What time has it been? Still fishing here. Even if you catch Godzilla, it won't work. This time, not only Su Linglong and Han Weiwei, but also Qinshan and Su Zilong had confusion in their eyes. They looked at each other and were ready to jump into the water and fight the water snake to the death. Especially from a distance. When the people who were still outside the situation saw this, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! Look! Is this the god you worship? Are you still fishing at this time? I really thought you were Taigong Jiang. It's so funny! Even Jiang Taigong can't catch a snake. What a pity! I didn't expect that I would die together with such an idiot. The noise and laughter piled up together. There were suspicious looks behind me. But Huyu was extremely determined. Water snakes are also considered a type of aquatic creature. Currently, it is the only creature left in the entire water. As long as you cast out the fishing rod, this thing will definitely take the bait. In the next moment, the water snake that was about to catch up with them suddenly turned around and swam towards the direction where the fishing hook fell. What is going on? Everyone was stunned. Whether it was the people on the motorboat or those in the water, they were all stunned at this moment. What on earth is on the fishhook that can attract water snakes to such an extent? In an instant, even Qinshan and Su Zilong were stunned. What are you doing standing still? Twist the accelerator! Yu shouted before the two of them reacted, gave up their plan to jump off the boat and fight the water snake, and continued to ride the motorboat towards the yacht. What's going on? The crowd also noticed this scene. There was a constant stream of surprises. The snake really turned around? Could it really be Mr. Jiang? Damn it, Taigong Jiang! If he was Taigong Jiang, he could have crushed this snake to death with just one little finger, okay? That's true, then how do you explain the scene in front of you? Why do you care so much? Find a place to survive first. Finally, someone woke up. One by one, they swam towards the nearest tall building. Although the two are far apart, it is not impossible for them to swim over as long as someone helps them attract the water snake. Yu's had no intention of paying attention to that side. He kept his eyes on the black shadow under the water, and seeing that it was about to take the bait, he immediately put the favor of the sea god into his space. Snake fishing? Given the size of this snake, if it bites the hook, it would probably drag him down with it. Although it was attractive, he didn't dare let it take the bait. The source of attraction disappears. The water snake stood there for a while, then turned around and rushed towards the motorboat. You are so persistent. Yu took out the favor of the sea god again, and the fishing rod had returned to its best condition. He only needed to determine the direction and position before he could make the next cast. He looked at the group of people who had just laughed at him and threw them away without hesitation. Plop! The fish hook entered the water and landed right among the crowd. The water snake that had just caught up changed direction again. The crowd, who were originally planning to pick up the fish hook to see what was going on, were suddenly thrown into chaos. The snake is coming! Run! Help! The water snake swam over, apparently because it was hungry or wanted to vent its anger, and it swallowed a person alive on the way. Just when it was about to touch the fish hook, the favor of the sea god disappeared again. The water snake has penetrated deep into the crowd. Having learned its lessons from the previous few times, it simply no longer turned around and rushed towards the motorboat, but started feasting on the spot. Crisis resolved. Yu was relieved. At least for a short time, the water snake won't chase him again. Full throttle. Less than 15 minutes. Everyone returned to the yacht. Seeing such a large luxury yacht, Su Linglong and Han Weiwei were not shocked at all. After all, compared with his magical methods just now, such a yacht is indeed a bit unusable. Finally back. Yu breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his head. Brother Shin, take them to find a room to stay. I will rest and prepare lunch as a welcome banquet. Okay. Qinshan replied and walked towards the residential area with Su Linglong and Han Weiwei. Yu went all the way to the first floor of the deck. I happened to see a figure sitting on the dining table showing off his food crazily. He was stunned for a moment, but he really didn't see who this person was. It wasn't until he sat across from this person that he realized. Fang Siyuan, Mr. Fang! Mr. Fang! Yu was startled and a little surprised when he saw him showing off his rice crazily. What are you? Is something wrong? Fang Siyuan raised his head and asked directly. No, it's okay. Yu was stunned by the question. Are there any seeds? Which one do you want? Yu immediately reached for his computer. I'll find it for you. Plant seeds. Fang Siyuan rolled his eyes and asked. Are there any new plant seeds? Well, no. Useless stuff. Fang Siyuan stuffed another piece of meat into his mouth, turned around and walked towards the greenhouse. Only Yu was left sitting at the dining table in a daze. A little boy came over silently, cleaned up the place where Fang Siyuan had finished eating, bowed to Yu, and then ran back to the kitchen to wash the dishes and clean up. Are you back? Xiao Zis's voice sounded from behind. She stretched herself and walked to sit next to Yu. I heard that you brought back 2 more women? Well, an architect and a teacher. Yu replied, then looked at the shed on the deck. Mr. Fang, what is this? He's almost going crazy. Xiao Zisa smiled helplessly. Since he got on board until now, he has only come out to eat, and the rest of the time he stayed in the greenhouse. How can you bear it? Pull it out quickly and let it rest, Yu said hurriedly. He didn't want the talent he had found with great difficulty to die from overwork. It's fine. Xiao Zissa knocked on the table. Give me a burger, the kind with double beef. Hu Yu casually put the burger on the table. What do you mean? Is this okay? There is a spring in the greenhouse. He said that after drinking the water, he felt full of energy and refused to sleep. Okay, case solved. Sweet spring. He placed the source of the sweet spring in the greenhouse. According to its output, both the livestock and plants inside can be fully irrigated. Now, the people who take care of plants and livestock are also well irrigated. He didn't want to be the one to be exposed, but now it was old Fang who was eager to be exposed. So, Xiao Zissa came forward and asked curiously, what on earth is that water? Good. Bang! Hu Yukai uttered a word. Before he could finish his words, the whole ship began to shake. Bite! Warning! Warning! The ship is under attack. Activate the protection system? Here we go again. It's probably that snake again. Hu Yu frowned and was about to activate the protection system when the deck suddenly went dark. I saw a snake head sticking out of the water and hanging above the deck. This guy is going to climb up. Chapter 63 Transaction. Start up. Hu Yu did not dare to hesitate at all and immediately initiated protective measures. A torpedo was fired directly from under the ship and hit the water snake directly in the belly. Moment. The snake's head tilted back and fell towards the water. Li Ji! Hu Yu stood up and shouted. Quick! Notify Lao Wang and send the boat. Got it! Li Ji replied and had begun to take over the ship's control system while shouting to the ship ahead. Emergency notice! Set sail immediately! Repeat, urgent notice! Set sail immediately! The ship ahead of the yacht blew its horn. While the water snake was injured, the ship had already started heading towards Pengcheng. The yacht follows closely behind. But Hu Yuk had no intention of letting this water snake go. The torpedo had severely damaged it, and it was now hovering just below the surface, following the yacht closely. It seems like he is ready to take action. Ship guns ready! As Hu Yu thought about it, two huge cannons emerged from both sides of the deck. The muzzles of the guns were all aimed at the giant snake. Emission! Boom! There was a dull bang, and two shells hit the giant snake at the same time. The snake body, which was originally hovering under the water, began to fall slowly. It looks like he is dead. But no one dared to go into the water to check its vital signs. Just stop following. Hu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The snake head that suddenly appeared just now scared him a lot. If this thing really climbed onto the boat, even if he was driven off, he would probably dream about this at night. Call! Xiao Zissa also breathed a sigh of relief. She continued to chew the burger she had just finished. The world is so scary now. Even snakes are this big. If it was the sharks in the past, they wouldn't have grown to the length of whales, would they? Have no idea. Hu Yu answered honestly. He ended his previous life drifting on the water, and he really didn't know what the fish would evolve into in the future water world. In short, it's better to be prepared. The defensive works need to be put into progress. Noon. Under the leadership of Hu Yu, everyone held a welcome party. Unlike the last welcome party, this one was a little simpler, but he still called Captain Wang and his brothers. I briefly introduced myself, and then started to eat. When Su Linglong and Han Weiwei saw the various delicacies on the table, their eyes almost popped out. They never dreamed that one day they would be able to eat these things. These are all shining pearls in the history of human cuisine. Just a bowl of Yangzhou fried rice made them burst into tears. Finish lunch. Captain Wang took Su Linglong to the ship for inspection. According to Hu Yu's plan, the heart of the ocean would not move, and those fortifications would be built on ships, allowing the ships to serve as frigates. If we can recruit other ships in the future, we will also convert them into frigates. With a fleet like this, let alone the water snakes we saw earlier, even if we really encountered mutant sharks, you can also find a ship to attract hatred, and then take the opportunity to run away. What? Why not fight? You have to be able to win. A water snake is almost 10 meters long, and a shark must be at least 20 or 30 meters long. This thing can bite off 1/5 of a ship in one bite, and at most can swallow a yacht in 10 bites. How can you fight it? It's best to plan for the worst first. Afternoon. The inspection is over. Looking at the transformation report submitted by Su Linglong, Hui regretted it. He stockpiled a lot of supplies, but forgot to stockpile one thing. Building materials. Weapons are in sufficient supply, but steel and cement, these two things cannot be created out of thin air. The construction of fortifications came to a standstill. Fortunately, it's not all bad news. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The two ships finally arrived in Pengcheng. Because Pengcheng is located on the coast, the water level is higher than that of Jinling, reaching nearly 60 meters. Fortunately, the water level still did not rise. There are still survivors in buildings above the 20th floor. Yu quickly found the building according to the coordinates given by the radio. A certain information building. The entire building is nearly 200 meters high, and a large part of it is still above water. When the ship approached, the people inside were instantly in an uproar. Countless people were banging on the windows and shouting, trying to attract the attention of those on the boat. Yu ignored it. He is here just to do business. Soon, the radio station received a new message. Is that you? Yu also sent a message back. Yes, how to trade? Let's talk in detail when we meet. I'll be downstairs soon. See you on the 19th floor. Good. The building's floors are taller than average, especially the first floor, so even though the water level is close to 60 meters now, it has only flooded the 18th floor. It is normal that the man made an appointment on the 19th floor. The yacht began to approach. Just like the last time I went to the Uton Hotel, the yacht was directly attached to the facade of the building. But this time, no one jumped from the building. They seemed sensible and restrained. Yu had no intention of going upstairs, and he didn't even release the gangway, but waited for the other party to come downstairs. Less than 5 minutes. A voice came from inside the building. Who is the ship owner? The real boss is here. Yu shouted with a megaphone. You know what I want. Now give me your price. If it's suitable, I will come up to discuss further details. If it's not suitable. Sorry, I'm leaving now. This is a means of lowering prices. It's like what parents always like to say when bargaining. That's the price. If you don't sell it, I'll leave. I want to get on board. At least 50 people. I can give you anything you want except the server information. Get on board? You wish. Yu gave Li Ji a look, and the latter immediately understood and started to turn around. This is the sign of a breakdown in negotiations. You don't have to get on the boat. The other party quickly said. I want supplies. The ship stopped. Yu also took out a megaphone and shouted to the other side. How much? Instant noodles, instant rice, 1 box each. So easy to negotiate? Yu was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to go out to discuss how to deliver the goods, the other party's voice sounded again. 40-foot container! Yu. What the hell? A 40-foot container is nearly 3 meters high and wide, and nearly 13 meters long. It is equivalent to the loading capacity of a semi-trailer. Not to mention that Yu doesn't have so many instant noodles and instant rice in his storage space. Even if he did, it would be impossible for him to take them out and exchange them. Sail! Seeing the boat moving again, the other party became anxious. The quantity is halved. Or if you have something else, you can exchange it for something else. It doesn't have to be this. Stop. Yu spoke again. He looked at the information building in front of him, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. A certain information building is divided into 2 buildings, east and south. The building on the south side is taller, more than 200 meters, and the one on the east side is slightly shorter. He was worried about not being able to stockpile construction materials. If he took one of the buildings away, maybe he could dismantle it and find something suitable later. Put the gangway over there. Yu said, then turned around and shouted again through the loudspeaker. Whoever can make the decision, come aboard and talk. Chapter 64 Two Roads. Good. Following a response. The gangway was extended, and a man in a suit and tie climbed over the window and walked up the gangway with a black umbrella in his hand. It has been 11 days, and it is rare that he can still maintain this attitude. The man walked up to the deck, looking straight ahead, but his eyes were scanning left and right as if he was trying to get some information from it. When he saw that there was a shed on the deck, his expression froze for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal and walked all the way to the cabin. With just one glance, he could tell that Huyu was the one in charge here. Walk forward with the utmost respect, lean forward, and extend your right hand. Hello, what's your name? Huyu. Huyu stretched out his right hand and shook hands with him. At the same time, looking at the other person, a panel popped up in front of him. Name, Tenghua. Gender, male. Age, 34. Skills, perfect programming, perfect management, perfect planning, perfect persuasion, proficient assistance, proficient foreign languages. Personality, cunning, smooth, calculating, shrewd, and loyal. Favorability, 10. Mr. Hu. The man immediately smiled and said, My last name is Ting, you can just call me Xiao Ting. Xiao Tang? Hello, please stop standing and sit down. Huyu let go of his hand and walked towards the reception room. Tenghua was very familiar with this kind of scene and sat in the guest seat. Come, have some tea. Huyu said this and pushed a bottle of oriental leaves over. Even the most graceful person would almost lose control of his facial expression when seeing this bottle of tea. The conditions are rudimentary. Huyu looked at Tenghua and smiled bitterly. Mr. Ting, you won't mind, right? No. It's good enough to have something to drink. As Tenghua said this, he unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip. Let me first tell you about my situation. The database is in the computer room on the top floor. There are 24 storage devices in total. They can be moved down to you right now. I wonder how Mr. Hu plans to trade? I was planning on getting something else besides the database. What? Tenghua's eyes suddenly lit up. Mr. Hu, please feel free to speak. Building? Tenghua was stunned for a moment. Mr. Hu means... Huyu raised his hand and pointed to the building to the east. Well, I want to move away. Ha! Mr. Hu really knows how to joke. I sounded like I was joking. There was an instant of silence in the cabin. The smile on Tenghua's face gradually disappeared from the stiff one, and was replaced by an extremely solemn expression. He didn't know why this man would say such a ridiculous thing, but based on his many years of negotiation experience, he didn't seem to be joking. After a long while, Tenghua took a deep breath and asked slowly, I wonder how Mr. Hu plans to move out. Don't worry about this. I don't intend to accept the conditions you offer. Huyu did not intend to answer him, and then put forward his own conditions. I will only give you 2 choices. First, I don't care what you do. Bring the database down to me and I'll let you get on board. Second, give me the things and I will show you a clear way. A clear path? Tenghua was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding. What clear path do you mean? A clear way to survive. Whether you want to survive by yourself or want to live with others is up to you to decide. Huyu casually explained. It's up to you how to choose. Tenghua frowned and stood there in a daze. After a few minutes, he looked up at Huyu and said with some embarrassment, Mr. Hu, can you let me think about it? Can. Huyu replied. Give me your answer before 10 o'clock tonight. Then I. Tenghua uttered 2 words and showed no intention of getting up. It was obvious that he wanted to stay here and investigate the environment of the ship. If it's really good, there's nothing wrong with staying here. But before he could finish his words, Huyu stood up first and raised his hand to see the guest off. Then we won't keep you here. Once you make a decision, tell me and I'll come pick you up. Okay. Tenghua forced a smile and stood up from his seat. Holding an umbrella and with all his elegance, he walked up the gangway again and returned to the building. Inside the cabin. Boss Hu. Xiao Zisa sat next to Huyu, looking puzzled. Why did you go to so much trouble to build a database? Will this thing be useful? Food for the soul. Huyu looked at Tenghua's back as he left and began to explain. We are now a collective and can fight together for survival. As long as we have enough real food, it doesn't matter whether we have spiritual food or not. What about later? There is enough food and resources, and more people are depending on us to survive. When they are well fed and clothed, they will want to eat better and wear warmer clothes. In order to protect our own rights and interests, we have to provide them with spiritual food. Only when their spirits are full can we enjoy our lives. Some people understood. For example, Xiao Zissou and Su Linglong, but some people are confused, such as Han Weiwei and Mu Lingxiu. In their opinion, as long as they are full, what is the need for spiritual food? Hu Yu knew that they didn't understand, so his eyes swept across and fell on a figure in the corner. Guanli, please explain it to me. Oh. Guanli, dressed as a waiter and wiping the stains on the table, replied casually. To put it in a complicated way, it is fake gold given by those in power to the people at the bottom. To put it simply, put a pacifier in the mouth of a crying baby and he will stop crying. This pacifier is a treasure to the baby, but to adults, it is just a means to achieve their goals. After that, Guanli also wiped the table, looked at Han Weiwei and asked, Teacher Han, is the class schedule ready? What will we learn in the first class tomorrow? Not yet. Wait for me. Han Weiwei screamed and immediately ran back to her room. Her professional skills are good, but unfortunately, she is still a trainee teacher and has never been officially employed. If Guanli hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten about this matter. Everyone watched Han Weiwei run back to the room to prepare, and just chuckled and said nothing. Xiao Zissou watched and went to help. She prepared a ready-made class schedule last time, but it was based on what she knew and was not perfect. Now that professionals have joined, it will naturally be more appropriate to reorganize it. Boss. Chen Shan walked to Hu Yu. Tell me, which path will he choose? If I were him, I would not choose either path, but the third path. Chapter 65 The Third Way. Chen Shan was puzzled and let out a confused sound. It's not his fault. He is a good bodyguard, but not a qualified conspirator. Hu Yu looked up at the Sun building. There are at least 1,000 people in here. Even at this time, they can still maintain their original class and live in an orderly manner. That in itself is an extremely horrific thing. Or there is enough food and survival supplies here to allow them to maintain their original civilized state and continue living. Or, the rules inside have completely changed. Even after the apocalypse, the people inside fully agree to and enforce these rules. If it's the former, then it's fine, but if it's the latter... A hint of fear appeared in Hu Yu's eyes. That little thing might be more terrifying than I thought. Boss, are you saying that they are likely to counterattack us? Su Zilong asked doubtfully. As the saying goes, if you take a chance and turn your bicycle into a motorcycle, everyone will be happy. Even if the fight fails, we can use our help to reduce their consumption. Why not? Chen Shan frowned and said nothing. He turned around and glanced at Su Zilong. The two instantly understood what the other meant. Be prepared for backup, just in case. Hu Yu continued to lie on the sofa, enjoying his exquisite afternoon tea. I have to say that Si Rui's name is a bit popular, but his skill in making small desserts is indeed outstanding. In just 2 days, I was able to make different flavors of refreshments for everyone on board. He picked up the teacup, took a sip of black tea, and continued to enjoy life. At the same time, inside a news building. When Tenghua walked back to the building, a group of people had already surrounded him. Without saying a word, they looked at him, asking for news. Farther away, a group of office workers watched from afar, but dared not take a step beyond the line. They could only stand where they were and look around. Just as Hu Yu guessed, this place is shrouded in a new rule. Faced with everyone's puzzled eyes, Tenghua shook his head helplessly, and everyone frowned at the same time. Why not? Give him a try. A sturdy man in the crowd said. I am gathering the security team now. Let's sneak down under the cover of night. I'm sure we can raid the ship. They must have plenty of supplies on board. It's too late. Tenghua frowned and said. The deadline given by the other party is 10 o'clock in the evening. What about the other stuff? A female office worker in a small suit asked. Women? Or gold? No. Tenghua uttered 3 words helplessly, frowned and thought for a few breaths, and finally uttered a sentence. I guess that's the only solution we can use. Everyone fell silent. After a long while, a bald man wearing glasses finally spoke up. Are you sure? That plan can only be used once, and after using it, we can only give up floors 20 to 22. Sure, Tenghua finally said. That ship is worth our risk. Even if there is no supplies on it, it will become our last trump card. After all, the rain has not stopped yet, and no one knows what will happen next. Now let's vote. Tenghua glanced at the 6 people in front of him. If more than half of them agree, then we will implement that plan. 7 people. Including Tenghua, 6 arms were raised instantly. There was 1 arm that was not raised because someone had already prepared it. The plan was approved. Tenghua walked towards the interior of the building. Everyone start to prepare, tentatively set 9:30 p.m. to execute the plan. Yes. Evening. After everyone had a simple dinner, the children began their evening self-study. Huyu originally wanted to grab a few people to play games with him, but the others were busy with their own things. Qinshan was busy arranging defense and counterattack plans, and maintaining weapons at the same time. Su Zilong was playing with Poseidon's favor on the side of the boat, while Zhao Zhong was watching from the side, fearing that a big fish would be caught and he would not have the chance to participate. Li Ji and Zhang Suri have already started preparing for tomorrow's breakfast. Nowadays, there are so many children that breakfast alone has to be prepared for nearly 30 people, and they also have to take into account various nutritional supplements, which is not an easy task. Xiao Zissou and Han Weiwei discussed the distribution of class schedules together, and discussed how to arrange the daily class schedule. You can't just let Han Weiwei attend class alone, right? Even capitalists don't exploit people like this. Mu Lingxiu accompanied Biubu, and with the help of Zhao's father and Zhao's mother, she had already started doing basic rehabilitation exercises. As for Su Linglong, ever since she heard that Huyu planned to build a city, she immediately started to draw pictures in seclusion, planning to plan out the city drawings first. I just asked Huyu Lai for 2 bottles of Overlord, just in case. Not to mention Mr. Fang, Greenhouse Guardian. He doesn't know when he will be able to grow the fairy beans. Looking around, although there were many people on the boat, he and Sienna were the only ones with nothing to do. No, to be precise, he was the only one with nothing to do. And Sienna couldn't leave because she was protecting him, otherwise she would have followed Qinshan to maintain the weapons. Well? Huyu finally stopped playing the game. He found a beanbag and lay down beside the first deck, looking up at the brightly lit Xinhua building above his head. The time is already 9:25 in the evening. 35 minutes left. If I'm not mistaken, the other party should be coming down soon. Boom! Sudden! A collision sound was heard. Huyu immediately jumped up from the lazy sofa and looked for the direction where the sound came from. I saw glass on the 21st floor explode. Countless pieces of glass reflecting the light fell from the sky accompanied by heavy rain. Almost at the same time, a black shadow rushed out of the window and rushed towards the yacht. Bang! A violent tremor sounded. Even the entire heart of the ocean trembled. That is... What the hell? It's too dark. Coupled with the mist effect caused by the heavy rain, Huyu couldn't see clearly what was in front of him. Bite! Warning! Warning! The ship is under attack. Activate the protection system? The system prompt sounded. Huyu confirmed it immediately without any hesitation. But soon another reminder sounded. When a target is detected on the deck, missiles, torpedoes and anti-ship guns cannot be used, and the protection system is activated to reduce damage. Please host and remove the threat in time, otherwise it will cause unnecessary losses. The durability of the heart of the ocean is decreasing. 99%, 98%. What the hell? Is this your protection system? It's too tasteless. Boom! There were several more sounds of glass breaking. From the 20th floor to the 22nd floor, the glass on this side shattered almost at the same time. A large number of black shadows fell from the sky and hit the deck. There are dozens of them. Chapter 66, Runaway. What is that? Not only Huyu, but everyone on the boat had the same idea. Almost at the same time, Hu Yu used the panel to control the ship and aimed the searchlight at the deck. In an instant, the entire deck was as bright as day. The things above were also exposed to everyone. That's a person. No, to be precise, it should be a humanoid monster. Just like Li Chang back then. It's just that these monsters are much more terrifying than Li Chang. Each one is 2 meters tall, with most of the bones on their bodies bulging. Not to mention their huge bodies, their eyes are glowing with green light. The moment the searchlights came down, all the monsters rushed toward the first deck. "Boss, be careful!" Shinshan exclaimed. Fortunately, Sienna reacted in time and immediately lifted Hu Yu back by the lapel of his clothes and lifted him behind her. At this moment, the first monster has rushed over. And Sienna raised her leg and kicked it. The high heel penetrated its abdomen and kicked it several meters away, hitting several monsters behind it along the way. Bang! With a dull thud, several monsters fell into a heap. Fuck! Hu Yu really didn't expect that Tenghua had this trick. He took out the RPG from his space backpack and fired directly at the group of monsters. Boom! The fire is lit. The monsters were instantly surrounded by flames. Hu Youfu suddenly came to his senses and casually took out a barrel of fuel from the space. Originally he wanted to throw it over directly, but after trying it a little, he found that he seemed to be unable to lift it. He had no choice but to hand it to Encienner. "Throw it over!" Encienner didn't answer and just threw it away. The oil barrel exploded among the monsters. The yacht was filled with flames. The monsters struggled and wailed in the flames. They had no time to destroy the ship, let alone charge. But the heavy rain is still washing away. I don't know whether the fire went out first or the monsters were burned to death first. In short, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Su Zilong! Here it comes! Su Zilong was already waiting on the side. The moment the monster fell, he rushed to Hu Yu's side and stood ready to be ordered at any time. "Boss, what do you want? Have you prepared everything you were asked to prepare?" "It's already been prepared." "Start up." "Okay." Su Zilong responded, immediately sat in front of the computer nearby and started operating. Hu Yu had already calculated that the other party would choose the third path, so he would naturally be on guard. "I really thought you were the only ones with a backup plan." 3 seconds later, a group of drones took off from the back of the yacht with AKs, and flew straight to the top floor of a certain news building. They scanned 360 degrees without blind spots. If they found someone, they would shoot directly. "Boss!" Qin Shan also rushed over at this moment. He looked at the fire burning on the deck, frowned and asked, "How about I go over and take care of them?" "No rush. What Hu Yu is most worried about is not the heart of the ocean. As long as the monsters don't take the initiative to attack, these flames are not enough to burn through its defense. What he was worried about was what if these monsters could mutate through some infectious route and infect other people on the ship. So it's better not to get close if you can. Wait a little longer, wait until the fire goes out and then we'll see what happens." "Good. What's wrong?" At this moment, Xiao Zisu also came up from the second deck. Behind her were Han Weiwei and Guan Li's group of children. "Don't come here." Hu Yu turned his head and looked behind him, frowning slightly. "Just stand further away, be careful." He didn't mind the kids being exposed to the stuff first, but was concerned about their safety. Although Xingshan and the others are here, they may not be able to protect every child. To be on the safe side, just wait and see from a distance. Xiao Zisu also understood this truth. Even though she was very scared and her body was trembling slightly when she saw the monster figures in the firelight, she still protected the group of children. The same is true for Han Weiwei. Under the heavy rain, the fire was quickly extinguished. Of the dozens of monsters originally, only 3 are left standing. That was because they were following behind, and the RPG and fuel did not hurt them. The monsters in front had already become barbecued meat, and they could not move forward even a step outside the firelight. Not to mention, it also smells like a faint fragrance. That's what the people on the boat thought, and the group of monsters were no exception. They rushed to their own kind, squatted down, and immediately started to feast on them. Biting, swallowing, every movement reveals the primitive wildness. Boss! Shinshan's voice sounded. He already has the RPG on his shoulders. I know. Huyu frowned and responded. Wait a little longer. Wait? What are you waiting for? Wait until these guys finish eating all the meat on the deck? Shinshan and Su Zilong looked at each other, seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Huyu was still staring at the three monsters on the deck. He was literally waiting for them to finish the meat. First, it can ensure that there will be no corpses left on the deck to avoid being infected by viruses or other things during cleaning. Secondly, he wanted to observe this thing again. Every monster is the same size and body shape. It's impossible that this virus only infects humans who are over 2 meters tall. Huyu had a horrible guess in his mind, but he didn't dare to be sure, so he could only observe first. Less than a minute. The drone swarm has been patrolling from the 50th floor to the 48th floor. And the three monsters also ate up all the meat on the deck. They stood there, bathing in the heavy rain, as if they were still savoring the delicious meal they had just had. Roar! A roar echoed. The three-headed monster's pupils were locked onto everyone in the cabin at the same time, and the meaning of this look was extremely clear. I'm still hungry. Three monsters charge at the same time. Click. Without waiting for Huyu's order, Chen Shan, including him, and Enciener fired the RPGs one after another, accurately hitting the three monsters. Boom! The shell exploded. But this time, they were not blown away, but stood there and resisted a cannonball. What the hell? Evolve after eating something? How can this be fun? That's right, the panel. The previous few times he met monsters, they were either separated by a screen or the time was too short, so he didn't even look at the other party's panel. Maybe the method of restraint lies in it. Huyu looked at the monster at the front, and in just a moment, the other party's panel information appeared in front of him. You won't know until you see it. Once he saw it, he was completely stunned. Name, Rampage, Variant 2. Species, Human. Status, Injured. Description, a second-stage deformed creature mutated from humans. Scientifically speaking, it can no longer be called human and is more appropriately called subhuman. Note, what? Is there reproductive isolation between it and humans? Why don't you try it? Phase 2. In other words, there may be 3 more stages. Oh no! This guy has eaten so much of his own flesh, will he? Roar! Another roar was heard. The body of the three-headed monster that had eaten the most suddenly crawled down, and the various muscles and bones in the body began to combine in a strange way, making bursts of sounds at the same time. Quick! Kill it! Chapter 67 Now, who can make the decision? The moment Huyu shouted, the monster named the Rampage turned around and pounced on the other 2 rampages behind him. Start gnawing! Shinshan and Enciener also raised the RPG at the same time, pointed it at it, and pulled the trigger. There were explosions one after another. The berserker was originally suppressing the other 2, but due to the explosion of the RPG, it was gradually suppressed by the other 2 berserks. After all, it has not completed its 3rd round of mutation, and is only partially stronger than the other 2 berserkers. The 2 runaways counterattacked it, pinned it under them and kept biting it. Huyu and others also took this opportunity to fire multiple RPGs in succession, killing the 3 runaways together. After a few minutes, the deck finally became quiet. But it became lively upstairs. More and more people are discovering the existence of drones. They ran from upstairs to downstairs. Panic and screams instantly swept through the entire Sun building. Huyu looked up at the building and a smile appeared on his lips. Now they are the ones who should be panicking. I just don't know if Tinghua is still there. Maybe it will be another person who comes to negotiate with him later. A few more minutes passed. The screams and roars finally reached the 24th floor. Boss Hu! Boss Hu! It's a misunderstanding! It's all a misunderstanding! Tisk! Huyu uttered a smacking sound. He was not very happy, after all, the person who just spoke was Tinghua. This guy is not dead. Misunderstand? Farting misunderstanding. Hu Yu ignored this guy and the drone's swarm's sweep continued. Boss Hu! We were wrong! The deal can continue. Whatever you want, just ask. Trade? Hee hee. Is it still a transaction issue now? Hu Yu was still smiling, looking at the light on the 24th floor of a certain information building and smiling. He knew that even if something like a telescope was not readily available, it could be easily made with the resources of the information building. The other party could obviously see him. So, he did one thing. He lay back on the lazy sofa, crossed his legs, looked up at it with an expression as if he was looking at a pet, and uttered something with his mouth. Get down on your knees and beg me. The words fell. There was indeed a figure on the 24th floor who knelt down and began to kowtow frantically towards the people below. Please stop right now! Please! The sound of kowtows was drowned out by the sound of rain and gunfire. Hu Yu turned his head and glanced at Su Zilong, who immediately understood and stopped the drone's sweep. The wailing finally stopped. Teng Hua's voice sounded again. Thank you, Boss Hu. Boss Hu is righteous. Zilong. Hu Yu did not reply, nor did he open the hatch and walk out. Instead, he turned to look at Su Zilong and said, Control a drone to go to the greenhouse and tell Mr. Fan not to come out for the time being. There was so much noise outside, he was afraid that if Mr. Fan came out, he would be infected for no apparent reason. Okay. Su Zilong replied and immediately controlled the communication drone to report the news. Hu Yu's turned on the ship's communication system and spoke directly to the entire communications building. The transaction can continue. As soon as the words were spoken, the voice was transmitted through the loudspeaker to the entire building of a certain information center. Everyone suddenly became excited. Especially Teng Hua. He now realized what he had missed. If he could board this ship, he would no longer have to worry about his livelihood, let alone spend so much time trying to control power. In the face of life, power is totally insignificant. These words instantly aroused his desire to survive. As long as he could get on this ship, he would be willing to sell everything in the entire building, including everything he owned or didn't own. But a trailing sound. Obviously, there is a prerequisite for the transaction to continue. You have to clean up this mess. Everyone knows who this you refers to. Inside a certain information building, everyone's eyes were on Teng Hua. He quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed a few more times. Thank you, Mr. Hu! Thank you, Mr. Hu! Don't worry, I'll take care of it right away. After saying that, Teng Hua stood up and turned to look behind him. His eyes fell on a few strong young men, and his expression had become completely different from just now. You and you, both groups of you, get on the boat now and throw all those things into the water. 20 merits each. The two groups looked at each other without answering. If it were in the past, they would have scrambled for these 20 merits. 10 points of merit can be exchanged for a full meal, and 20 points of merit are enough for their food for 2 days. But now, they dared not move, nor were they willing to move. I don't dare because my target is a mutant, but I don't want to. It was because of Teng Hua's previous wrong decision. A mistake of this magnitude could be fatal. There is no fool here, and everyone naturally understands what might happen next. Are my words of dereliction of duty useless? Obviously. A female voice sounded. This is the female white-collar worker who participated in the vote. She was also the only woman among those involved in the decision-making process. You are obviously unqualified as a leader. Lin Su, what do you mean? Teng Hua frowned and pointed at the others. We voted together. You also participated in the decision-making. It was not just my decision. But this is what you suggested. Lin Su's voice sounded again, and he raised his right hand. Now, I propose to change the host, kick Teng Hua out of the decision-making group, and select another person from the leadership. Above the leadership, raise your hands if you agree. In an instant, 32 people around raised their hands at the same time. The only one who didn't raise his hand was Teng Hua. Unanimous approval. Lin Su announced the result, and raised his hand to push down his glasses. Teng Hua, according to the rules, you have been kicked out of the decision-making group and the leadership. Now it is up to you to appease that person's anger. You guys, are good. Very good. Tenghua's expression gradually became ferocious. However, he had thought about this situation before. Isn't it just forcing the emperor to abdicate? It depends on whether you have the courage to bear the consequences of forcing the emperor to abdicate. He pulled out a tube of green reagent from his pocket. Before he could say anything, the moment the reagent was exposed to everyone took a step back. Tenghua! What are you doing? What? Tenghua asked back. If I am not in the decision-making group, then the decision-making group and the leadership have no meaning to exist. Come on, let's see who dares to kick me out of the decision-making group. Speak! Bang! Before Tenghua could finish his words, a bullet shot out from the window and pierced his forehead. You guys say? After Tenghua fell, a drone mounted on an AK appeared in front of everyone. There was also a small screen above, and the man in it was sitting on a lazy sofa, looking up at everyone. The sound rang out amid the rain. Now, who gets to make the decision? Chapter 68, A Promise. I. Lin Su took a step forward very naturally. Her position in the decision-making group was only one level lower than Tenghua's. Now that she was in the position, naturally no one would object. Hu Yu looked through the screen and saw that no one objected, so he nodded slightly, which was considered as approval. He said calmly, Database. Don't worry, I'll find someone to take you to your ship right away. Deck. We'll find someone to clean it up right away. Hu Yu smiled and nodded. He likes smart people, and he likes smart people who are obedient even more. May I have your name? Lin Su. Lin Su immediately bowed and responded. Thank you for saving us. If possible, can I go on board to thank you in person? Let's get this done first. Hu Yu replied and hung up the call. Soon, a certain information building became active under the surveillance of drones. 12 young women were sent to the 20th floor, holding writing boards and applying to go on board to clean the ship. Among these 12 people, the worst one is 3 points better looking than Yi Wenqiu. If they come across some ships where they can exchange their bodies for tickets, there is at least an 80% chance of getting on board. Unfortunately, the heart of the ocean is not that kind of ship. Hu Yu lowered the gangway and used the drone to supervise them in cleaning the deck, then immediately ordered them to leave. Regardless of the skills of these women, and whether they are qualified to get on board, after they came into contact with the corpses of those runaways, Hu Yu would never let them stay on the ship. After they cleaned up and threw the bodies into the water, Hu Yu directly ordered them to leave. When the body parts sank into the water, a dark shadow swam underneath and ate all the body parts into its stomach. It's a pity that it's too dark. No one could see this scene underwater. Bite. Following a crisp sound, several prompts suddenly flashed before Hu Yu's eyes. I don't know why, but suddenly, the favorability of all the adult women on the ship increased by 5 to 10 points. The one with the smallest increase was naturally Xiao Zhisu, who had the highest favorability. The one with the highest increase was Su Linglong. It seems that her Madonna syndrome has been completely cured, and she is now evolving towards the Black Lotus. At the same time, a total of 24 storage devices were moved from the 50th floor to the 20th floor by hundreds of people. During this period, hundreds of people were responsible for relaying and moving the items downstairs as quickly as possible. But even so, it took nearly an hour to move these storage devices to the 20th floor. There is no way, these things cannot get wet, and there is no way to move them directly to the deck. Hu Yu knew this, but he didn't rush over to take the things away. Instead, he opened the cabin door and signaled Lin Su that she could come over. In less than a minute, Lin Su came over from the gangway wearing a pair of patent leather high heels and an OL suit. Hu Yu subconsciously looked up at her panel. Both his skills and personality are quite standard, and it seems that he was a staff member of a certain news agency before. The only thing worth mentioning is her personality. Thick and black. People who are thick-skinned but black-hearted are willing to give up all their dignity and stature and focus on superficial work to the extreme. Once she seizes the opportunity, she will be extremely ruthless and will not stop until the opponent is dead. This kind of person is much harder to offend than a villain. Coupled with her thunderous move just now, It seems that this matter is not easy to handle. Mr. Hu? Lin Su walked into the cabin, and the first thing he did was to bow and apologize. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It was our fault before. To express our apologies, we can provide you with anything you need free of charge, except for the database. We can accept any conditions. Interesting. Huyu was still lying on his lazy sofa and asked, Do you know the terms I negotiated with Tenghua at that time? Please give me your advice. In addition to the database, I also want another building for a certain information. For this, I gave him 2 paths, but he chose the third one. Lin Su lowered her head and said nothing. Even when she heard something horrifying, she did not ask any questions. In this respect, he is much better behaved than Tenghua. Want to know what those 2 roads are? I'm all ears. The first way, I can take him away with me. That was his sorrow. As for the second way, I can tell him how to survive the apocalypse with the group of people behind you. He deserves to die. Lin Su spoke angrily. Neither of these 2 paths would have led to the current situation. If she had been there, she would never have taken the risk of trying to seize the ship. Unfortunately, it was Tenghua who was in power at that time, not her. I won't give you either of these 2 paths. Hu Yu's voice sounded again. Lin Su's eyes flashed with regret, but she immediately lowered her head. Of course, whether it is the database or the certain information building you want, they are all our apology to you. You don't need to trade with us. But I do have another deal. I wonder if Ms. Lin is interested. You say? Lin Su immediately looked up, with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. A promise. Hu Yu looked at Lin Su. If we can meet in the future, I hope we can be friends. Lin Su was stunned for a moment, then quickly replied. Of course. Regardless of whether there is such a deal or not, we are friends. This is the only solution. The database is still in the building. To protect it from the rain, Hu Yu has to go there by himself. To ensure everything is safe, he cannot kill Lin Su. Therefore, the only way to get the database is to trade with them and show some goodwill. Even if it means paying for something insignificant, it doesn't matter. But there was no way he would bring such a hidden danger on board. Therefore, making a deal with her is naturally the most cost-effective option. Okay then. Hu Yu said and got up from the lazy sofa. You clear out the people on the 20th floor, and I will take someone with you. You'll know what the deal is in a moment. The 20th floor has been cleared. Lin Su said and walked towards the cabin door, holding an umbrella in his hand and waiting quietly at the door. Mr. Hu, if you don't mind, I can help you hold the umbrella. This is testing him. There are many types of friends, some are verbal friends, and some are real friends. If he wants to be the latter, Hu Yu must also show some other value. Okay. Hu Yu responded, turned to look at Shinshan behind him, and then walked towards Lin Su. She held an umbrella, and most of the umbrella covered Hu Yu's head. She only covered a small part, letting the rain soak her shoulders. Shinshan and Sienna hurriedly followed behind. The 4 of them walked all the way to the inside of a certain news building. In front of me, there are 24 memories, and nothing else. Indeed, there is no one. Lin Su put away his umbrella and stood aside, still not intending to ask. If it had been Tenghua, he would have approached him by now and asked if he wanted help, thus finding out how he was going to move his things. Hu Yu didn't speak either. He also wanted to see how long Lin Su could endure it. So he stepped forward, raised his hand and landed on one of the memories. Chapter 69 Zilum, Come and Fish. Receive. The storage device fell into the space backpack. In an instant, Lin Su's pupils widened. It's not like she hasn't seen magic before. But she also knew that no matter how sophisticated the magic was, it was all a trick done with the help of mechanisms and visual errors. But now, that's a storage device that's nearly 2 meters high. Organ? Impossible. Visual error? Impossible. Was it my own hallucination? Was I hypnotized or drugged? Lin Su was puzzled and could only watch the 24 storage devices disappear one by one before her eyes. No matter how hard she looked, she couldn't figure out the reason for the disappearance. But at this time, she would never ask why the memory disappeared. When the last memory device disappeared, Lin Suda just stood there without making any movement. Huyu turned to look at her with a smile on his face. Don't you want to know how they disappeared? Will you tell me? Won't. So I won't ask. Lin Su responded with a smile. You are smarter than Teng Hua. Thank you, Mr. Hu, for the compliment. Huyu walked towards the gangway without ever mentioning the transaction. It was not until he walked up the gangway that he turned to look at Lin Su, who remained there. It's the 11th day now. By the 18th day, the water level will continue to rise at a speed you will never believe. It will continue until the 49th day, when the rainstorm stops. Then Blue Planet will become a true blue planet. This is the path he pointed to. Lin Su was a smart person. After she finished listening, her pupils, which had just returned to normal, widened again. She had originally prepared for heavy rain to submerge the entire building, but she never expected the rain would get so heavy. That was the worst outcome she could think of, but now it seems that there is no worst. Thank you. Lin Su immediately bowed his head and said, Mr. Hu, thank you for your advice. This is very important to me. This is a deal, you don't have to thank me, after all, we are friends. Huyu replied with a smile. Yes. Friend. Lin Su took the initiative to stretch out her hands. Goodbye, Mr. Hu. Huyu stretched out his hand and shook her hand. Goodbye. Then he walked up the gangway and returned to the deck. Heart of the Ocean is activated. Under the watchful eyes of Lin Su and other people in the Sun building, they drove all the way to another building. Raise your hand and the whole building disappears instantly. Instead, there are thousands of people struggling to survive on the water. Look! What is that? The building is gone! A miracle! It's a miracle! Everyone inside a certain information building exclaimed. Even some atheists began to think about their past thoughts. Lin Su is no exception. She stood at the window on the 20th floor and could clearly see everything that was happening in front of her. A feeling of surviving a disaster came over me. Fine. Fortunately, she did not choose the same path as Teng Hua, but instead admitted defeat with a very humble attitude. Otherwise, just because someone can take away one building doesn't mean he can't take away the second one. Maybe she is among the people struggling in the water now. Call. Lin Su exhaled a breath, and without having time to think about it, she immediately recalled what Huyu had said before. Some things should be prepared. She immediately took out the intercom and said, Call the decision-making group to a meeting. Yes. Those people below. Those who can swim over will be rescued, and those who can't will be left alone. Clear. Lin Su turned around and looked behind her for the last time. Just as she was about to go upstairs, she saw a long, narrow black shadow swimming towards the crowd. What is that? Before she could come to her senses, dozens of people were dragged into the water. In the dim light, I could only see one. Snakehead. Emergency warning! Emergency warning! Lin Su immediately picked up the intercom. Everyone! Move to floors 25. No, 35 and above. Quickly! Everyone in the news building immediately took action. But the giant snake didn't seem interested in them. It swallowed most of the humans swimming on the water, and then swam in the direction where the yacht left. The target seems to be that yacht. Lin Su had already reached the 35th floor. She looked at the dark shadow behind the yacht with a frown on her face. After thinking for a while, she took out the radio equipment and sent a message. At the same time, on the yacht, Suzilong, who was busy sorting out data, was stunned. When he heard the voice coming from the radio station, he immediately picked up the headphones. A message was quickly compiled. Without hesitation, he put down his work and went straight to the cabin on the first floor to find Huyu. Oh no! Boss Hu, take a look at this. Huyu frowned slightly, and stopped showing off his midnight snack. The message was simple, only 8 words. There is a snake following you. Snake. It can't be the same one. Brother Ji, searchlight! Hurry! Huyu put down his midnight snack and went straight to the stern of the boat. Qinshan and Su Zilong also followed behind, while Li Ji went straight to the bridge and pointed the searchlight at the stern of the ship. Strong lights hit the water, but all he could see was the dark shadow swimming faintly under the water. When the light shines on it, it immediately sinks, as if it is deliberately avoiding something, and disappears under the water in an instant. I'm really following you. Huyu didn't expect that this guy would follow him from such a distance. Do you like following me? Good. It depends on whether you can keep up. He picked up the intercom and said, Brother Ji, ask Lao Wang what the maximum speed of the boat can reach. I've asked. The maximum speed is 12 knots. But because they are an old passenger ship, they can't last long. Li Ji responded immediately. Section 12? The current speed is only 10 knots. If it is increased by 20%, the snake will most likely catch up. How about? Pull it to the maximum. Let them get on the yacht. Huyu immediately walked towards the deck. Yes. Huyu walked all the way to the bottom of the yacht. As soon as he reached the deck, he saw Lao Wang and his 7 companions coming towards him. He nodded as a greeting, and then immediately put the passenger ship into his space backpack. All done. Huyu returned to the cabin and said to Li Ji, Speed up! Charge! 10 sections? Not even half of the performance of the Heart of the Ocean has been utilized. Now there is no need to worry about the ship problem, just increase the speed to 20 knots and see if you can keep up. Yes. But, boss, where are we going? Yujing. Huyu uttered the 2 words without hesitation. There is not only the headquarters of TikTok and Kuaishou, but also a legendary place. If you can stock up there, that would be a real enjoyment. Yes. Li Ji responded and immediately started navigating, heading towards Yujing at full speed. The Heart of the Ocean instantly created a ripple on the water. But the people sitting on the boat seemed to feel nothing, as if everything was normal. Huyu took the opportunity to stuff the favor of the sea god into Su Zilong's arms. Not only does he want to shake off the snake, he also wants to walk it. See if it follows. Zilong, come and fish! Su Zilong? Chapter 70 Last Night's Harvest. July 25th. 12 days have passed since the end of the world. The water level remains at 50 meters. Everyone got together to discuss it last night, and they guessed that it was water from areas with slightly higher altitudes that was flowing to areas with lower altitudes. The entire low-altitude area becomes a drainage outlet for the high-altitude area, which causes this phenomenon. Once the water levels in low-altitude areas and high-altitude areas are equal, the water level will continue to rise at a faster rate. Huyu listened for a while, then turned around and went back to sleep. In his view, everything is a constant. Instead of discussing this, let's think about what happens after the rainstorm. If he remembered correctly, he vaguely saw the sun before he died in his previous life. But he was tortured so badly at that time that he was not sure whether it was his hallucination. But Huyu did not tell them about this, in order to avoid giving them a hope that did not exist. If hope is going to be dashed in the end, it's better to have no hope at all. 8 o'clock in the morning. Huyu opened his eyes in bed, turned to look at the scene passing quickly outside the porthole, and stretched silently. I've stockpiled 3 more eggs. Just in time, another 3 in a row. Huyu turned his head and looked around. After confirming that Sienna was not nearby, he immediately walked to the balcony. Get ready to crack the eggs. Last time, it was also in this feng shui treasure land that 3 good things appeared at once. I don't ask for any legendary items this time, but at least a few skill books would be nice. 3 black eggs were lined up on the porthole. Huyu raised his hand and knocked on the black egg on the far left. Following a flash of white light, he obviously sensed something was wrong and guessed that it might not be a good thing. But when he looked down at the porthole, Huyu suddenly became stunned. No! There was nothing on the porthole except the disappearing eggshell. What is this? This black egg is still available. Bite. As if to answer his question, a prompt sound rang in his ears. Congratulations to the host for getting Fresh Air *1. Name, Fresh Air Normal. Type Item. Effect, provides oxygen for survival. Note, does the air seem to be bad? No, someone is farting secretly. Who you? Fresh air. How dare you put this thing into a black egg? Why don't you put a drop of fresh water in it? Huyu's face was dark, and he calmed down. It's okay. We still have 2 left. Just use them as pads. Knock again. The second black egg shattered, and white light flashed again. Huyu's heart sank. As long as it's not fresh air. He looked down and saw grass on the table. It is green and lush, as if it had just been picked from the Helumber grassland. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining fresh grass *1. Name, fresh grass, ordinary. Type, plant. Effect, can provide nutrients for herbivorous organisms. Note, if you want to use this as chewing gum, I can't stop you. Okay. I got black face twice in a row. Huyu left the third black egg unopened and went to the bathroom with it. The feng shui of the porthole is not right today. Try somewhere else. He first washed up briefly, then placed the black egg in front of the mirror, put his hands together and bowed, then knocked it open. This time, purple light burst out. Huyu looked down and saw a skill book floating in front of him. It's finally shipped. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Universal Perfect Skill Book *1. Name, Universal Perfect Skill Book. Type, Skill Book. Effect, after use, you can randomly upgrade one of your own skills to the perfect level. Note, look, the player coming towards us now has perfect shitting skills. This thing. This is too much about appearance. It seems that after changing to a new place, Europe has become more European, but it has not completely become European. Just like what is described in the notes, if you get some embarrassing skill randomly, it would be the same as not having it at all. You might even have to worry about being discovered. But, as the saying goes, now that you are here, you can't not learn, right? Take a gamble. Huyu silently recited it in his mind. The skill book turned into a purple light and merged into the body, and a prompt suddenly sounded. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Perfect Fishing. Note, your physical fitness and fitness will automatically increase to the level you master the skill. Not bad. At least not randomly to some perfect shit. Huyu washed his face with cold water and just walked out of the bedroom. He heard the sound of children reading in the morning not far away. That location was a classroom that had just been designated. It seems that the curriculum is gradually getting on the right track. It's such a good feeling to be full of energy. He walked all the way to the cabin and saw Xiao Zhong squatting at the fishing spot. Where's Zilong? Boss Hu. Zhao Zhong raised his head and greeted him, then smiled helplessly. Zilong was too tired yesterday, so I'm here to take over. He really fished all night long. Huyu was stunned for a moment. He asked Su Zilong to go fishing just as a joke. It would be fine if he just took a short walk. It wasn't all night. He stopped fishing around 4 o'clock. But I guess he never wants to touch this fishing rod again in his life. Huyu was stunned. What do you mean? You'll find out if you go to the warehouse, Zhao Zhong said as he glanced at the fishing rod. Should we still fish now? Don't fish yet. Huyu casually put away the favor of the sea god and walked straight towards the warehouse. To be able to make Su Zilong into this state, there must be some big surprises in the warehouse. He subconsciously glanced at the panel of the Heart of the Ocean and was stunned. Experience slot. It's still 10 o'clock. In other words, there are only 10 fish left before Heart of the Ocean can be upgraded to legendary quality. Su Zilong, what did you do last night? Huyu went all the way to the warehouse and found that the people guarding the door were actually Lao Wang and Xiao Luer. Good morning, Boss Hu. Lao Wang immediately greeted him. You got up so early? Go to bed early and get up early. It's good for your health. Huyuk replied in a disguised manner. What are you? Guard the warehouse. Lao Wang responded quickly. Mr. Shen said that the things in the warehouse are very important. It would be bad if a child ran in. My brothers and I happen to have nothing to do, so we came here to keep watch. Thanks for your hard work. Huyu raised his hand and patted Lao Wang on the shoulder. Let's have breakfast together later. Hey! Old Wang smiled naively. They were all tired of eating fish on the ship and did not expect to actually board the ship. It would be great if they could improve their food occasionally. Little Lu also bowed quickly. Thank you, Boss Hu! It's just a small matter. If you do well, you still have a chance to get on the ship. Hu Yu drew a pie in the sky and walked towards the warehouse. When he opened the door, the scene in front of him stunned him. Now he finally understood why he had such bad luck opening eggs today. It turns out that all the luck was used on the fishing rod. Chapter 71. I'll show you a magic trick. Book. Skill book. More than a dozen skill books were piled on the table. Although he couldn't tell the quality, Hu Yu could be sure that it was a skill book. I didn't expect that I could catch these things even though I didn't catch the fish myself. He immediately stepped forward and walked into the warehouse with Zhao Zhong, closed the door, and locked Lao Wang and the other man outside the warehouse. Just to be on the safe side. Right now the favorability between Old Wang and Xiao Luer is only around 20, so we can't let them know about the skill book. After making sure the warehouse door was closed, Hu Yu immediately turned to look at Zhao Zhong. These were all caught by Zilong? Zhao Zhong nodded in response, with a slightly strange expression. Boss, do you know these books? This is not difficult to judge from Hu Yu's reaction. Only if he knew these books would he look so surprised. Of course, wait, you don't know what this is? Hu Yu was stunned. The name of the skill book is written on the cover. Just one look and you'll probably know what this is. Look at what you said. We don't recognize the symbols on it. We just know it's a book. Don't know? Could it be that the system also has a built-in camouflage function? Does that mean they will not be able to use the skill books produced by the system? Hu Yu picked up a skill book and took a look at it. Ordinary singing. He looked at Zhao Zhong and asked, Brother Zhong, can you sing? This? Zhao Zhong smiled bitterly and shook his head. I have been tone deaf since I was a child. I can only roar a few times when singing war songs. If I sing other songs, they will say I am howling like a ghost. It's settled, it's your turn. Hu Yu casually slapped the skill book onto Zhao Zhong. A flash of white light passed by. It was exactly the same as when he first used the skill book. It should be done. To be on the safe side, Hu Yu took a look at Zhao Zhong's panel and found that there was indeed an additional, normal singing, after the skill column. Hu Yu looked at him with a little excitement. Brother Zhong, try singing. Boss Hu, this is not good, right? My singing is really terrible. Just give it a try. Hu Yu tempted. Don't you want to know what this book is about? Sing a few songs and I'll tell you. All right. Zhao Zhong responded helplessly and then said, He said that in the wind and rain, this little pain is nothing. Just one sentence, and Hu Yu and Zhao Zhong both widened their eyes. It doesn't sound good, but it's definitely not the howling of ghosts or wolves. It seems that the skill book can be used on them. Boss Hu, what's going on? Zhao Zhong knew that Hu Yu had extraordinary powers, but he couldn't imagine that he could even change the human body structure. Even a tone-deaf person can sing beautifully. Hu Yu's eyes lit up, and he took out another skill book. Master the debate. This is another skill that Zhao Zhong doesn't have. He handed the skill book to the other party. Try this again. Good. Zhao Zhong had no doubts and immediately slapped the skill book on himself. The position and strength are exactly the same as those Hu Yu used just now. But the skill book is still in his hand. Hu Yu nodded slightly. It seems that this skill book will only be effective if you use it on others. This is good, it can avoid some unnecessary trouble. He immediately turned around and began to search through the pile of skill books, trying to see if there were any surprises. There are a total of 16 skill books. 14 of them are common skills, which are some basic skills commonly found in life, such as organizing and storing, cleaning and the like. There are 2 books left, one is about mastering debate, and the other is about mastering painting. Now, none of them are of much use. These skills are wasted if not used. It is useless for most people. It can only be used on children to maximize the effect of the skill. Only one skill book made Hu Yu's eyes light up instantly. Normal running. Skill books can change physical fitness and physical quality. If I give this skill book to Byobu, Huyu immediately put all the skill books into the space, leaving only one ordinary running book in his hand, and immediately walked towards the door. Quick! Go find Byobu! Zhao Zhong was stunned at first, then he seemed to remember something and immediately rushed to the warehouse to open the door. Byobu is in the classroom. I'll go find Brother Shan and the others. Good! Huyu replied, not forgetting to say. Gather in the reception room on the first floor, don't tell him what will happen. He also knew that at this time, if Shinshan was not present, he might regret it for the rest of his life. But Huyu was not sure whether he could get Byobu to stand up. So it's better not to tell him. Clear! Zhao Zhong replied and immediately rushed towards the second-floor cabin. Huyu paused and glanced at Lao Wang. Lao Wang, continue to guard here, and don't let anyone else get close. Clear! Lao Wang didn't show any abnormality. It seems that he didn't eavesdrop on the corner just now, and he doesn't know about the skill book. There's no way around it. It's better to be cautious about this kind of thing. Huyu followed the sounds of morning reading and walked towards the classroom. When I opened the door, I saw Byobu sitting in the first row, reciting the poems on the blackboard with Han Weiwei. It seems this is still a Chinese class. Boss Hu? Han Weiwei was stunned. What do you want? Look for Byobu, Huyu said as he walked into the classroom and pushed Byobu's wheelchair outside. You guys continue, don't worry about us. By the way, where's Shiso? Teacher Xiao is taking a break during this class. He should be at the tea bar. Okay, excuse me. Huyu replied and pushed Byobu out of the classroom. Brother Huyu. Byobu looked up at Huyu, smiling as sweetly as an egg tart. What do you want from me? Bub will know in a moment. Huyu smiled and kept the secret, then pushed Byobu towards the tea room. In the event of failure in this kind of thing, it is still necessary to have professionals present. He didn't want to trouble such powerful people as Zhao's father and mother, and he was also worried that the sudden change would shock the two elders, so he had to go find Xiao Zissou. As soon as he arrived at the tea room, Huyu saw Xiao Zissou preparing lessons. Looking at her now, she still seems a little nervous. Hey, is Teacher Xiao preparing for class? Xiao Zissou turned to look at Huyu. What are you doing? Byobu? People are in class, what are you doing? Something happened, Huyu said casually. You will come with me later. Where are you going? What are you doing? You'll know when you get here, Huyu said and walked towards the cabin on the first floor. Xiao Zissou was confused, but she had no choice but to follow. The three of them came to the reception room hall. Chen Shan, Li Ji, and Enciena were already waiting there. Even Su Zilong was forcibly pulled up and collapsed on the sofa with a black eye. He saw Huyu pushing Byobu over and immediately complained. I said, Boss Hu, what are you doing this early in the morning? I don't want to go fishing anymore. If you don't want to fish, I'll do a magic trick for you, Huyu said, and immediately pressed the normal running skill book on Byobu's shoulder. Chapter 72 Running. A white light flashed. The skill book disappeared on Byobu's shoulder. Everyone was confused and no one knew what was going on. There was hope in Zhao Zhong's eyes, but he didn't know what to say, so he could only look at the scene in front of him anxiously. Byobu, who was sitting in the wheelchair, tilted his head, a little puzzled. Brother Huyu, what kind of magic is this? Why can't I understand it? That is. Su Zilong rarely agreed and immediately stood up. Boss Hu, it's okay, I'm going back to sleep. You have no idea how hard those fish are to catch. I must be crazy. Shh! Huyu raised his hand to his lips and asked everyone to be quiet. The magic is not over yet. Everyone looked at each other. Su Zilong, who was about to get up, had no choice but to lie back down on the sofa. See what tricks he comes up with. Boo-boo. Huyu squatted beside the wheelchair and reached out to help Byobu. Byobu, try to see if you can get up. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes suddenly widened into lanterns. They naturally hoped that Byobu could return to normal, but they didn't expect it to happen so quickly. You have to know that the results given by Zhao's father will take at least 2 or 3 years. Huyu! Xiao Zisi frowned immediately. What are you doing? Byobu is still in the recovery stage. How could it be possible? The words have not been finished yet. Byobu had already stood up from the wheelchair, holding on to the armrests with both hands. Even she herself couldn't believe it, let alone the people watching next to her. Byobu! Qinshan exclaimed and immediately stepped forward to hug Bubu. When others saw this, they immediately gathered around. Xiao Zisi immediately came back to her senses, took a step forward, raised her hand to stop everyone. Don't move! Don't move at all! With the doctor's status, everyone was stunned and motionless, they could only stand and watch. Xiao Zisi immediately squatted down and looked at Byobu. Byobu, do you feel any discomfort now? Uncomfortable? Bubu puffed up his cheeks and thought for a while, then his face turned red immediately. He leaned into Xiao Zisi's ear and said in a voice that only two people could hear. Sister, I want to go to the toilet. Come, sit back first, I'll take you there. Xiao Zisi said as she was about to push the wheelchair. Don't. Huyu immediately spoke up to stop him. Since Byobu can stand up, it means that the skill has been learned successfully. Her body had definitely changed. What we need to do now is to see to what extent it has changed. He protected Byobu and continued. Byobu, try to see if you can walk there by yourself. Xiao Zisi was about to say something, but held it back. She thought of Huyu's magical powers. Maybe he could really turn decay into magic and cure Byobu's injuries directly? Byobu responded. It's not that she had never walked before, but she was paralyzed on one side of her body due to a gunshot wound. Recalling the long-lost feeling, Byobu tentatively took a step forward. As if some kind of memory had been awakened, her body ran straight towards the toilet. Not even a moment of pause. Everyone was stunned at the same time. What about the walk you promised? It's okay if you just switch to running. Byobu! Slow down! Xiao Zisi was the first to recover and quickly followed closely by everyone. But it's only 10 meters away from the restroom. When everyone caught up with him, Byobu had already ran into the toilet. The sound of closing doors echoed. Byobu! Are you okay? Qinshan asked with concern. Everyone also looked worried. Especially Huyu. He was afraid that Byobu would not be able to control himself, and cause some bad consequences. Fine. Byobu's voice rang out in the bathroom. Dad, brother Huyu, sisters Yisu, and all the uncles and aunts, Byobu is fine. It's just, can you guys move a little further away? Well, I'm shy again. Let's go to the reception room first. As Huyu spoke, he did not forget to shout towards the toilet. Byobu, don't run away later, come over here slowly. Bullshit! Don't leave! Xiao Zisi said as she ran back and pushed the wheelchair over. Byobu, I've put the wheelchair at the door, you should sit over here later, don't hurt your muscles. I know. After hearing Byobu's voice, everyone went back to the reception room. None of them spoke, but everyone's eyes were fixed on Huyu. Silence is better than sound at this time. Although no one asked, it seemed that questions were surrounding his ears. Come one by one. Huyu sat helplessly on the sofa. Ask whatever you want to know. Qinshan was the first to speak and asked quickly. Boss, what's going on? Why did Byobu run away so quickly? Will it cause any damage to her body? For the first question, you have to thank Su Zilong. Su Zilong was stunned for a moment, then raised his finger and pointed at the tip of his nose. Me? Well, that's you. Huyu took out the pile of skill books from the space. These are what he gained last night. Although you can't understand the words in these books, they can bring about physical changes in us and help us master some skills that we didn't know before. Skill book? Xiao Zisi immediately exclaimed. There is this thing too? She rushed forward and looked at Huyu curiously. Is there anything suitable for me? Let me try it. Have. Huyu smiled helplessly and actually found 2 skill books. Do you want ordinary cleaning or ordinary storage? These 2 are quite suitable for you. Goodbye. Xiao Zisi took a step back. Are these the only things? This is a matter of probability. We'll talk about it later. Huyu looked at everyone and continued to answer. As for the second question, why did he run away? I just taught Buba normal running. She learned this skill, and her physical fitness and fitness have also improved to the point where she can use this skill. That's why she can start running, but what? Shinshan asked quickly. I can't answer the third question either. Huyu looked at Xiao Zissou, who was staring at the skill book with big eyes and small eyes. Zissou, I still have to trouble you to check Bubu. Okay. Xiao Zissou responded. Just in time, the sound of flushing came from the toilet. Everyone turned to look at Bubu and saw the toilet door slowly opening, and then a figure rushed out from inside. The speed was not fast, but it shocked everyone. Buba! Why is she still running? Not only that, but from the look on her face, it seemed not voluntary. Buba! Fortunately, Shinshan had quick eyes and quick hands. He rushed over immediately, picked up Buba from the waist, quickly walked to the wheelchair and put her on it. You! Didn't your sister Zissa tell you to stop running and sit in the wheelchair first? Why are you disobedient? Dad? Buba lowered his head and looked at his legs dully. I seem to be unable to control my legs. What? Chapter 73 Heart of the Ocean, Upgrade. In the medical room. Xiao Zissou, Zhao's father and Zhao's mother sat in a group, checking Buba's physical condition in their own way, and occasionally asked her to take a few steps on the ground. Hu Yu and Shinshan's group of people sat around and waited outside. No one spoke. No blame, no accusation. They all knew in their hearts that Hu Yu was trying this for Buba's good. If it was before there were only a few of them on the boat, then Buba would not have any psychological gap, but now there are many more of Bubu's peers on the boat. They can run and jump, and they can make some contribution to the ship. Even if it is something trivial, it is considered a contribution. But what about Bubu? She could only sit in a wheelchair, attend classes with them, watch them play and fight, and could do nothing else. Just the day before, Xiao Zissa saw Bubu coming to the podium in a wheelchair, wanting to help her prepare lessons. Even though this little girl usually acts indifferent, she actually longs to be like a normal person in her heart. After all, she was once a normal person. It's checked. Xiao Zissa's voice rang out. She pushed Bubu to the door with a strange expression on her face. Everyone quickly gathered around. Even though Huyu was sitting in the front row, he was left outside when they surrounded him. Dr. Xiao, what's the situation now? Yes, doctor. Is Bubu okay? Shiso, Bubu. Be quiet and listen to me. Xiao Zissou rolled her eyes. It is true that caring too much will lead to confusion. We are all so familiar with each other that when we get anxious, we act just like any other patient's family members. Bubu's condition is very complicated right now, starting with her legs. From a medical point of view, her leg has fully recovered, all functions are completely normal, she can move freely and feel all kinds of information. Everyone was suddenly delighted. But the joy that had just emerged was instantly restrained. Everyone looked at Xiao Zissou quietly, waiting for her next analysis. She couldn't walk. Shinshan wondered. Hasn't everything returned to normal? Why can't I walk? From a medical point of view, it should be that a certain nerve has not recovered, but from another point of view. Xiao Zissou's eyes fell on Huyu outside the crowd. You have to ask Boss Hu? In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Huyu. He also remembered something. Maybe it's because of the skill book. Huyu said helplessly. The skill is normal running, not normal fast walking, let alone normal walking. If Boo Boo can only run but not walk, it's obvious why. Is there a walking skill book? Shinshan asked quickly. Huyu shook his head, the answer was already obvious. I'll go now, Su Zilong said as he rushed outside. Boss Hu, fishing rod. I'm going too. Zhao Zhong walked out at the same time. Huyu casually took out the sea god's favor and gave it to the two of them. At the same time, he turned to look at Xiao Zissou. Zissou, in this situation, Buba still can't stand up? Of course it's okay to stand up, but... Xiao Zissou looked around for a while. She can only run now, the cabin is not too big, and there are so many children. I am afraid something unexpected will happen. It's okay, Sister Shiso. Bubu raised his head, smiled, and said, I'm used to sitting here. It's okay even if I can't stand up. This girl is always so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. Isn't it just that the boat is too small? Simple. With 10 more fish, the experience bar of the heart of the ocean will be full. By then, with an upgrade, the size will be enough. Be good, Bubu. Huyu squatted down and rubbed Bubu's head. Don't worry, since brother can let you stand up, he will give you enough space to move around. Bubu nodded obediently, looked up at Huyu and smiled. I believe in brother Huyu. That's not a bad thing. Xiao Zissou rubbed Bubu's head as she spoke. Now that your body has recovered, you don't need to take those medicines anymore. Just slowly adapt to the rehabilitation exercises, and you will be back to normal soon. I'll tell Xiaomu later to be more careful. Just make sure Bubu doesn't get into the water. Right. Huyu said and quickly found a skill book. Here is a common breaststroke, learn it first, just in case. After dealing with Bubu's matter, the most lively place was the fishing window. Xinshan and Li Ji, who were originally not interested in fishing, both got in front of the fishing rod and took turns fishing. I wish I could grow it on that fishing rod. In other words, only Poseidon's favor can catch the skill book, otherwise the cabin would be full of fishing rods by now. Huyu has also been standing behind the window, like an old NPC man, waiting there to evaluate whether the skill book is useful. But an hour passed and not a single skill book was caught. But the 10th fish finally takes the bait. Bite. It has been detected that the heart of the ocean has reached the evolutionary level. Should it start evolving now? Note, during evolution, the ship will need to stop sailing for 72 hours. Please be prepared. 72 hours. 3 days. Huyu frowned slightly. Who would have thought that it would take time for this thing to evolve? Fine. In addition to the heart of the ocean, there is also a ship available. Although the facilities above are not as good as those in the heart of the ocean, this is the only solution. Not to mention that Bubu needs a larger space to move around. Just looking at the current situation under the water, no one knows to what extent those fish will evolve. Water snakes can't overturn the heart of the ocean, so what about sea snakes? What about sea pythons? God knows how long the global flooding will last. The sooner we evolve within these 72 hours, the better. After thinking for a moment, Huyu made the decision immediately. Convene the meeting. Lunchtime. Huyu finalized the ship change plan, which would last for 3 days. For 3 days, everyone will live on the ship. Although everyone had doubts, no one raised them. After all, this one hasn't missed it so far. Except Mr. Fang. He was worried about the treasures in the greenhouse. After getting Huyu's assurance and the promise that he would soon find him new seeds, he still left the greenhouse. Afternoon. The heart of the ocean came to a stop on the water's surface. Huyu released the ship again and was the first to board the ship. Everyone simply packed up their belongings and followed him. After Xinshan confirmed that there was no one on board and was the last one to get on the ship, Huyu immediately clicked to confirm. The heart of the ocean was instantly taken back into the space backpack and began to evolve. A countdown also appeared in front of him. Boss. Su Zilong held the fishing rod, approached Huyu and asked, Should we continue fishing? This little broken ship is no better than the heart of the ocean. Not to mention catching a water snake or something like that. Even if you catch a slightly larger mutant fish, the entire ship may be blown away. Forget it, don't make it self-defeating then. It's only 3 days, you should rest and recharge your batteries. Okay. Su Zilong replied and returned the fishing rod to Huyu. The ship continued sailing. Nightfall. After dinner, Huyu was just about to go to bed when he suddenly thought of something and became stunned. What the hell? This ship is a passenger ship and has no rooms. That means everyone has to squeeze into the cabin. If it were calm water, everything would be fine. But because the heart of the ocean had been running wildly last night, everyone had now entered the sea. The sea breeze is much stronger than the river breeze. Chapter 74 Storm. On the sea. 10 o'clock at night. Fortunately, Huyu was well prepared. Among the stockpiled goods was a truckload of mattresses. This was originally used to keep warm, but now it comes in handy ahead of time. He first put the seats and unimportant things in the cabin into the space, and then moved out some wooden boards to partition the cabin. They managed to make a room large enough for everyone to rest, and then distributed mattresses to each room. The ship became a simple dormitory. It's certainly not comparable to the luxurious room in the heart of the ocean, but it's much more comfortable than just now. If we can hold on for another 63 hours, we will be able to return to the heart of the ocean. But just when everyone was getting ready to go to bed, something strange happened. The whole ship began to sway, like a baby in swaddling clothes, being rocked constantly by the mother sea, trying to lull it to sleep. Vomit! Huyu climbed on the side of the boat and emptied the supper he had just eaten. He was in a daze after vomiting. Boss, are you okay? Shinshan protected Bubu and looked at Huyu with a worried look. No. No. Yuck! Huyu stuck his head out again. There is no way. This ship is sailing on an inland river, and it cannot withstand the strong winds and waves in the sea. Whether it's Lao Wang and the other people who run boats all year round, or those children, let alone falling asleep, if they can hold back from vomiting, they are considered to be born sailors. Where's Huyu? Xiao Zis's voice sounded in the distance. Have you seen Huyu? Hearing her voice, Shinshan immediately raised his hand. Dr. Xiao here! Coming! Xiao Zisa tiptoed in the crowd to take a look, and immediately ran from a distance. She looked fine. Even on such a rocking ship, she could still walk as fast as she could. Huyu leaned against the window and looked up at Xiao Zisu. Zisu, are you looking for me? What's the matter? Here comes your dog's life. Xiao Zisu casually inserted the needle directly into Huyu's body. He was about to scream when he realized that it didn't hurt at all. On the contrary, his head was much clearer, and he no longer felt like vomiting. How's it going? Do you still want to vomit? Huyu shook his head and was helped by Shinshan to stand up. It's okay, Dr. Xiao has rejuvenated with his wonderful skills. Stop boasting. Xiao Zisu frowned and asked. Are we still going to stay on the ship in this situation? Why don't we go back to the heart of the ocean first? Yes. Shinshan frowned and said. We can hold on, even the children. There's nothing I can do about it. Huyu explained helplessly. The heart of the ocean has evolved, and it will take another 63 hours to resume sailing. They didn't ask about the reason for changing ships before, so they didn't know the specific situation. What? Evolution? Shinshan was stunned, with a confused expression. Can it still evolve? Absolutely, you should have told me earlier. Xiao Zisa could understand, so she turned around and walked towards the crowd. Hey, what are you doing? If you stick me with an acupuncture and vomit it like this, I'll be completely dehydrated. While talking, Xiao Zisa did not forget to shout at the top of her lungs. Dad! Mom! Stop the vomiting first. We can't change boats yet. At this moment, Huyu felt that his decision was correct. Sure enough, there still needs to be a doctor on board. Less than 10 minutes. A total of 48 children all returned to normal. Although they were still unsteady on their feet, at least they did not continue to vomit. But there is no way to go on like this. No one knows when the storm will stop. Unless... An idea flashed in Huyu's mind, and he immediately looked at Shinshan. Brother Shan, who's got the sea map? Li Ji, he is watching from the cab. What's wrong? It's okay, just look at Biobu. I'll go to the cab. Huyu said and walked towards the other end of the cabin. Okay. Shinshan was not worried about his safety. After all, ever since boarding the ship, Anciener has become inseparable again. Huyu had just walked over when he met Xiao Zisa walking towards him. Hey, where are you going? Go confirm one thing. After hearing this, Xiao Zisa paused for a moment, but still followed him to see what he wanted to confirm. The three of them made their way to the cab. Li Ji was steering the ship, Old One next to him was observing the sea chart, and Little Lu was using a telescope to observe the weather. Brother Ji, where is the sea chart? Huyu asked. Here. Old Wang responded with a wry smile. Boss Hu, look at the current situation. How about changing the boat first? No need to change boats. Huyuk had no intention of revealing his cards to Lao Wang. He walked to the chart and asked in the dim light. Where are we now? It's not far from the coast of Pengcheng. Old Wang pointed casually at a corner of the sea chart and said, What's wrong with this location? How deep is the water? This? Boom! A strong wind blew and the ship began to tilt at a large angle. Huyu fell to the left and fell into Xiao Zissa's arms. Xiao Zissa couldn't bear the weight, and she lost her balance and fell further to the left. Fortunately, Sienna followed behind. She walked to the wall first and stood still, catching Huyu and Xiao Zissa with her hands respectively. Bang! There was a collision sound. Old Wang crashed into the side of the cab and wailed. Ouch! Not only him, the entire cabin was filled with similar wails. If this continues, the whole ship will capsize. Don't cry, the water is so deep! According to the markings on the nautical chart, it's about 25 meters. 25 meters. Including the depth of precipitation, that's 75 meters. Just barely enough. Brother G! Stop the boat! Quick! Huyu roared, and glanced at Sienna behind him. Sienna, take me to the deck. You're crazy! Xiao Zissou exclaimed. Go to the deck now, waiting to jump into the sea to feed the fish? And Sienna didn't move either. In her opinion, this behavior would put him in danger. After a hesitation, the cabin tilted again. This time, it's to the right. The tilt is more than 30 degrees. Everyone rolled over in unison like marbles on a flat plate. Even Sienna is no exception. Bang! There was another muffled sound. I don't know how many people fell to the ground. Hurry! It's too late! Huyu called out again. Brother G! Got it! Stop now! Li Ji also roared. This time Sienna finally moved. She picked up Huyu with one hand and ran straight out of the cab. The cabin was in a mess. Most of the people fell to the ground, especially the children. Many of them fell together, and they were probably seriously injured. Sienna rushed to the deck in the rain. Outside! Go a little further out, to the side of the ship. Huyu pointed to the side of the deck. Sienna did not respond, but still took 2 steps at a time and carried him to the right side of the ship. The wind is coming again. This time it is offset to the left. The ship's side has not arrived yet. She slipped, her pupils dilated instantly, and her body fell toward the side of the ship. Chapter 75. Wait a minute, how many mountains did you just mention? This is not the cab. If you slip, you may fall into the water. Fortunately, Huyu was quick-witted. He grabbed the fence with his left hand, and at the same time put his right arm around Sienna's waist, barely holding her. At this moment, he understood the importance of perfect fishing. His strong arm strength allowed him to hold both Sienna and himself at the same time, otherwise at this tilted angle. I'm afraid both of them will have to go take a bath in the sea. This time the tilt angle is larger than last time. But fortunately, the ship has not yet reached the point where it will capsize, and they still have a chance. Huyu held the railing tightly, waiting for the ship to shift to the right. Soon the ship righted itself. As he released the railing, he released a mountain. Bohemia Mountain! I originally planned to keep it as a foundation, but now it comes in handy ahead of time. The entire Zijing Mountain was submerged in water in an instant. A mountain over 360 meters high fell into the water, with more than half of the mountain still floating on the water. This is his way. The ship can't sail in heavy rain, but the mountain can always stand up. Although there is no equipment to shelter from wind and rain on the mountain, as long as the 28th floor is placed on the mountain, at least it will not be as precarious as on the boat. Bang! Due to the appearance of Zijing Mountain, the ship was instantly stranded halfway up the mountain. Finally out of the water. Take me out. Huyu looked at Sienna and said. She rolled over, holding Huyu in her arms, and jumped off the ship, landing in a complex of buildings. There happened to be a building there. Huyu didn't have time to take a closer look and directly put the entire ship into his space backpack. Everyone on the ship came to him in an instant. Quick! Find a place to hide from the rain. Everyone was stunned at first. Even after experiencing so many fantastic things, it is still difficult to react to what happened in the first place. Weren't we just at sea? How did we get to land? Never mind. The best way is to hide from the rain first. Those who were still able to stand up supported the injured and walked towards the nearest buildings. Before they entered, just when they got closer and saw what kind of building it was, Huyu's heart trembled. A hotel. A large hotel. An idea suddenly popped up in Huyu's mind, but before he could confirm it, Guanli, who had come up to him out of nowhere, suddenly spoke. Jinling Conference Hotel? Do you know this place? Huyu turned and looked at Guanli. No need to know. Guanli raised his hand and pointed at a banner on the ground. Although the text above is blurred, the 6 words, Jinling Conference Hotel, can still be clearly seen. Isn't it written here? Have to. It really is here. Huyu took a breath of cold air, but kept rushing towards the interior of the hotel. At that time, he, Shinshan, and others stopped near the Zijingshan cableway. I originally thought that taking away the mountain would only take away part of the mountain peak, but I didn't expect. Now I can actually see the Jinling Conference Hotel. This hotel is halfway up the mountain, but it's halfway up the mountain a few kilometers away. This means that he did not just take away a mountain peak, but took away the entire Bauhinia mountain. That's more than 2,000 square kilometers of land. There are not only hotels but also hospitals and even several mausoleums. Building a city on it, although small, is more than enough. Everyone walked into the hotel. Not only Guanli, but also everyone else noticed something was wrong here. But Huyu had no intention of answering. Instead, he took out the power generation equipment on the 28th floor and distributed flashlights and trolleys to Shinshan and others. Brother Shin, please take care of the power generation. Si Su, please take your uncle and aunt to see if the children are injured. Ling Long, you are responsible for arranging accommodation, and Wei Wei will assist you. Lao Wang, you brothers will go check if there is any danger inside the hotel. Also, search for supplies. Bring any useful ones to the lobby. John Sui, when the time comes, take a look at the supplies and classify them. Mr. Fang, please stay where you are and don't wander around. Injured people stay where they are and don't act rashly. Yes. Good. No problem. Everyone responded in unison, but not quite. In short, everyone started to take action. Only Huyu and Sienna stayed there to look after the little guys. Half an hour later, the lights in the hotel lobby came on. An hour later, the injured children and adults were treated. 12 o'clock. Everyone checked into the hotel room. Huyu lived in a luxurious suite on the top floor. He opened a bottle of wine stored in the hotel and waited for someone. Ding ding. There was a knock on the door. Come in. A woman with dark circles under her eyes walked in. At this moment, her eyes were full of excitement, as if she had guessed something. Boss Hu, I'm here. Su Linglong. She walked straight to Huyu, and without waiting for him to speak, she asked, Could this be? Well, Jinling Conference Hotel. You are from Jinling, so you should know it. Of course I know. Su Linglong became more and more excited. So this mountain. Xijing Mountain. All the Bauhinia mountains? At the moment, it seems so. Hiss. Su Linglong took a breath and said, So, Boss Hu, what you said before about building a city is based on this. It seems that you have guessed why I called you here. Huyu smiled bitterly and poured her a glass of wine. I'm sorry, you have to redraw your drawings. It's okay. It's my pleasure. Su Linglong was originally worried about how to start from scratch and how big the city should be built. Now that we have a template, the problem is solved in one go. But, Boss Hu, do you have detailed drawings of this Xijing Mountain? That's the second question I came to you with today. Huyu asked helplessly. How long will it take you to survey the entire Xijing Mountain? Su Linglong was stunned on the spot. It took her a long time to come back to her senses. Only me? You can find someone to help you. Who? Everyone on the boat can do it. Can they draw? Huyu didn't say anything. I understand. Su Linglong looked at Huyu expressionlessly, the excitement in her eyes gone. You want me to die? Hey, you can't say that. Huyu raised his eyebrows and said, "Teach them slowly. Don't we still have 48 good talents? Don't draw for the time being. Join the teaching program, train on a fixed basis, and find a few good seedlings to inherit your legacy. Once the rain stops and we find a suitable place, we will start our city building plan. It seems, it's not impossible. Right, it's just 3 mountains. In ancient times, there was Yugong who moved the mountain, and now there is Linglong who measured the mountain. You will definitely be famous in the history of the world." Huyu stood up and raised his glass. "Cheers to our future city." "Wait a minute!" Su Linglong slammed the table and stood up, staring at him with wide eyes. "How many mountains did you just say?" Chapter 76 Face-to-Face Transaction. When Su Linglong heard the word 3 mountains, she almost fainted. Especially when she knew that among the 3 mountains, in addition to Zijing Mountain and the mountain she had visited before, there was another one called Shixia Mountain. She almost went on strike. Fine. He was stabilized by the big promise made by Huyu. He promised that once the city was built, she would name it. No one can refuse this kind of cake. At least no architect who loves architecture can refuse. Only after he had settled this matter did Huyu finally sleep peacefully. In his dream, he seemed to see the city that would belong to him in the future. July 26th. The 13th day of the end of the world. Huyu slept until he woke up naturally. When I woke up, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. The storm finally stopped. To be precise, the wind stopped but the rain didn't stop. Huyu frowned slightly, climbed out of bed and walked all the way to the hotel restaurant. Everyone had gathered there for breakfast. Today's breakfast is a buffet, using ingredients originally available in the hotel, and is quite rich. Huyu carried a dinner plate, randomly selected some food, and walked straight to sit down next to Shinshan and others. "Boss. Boss who?" Everyone said hello quickly. Especially Zhao Zhong and Li Ji, it seems. They are more respectful than before. "What's going on? Sit down." Su Zilong still sat there, casually put a spoonful of custard into his mouth and said with a smile, "They are scared." "Afraid? I'm afraid you won't know when you will take out Godzilla from your pocket." "Screw you." Li Ji snarled at Su Zilong, then looked at Huyu and asked, "Boss Hu, I heard, this is the entire Bohemia mountain." "Yeah," Huyu replied casually. "Is Godzilla really real?" Zhao Zhong asked immediately. Puff! The coke that Huyu had just drunk was sprayed out. He picked up a tissue and wiped it off. "What Godzilla? Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. Even if there is, it's just Transformers, not that weird stuff." Zhao Zhong and Li Ji looked at each other, said nothing, and nodded to each other. It's as if he is really sure that there are Transformers in Huyo space. Huyu was too lazy to explain. He took a bite of the sandwich and looked at Li Ji. "By the way, Brother Ji, how long does it take to get to Yujing now? We are not far from Pingcheng. If we follow the speed of the ocean heart, it will take at least 4 days. If we set sail now, it would take 2 days to sail by steamer, and then 5 days to sail by heart of the ocean." 5 days. Huyu frowned slightly. According to this time calculation, if they rested in the mountains for 2 days and then used the heart of the ocean to continue their journey, it would only take 7 days if the speed remained unchanged. At that time, it was the 20th day before the end of the world. There are still 5 days left, which is the 18th day before the end of the world, and the water level will continue to rise. By the 20th day, the water level will even rise to nearly 70 meters. Even higher is possible. By that time, Yujing City would probably have been almost completely flooded. Even if we find the headquarters of certain audio and video platforms, their databases may have been destroyed. After all, after experiencing a stagnation in the rain, not everyone can bear to see the water level rise again. Unless depart early. If we set out now, first by ship and then by boat, the journey will only take 5 days. When we get there, it will be the 18th day. At that time, the water level had not continued to rise, and they still had a chance to find those databases. "Let's go now." Huyu looked at everyone, without any intention of negotiating. "After breakfast, everyone gather on the ship, and we will continue sailing along the coastline." Everyone looked at each other, and no one raised any objections. They all heard Hu talk about what happened afterwards, and they understood why he did it, so they had no questions. As for the rest, they themselves are not among those who expressed their opinions. 10:30. Hu walked outside the hotel and released the ship. After checking the panel, he confirmed that there was no problem with the ship itself and it would not delay the voyage, so he felt relieved. Everyone boarded the boat one by one. Hu was the last one to board, and then he collected the entire Zijing Mountain. It was originally a very simple matter. After taking away Bohemia Mountain, we could continue sailing. But the next moment, a ship suddenly appeared not far away. Someone. No, to be precise, a boat was approaching Zijing Mountain. When Hu took away Zijing Mountain, they and their boat appeared 100 meters ahead. It was probably during the storm last night that they discovered the existence of Zijing Mountain and chose to stop there instead of going up the mountain. Otherwise, the person should appear in front of him now, instead of staying on the ship. The other party was a small yacht. It is called a small yacht, but that is the result of comparison with the heart of the ocean. In terms of size, this boat is much larger than the ship that everyone is riding on. The length is at least 50 meters and the width is nearly 30 meters. When Hu saw the ship, he was stunned. This ship looks familiar. Etc. Could it be that? It's that ship. Brother G, ask about the other party's background and don't expose our information. No. Li Ji replied and immediately rushed to the control panel. Brother Shin, I'll leave it to you to make arrangements here. I'll go up and take a look first. Hu gave Qingshan instructions and quickly ran up with Li Ji. When they arrived at the bridge, before they could send the message, a sound came from the communication radio. This is the Saint Rubia. Please answer if you receive it. Please answer if you receive it. Repeat. Santa Rubia? If I remember correctly, that was the name of the ship before it was renamed, right? It's really her. Hu's thoughts couldn't help but drift back to his past life. In his last life, he almost became a two-legged sheep. If it weren't for her, he would have been eaten and wouldn't even survive the day when the rainstorm stopped. It's a coincidence. In his previous life, he was on the Holy Light of Savior, and was robbed by Lao Wang and others on the ship. He had no choice but to escape by boarding a lifeboat. But in this life, he was sitting on this ship, looking at the Holy Light of Savior. Sometimes fate is so strange. Boss, what should we do? Li Ji turned around and asked. Just reply normally. Hu withdrew his thoughts and replied calmly. Good. Li Ji responded calmly, then immediately picked up the intercom and said, Yangtze River Cruise received the message. What do you want? Did you see that mountain just now? That's what you were asking about. Yes, such a huge mountain suddenly disappeared, and everyone would find it strange. It is normal for the other party to have doubts. Li Ji continued to respond. I saw it. You also discovered it? How could that mountain suddenly disappear? Did you go up the mountain? No, what's wrong? It's okay, it might be a mirage. Do you have any extra food on board? We can buy it with money. Gold, jewelry. It's all right. Hu snorted softly. This tone doesn't sound like the person he knows. Excess food? At a time like this, who would complain about having too much food? The person he knew was extremely shrewd. How could he ask such a brainless question? Li Ji turned to look at Hu. Boss, what's going on? Tell him yes and deal face to face. Chapter 77. Are you the only one who owns the ship? Li Ji quickly responded. The other party also responded immediately. Okay, we're coming to you now. Hu immediately walked to the cabin and put the mattress inside and some other unconventional things into the space backpack. When Qingshan saw this, he couldn't help but walked up and asked, Boss, what's wrong? Someone will come over to trade later. You pretend to be parents and follow orders. By the way, old Wang, Hu said and looked at Lao Wang standing aside. Come here for a moment. Come on. Lao Wang smiled and rubbed his hands. Boss Hu, what are your instructions? Someone will come aboard later. Use your identity as the captain to discuss the deal with him. Trade? Food. Hu said quickly. The two ships were not far apart, and the yacht would soon approach them at this speed. He didn't have time to elaborate. Anyway, you should hold the other party back and communicate with him more. It would be best if you can find a way to get on their ship. No problem, Lao Wang replied, whispering. Boss, are you going to seize the ship? I'll have my brothers prepare. Fuck off. Hu rolled his eyes. Just do as you are told, don't do anything unnecessary. Okay. Buzz. The next moment, the ship's whistle sounded outside. Lao Wang immediately rushed out with little lure, immediately assuming the status of captain. Hu looked at the group of ignorant children, and just as he was about to give some instructions, Guanli appeared. Don't worry, they won't talk nonsense. I have already trained you before. Wow, I almost forgot about this monster. Hu gave him a thumbs up and then glanced at Shinchan. The two of them walked towards the deck at the same time, hiding behind the wall between the cabin and the deck, exploring the situation outside. I saw a wooden board placed between the ship and the yacht. A young man in a pure white suit walked over from the yacht, followed by a woman. The woman lowered her head and trembled as she walked on the boardwalk, not forgetting to hold an umbrella for the man in front of her. It was indeed her. Hu was delighted but soon frowned. Something was wrong. Wasn't she the owner of the boat? Why was she holding an umbrella? Is there something here that I don't know? A large detection spell was thrown over. The two people's panels appeared in front of Hu at the same time. Name Misusu. Gender female. Age 27. Skills: perfect coordination, perfect planning, perfect acting skills, perfect organization and operation, proficient disguise, and proficient communication. Personality: dark, tolerant, hypocritical, cruel. Favorability 0. Purity 78. Name Fanguchen. Gender male. Age 24. Skills: proficient in horse riding, proficient in music theory, proficient in piano, proficient in art, proficient in gambling, proficient in tasting. Personality: playful, misophobic, lustful, arrogant, and presumptuous. Favorability 0. As soon as the panel appeared, Hu understood instantly. If my guess is correct, it won't be long before Misusu becomes the host and replaces this ship owner who only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun. He became the ship owner he met later. Previous life. After Misusu brought him and Yuanchio on board, she indeed never deprived them of a day's worth of food, nor did she ever restrict their personal freedom. But he has been brainwashing them in the name of saving the world. Not just them. There were dozens of people on the boat, all of whom were rescued by her through various means. Most of them have become her loyal believers, and even if the rest have not been brainwashed, they are still talking nonsense every day. In other words, Hu boarded the ship late, and soon the ship was robbed by Lao Wang and his men. Otherwise, if this trend continues, even if he was reborn, the first thing he would do would be to find Misusu. What a coincidence, we met here. Hello, hello? On the deck, Lao Wang immediately came forward, hunched over and greeted him. What's your name? Are you the ship owner? Fan Gu Chen ignored old Wang who came over to say hello, but looked up and asked. You have food here, right? How do you sell it? Fish. We have fish here. Old Wang pointed to the bucket behind him and said, Boss, how much do you need? Fish? Fan Gu Chen frowned, his expression full of disgust, obviously not wanting to eat this kind of thing. He subconsciously wanted to turn around and leave, but Misusu's voice slowly sounded. Master Fan, we are running low on inventory. Okay. Fish is fish, Fan Guchen said as he turned around and looked at Lao Wang. How is it sold? A bucket of fish, 10 gold bars, or jewelry of equivalent value. Old Wang rubbed his hands and laughed, like a profiteer. Boss, how many barrels do you want? I'll have someone deliver them to you on the boat right away. 10? Oh, are you crazy or am I crazy? Fan Guchen sneered and said. This broken ship of yours is not even worth 10 gold bars. Are you kidding me? Then boss, how much do you think is appropriate? Old Wang asked in a gentle voice, suppressing his anger. If Hu hadn't asked him to communicate as much as possible, he would have slammed his size 43 shoes on the other person's size 35 face. 1. Fan Guchun raised a finger, and then thought of all the barrels on the deck. All the fish, give them to me. Impossible! Old Wang refused immediately. Bang! A crisp sound was heard. Not only Old Wang on the deck, but also Hu Yu and others in the cabin were stunned. A slap landed directly on Old Wang's face. Who the hell gave you the nerve to refute me? Fan Guchun tilted his head and looked at Lao Wang. Now, there is not a single gold bar left, move all the fish up for me. Hey I. As Xiao Luer said this, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to rush up to teach the other person a lesson. But in the next moment, bang! Gunshots rang out. Xiao Luer was shot in the leg and fell to the ground. In heavy rain. The hot muzzle of the gun was emitting white smoke and was pointed at Old Wang's head. Now, except for the food, move all the resources on your ship to my ship. Fan Guchen's voice sounded faintly. I don't want to say it again. What bad luck. Old Wang is so unlucky. Since I came out of the mountains, I have been robbed twice. I won't talk about the first time when I met Hu Yu, but the second time I met a bad guy with a gun. This is no longer just ordinary bad luck. I'm not fit to be a robber in this life. Hu Yu also knew that the person in charge of communications would ask such a stupid question. Regardless of whether there is food on the ship or whether they will trade, their goal is to get on board and then robbery. Food, resources, everything are their goals. After all, there are guns. No wonder there were so many resources on the ship when he was rescued. I'm afraid all the ships along the coast had been robbed. Hu Yu turned to look at Qinshan and gave him a look. The other party understood immediately, silently took out his pistol and started taking aim. On deck. Lao Wang had no choice but to raise his hands and smile helplessly. Okay. Boss, I listen to you. You put down the gun first, and I will move the fish for you right now. Heh, that's pretty much it. As Fan Guchen said this, he pointed his gun at Xiao Luer. Hurry up or else you, this little brother will. Bang! There was another gunshot. Chapter 78. Perform the mission, remember it once. The bullet hit the gun in the opponent's hand and knocked it away, but did not hurt the opponent at all. Fan Guchen's pupils trembled, and he subconsciously wanted to pick up the pistol that had fallen aside. Can. Misusu next to him took a step forward, kicked her foot up, and the pistol fell into the water. Ah! Misusu exclaimed, pretending to be surprised. Young Master Fan, I didn't mean it. You bitch! Fan Guchen slapped Misusu directly in the face with his backhand. Her face began to become red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qinshan frowned and was already ready to step forward to solve the problem. But Hu Yu immediately stopped him and shook his head slowly. If it were someone else, it wouldn't matter if they were saved. But that's Misusu. If you slap a woman like this, she will only find a way to return it tenfold, or even 100-fold at a certain time. Help her get revenge. That's really not necessary at all. It would be better to let Old Wang continue to improvise. TSK, who do you really think doesn't have a gun? After the gunshot, Old Wang turned his head and looked behind him. The expected person did not show up, so he had no choice but to continue acting. Master Fan, right? You can't even hold the gun steadily, and you still want to talk business with me? How about we brothers chat with you for a while? As soon as he finished speaking, his other 5 brothers immediately rushed out from various parts of the cabin, each holding a handy tool in their hands. Or a wrench, or a kitchen knife. There were even some with fire axes. Young Master Fan had never seen such a scene before, and he immediately wanted to return to his yacht and run away. But the gunshot wound on Xiao Luer's body couldn't have been in vain, right? Old Wang and his men rushed forward and controlled Fan Guchen and Misusu beside him. Don't! I give in! I admit defeat! Seeing the fire axe getting closer and closer to his neck, Master Fan began to get anxious. You want money? Gold, jewelry? I can give you all. As long as you let me go, everything can be discussed. Old Wang paused and turned to look at the cabin behind him. If we follow his way of thinking, he must want money, a boat, and women. But he is not the one in charge now. Huyu poked his head out and pointed at the boat behind him. According to the original plan, he needed to get on board to confirm one thing. Make sure whether the person he is looking for is on the ship. In his previous life, the reason why he and Yuancho were able to find a kayak and survive was all because of one person. He didn't know the other person's name. All we know is that she is a fanatic who is responsible for delivering information to Misusu. She is responsible for giving classes to this group of newcomers every day, conveying ideas and distributing food. Unlike Misusu's attempt to brainwash people, she at that time really engraved those beautified ideas into her mind. So much so that when the yacht was about to be captured, she gave up her hope of survival and left the kayak to Huyu and Yuancho. Are you stupid? It's very stupid. But it is undeniable that she did save Huyu's life. He is also the only person Huyu meets in the end times who is truly kind to him. If she is on the boat, it is possible to bring her down. Fish! Old Wang also understood what Huyu meant. We are honest businessmen. You give us money and we give you the fish. But you hurt my brother's leg, so you have to keep your leg too. Bang! Old Wang raised his hand and hit the opponent's left knee with a hammer. Ah! Screams echoed on the sea. The deep red seeped out of the trouser legs, gradually dyeing the entire trousers red. Unless they also have a master of traditional Chinese medicine like Zhao's father and mother on their ship. Otherwise, this leg would definitely not be saved. Come on, brothers, bring the fish to the boss and put them on the boat! Lao Wang shouted. Huyu then walked out of the cabin. Chen Shan and Xiener and Su Zilong all followed him, while Zhao Zhong and Li Ji stayed on the ship. He walked to the fish bucket, opened it, and frowned slightly. Turning to look at Xinshan next to him, he found that he had the same expression. Okay. What about being an honest person in business? If you were honest, there would be no profiteers in the world. The entire row of fish buckets is filled with water. There is no fish at all. Huyu paused and pressed the lid in his hand. Captain, is this the bucket? I'm afraid I can't move it alone. You're stupid! Let's move the four of us together! Old Wang was still immersed in the play and responded immediately. This is exactly what I want. The four of them looked at each other, lifted the fish barrel at the same time, stepped across the wooden planks, and came to the yacht. Captain, we're here. Huyu looked at Lao Wang on the ship and asked, how are we going to collect this money? Master Fan is very wealthy, so of course he would trade a bucket of gold for a bucket of fish. Old Wang was playing with a hammer in his hand and asked with a smile. Master Fan, isn't that right? Yes. Yes. Fan Guchen nodded repeatedly. As long as it is something on the ship, no matter how much you want, we will give it to you. That's more like it. Old Wang nodded with satisfaction and looked at Huyu again. Just look around on the boat and take down whatever you want. Okay. That's what I want. Huyu glanced at the three people behind him. Find someone and find everyone else on the boat. Okay. Qinshan responded and immediately made arrangements. I'll follow the boss, Xiener, you start from the east side, and Zilong, you start from the west side. 3 minutes, gather in the cabin? Yes. And Xiener and Su Zilong responded at the same time and immediately entered the mission state, starting to search the left and right sides of the yacht. Huyu took Xinshan all the way to the yacht cabin and waited quietly. 3 minutes later, Su Zilong and Xiener arrived at the cabin almost at the same time. No. Nobody. The two spoke at the same time and looked at each other. And Xiener stretched out her hand towards him and made a one sign. What does this mean? Perform the mission, remember it first. Qinshan replied helplessly, with only a wry smile on his lips. Boss, there seems to be no one on this boat. Yeah, I can see it. Huyu frowned slightly. Although this yacht is not as good as the heart of the ocean, it is still a medium-sized yacht and can accommodate 20 to 30 people without any problem. But there was no one on this ship. Could it be that the people he met earlier were all recruited and taken in by Misusu? This can explain why they are so loyal to Misusu. If he were to get rid of Misusu and the other person now, wouldn't his savior never get on this ship again, and the trajectory of his fate would be changed? It's really troublesome. Never mind. It's just a little trouble. Anyway, you don't have to pay anything yourself. Huyu put the bucket of water into the space, stepped on the wooden board, and returned to the ship. His gaze fell directly on Misusu. Your name is Misusu, right? Chapter 79 Fleet. Who are you? Misusu was stunned. I searched my brain for memories of Huyu, but couldn't find any clues. Fanguchen next to him was so angry that he didn't know where to vent his anger. As soon as he heard Huyu approaching her, he immediately yelled at Misusu. You bitch! It turns out you're the one who betrays me! As he said this, he wanted to slap her again, but this time, before he could do anything, his whole body went limp and he fell to the ground. His legs were no longer strong enough to support him in doing this movement. Huyu glanced at him and didn't want to say anything to such a clown. Huyu! Huyu said his name and looked at Master Fan at his feet. Hey, what are you going to do with this guy? Don't pretend. Huyu pointed out her thoughts. You kicked his gun away on purpose just now, didn't you? You should have already figured out how to turn things around and take charge. You're just waiting for an opportunity. Now that the opportunity has come, what do you want to do? Kill him and throw him into the water. Misusu spoke calmly. The moment she answered, the tone of her voice, which was originally gentle, instantly turned cold. Like a black lotus blooming. You! Before Huyu could speak, Fanguchen raised his hand and shouted angrily. Okay. Misusu! Don't forget who it was in the beginning. It's noisy. Huyu frowned slightly and interrupted the other person. He looked at Lao Wang and said, You should have heard what Miss Me wants to do, right? Understand. Old Wang replied, and turned to look at Xiao Luer. Xiao Luer, come, send Master Fan on his way. Huyu is a very protective person. Since Old Wang and Little Luer have already boarded the boat and eaten his food, they are already his people. Even if I cannot gain his trust now, I will never be bullied by others. Therefore, no matter what Misusu's answer is today, Fanguchen will have only one outcome. Die. Don't! Fanguchen immediately panicked. He stretched out his hand and tried to pull Huyu's sleeve, as if he wanted to say something. But he no longer had the chance. Come on! Little Luer crawled over from the side of the ship and stabbed Fanguchen's chest with a dagger. Looking at the fountain of blood gushing out, he did not show any fear, but instead there was a kind of excitement in his eyes. Joining hands with Old Wang, they worked together to send Fanguchen underwater. Huyu looked at Xiao Luer's back with his eyes slightly lowered. This guy is so cruel. Ordinary people would need several days to recover from even seeing a corpse, let alone killing someone. He actually crawled over and killed the man directly with such a strange look in his eyes. But judging from the panel, he is just an ordinary crew member. Could it be that the end of the world has really come and people's hearts have changed? Let's deal with the matter at hand first. Nailed it. Huyu looked at Misusu. Miss Me, what are your plans for the future? Everything is at your command. Misusu lowered her head again as she spoke, her tone obedient and gentle, like a harmless kitten. If Huyu couldn't see her panel, he would probably be confused by her appearance. Both the ship and me. Misusu looked up, her eyes full of cuteness. It's all yours. Miss Me, I think you may have misunderstood. Huyu smiled and shook his head. The boat is still yours, and you don't belong to me. I just helped you do what you can do a while earlier. Misusu snorted, obviously not understanding what Huyu meant. No boat, no people? A problem that you are asked to solve for no reason? Are there such strange people? In exchange, I want you to agree to one request of mine. Really? There is no such thing as a free lunch. Misusu boasted that she was mentally prepared and immediately asked. Please tell me. Jinling. Huyu said calmly. I will go to Jinling later. I hope to see you there. At the latest, it cannot be later than August 4th. Can it be done? Can. Misusu pondered for a few breaths, and then gave the answer. Can I ask the reason? Can't. Huyu smiled and refused. Then he looked at Shinshan. Brother Shin, gun. Shinshan was stunned for a moment, then removed the magazine as quickly as possible and handed over the pistol and magazine respectively. Huyu handed it to Misusu. Here for you. Misusu was completely stunned. She held the pistol and magazine in her hands, her mind full of question marks. You are. This is a deposit. Huyu raised his hand and placed it on Misusu's shoulder, patting her twice. When you see me in Jinling, I will ask you for something. Yes. Misusu was completely confused. But she understood one thing: with this man's methods, no matter what he wanted, she could not stop him. There were only 3 things she could do now. Obedient. Obedient. Still be obedient. Okay, go ahead. Huyu waved his hand and walked towards the ship's cabin, shouting to the cockpit. Brother Ji, get ready to go. Okay. Li Ji's voice sounded in the cab. Misusu stayed for a while, then returned to her yacht as quickly as possible. She did not rush to sail away, but watched the ship go away. She looked down at the pistol and quickly put it away. Jinling? She answered quickly, but how could she know where Jinling was? Never mind, let's find someone to ask first. At the same time, the ship was sailing towards Yujing. After Ancienne confirmed with Qin Shan that the mission was over, she threw Su Zilong over his shoulder, which settled their score. Father Xiao treated Xiao Luer's wound. The bullet did not damage any important parts. After removing the bullet and simply bandaging it, as long as he recovers slowly, it will not affect his daily life. Children will start classes according to the normal schedule. The sound of reading aloud echoed in the cabin. Huyu and others were sitting in the cab, fishing when they should, and playing games when they should. No one asked him about his behavior just now. This is a sign of absolute trust. But Huyu felt a little bored. He put down the switch and looked at Xiao Zissou, who was preparing lessons. He didn't say anything, just coughed twice. Ahem. Xiao Zissou ignored him. Huyu stepped forward again and ticked her lesson plan with his finger. Snap! Xiao Zissou held it down and looked up at him. What are you doing? Nothing. Huyu thought of Jin Jin's warning and immediately let go. Don't you want to know why I let her go and gave her the gun? In no mood. Xiao Zissou replied and continued to concentrate on preparing lessons. Don't disturb me, or I'll prick you. Yes, you can't afford this. Huyu turned to look at Shinshan again. Before he could speak, Shinshan replied. Boss, I won't have any doubts about your decision. +1. Su Zilong answered from the side. Huyu had no choice but to turn his attention to Li Ji. Hey boss, don't look at me. Li Ji smiled bitterly. I don't know what's going on outside. I've been sailing here all the time. There were only a few people in the cab. Zhao Zhong was fishing outside, and Ancienne was being taciturn again. After everyone asked, no one was curious. Well, at worst I can just hold it in. Next time I see Misusu and Jinling, I don't believe they won't ask. Huyu picked up the handheld game console again and played the game. 10 o'clock at night. After dinner, everyone discussed the night shift roster and prepared to rest. Suddenly, a strong light came from the distance. Call the boss! Call the boss! Huyu was about to go to bed when Li Ji's voice suddenly came from the intercom on his waist. He pressed a button and responded. I'm in, what's up? Ship fleet. There's a whole fleet out there. Chapter 80, Sea Kingdom. Fleet. Huyu's pupils trembled, and his heart was filled with surprise. Being called a fleet by Li Ji means that the other party has at least 3 ships, or even more. Now it's at the seaside. In this situation, there are still groups of ships appearing, and there is only one possibility. Cargo ship. Container cargo ship. This is the coastal area, and there must be many ships outside the port preparing to leave or enter the port. Each ship carries cargo worth billions. If I can get it. What fleet? Huyu asked immediately. I don't know. They haven't entered the radar detection area yet. According to my guess, they are most likely container ships, with at least 10 of them. Really? Huyu was delighted. It looks like today is going to be a sleepless night. He walked out of the room, pressed the intercom button, and shouted in the channel. Brother Sean, Zilong, Brother Joan, there is a meeting in the conference room. Okay, boss. Everyone responded in unison and walked towards the cab. Xiao Zissou was originally planning to go to sleep, but when she heard Hu Yu talking about the meeting, she jumped up. Her room was right next to Hu Yu's. When she opened the door, they looked into each other's eyes. She blinked her big, beautiful eyes but said nothing. Without asking, Hu Yu knew what she meant. Don't you just want to attend the meeting? He also wanted to call Xiao Zissou at that time, but he was afraid that she had fallen asleep, so he didn't think of calling her. I didn't expect this guy could still be squatting at the door. Let's go, don't just stand there. Okay. Xiao Zissou responded and immediately followed Hu Yu towards the driver's cab. As for the rest, whether it was Su Linglong or Lao Wang, he had no intention of calling them. Their favorability levels are not even above 50. Not completely one of our own. Naturally, they don't need to get involved in this kind of thing. Everyone gathered in the cockpit, and through the ship windows, they could clearly see lights lit up in the distance. Hu Yu took out the telescope and took a look, frowning slightly. It's a container ship, yes. You can also see goods piled up on it. But it seems a little strange. From the telescope's perspective, only about 3 container ships could be seen connected end to end. Some lights can still be seen behind these 3 container ships. There is obviously a boat behind. It's a container ship, but we can't be sure of the exact number of the other side, nor do we know how many people are on it. The average number of seafarers on a container ship is around 20. Su Zilong said from the side. They are all equipped with some anti-piracy measures. Except for a small number of cargo ships that employ armed personnel, most cargo ships do not have guns. So are we going to rob the ship? Xiao Zissou rubbed her hands excitedly. Take me one! Here you go! Who said we were going to rob the ship? Hu Yu rolled his eyes and wanted to knock this guy on the head to see what was inside. Aren't you going to rob? Li Ji also hesitated. Boss Hu, those are all resources. Chen Shan and Zhao Zhong did not speak, but looked at Hu Yu with doubtful eyes. Let's go and take a look first. Hu Yu looked at the light outside the window. I'm afraid it won't be simple there, so it's better to be cautious. This is the coast. The thing that is most abundant along the coast is ships. Now is the end of the world. At night, some ships would rather stop sailing, for fear that they would be targeted by some people with ulterior motives. But other ships are different. Just like Fan Guchen, whom he met this morning, he would take the initiative to approach those ships and try to gain benefits by using his own military advantage. But this was the first time he had seen a container fleet like the one outside, with headlights on at night to attract other ships. Otherwise, the people on the boat are all fools. I don't know the harm of doing this. Or, the danger above is far beyond everyone's imagination. At times like this, it is better to make a democratic decision. Just vote. Hu Yu looked at the crowd and said, Let's not talk about robbing ships and resources for now. Which fleet dares to light up its lights at night probably has a lot of tricks. Let's decide first whether we want to contact them. Those who agree to contact raise their hands. The words just fell. Su Zilong, Li Ji, and Xiao Zissou raised their hands at the same time. Shinshan hesitated for a moment, but still raised his right hand. 4 votes. There were only 7 in total, so Hu Yu didn't need to ask for the second choice. Okay, let's get in touch. Hu Yu glanced at the countdown. There are still 38 hours until the heart of the ocean is unblocked. Please mark it down. I'll call Lao Wang and the others in for a meeting later. If we need to communicate or anything, Lao Wang should come forward. No one knows what's on the container ship. If by chance, there really are some armed men above with a sniper in their hands, and if they come forward to negotiate, wouldn't they put their heads under the gun of the other party? It's better to be careful. Chen Shan and others all agreed. Hu Yu then called Lao Wang and others in, briefly communicated the identity information they would need to play later, and then Li Ji continued to take the helm and headed towards the group of container ships. Wan Shan is a dead horse. This sentence is more vividly reflected at sea. Looking at the light, it didn't seem that far away, but just sailing to a position where the radar could detect it took 4 hours. Fortunately, Hu Yu was well prepared. He did not waste time in the cockpit, but went back to the cabin to sleep first, and called Liji after he entered the radar detection range. July 27th. 2 o'clock in the morning. Huyu was sleeping soundly when he felt someone poking his face. At first I thought it was a mosquito, so I subconsciously raised my hand and waved it away, but I still had that feeling. He was so annoyed that he opened his eyes and found it's Sienna. At this moment, she squatted in front of Huyu, raised her hand and poked his cheek again and again, as if she was poking a doll. Sienna, what are you doing? Information. And Sienna uttered 2 words calmly and pointed at the walkie-talkie on his waist. Oh yes. I almost forgot about this. Huyu immediately picked up the intercom, but before he could speak, a voice came from it again. Boss, this is the driver's cab. Please reply if you receive any. Receive. Huyu pressed the enter key and replied. What's the situation now? The other side has sent a message. You'd better come to the bridge to take a look. Good. What news can't be said on the intercom? Huyu frowned slightly, immediately put on his coat and walked towards the cab. After more than 10 days of heavy rain, the average temperature has dropped to more than 10 degrees. If you don't wear a coat, it will be unbearable at night. He took Sienna all the way to the cab. At this moment, looking out the window of the cab, one can vaguely see the appearance of the container ship under the light. But the distance is still very far. Brother G, what's the news? Can't you tell it on the walkie-talkie? Huyu stepped forward and joked. Everyone's expressions were solemn. Boss, you'll know just by looking at it. As Qinshan said, he handed over a piece of paper with only 2 short lines on it. Welcome to the sea country. Being friends, we have food. Being enemies, we have shotguns. Chapter 81. Welcome. Sea country? Okay. Our city has not yet been built, but someone has already built a kingdom. Huyu became interested immediately. Not only because of the other party's tone, but more importantly, I wanted to see who he was. In this situation, he could survive in 14 days. No, to be precise, it should be 13 days. What can a country established in 13 days be like? Boss, what do you say now? Qinshan asked from the side. It's probably as you predicted. I'm afraid those people are not simple. We should wait no longer. Although he didn't say what exactly he was waiting for. But Huyu also knew what he meant. After the heart of the ocean finishes evolving, it will naturally be better to get closer to them. But there's not enough time. Going to explore now is already a detour. If we stop for another day, we will not have enough time. It's not a big problem. Huyu said calmly. Proceed as planned. Brother Shin, answer the other party and say that there are many children on our ship and want to ask for help. Let's see how the other party responds. This is to lower the opponent's defense while showing weakness. In order to better inquire about the information. Okay, boss. Qinshan immediately turned on the radio and started operating. After a while, the message was sent. The other party also sent a telegram immediately. The message was brief, only 2 words. Welcome. My dear brother, sail at full speed. Okay. Old Wang. Hey! Old Wang responded immediately and came forward with a smile. Boss, what do you want? As for acting, I won't tell you much. Just remember to act according to circumstances and put the lives of everyone on board first. Don't worry, boss. Old Wang smiled and replied. I'll do the job, don't worry. Well, I leave it to you. Huyu didn't go back to sleep, but simply sat in the cabin, watching the ship approach the container ships little by little. Another 3 hours passed. It was already dawn. Huyu took out a telescope and was shocked. The sun shines through the rain. Let him see clearly the huge monsters in front of him. The length of each ship is nearly 200 meters, even 50 meters longer than the heart of the ocean. What is the concept? The 3 container ships were connected end to end, which was equivalent to a nearly 200-story building placed horizontally on the water. It is also filled with various containers, each of which is a standard 40-foot container, 13 meters long. Just from the surface, there must be at least thousands of boxes like this on a ship. 3 ships, that means 3,000 containers. These are just the surface numbers. God knows how many more ships are behind these three. Boss, look underneath the boat in the middle. Huyu lowered the telescope and was able to see the situation clearly. A door opened on the bottom container. There were 3 people standing inside the door. One of them was wearing a suit and tie. He didn't look like a sailor working at sea, but rather the owner of these ships. They just stood in front of the container, as if ready to welcome them. It's quite formal. Huyu replied with a smile, put down the telescope and looked at Li Ji. Brother Ji, how long will it take to get there? 1 hour at most. Okay, everything is going according to plan. Huyu said as he walked towards the cabin. I'll go pack my things and tell the kids what to pay attention to. When they heard that they didn't have to go to class today, the group of children were instantly ecstatic. Sure enough, no matter what the time is, no matter what the situation is, as long as there are no classes, it is enough to make the children happy. The ship quickly approached the 3 container ships. Before the ship stopped, a man's voice sounded not far away. I thought they were just some idiots, but they were just some guys driving a shabby ship. The man's tone was full of disdain. It seems like he is not very happy to be sent here. He looked down at the people on the ship from a high position and gave an order like a superior. Hey, how many people are on your ship? How much food? How many resources are there? Report them all. If you meet the specifications, you can join the Sea Kingdom. Everyone looked at each other, and a question popped up in their minds at the same time. This guy, is his brain okay? Who said we want to join this maritime kingdom? As soon as they come up they ask for numbers, food, and resource information. You must be kidding. Old Wang didn't know what to do, so he turned to look at Huyu. The meaning in his eyes was very clear. Why don't you show off your magical powers and just take these ships? Not only him, but everyone else looked at Huyu with almost the same eyes. What are you looking at me for? Huyu said helplessly. I've said it so many times, what's the most important thing now? What a talent! Let's go up and see what the situation is in this so-called maritime kingdom first. If we miss any talented people, you have to compensate me. That's true. After all, if it weren't for Old Wang, they would have missed Old Fang. As long as he is given certain resources, he will become the god of food for millions of people in the apocalypse. Then what should I do? Old Wang asked puzzledly. It's normal. As for food, we caught a lot of fish. Huyu said as he walked towards the warehouse. I'll go put some fish in there to avoid being discovered. Okay. As Lao Wang spoke, he picked up the megaphone and shouted upwards. There are a total of 69 people on our boat. We have plenty of food, and the only resource we have is fish. I don't know if I can join you. TSK, another bunch of poor people. The man made no effort to hide his disgust. If it were placed somewhere else, a ship that dared to say that it had enough food would never be associated with the word poor. Whether it is before or after the end of the world. That's a ship. It was worth at least tens of millions before the end of the world, and its value after the end of the world is even more immeasurable. But, in front of such a whole fleet of container ships, it is indeed poor. If we salvage any 2 containers, they might contain more supplies than what is on the ship. Okay, as long as you have enough food, come in. As he spoke, the container ship in front started moving. It gradually moved away from the fleet, revealing the scene behind the 3 ships. Behind that container ship are all kinds of small boats. Small ones are like this ship, about 20 to 30 meters long. There are at least 3 large, 10,000-ton container ships parked inside. This is just a small boat docked behind that container ship. God knows what the scene is like inside the 3 ships. Perhaps even the resources that someone has painstakingly stockpiled are not as abundant as what is before us. Huyukai just came back from the storage room and came to the driver's cab. Just one glance, and I was stunned by the scene before me. This is so. Could it really be a country?